Chapter 481 Alchemy. Li Shiming returned to the cave. He took out the 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron, and then used a refining method transformed by his spiritual thoughts. This 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron is a universal alchemy furnace, allowing him to easily obtain the authority of the 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron. He sensed everything in the fire phoenix cauldron. The 4th grade quality fire phoenix cauldron can withstand the stronger red yang spiritual fire. Even if he is promoted to the nascent soul stage, and the power of the red yang spiritual fire increases again, he can still use fire. Feng Baoding makes elixirs. Unlike his current 5 elements 9 transformers, as his realm reaches the great elder level, the power of the red yang spiritual fire has become greater, which prevents him from fully utilizing the maximum power of the red yang spiritual fire. Because the 3rd grade 5 elements 9 transformers could not withstand the full output of the red yang spiritual fire. This also prevented him from 100% exerting the performance of the red yang spiritual fire when refining the 4th grade elixir. Inside the fire phoenix cauldron, he could sense the existence of the fire phoenix soul. The fire phoenix soul had no intelligence and completely obeyed the orders of the fire phoenix cauldron's owner. The fire phoenix is a 4th grade spiritual beast with extremely strong control over flames. It is this control over flames that allows it to enhance the power of spiritual fire and help refine high-quality elixirs. Li Shiming first took a 3rd grade elixir, put the fire phoenix cauldron into the computer room space, used the 3rd grade elixir as the main medicine in the computer room space, and added some auxiliary materials to refine a furnace of 3rd grade elixir. In this process, the natal magic weapon Z15 records the performance of the fire phoenix Baoding. Only by obtaining enough data on the natal magic weapon Z15 can he achieve the ultimate control over the fire phoenix cauldron. While the elixir was being refined in the air in the computer room, he used another brain to open the jade box containing the 4th grade demon elixir. Compared with the 4th grade elixir, the internal energy of the 4th grade demon elixir is more violent. Without the 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron, it would be very difficult for him to use the 3rd grade 5 elements and 9-turn furnace to refine the 4th grade demon elixir. The hardness of the 4th grade demon elixir alone requires the full output of the current red yang spiritual fire. The 5 elements and 9 transformers will not be able to last long under this kind of spiritual fire. He put the 4th grade demon elixir into the computer room, and after Z15 obtained enough data, he opened the furnace to refine the 4th grade elixir. It's just a pity for him. If he didn't hide his alchemy ability, he could get 4 4th grade high-level elixirs. But he couldn't do this, and could only refine the 4th grade junior elixirs. Such a 4th grade primary elixir would not be taken by him when he reaches the nascent soul stage. It has too little power, and too many impurities, and it will take longer to refine the impurities in his body. Why was he able to go from the early stage of the golden elixir to the great elder level in a short period of time? Except when the top elixir is difficult to refine. The high-level elixir is the elixir with the least impurities. Taking this high-level elixir, the elixir is the interval between taking it will be greatly reduced, maximizing the efficiency of taking the 3rd grade elixir. Except for some elixirs that cannot be chosen, such as elixirs for promotion to the nascent soul stage, which are already refined products and can only be used by him. He will not choose elixirs with many impurities for daily cultivation. On the contrary, it will affect his cultivation speed. Li Shiming took out the Qingling fruit again. His perception was so sensitive that when Yuan took out the Qingling fruit, he clearly felt Yuan's reluctance. Yuan suppressed his emotions in his heart, but with his mind, there was no way to hide his perception. Now when he faces the monks at the golden core stage, he can activate other minds without any scruples. He has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage in terms of realm, spirit, and body refining. There is no monk stronger than him in the golden core stage. The effect of his mind communication is very good on beings weaker than him. The Qingling fruit is a small red fruit that is placed in a jade box and protected by a built-in magic circle. It can actually improve Li Yuanba's realm. After sensing the characteristics of the Qingling fruit, he said to himself with a smile, the 4th grade Qingling fruit is a treat given by the ancestors of Yuanying, and it has the best effect when taken for the first time. Even if there is a Qingling tree in Wuqing Mountain, they are reluctant to give the 4th grade Qingling fruit to the Golden Pill monks as a resource to improve their realm. This is a spiritual object that can enhance the strength of the nascent soul ancestor. But Li Shiming didn't care at all. For him, the earlier Li Yuanba reaches the level of Great Elder, the earlier it would be of greater help to him. He gave the Qingling fruit to Li Yuanba. After taking it, Li Yuanba swallowed the Qingling fruit in one gulp without any hesitation. Surging spiritual power gushed out from the Qingling fruit. and Li Yuanba used the Sword Intention Chong Shao technique to continuously transform the spiritual power into his own spiritual power. His sword intention realm exceeds the realm of spiritual power. He only needs to increase the spiritual power in the golden elixir to improve his realm without bottlenecks. It took Li Yuanba 3 days to digest all the spiritual power in the Qingling fruit. The Qingling fruit is mild in nature, and is somewhat similar to Tong Swankin's Immortal Dew, almost the same as a drop of Tong Swankin's Immortal Dew. The effect is almost there. Li Shiming discovered that the resources of the Eastern Qi continent were richer than he imagined. Maybe he can really get enough spiritual objects to allow the clone Li Yuanba to quickly improve his level, allowing Li Yuanba to quickly reach the level of Great Elder. Time passed very quickly. Li Shiming's practice of Jade Pure Thunder Code went very smoothly, and the 5 golden elixirs on his body flashed with lightning. In addition to the huge attack power of the Jade Pure Thunder Code, he felt that his ability to resist electricity was improved by 30% compared to practicing the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique. This made him more confident about overcoming the Thunder Tribulation. He wanted to improve the Jade Clear Thunder Code as much as possible before overcoming the tribulation. Before he knew it, the 20-day appointment came. But he would not forget it because he had the magic weapon Z15 to remind him. He took out a jade bottle, which contained 2 4th-grade initial elixirs. These were probably the worst quality elixirs he had ever refined. He really didn't dare to improve the quality of the 4th-grade elixir. According to the information he got, there were not many alchemy masters in Dongqi continent who could guarantee full elixirs. And they were all alchemy masters from the top sects. When he came out of the cave, he saw Yuan with an anxious look on his face. Yuan has not calmed down in the past 20 days. It was a 4th-grade demon pill. Even though Patriarch Yu didn't say anything, he knew how difficult it was to obtain a 4th-grade demon pill. If you want to obtain the 4th-grade demon pill, you need multiple nascent soul ancestors to form a team to hunt the 4th-grade spirit beasts. Whether it is a 4th-grade spiritual beast on the mainland or a 4th-grade spiritual beast in the ocean, as long as it reaches the 4th-grade level, none of them are simple existences. Masterly, have you failed? Yuan asked as soon as he saw Li Shiming appear. Li Shiming looked at him speechlessly. If he were in Beishu continent, he would have slapped him in the face. How much he looked down on him. I'm pretty lucky this time. I'm full of elixirs, he said calmly, then threw the jade bottle to Yuan with a wave of his hand. Yuan hurriedly reached out to catch it, fearing that the jade bottle would fall to the ground. He had forgotten that. Not to mention that he was a late-stage Jin Dan cultivator. His spiritual thoughts alone could not make the jade bottle fall to the ground. Even if the jade bottle fell to the ground, the jade bottle was extremely strong. As long as it was not attacked with a magic weapon, it would not fall to the ground. Will be destroyed. He opened the jade bottle with some anxiety. Although he heard Li Shiming say it was Mandan, he still didn't believe it. You can't blame him. He originally thought that as long as Li Shiming could successfully refine it, only producing a 4th-grade elixir would be the best result. The 4th-grade Qingling fruit was worth it as a reward. But he never expected that Li Shiming actually refined a 4th-grade Mandan. He saw 2 4th-grade low-grade elixirs in the jade bottle, and he did not dislike the low-grade quality of these 2 4th-grade elixirs at all. Masterly, you rest first. I will send the elixir over there. Yuan excitedly bowed to Li Shiming and said, okay. At this time, he changed his title to Li Shiming, an alchemy master who can refine 4th-grade elixirs, and an alchemy master who can refine 3rd-grade elixirs have different statuses. In front of Li Shiming, he could no longer treat him as an equal. Only his father, Patriarch Yu, was qualified to treat Li Shiming as an equal. This is the respect the world of cultivators have for the alchemy masters who refine 4th-grade spiritual elixirs. Not to mention casual cultivators. Even top sects must abide by the rules. Yuan carefully held the jade bottle in his hand, for fear of being robbed. He also knew that in Wuqing Mountain, it was impossible for any monk to be so courageous. But the 4th-grade spiritual elixir in his hand was too valuable. And he, a golden elixir monk, could not neglect it. When he flew to the top of the mountain, he had already cast the magic formula in advance. When he arrived at Ancestor Yu's cave, the cave had already been opened. Father! Mandan! Masterly refined Mandan! He shouted as soon as he entered the cave. This time, Patriarch Yu did not blame him for his recklessness. Patriarch Yu had a look of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he did not expect that Li Shiming's level of alchemy was so high. Ancestor Yu moved his hand, and the jade bottle in Yuan's hand flew over. He opened the jade bottle, and felt the 2 4th-grade elixirs inside. confirming that everything was true. Of course, it is impossible to tell whether the elixir is full or not. Perhaps Li Shiming only refined 2 4th-grade elixirs, and took out all 2 4th-grade elixirs. But this possibility is extremely low. It is a rule for the alchemy master to take a commission, and the alchemy master himself cannot break it. In addition, who can resist the temptation of a 4th-grade elixir? If this 4th-grade elixir is exchanged for 3rd-grade resources, the amount that can be exchanged is extremely huge.
Yuan, I want to meet Master Li sometime,
Patriarch Yu said after putting away the jade bottle. He originally planned to meet with Li Shiming immediately, but considering that Li Shiming had been busy refining alchemy for many days, he must be resting at this time, so it would not be good to interrupt him at this time.
Father, Master Li will attend the auction in a month's time,
Yuan said after thinking for a while.
At the auction, please arrange Master Li in the box next to me,
Patriarch Yu said. He was considering whether to spread the word about Li Shiming's alchemy ability. He would decide this after meeting Li Shiming. He didn't want to offend Li Shiming for this matter. Although he had absolute strength to crush him, he had no thoughts at all when facing an alchemy master with such ability. How could he possibly offend such an alchemy master before it was too late to fawn over him?
By the way, let's find out what Master Li likes and find a way to send some over,
he continued.
I have already investigated. Master Li likes monks' travel notes, as well as classics such as formations. He bought many classics in this area from Wanshu Pavilion,
Yuan answered skillfully. As the owner of Wuqing Mountain, these things are very easy to investigate.
Books are easy to handle. You can make a copy of all the travel notes and formation books that Wu Qishan can find and send them to Master Li.
Ancestor Yu laughed when he heard Li Shiming's preferences. If Li Shiming likes other things, Wu Qishan may have to bleed a lot. But for things like classics, just copy them with blank jade slips, and the cost is almost zero.
By the way, I also have some travel notes here. Take them over too.
He thought of something and said again. In the next few days, Yuan mobilized all the abilities of Wu Qishan, contacted a large number of Jindan monks, and Wu Qingshan's own library, copied all the formations and travel notes that could be collected. One serving. During this period, his actions surprised Pavilion Master Wei of Wanshu Pavilion. Pavilion Master Wei knew very well that what Yuan collected was exactly the variety that Master Li originally purchased at Wanshu Pavilion. This makes Pavilion Master Wei always feel that he has missed something. Could it be that Master Li's alchemy ability allowed Wu Qingshan to make such a friendship? If this is the case, Master Li must have something else that he doesn't know. A few days later, Li Shiming received a storage bag from Yuan. The storage bag contained a large number of jade slips. Yuan knew very well that he did not stay long. He just made the favor a reality. The subsequent friendship was what his father, Patriarch Yu, wanted to do. He was no longer of a high level. Li Shiming was not surprised by Yuan's behavior. His treatment in the Beishu continent was even better than this. At that time, the monks who came to seek alchemy could be said to be all over the Beishu continent. He had collected almost all the formations and alchemy knowledge on the continent. This time it's just a travelogue and formation knowledge about Wuqing Mountain. It really means nothing. The natal magic weapon Z15 included the contents of these jade slips into the database. When collecting one jade slip, Li Shiming discovered the important keyword.
Cloud stepping order.
The word treading cloud in
treading cloud order
is the same as treading cloud on the jade tablet he got. This is no coincidence. When he checked the jade slip, he found that it turned out to be a travel note written by Patriarch Yu, and the mention of the
cloud stepping order
explained the function of the
cloud stepping order.
The
cloud stepping token
is the secret key to opening a cave. Of course, it does not mean that a
cloud stepping token
can open a cave. This cave is called the Greenfield Cave. It was a cave that was transformed by a certain great master for the sake of the descendants of the sect. After his death, the cave became a public cave. This Greenfield Cave will be opened every 400 years. It can be opened by collecting a certain number of
cloud stepping orders.
All monks who hold the
cloud stepping order
can enter it. Chapter 482 Auction. The Greenfield Cave is one of the few caves specially open for Golden Elixir monks. There are many Golden Elixir resources inside, and the most attractive ones for Golden Elixir monks are the resources aimed at advancing to the Nascent Soul stage. Every time the Greenfield Cave is opened, several Nascent Soul ancestors will emerge among the Jindan monks who enter it. This shows the importance of the Greenfield Cave to the Golden Elixir monks, which also makes Li Shiming excited. He looked at the time and saw that there were still about 12 years before the next greenfield cave would open. He got the cloud stepping order, and it happened to coincide with the opening of the greenfield cave. This was simply an opportunity tailor-made for him. The location of the greenfield cave is random. Only 10 days before the opening of the cave, the location of the greenfield cave can be found with the cloud stepping order. Li Shiming got the information he wanted, and he felt grateful to Patriarch Yu. No matter what the other party's plans were, it was indeed of great help to him. He himself is very clear about his situation, because he tried to practice as he pleased. He has 5 golden elixirs in his body. Although the 5 golden elixirs gave him an almost absolute advantage in combat power at the same level, they also brought him great trouble. He didn't know what would happen if 5 golden pills broke through the pill and turned into a baby. Based on the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, the energy required for him to advance to the nascent soul stage would be far more than that of an ordinary great elder, and it would have to be at least 5 times that of a baby. Only with resources did he dare to try. If he used normal methods to trade the resources of the baby through alchemy, this time would be extremely long. You must know that he is still a casual cultivator at the moment. The resources he has access to are those exposed by various forces, and he still needs to compete with other casual cultivators. Li Shiming practiced selflessly in the cave in Witching Mountain. He did not waste every spiritual energy. He, his clone Li Yuanba, Venerable Hui Jing, and the 3 living dead all needed to consume spiritual energy. Recently, there have been no late-stage Jindan monks asking him to make elixirs. He didn't know the reason, but he didn't ask more. Anyway, his purpose of refining elixirs for the late-stage Jindan monks has been achieved. Without the late-stage Jindan monks, he can have more time to practice. In fact, this was an order issued by Patriarch Yu, who did not allow the Jindan monks from Wuqingshan to disturb Li Shiming's rest before the auction. The amount of energy expended by a master of alchemy in the late stage of golden elixir in refining a batch of 4th grade elixir is astonishing. Ancestor Yu did this for the sake of Li Shiming's health, fearing that those late-stage golden elixir monks, who did not know the importance of it, would affect Li Shiming's body of recovery. Li Shiming's quiet days did not end until the day of the auction. He walked out of his cave and flew towards the auction house. The auction house was a separate building in Witching Mountain. When he flew closer, he found that the place was already very busy. This auction is a small auction once a year, and monks above the foundation building stage can participate. The number of foundation building monks in Witching Mountain alone is a huge number, not to mention the monks coming from nearby Witching Mountain. At this time, it is normal to describe it as a huge crowd. Seeing so many monks, Li Shiming made some calculations in his mind. With so many monks pouring into Witching Mountain would earn a lot of money just from the fees to enter the mountain. Not to mention that those who can come here are more or less willing to buy. Fortunately, the entrance channel for the Golden Elixir monks is not the same as that for the Foundation Establishment monks, so there is no need for him to wait in line. He came to the Jindan monk's entrance channel and took out his token. The monk who checked the token took the token and placed it on the magic circle in front of him. After seeing the information above, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. Color. Senior, I will send someone to take you to the box right now. The monk respectfully handed the token back to Li Shiming and said. He called a monk who was helping and gave some instructions in a low voice. Li Shiming didn't expect that the box arranged for him would be a private room. But it didn't matter. It must have been Yuan's handiwork. With his status, he felt at ease enjoying the box. In the past, he would not have been able to invite him to an auction of this level. Under the guidance of the monk, he followed into the auction house. A space formation was used inside the auction house to expand the area. Only in this way can a large number of monks be accommodated. Li Shiming's box is on the 3rd floor. The auction house is an oval building. The 1st floor is for the foundation building auction. The 2nd floor is for the auction of golden elixir stage and above spiritual objects. And the 3rd floor is all private rooms. The most peculiar thing about the design is that the Jindan monk sitting on the 2nd floor can not only watch the auction on the 2nd floor, but also watch the auction on the floor below, and can also participate in the auction on the 1st and 2nd floors at the same time. As for the boxes on the 3rd floor, just like the golden pill monks on the 2nd floor, they can watch and participate in the auctions on the 1st and 2nd floors. When Li Shiming came to the 3rd floor, he found that the design of the 3rd floor actually had an auction function. But it seemed that because there were few or no 4th grade spiritual objects this time, the auction function on this floor was not enabled. The boxes on the 3rd floor are oval-shaped, and there seems to be no priority. He was taken to a box opposite the auction table. The monk who led the way bowed and left, and Li Shiming entered the box. The box is large enough to accommodate dozens of people, and is very spacious. A row of soft lounge chairs is facing the direction of the auction table. In front of it is an activated formation. You can control the formation to display the auction screen below for viewing and auctioning. Sitting in the box, even without the help of the formation, this distance does not actually affect the monk's ability to observe the items on the auction stage. Not to mention the items on the second floor. Even the items on the first floor can be clearly seen. But this formation improved the style of the box a lot, allowing the monk sitting in the box to feel the difference between themselves and the monks below. He sat on the soft chair and began to study the formation in front of him. Coming to the Eastern Qi continent, the biggest benefit to him is the improvement of formation techniques. Whether it was the formation knowledge he gained or every formation he encountered, it was a supplement to his formations. The formations on the Eastern Qi continent are different from those on the Northern Shu continent. His formation, Starlight Sea, has expanded a lot recently. And his formation Starlight Sea is also a database of the natal magic weapon Z15. Z15 retrieves the formation knowledge from the formation Starlight Sea, and the research formation experience is added back to the formation Starlight Sea. He has a feeling that this formation Starlight Sea is not that simple. But his current level is still too low to truly explore the wonders of the formation Starlight Sea. At this moment, the box door opened and two beautiful female cultivators walked in. They held a pot of spiritual tea and a plate with spiritual fruits in their hands, placed them on the low table in front of Li Shiming, and then consciously exited the box. Li Shiming raised his eyebrows slightly. The plate containing spiritual fruits contained third-grade spiritual fruits. That was it. It was nothing for a monk who could have a private room to enjoy third-grade spiritual fruits. What surprised him was the spiritual tea, which was a cup of fourth-grade spiritual tea. Although there was only one tea leaf in the cup, it was a fourth-grade spiritual tea. At Wakingshan's auction, 4 grades of spiritual tea were prepared for the monks in the box. I was afraid that they would not even be able to recover the cost, and would suffer a lot of losses. Any spiritual object that reaches the 4th level is a spiritual object of another level. But he soon thought of Ancestor Yu. He refined a furnace of 4th-grade elixir for Ancestor Yu. He thought it was prepared by Ancestor Yu for him. He smiled. Today's auction would probably bring him into contact with nascent soul stage monks, which was exactly what he wanted. He felt that his level had dropped due to constant contact with the Golden Core cultivators. Not long after, the auction started. On the first and second floors at the same time. The auctions on the first floor are all second-grade spiritual objects, and the second floor begins with the auction of third-grade spiritual objects. Li Shiming just looked at it like this. The second and third-grade spiritual objects were almost the same to him, and they were not of interest to him. He took a sip of the 4th-grade spiritual tea, and then shook his head involuntarily, thinking to himself that it was a pity that this spiritual tea was somewhat spoiled. This is naturally compared with his frying level, but I am afraid that there is really no monk in the world of immortality who can compare with his ability to fry spiritual tea. He fried the spiritual tea in the computer room space with 10 nanometers of control. At least no monk he had ever seen had such control. Just when he was feeling bored while drinking the 4th-grade spiritual tea, the spiritual object he was interested in finally appeared. There are 8 formation flags in a setup to the 4th level. Although there are fewer formation flags, the quality of the formation flags up to the 4th level is enough to exert a powerful effect in the hands of a formation master. In the Northern Shu continent, he has never received a 4th-grade formation flag. This is related to the needs of the Northern Shu continent. There are no formation masters among the nascent soul ancestors in the Northern Shu continent. This also leaves no market for the 4th-grade formation flags. Instead, the 4th-grade formation discs are more in line with the needs of the nascent soul ancestors. Li Shiming's own level is too low. Even if he obtains the 4th-grade formation materials, he cannot refine the 4th-grade formation flag. After seeing the 4th-grade formation flag, his heart moved. The 4th-grade formation flag is not something that the Yuaning ancestor can use. He, the Great Elder, can also use it. However, the Yuaning ancestor himself did not have enough 4th-grade resources in the Beishu continent. How could he consider the 4th-grade formation flag for the Golden Core monks? The appearance of the 4th-level formation flag not only alarmed the Jindan monks on the 2nd floor, but there was also movement in the boxes on the 3rd floor. 3,500 high-grade spiritual stones were sold in box number 16. Is there anyone with a higher bid? This set of 4th-grade formation flags is extremely rare.
It has appeared for the first time in the auctions in the past 5 years. Missed this one. Finally. I don't know how long it will take to meet her again.
The auctioneer's voice was very encouraging. Li Shiming just watched it for a moment. And he realized that he couldn't pay for the high-grade spiritual stone. His net worth is not low. And he even has a lot of 4th-grade spiritual objects. However, most of the 4th-grade spiritual objects in his hands have questionable origins. And he does not dare to take them out in a place like this. He thought for a while, and tapped the call function in the formation. After a few breaths, there was a knock at the door.
Come in,
Li Shiming said in a deep voice.
Distinguished guest, what are your needs?
A middle-stage golden elixir monk came in. Although he and Li Shiming were both at the golden elixir stage, he was extremely respectful to Li Shiming and had a very low attitude. This middle-stage golden elixir monk knows how important this number 3 box is. Even if it is vacant, monks with insufficient status will not be allowed to enter. The fact that Li Shiming can sit in box number 3 shows that Li Shiming has a very high status.
I need to appraise the value of this elixir. I want to use this elixir to participate in the auction.
Li Shiming took out a jade bottle and handed it over. The monk in the middle stage of the golden core was not surprised. This kind of thing often happens in auctions. The monks do not have enough spiritual stones. So using spiritual objects to deduct the value of the spiritual stones from the auction house actually puts the monks at a disadvantage. When a spiritual object is handed over to the auctioneer, it may be subject to a 20% discount, which is why the auctioneer is willing to accept the spiritual object.
Please wait a moment,
he bowed and said, opening the jade bottle. After seeing the elixir in the jade bottle, his expression changed, and at the same time, he heard a voice in his ear.
Distinguished guest, do you want to bid for the 8 4th-grade formation flags? Just bid, and your bid will be credited. This 4th-grade elixir can be worth 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones,
he said to Li Shiming. Li Shiming sensed the sound transmission, but was unable to capture the content of the sound transmission. However, his other mind could hear the thoughts of the monks in front of him, and he knew that this was the order of Patriarch Yu. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for a 4th-grade elixir. This is absolutely a sky-high price. But the value of a 4th-grade elixir is extremely difficult to say. All the ancestors of the 4th-grade elixir need it. Although the price exists, the 4th-grade elixir has a price but no market. Every time a 4th-grade elixir is auctioned, the transaction is concluded at a sky-high price.
Thank you. I accept this favor,
Li Shiming said with a smile. He was not polite and immediately participated in the auction.
The bid in box 3 is 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones.
This time the auctioneer did not say any more encouraging words. The monks who had participated in the auction were all startled after hearing about box number 3. Li Shiming raised the auction price a lot this time, but it did not reach the bottom line of the 8 4th-grade formation flags in the minds of the monks participating in the auction. Even so, the monks participating in the auction are also considering whether it is worth selling. Box number 3 can only be entered by monks with noble status. Such monks should try not to offend as much as possible. The monk in box 3 showed his determination to win by significantly increasing the auction price. The number of 4th-grade formation flags was too small, and the monks participating in the auction did not have the intention to win. While the monks were still thinking about it, the auctioneer had already started counting down. His countdown speed was a bit fast. Even if some monks wanted to continue participating, they found it too late. With a pop sound, the auctioneer smashed the hammer.
Congratulations to the guest in box 3. You bought the 4th-grade formation flag,
the auctioneer said, clasping his fists to box 3 above. Li Shiming handed the 4th-grade elixir to the monk waiting beside him. Not long after, 8 4th-grade formation flags were also sent over, and the deal was concluded. Chapter 483 Reward. In the subsequent auctions, some 4th-grade spiritual objects also appeared, but they were of no practical use. Li Shiming was only at the golden core stage, and most of the 4th-grade spiritual objects were still too high for him. Besides, the high-grade spiritual stones in his hand are not enough to buy 4th-grade spiritual objects. Although Wu Qingshan promised him credit, he has no habit of taking credit. He will not take the initiative to take credit when there is no item that must be auctioned. The auction was very long and lasted for 3 full days. All the people participating in the auction were monks. Even monks in the foundation building stage would not be a problem if they did not eat or drink for 3 days. In fact, during the auction on the first floor, monks in the foundation building stage were constantly coming in and out. Not many monks in the foundation building stage actually stayed on the first floor for 3 days. After they almost captured the spiritual objects they wanted, they would leave and make way for other monks to come in. Li Shiming's eyes had been opened in the past 3 days. The rich resources of Dongqi continent far exceeded his imagination. An auction organized by a casual cultivator force. And it was a small auction once a year. But it exceeded the big auction that took place in Beishu continent for many years. On the last day of the auction, he was studying the 4th grade formation flag in his hand. The natal magic weapon Z15 was calculating how to maximize its effect based on the 8 4th grade formation flags.
Masterly, Yu Songquan wants to see you.
At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Li Shiming certainly knew who Yu Songquan was. He was none other than an ancestor of Yuan Ying from Wuqing Mountain. Of the 2 nascent soul ancestors in Wakingshan, only one nascent soul ancestor is usually in charge of affairs, while the other is a practicing nascent soul ancestor. The 2 nascent soul ancestors rotate every few decades. Li Shiming didn't ask for help. He came to the box door and reached out to knock on the box door.
I have met Ancestor Yu.
He bowed and said with a okay salute. Ancestor Yu smiled and returned the gift. When he saw that there was no surprise on Li Shiming's face, he knew that Li Shiming was also a smart man. The 2 of them walked into the box. Li Shiming waited for Ancestor Yu to sit down before sitting down at the bottom.
Masterly, I'm here to thank you for starting the alchemy furnace for me.
Patriarch Yu said with a smile.
I don't dare. Ancestor Yu paid me for it. I am an alchemist, and I naturally want to make alchemy.
Li Shiming replied politely. Currently, he has no ability to protect himself, so he should try his best to deal with Ancestor Yu as carefully as possible. It wasn't that he was afraid of Ancestor Yu. He just didn't want to live a life of hiding in Tibet after arriving in the eastern Qi continent. This kind of casual cultivator Yuan Ying ancestor still has the ability to escape from afar when using the divine foot power.
Masterly, may I ask if you are willing to join Wakingshan and become Wakingshan's supreme guest?
Patriarch Yu suddenly asked. Li Shiming was shocked. He did not expect that Ancestor Yu would ask such a question. He didn't know if he would make Ancestor Yu unhappy if he refused on the spot.
I'm just happy to see you. Masterly, don't worry and think about it slowly.
Ancestor Yu saw Li Shiming's slightly hesitant expression and continued. He just wanted to see if Li Shiming planned to join Wuqingshan's forces. Even if the possibility was very low, he wanted to give it a try. After this try, he understood that it was impossible for such a talent to easily join Wakingshan. Being able to keep Li Shiming in Wakingshan was the limit.
I will consider it.
Li Shiming felt relieved and said with a smile. These few short sentences were actually testing. Ancestor Yu was testing Li Shiming's limits, and Li Shiming was responding in his own way.
Masterly, given your level of alchemy, do you plan to publicly refine the 4th grade elixir?
Patriarch Yu asked the question he was most concerned about.
Of course. I still lack some cultivation resources and need the reward for refining the 4th grade elixir.
Li Shiming said truthfully. There is no need to hide it. He just shows what he wants. Ancestor Yu laughed. The first time he saw Li Shiming, he realized that Li Shiming's realm had reached the level of a great elder. The cultivation resources Li Shiming mentioned are the only resources for promotion to nascent soul. When Patriarch Yu knew that Li Shiming had needs, he became more confident about keeping Li Shiming.
Masterly, I know many nascent soul cultivators, and Wuqingshan is also not well known. I will use Wuqingshan's name as a guarantee to take over the alchemy business for Masterly. What do you think?
Patriarch Yu asked tentatively. He had selfish motives in asking this. If Li Shiming handed over the alchemy affairs to Wuqingshan, then Wuqingshan would gain a lot of favors. These are all favors from the ancestor of Yuan Ying. As for the reward for alchemy, he will not reach out. Otherwise he will have a grudge with Li Shiming.
Then please leave it to Ancestor Yu. I will be more relaxed.
Li Shiming did not refuse and replied with a smile. He has skills, but he doesn't know the Yuan Ying ancestor from Dongqi continent. Even if he wants to spread his reputation, he still needs the cooperation of Ancestor Yu in front of him. It would be better to leave these matters to Wuqingshan. His interests will not be affected anyway, and he can make more friends with the nascent soul ancestors.
Okay. Masterly is a distinguished guest of Wuqingshan. If you have any needs, feel free to ask. As long as Wuqingshan can do it, we will definitely satisfy you.
Patriarch Yu promised with a smile. It seemed that he had not promised anything, but his meaning was very clear. Wuqingshan would protect Li Shiming's interests. Ancestor Yu left after not staying long. Li Shiming had long since run out of the spiritual objects he wanted to photograph. If not for waiting for Ancestor Yu, He would have left long ago. After Ancestor Yu left, he followed him and left the auction house. 5 days later, Ancestor Yu came to visit, and also at Ancestor Yuan Ing came with him. Li Shiming met the guest in the hall.
This is fellow Taoist Sang Feng. He is here to seek elixirs.
Patriarch Yu introduced Li Shiming. Patriarch Sang Feng looked at Li Shiming and showed suspicion towards Patriarch Yu. You can't blame Patriarch Sang Feng. Judging from Li Shiming's age, he is already a genius-level monk at this stage. It is really an exaggeration to be able to be an alchemy master who can refine 4th-grade elixirs.
Fellow Taoist Sang Feng, if you hadn't made good friends with me, I wouldn't have brought you here. The 4th-grade demon pill I got from the last mission has been refined into 3 4th-grade spiritual pills.
Patriarch Yu was proud. He took out the jade bottle and showed it to Patriarch Sang Feng for inspection. The reason why I checked with Patriarch Sang Feng now is to make the favor a reality, and to make it a favor in front of Li Shiming.
Fellow Taoist Yu, how come you have 3 4th-grade elixirs in your hands?
Patriarch Sang Feng asked directly when he discovered the problem. From this point, Li Shiming understood that the relationship between Patriarch Sang Feng and Patriarch Yu was very close. Otherwise this kind of inquiry would be in the nature of questioning.
Master Li had trouble auctioning something, so he used this 4th-grade elixir as a spiritual stone.
Ancestor Yu replied as if he was showing off. No matter how much high-grade spiritual stones are spent, it is not easy to buy a 4th-grade spiritual elixir with high-grade spiritual stones. Even in front of Li Shiming, he couldn't help but feel proud.
Master Li, don't be offended. Please make elixir for me. Master.
Patriarch Sang Feng no longer hesitated. He bowed to apologize to Li Shiming and placed a jade box on the table. Li Shiming took the jade box and opened it to find a 4th-grade demon pill.
Collected after 10 days. My reward should preferably be adult resources. The adult resources that satisfy me can be used as a reward for refining pills many times.
Li Shiming took this opportunity to express his request for reward.
Master Li, Cheng Ying's resources have always been very tightly controlled by various forces. I have no preparation. This time, I will use this box of 4th-grade spiritual tea as reward.
Patriarch Sang Feng shook his head and said. He took out a small jade box, which contained 20 pieces of 4th-grade Ling tea leaves.
I'll accept the reward this time.
Li Shiming nodded and said. His ambiguous words made Patriarch Sang Feng feel that it would be difficult to make elixirs from Li Shiming next time if he couldn't get adult resources as payment. But he was not in a hurry. Everything had to wait until the results of Li Shiming's alchemy. Similarly, Patriarch Yu is also waiting. Although Li Shiming has refined a batch of 4th-grade elixir for him, one batch cannot fully reflect Li Shiming's level of elixir refining. Maybe he was just lucky and succeeded in getting 3 4th-grade elixirs at once. Li Shiming's heart moved slightly. In fact, some of his lions opened their mouths and asked for adult resources as payment. At least in his opinion, taking adult resources as payment is too much. But when he discovered the attitude of Patriarch Sang Feng, he suddenly realized that perhaps adult resources were not so rare in the East Qi continent, or that it was not impossible for Patriarch Yuan Ing. 10 days later, when Patriarch Sang Feng received 2 4th-grade primary elixirs, his eyes were shining. Having a stable alchemy master who can refine 4th-grade elixirs, and all of them are full of elixirs, will bring huge opportunities to his practice. Even the eyes of Patriarch Yu who came with him were different. One time he was full of pills could be said to be luck, and 2 consecutive times of full pills was his true level.
Master Li, I have contacted a plant of Ice Spirit Sistange. I hope to use Ice Spirit Sistange as a reward for opening the furnace 3 times.
Ancestor Sang Feng said excitedly. He now regards Li Shiming as his hope. Isn't it the adult resources? Although adult resources are precious, they can still be purchased in the Eastern Qi continent as long as they have enough high-grade spiritual stones. The baby-making resources do not mean that the baby will be born. It just increases the probability. Just like what he said,
Ice Spirit Sistange
is a 4th-grade elixir that grows in icebergs. It can be swallowed directly when the baby is born without the need for elixirs. It can increase the spirituality of the nascent soul when it is condensed, and indirectly improve the baby's growth. Infant success rate. Although he has not really obtained the Ice Sistange yet. From this tone, Ice Sistange is already within his grasp.
Okay, I agree.
Li Shiming suppressed the joy in his heart and nodded. The Dongqi continent is indeed rich and powerful. But considering that there are 2 nascent soul ancestors in Witching Mountain alone, this is still a casual cultivator force. It is expected that the number of nascent soul resources is much greater than that of the Beishu continent. Li Shiming relied on his own ability to obtain a lot of adult resources in the Beishu continent. If he relies on his alchemy ability, he will also show off his skills in the Eastern Qi continent.
Wait for me for a while, and I will bring Ice Spirit Sistanch over here,
Ancestor Sangfeng said, also suppressing his excitement. In his opinion, he was taking advantage. And he was even thinking about how to get more adult resources. Ancestor Yu didn't say anything at the side. But he was also thinking about how to obtain adult resources. He has more channels. But the adult resources he obtains are all prepared for the big auction. But even the big auction was to serve him, to gain more benefits for him and another nascent soul ancestor, and to find cultivation resources. Now that a better opportunity is in front of him, he naturally wants to give priority to paying Li Shiming's alchemy reward. Li Shiming's request for alchemy allowed him to resume his quiet life of cultivation. At the same time, his reputation also spread to a certain extent. But what he didn't know was that his imagined idea of spreading the reward request came to nothing. Both Patriarch Sangfeng and Patriarch Yu were silently collecting Chungying resources. At least until they get a sufficient amount of adult resources. They will not tell Li Shiming's request for remuneration for alchemy. Even Li Shiming's external elixir refining matters have been suppressed. And everything will wait until they refine their 4th grade elixir refining materials into a 4th grade elixir. The period of time for the ancestor of Yuanying was a bit long. 2 months had passed. During this period, Li Shiming was also refining elixirs for the late-stage Jinden monks, thereby obtaining some high-grade spiritual stones. On this day, Li Shiming checked his cave abode and found that the 8 4th grade formation flags had already been placed in the cave abode. 8 4th grade formation flags plus 365 3rd grade formation flags formed a complex formation to protect his cave. This is a brand new formation designed by the natal magic weapon Z15 based on the formations of the cave, after analyzing and studying all the formation knowledge he has obtained so far. Because this formation uses the 4th grade formation flag. Even if it is attacked by the nascent soul ancestor, it is enough to withstand several attacks. Enough for Li Shiming to react and respond. He walked out of the cave, leaving his clone Li Yuanba in the cave and taking Venerable Huijing away in the computer room. He was invited by Yang Fu, a monk in the late Jindan period, to attend a small gathering. It was said that a gourd of 4th grade spiritual spring water would appear in this small gathering. This is what Yang Fu told him. Using the 4th grade spiritual spring water to brew the 4th grade spiritual tea can maximize the effect of the 4th grade spiritual tea. He had some 4th grade spiritual tea in his hand and was in need of 4th grade spiritual spring. So Li Shiming decided to participate in this small gathering. The party was held in a tea house on the mountainside. Li Shiming was now quite famous in Witching Mountain. After entering the tea house, many monks he knew and didn't know greeted him. After sitting down, he realized that something was wrong with this gathering. Among the monks who came, only Jiang Nan was a late-stage Jinden monk, and the rest were all early-stage Jinden monks. It's not that he has any prejudice against the early and middle Golden Core monks, but that the late Golden Core monks are almost in the same circle as the early and middle Golden Core monks due to their resources and strength. The late-stage Jinden monks formed their own circle and never brought the early-stage Jinden monks to communicate with each other. This gathering made him feel very rushed, especially when he communicated with Jiang Nan. He found that Jiang Nan, like him, came over at short notice from Yang Fu. Chapter 484 Attack. Li Shiming was very disappointed with this gathering. He just waited for the exchange session to redeem the 4th grade spiritual spring water and left. Just when he was at the gathering, a great elder appeared next to his cave. The great elder stood outside Li Shiming's cave, looked quietly for a moment, and then looked in the direction of the top of the mountain. He knew that Patriarch Yu was not in Witching Mountain today, and that the other Patriarch Yuanying was in seclusion, and it was impossible to appear if anything happened. Originally, the news that Patriarch Yu left Wuqingshan would not be known to outsiders. But the great elder had long been eyeing Wuqingshan and was paying attention to Wuqingshan's situation through the intelligence agency. Patriarch Yu left Witching Mountain, which gave him the best opportunity. Although there is a large formation in Witching Mountain, this formation is usually only for monitoring purposes and will not be completely blocked from the outside world. As long as you have a Wuqingshan token, you can enter and exit freely. In fact, Wu Qingshan's security has always been maintained by Yuanying ancestor, not this formation. The great elder made up his mind. So what if he offended Wu Qingshan for his own chance? He suddenly mobilized his spiritual power. A flying sword appeared above his head, and the terrifying great elder's aura rose up by itself. At this moment, He didn't hold back at all and fully unleashed the Great Elder's full combat power. All he needs to do is break through the cave's defense with one blow. Take the items and leave. He had already calculated it, and transferred the owner of the cave. Wu Qingshan's formation discovered strong spiritual power fluctuations, and immediately issued an alarm. However, it would still take some time for Wu Qingshan's defensive force to arrive. The Great Elder smiled faintly, waved his hand forward, and the flying sword magic weapon slashed towards the formation outside the cave with terrifying power. With a boom, something unexpected happened to him. With his Great Elder's fighting power, the Jindan monk's cave was absolutely unstoppable under his all-out attack. Not to mention the Golden Core monk's cave. Even if the Golden Core monk himself had added multiple defenses and used all his means, he could not block his full blow. However, when his flying sword magic weapon struck the formation in the cave, it only caused the formation to shake a bit, but did not break the formation as he imagined. Li Shiming was boredly watching the exchanges between the Jindan monks at the party, and he suddenly sensed something. This was the alarm sent to him by his clone Li Yuanba, and monks were attacking his cave. With the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, his thinking speed was extremely fast. In just one breath, he figured out the weirdness of today's party. He glanced at Yang Fu coldly, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning and headed towards his cave. Yang Fu had a ghost in his heart, and after being stared at by Li Shiming, his whole body couldn't help but feel a chill. The state that Li Shiming was exposed to these late-stage Jindan monks was just the state of cultivating the Jade Pure Thunder Cannon. If Li Shiming showed that he was the state of the Great Elder, perhaps Yang Fu would not dare to make small moves for profit. Yang Fu was also helpless. The Great Elder had mastered some of his secrets. Secrets that were enough to shatter him into pieces. So he had to help lure Li Shiming away. When he thought about it, it was not a threat to Li Shiming's safety, but just an excuse to transfer Li Shiming away for a period of time. Maybe Li Shiming won't find out. Then he can still find Li Shiming to make elixirs. The Great Elder's attack failed to break through the cave's formation defense, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew how rare this opportunity was. In the decades that Patriarchy has been in charge, he has never left Wuqing Mountain once. He missed this opportunity. Maybe he will never have the chance to wait until Patriarchy leaves Wuqing Mountain. He controlled the flying sword magic weapon again, injected more spiritual power, and slashed towards the cave formation. Once, twice and 3 times. In just a few breaths of time, he struck down 3 swords. Li Shiming's Dongfu formation revealed a super strong defense, which was reinforced by the use of 8 4th-grade formation flags and 365 3rd-grade formation flags. Even the attacks from the nascent soul ancestor were able to block several attacks, let alone the Great Elder. When he was about to slash the 4th sword, a bolt of lightning entered his range of perception. This electric light fell directly towards the Great Elder. It was Li Shiming who arrived and used lightning strikes to attack the Great Elder. The Great Elder turned the flying sword magic weapon, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, a shield magic weapon appeared in front of him, blocking the electric light. At this time, he already understood that he had lost the opportunity, and he could not stay here for a long time. Although Patriarchy in Wuqingshan was not here, Wuqingshan had a large number of golden elixir monks. If he was surrounded, and Wuqingshan's large formation if activated, he is very likely to die here. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, he blocked Li Shiming's blow and quickly escaped out of the mountain. Li Shiming also felt that his hands were tied. His combat power was naturally far greater than that of his opponent, but he could only show Lei Xiu's strength, and Lei Xiu's strength had not yet reached the level of a Great Elder. It was impossible to defeat the opponent's Great Elder. When he saw the Great Elder, he wanted to run away, but it was exactly what he wanted.
Where to escape?
Li Shiming shouted and chased after him.
Master Li, stop chasing!
Yuan was rushing this way at this time. He saw Li Shiming chasing the Great Elder from a distance, and quickly shouted to remind him. He was still too late. Li Shiming's lightning escape speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the distance, with the Great Elder's front and rear legs.
Where's the escort? Go and help Master Li!
Yuan shouted anxiously. This kind of thing has not happened in Wuqingshan for a long time. The escort team did not react for a while. After Yuan hurriedly issued the order, more than 10 monks from the escort team arrived. At this time, no matter where he wanted to chase, he didn't know where to chase, and Yuan felt a haze in his heart. If something happened to Li Shiming, he would not be able to explain it to his father. Patriarch Yu. He knew the importance of Li Shiming to Ancestor Yu. And his father told him, before going out, that he must pay more attention to Li Shiming. Who would have known that a monk would dare to cause trouble in Witching Mountain, and even attack the cave of an alchemy master? While you had ordered the escort to chase in the direction Li Shiming left, he was also trying to find a way to contact Ancestor Yu. The Great Elder and Li Shiming turned into two rays of rainbow light. The Great Elder found the direction, with the fewest monks to escape. His speed was also extremely fast. It took only a stick of incense to leave Witching Mountain and enter a desolate place. Land. The Great Elder turned to look at Li Shiming, murderous intent flashing in his eyes.
Do you really think I escaped because I couldn't defeat you?
He thought to himself, looking into the distance again. I didn't see any monks chasing after me. This is also inevitable. Their speed is so fast that it is impossible to catch up with other monks before they can react.
You are seeking death.
The Great Elder stopped his flying body, turned his head, and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he also launched his attack, and the flying sword magic weapon flew towards Li Shiming faster than his voice. Li Shiming took a step in the air, activated,
south close to the end,
and then appeared next to the Great Elder. Appearing with him was an illusory Tai Ching mysterious turtle behind him. A third-grade sword-based magic weapon appeared in his right hand and slashed towards the Great Elder's body. All this happened so fast that even the Great Elder didn't know why Li Shiming, who was clearly only in the late Golden Core stage, instantly became the Great Elder of body refining. Li Shiming's hiding of his own strength can only have an effect on monks who are lower in spirit than him. Although the Great Elder's strength is good, in terms of mental strength, no one in the Golden Core stage can compare with Li Shiming. He has 191 brains, all of which have the mental strength of a Great Elder. It is difficult to meet a monk who specializes in spiritual cultivation, let alone the mental strength of 191 brains combined. A talisman flew up from the Great Elder's body. This was his life-saving talisman. When encountering a threat that exceeded his own defense, he would spontaneously protect the master. This Great Elder is not a casual cultivator, but Tai Yi, a disciple of the medium-sized sect Baihong sect. As the Great Elder of Baihong sect, Tai Yi is very valued in the sect, so he naturally has the means to save his life. Li Shiming's sword struck the defensive shield formed by the talisman. With a click, the defensive shield was cut through. Although the defensive shield formed by the life-saving talisman was cut through, the life-saving effect still exerted its due ability, allowing the third-grade sword base to be delayed by a small margin. This gave Tai Yi some time to react, and he took out another talisman in shock. The talisman this time is a passive life-saving talisman. It can make him escape thousands of miles in an instant. It is a 4th-level life-saving talisman. Just when Tai Yi took out the life-saving talisman and prepared to activate it, Li Shiming used another method. Li Shiming didn't want Tai Yi to escape alive. He had just used
south close to the end of the world.
He didn't know if there was an inheritance of divine foot power in the Eastern Qi continent, and he didn't want the news that he had mastered the divine foot power to spread. When he saw Tai Yi taking out the life-saving talisman again, he used
the devil's ears.
A strange scream came out and reached Tai Yi's ears instantly. Tai Yi felt that his mind went blank and his thoughts were stagnant. The third-grade sword base in Li Shiming's hand took this opportunity to avoid the out-of-control shield magic weapon, and pierced Tai Yi's vital part with one sword. Tai Yi never woke up again. He never thought that he would be killed by a monk of the same level. With his confidence and strength, as long as he didn't meet Li Shiming, he could escape at a certain cost even if he was besieged by several Great Elders. Li Shiming grabbed Tai Yi's body and threw it into the computer room. He put away the third-grade sword base and returned to Lei Xiu's aura. In his spiritual vision, he saw a team of 12 middle-stage Jindan monks approaching, which was Wu Qingshan's escort team. He flew towards the escort, a look of disappointment on his face.
Masterly, it's great that you're okay.
When a monk in the escort team saw Li Shiming's figure, the boulder in his heart dropped. He smiled and saluted Li Shiming.
What can I do?
Li Shiming waved his hand and said. The monks in the escort team did not ask Li Shiming about the Great Elder. Needless to say, the Great Elder must be faster and had long since escaped. They didn't see the disappointment on Li Shiming's face. They didn't want Li Shiming to be hit again.
Masterly, let's go back together first. When the ancestor comes back, we can find out the monk's whereabouts.
The monk of the escort team continued.
Sorry for bothering you.
Li Shiming nodded in agreement. Li Shiming was protected by the escort and returned to Wuqing Mountain.
Masterly, Wu Qingshan will definitely give you an explanation for this matter.
Yuan stayed outside Li Shiming's cave. After seeing Li Shiming return safely, he stepped forward and said, He was worried that Li Shiming thought Wakingshan was unsafe and would look for another place to live. I believe that if Li Shiming wanted to change his residence, many forces would ask Li Shiming to live there.
What's going on? Where is Ancestor Yu?
Li Shiming asked with a frown.
Ancestor has not left Wuqing Mountain for many years. This happened right after we left Wuqing Mountain. I have already informed Ancestor that he will be back soon.
Yuan shook his head and said with a wry smile. He understood that someone in Wuqing Mountain must have leaked the news that Patriarch Yu was out. Knowing that not many monks were out, Patriarch Yu must investigate carefully this time.
I'm a little tired. Let's wait until Ancestor Yu comes back.
Li Shiming nodded and said. After returning to his cave, he thought about the whole story of the attack. This attack was not aimed at him. The Great Elder intended to use Yang Fu to mobilize him to leave the cave and launch an attack on his cave after he left the cave.
Is it for the Cloud Stepping Order?
Li Shiming suddenly understood what the other party was doing. It's just that he doesn't know how the news of the
Cloud Stepping Order
here was leaked. And how many monks know this secret? Li Shiming took out Tai Yi's body, took off the other party's space ring, and began to examine the space ring. He found an identity token with the words, Bai Hong Sect, on it, and the name, Tai Yi, written on the back. There are also several magic weapons. But unfortunately, they are all third-grade magic weapons. For him, third-grade magic weapons are not worth taking a second look at.
1,000-year-old 100-heart grass. As expected, the Great Elder will always have something good in his hands.
He searched around and finally found something good.
Millennium 100 core grass
is one of the resources for promotion to nascent soul. Recently, Li Shiming has been studying the knowledge of the Eastern Qi continent, especially after getting a lot of travel notes. He has learned a lot about some common sense knowledge.
Millennium 100 hard grass
is a resource for nascent soul promotion in the Eastern Qi continent, and its value is similar to
Ice Spirit Sistange.
Li Shiming was not surprised to find the resources to advance to the nascent soul stage. As a great elder, he would definitely prepare to advance to the nascent soul stage. It was not surprising that he had the resources to advance to the nascent soul stage. There are still 3,500 high-grade spiritual stones in the space ring, which can be regarded as giving him more high-grade spiritual stones. Li Shiming transferred the spiritual objects that were useful to him. He threw the space ring into the computer room space and used it as a warehouse. Tai Yi's body was placed in another space ring specially designed to store corpses and placed in the computer room space. Chapter 485 Moving. Ancestor Yu hurried back. He first met Yuan and learned what happened.
Strange. This person is not targeting Master Li. But the cave. Is there any treasure in Master Li's cave?
After listening to Yuan's story, Patriarch Yu immediately discovered something was wrong. Casual cultivators are not sect monks. Casual cultivators are not used to putting important spiritual objects in caves and usually carry them with them.
Father! That man was indeed not targeting Master Li. Master Li pursued him recklessly.
But that man ignored Master Li and left.
Yuan nodded in agreement.
Have you found out that person's identity?
Ancestor Yu asked in a deep voice. This incident not only affected the relationship with Li Shiming, but also damaged Wu Qingshan's reputation. Fortunately, there were no casualties or property losses among the monks in this incident. Otherwise, Wu Qingshan would be in great trouble. The reason why Wakingshan is able to collect spiritual stones from casual cultivators and provide caves for casual cultivators to practice is precisely because Wakingshan has the ability to protect the monks in Wakingshan. Once Wuqing Mountain cannot guarantee the safety of the monks in the mountain, how can it continue the business of renting out caves?
No. That person is using a false identity. Give me some time. There are not many monks with the strength of the Great Elder. And there will always be some traces left.
Yuan shook his head and said, in his opinion, Patriarch Yu's departure was not discussed with any monks in advance. And even he only found out about it that day. Then the Great Elder must have acted in an extremely hasty manner, which would inevitably leave flaws. He also had a direction for his investigation. And it was Yang Fu, a late-stage Jinan cultivator. It's just that he couldn't tell Patriarch Yu his suspicions before investigating and finding out any accurate information. Li Shiming was in the cave at this time, and a sound transmission technique flew in. He checked and found that Yang Fu came to see him. He originally didn't want to see him, but after thinking about it, he decided to see him and see if Yang Fu had anything to explain. After opening the cave formation, Yang Fu hesitated slightly and walked into the cave. In the hall, Li Shiming sat at the main seat and did not stand up. This was a very rude behavior, but Yang Fu had no objection at all. Instead, he bowed and said a big salute.
Masterly, I'm here to explain what happened today,
Yang Fu said. He had no choice but to think that Tai Yi would make the matter so big. And he also knew that Patriarchy was not in Witching Mountain at that time. For this matter, Patriarchy rushed back from outside not long ago. Due to the urgency of the matter, Patriarch Yu's aura when he rushed back to Witching Mountain alarmed many monks.
Tell me about it,
Li Shiming said calmly without letting Yang Fu sit down. Yang Fu maintained his bowed posture and kept his posture extremely low. He knew very well that if this matter was not handled well, it would not only be as simple as turning against Li Shiming, but also Wu Qingshan would be offended.
The monk who attacked the master's cave is named Tai Yi, and he is a disciple of the Baihong sect. He came to me and wanted me to invite the master out for a meeting. To do this, he also used a stupid thing I did earlier as a bargaining chip. I originally thought that I would not leave Witching Mountain, so I agreed. I didn't know that Tai Yi would frantically attack the master's cave, let alone that Ancestor Yu had left Witching Mountain. If I had known earlier, I would never have agreed to his request,
Yang Fu said heartbrokenly.
Under the Tong mind,
Li Shiming listened to Yang Fu's heart. What Yang Fu said was not entirely true, but it was not entirely false either. Yang Fu indeed did not know that Ancestor Yu had left Witching Mountain, nor did he know Tai Yi's plan to attack the cave. But it was nonsense to say that he asked Li Shiming to come out to meet Tai Yi. One thing is true. That is, Yang Fu has no intention of harming him.
Masterly, this is the 4th grade spiritual spring water. This is my apology.
Seeing that Li Shiming was not angry, Yang Fu handed over a spiritual gourd and said. Li Shiming raised his hand to take the spiritual gourd into his hand. He scanned it with his spiritual mind and found that there was a lot of 4th grade spiritual spring water in the spiritual gourd. This 4th grade spiritual spring water alone might have caused Yang Fu to bleed profusely, and most of the anger in his heart was reduced.
Fellow Taoist Yang, I'll leave this matter alone.
He put away the 4th grade spiritual spring water and said. When Yang Fu heard this, a smile finally appeared on his face.
Masterly, something like this will never happen again. I will report to you any news about Tai Yi as soon as possible.
After saying this, he exited the cave. Li Shiming shook his head. He looked at his cave and considered whether to change his cave.
2 days later, Ancestor Yu came to his cave. Li Shiming poured a cup of 4th grade spiritual tea and delivered it to Patriarch Yu.
Is this the 4th grade spiritual spring water that Yang Fu gave you?
Patriarch Yu smiled and picked up the 4th grade spiritual tea, feeling the breath of the 4th grade spiritual tea, and asked with a smile. Although it was an inquiry, Li Shiming could tell that this was confirmed information from Yang Fu. Only he and Yang Fu knew about Yang Fu's gift of 4th grade spiritual spring water.
Yes, Yang Fu had no intention of harming me, so I had no intention of pursuing him,
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
Li Shiming is still kind-hearted and soft-hearted. In the world of immortal cultivation, being soft-hearted is not acceptable. Once the betrayal is discovered, it will be cut off.
Patriarch Yu shook his head and said with a smile. A hint of murderous intent emanated from Ancestor Yu. And this murderous intent was not directed at Li Shiming. Li Shiming knew in his heart that Yang Fu had received forgiveness from him. But Wu Qingshan did not forgive him. Fearing that he would have been killed at this time, Yang Fu caused Wu Qingshan's reputation to be damaged. Although no monks died and no property was lost, Wu Qingshan was still affected. But Li Shiming still felt weird when he heard Ancestor Yu's words. To say that he is kind-hearted and soft-hearted, Patriarch Yu is probably the first one. If Ancestor Yu knew what he had done before, he would never make such a comment.
I have no intention of making enemies. I am just an alchemist,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Masterly, I have been preparing to tell you for a long time. I have prepared a new cave for you. It is on the upper floor. It will be yours forever without charging any rent.
Patriarch Yu said his intention. This is a big deal. The caves on the upper level are all nascent soul level spiritual energy. And there are only 5 caves at this level. 2 of the caves are occupied by Ancestor Yu and another Yuan-ing ancestor. And the other 3 Yuan-ing level caves are empty. In fact, the reason why Witching Mountain left 3 nascent soul level caves was more for the sake of face. How could the ancestor of Yuan-ing rent a cave in Witching Mountain? Even if there is an ancestor of Yuan-ing who is willing to rent it, Wu Qingshan still needs to consider the origin and temperament of the ancestor of Yuan-ing before making a decision. Otherwise, if this nascent soul ancestor causes trouble, wouldn't it be possible for the 2 nascent soul ancestors from Wakingshan to monitor him at the same time? Another meaning of sending to the cave is to apologize to Li Shiming. even if Li Shiming is not an alchemy master. But he rented the cave in Wuqingshan, but the cave was attacked. Wuqingshan should also express his gratitude. It's just that Wuqingshan expressed his feelings towards Li Shiming more seriously. Nascent soul level caves are extremely precious anywhere, and they contain nascent soul level spiritual veins. Although it is highly likely that this nascent soul level spiritual vein only has a partial right to use, it is already an extremely rich spiritual energy. You also need to look at where the nascent soul level spiritual veins are. The nascent soul level spiritual veins in the Beishu continent are not as good as the nascent soul level spiritual veins in the East Qi continent due to their own aura environment. It is not the reason of the nascent soul level spiritual vein itself, but the difference of the spiritual energy of the continent.
Thank you so much, Ancestor Yu.
Li Shiming agreed with a smile. What a coincidence. When he was considering changing to a cave, Wuqingshan sent him a cave. If he changed the cave himself, he would just find a new cave on the second floor, which would not be as good as the nascent soul level cave sent by Patriarch Yu.
Ha. Since Master Li agrees, then this token will be given to you. You can move it over at any time.
Seeing Li Shiming agree, Patriarch Yu smiled and handed over the token that he had prepared long ago. Li Shiming agreed to change the cave, which shows that Li Shiming is willing to live for a long time and has not been affected by this incident. This made Patriarch Yu very happy. He also needed Li Shiming to help him make elixirs. After Ancestor Yu left, Li Shiming began to pack up his belongings and remove the formations, returning the entire cave to its original state. The new cave is on the first floor, and the security there is higher, because the first floor is isolated by formations, and other monks cannot enter the first floor without the consent of the monks in the cave. To forcefully enter requires breaking through the formation, which is equivalent to starting a war with Wuqingshan. Li Shiming's new cave is separated from Ancestor Yu's cave by a vacant cave. Perhaps Ancestor Yu also wanted to avoid suspicion, so he kept Li Shiming's cave farther away from the two caves where Yuanying ancestor lived. When he came to the new cave, he found that this cave and the cave on the second floor were completely different concepts. The first is the layer of spiritual energy. After entering the formation in the cave, I can feel the nascent soul level spiritual energy filling the entire formation. Outside the cave, there are 15 acres of third-grade spiritual fields. These third-grade spiritual fields were looked after by spiritual planners in the past. In the future, he can choose to still be looked after by spiritual planners, or take care of them himself. The spiritual planner's authority is only within the scope of the spiritual field, and he cannot step outside the spiritual field. Li Shiming has no interest in third-grade spiritual fields. Perhaps for other monks, 15 acres of third-grade spiritual fields can generate a lot of benefits, but he can earn 15 acres of third-grade spiritual fields as long as he opens the furnace once. A year's worth of income. He chose to let the spiritual planners from Wuqing Mountain take care of the spiritual field, and just give a very small part of the annual output to the spiritual planners. At the entrance of the cave, there are 5 third-grade spiritual fruit trees. These require little care. The roots of the third-grade spiritual fruit trees are deeply rooted in the earth, absorbing the spiritual energy gushing from Yuanying-level spiritual veins, and can produce third-grade spirits every once in a while. Fruit. The third-grade spiritual field and the third-grade spiritual fruit tree are both provided by the cave, but they really mean nothing. This is a nascent soul-level cave. If a nascent soul cultivator really wants to plant anything, he will not choose third-grade spiritual plants. Third-grade spiritual plants are of little help to nascent soul cultivators. Li Shiming entered the cave. This cave was obviously much larger than the cave on the second floor. There is a spiritual spring behind the hall, although the spiritual spring is only of the third grade. It is an independent spiritual spring and forms a small lake. Some aquatic spiritual plants are planted, plus small bridges and pavilions, allowing the monks to relax in the cave. You can experience a different kind of scenery without leaving home. After passing the Ling Lake, there are the training room, alchemy room, study room, meditation room, weapon refining room, spiritual pet room, cultivation room, storage room, etc. There are many rooms, and a huge one is arranged in the innermost part. Storehouse. The warehouse used space formation, which made Li Shiming extremely satisfied. After he came to the Eastern Qi continent, his research on the science of past lives stopped. Now with this huge warehouse, his large equipment can be put out again. But before that, Li Shiming strengthened the cave's defense first, with 8 4th-grade formation flags and 365 3rd-grade formation flags. The natal magic weapon Z15 according to the differences in the new cave. The most important thing is that the nascent soul-level spiritual veins are the energy source of the formation. Together with the original formation, a set of defensive formations are designed. Because this place is very close to the caves of the other two nascent soul ancestors. He has also strengthened the formation to prevent prying eyes. He has a lot of secrets, but he doesn't want others to see them. It didn't take long to set up the formation. And then it was time to put the large equipment into the warehouse space, which would become his new factory space. 12 silver corpses were released by him. There were actually 13 silver corpses, but he attached great importance to Silver Corpse Naming. Silver Corpse Naming had been improving his strength in the formation of the corpse refining space. The 12 silver corpses continued to be controlled by Li Shiming's separate brain. And the previous research began. The first thing Li Shiming needed to do was to re-strengthen the formation of the drone satellite based on the newly acquired knowledge of the formations of the Eastern Qi continent. Integrating the essence of the formations of the two continents to make the drone satellites more difficult to detect. He was still very unaccustomed to not having the help of the drone satellite system. And after production could be restarted, he began to produce the upgraded drone satellite. The clones Li Yuanba and Venerable Hui Jing no longer need to share the little spiritual energy with him. The spiritual energy of the cave here plus the spiritual energy of Yuaning level spiritual veins in the 4th grade pulse lock plate make his spiritual energy extremely sufficient. No matter how he squanders it, it was enough. And the Phantom Dragon was also put into the spiritual pet room. Ever since Li Shiming changed caves and entered the first level of Witching Mountain, no monks have come to visit him anymore. How could the Jin Dan monks fail to understand at this time that Li Shiming's alchemy ability is probably far from being able to refine 3rd grade elixirs in the late Jin Dan period? Otherwise, why would Wu Qingshan let him live in the nascent soul level cave? Moreover, Li Shiming's level of refining 4th grade elixirs was probably not too bad. And many monks spread the news. Some Yuaning ancestors, who are not friends of Ancestor Yu, have also paid attention to Li Shiming. But because Li Shiming lives in seclusion, they are temporarily unable to contact Li Shiming. However, Li Shiming's quiet days may be numbered, and some forces near Wuqing Mountain are beginning to think of ways to get close to him. Ancestor Yu also discovered this, but he couldn't stop it. His relationship with Li Shiming almost had problems, and he would not be affected again by interfering in Li Shiming's alchemy. Chapter 486 External Introduction. Just a few days after Li Shiming moved out of the cave on the 2nd floor, a Jin Dan monk named Hong Ting rented the cave through normal procedures. When Hong Ting opened the cave with the token, he still couldn't believe it. He is not the only one who knows about the cloud stepping order in the cave here. The original owner of the cave, the monk Wu Tongshan in the late Jin Dan period, was seriously injured after being ambushed by his enemies and fled back to his secular home. Perhaps this is Wu Tongshan's obsession after knowing that he will die, and wants to return to his roots and die quietly in his own home. His injuries were extremely serious, and he died not long after returning to his secular home. Before his death, he left some things to his family, so that once a descendant with spiritual roots appears in the family, he would use the things he left behind. But he misjudged human nature. He had been away from his secular home for too long. Today's descendants respected him extremely when he was alive. But after his death, they took out and sold the things he left behind. It's also to blame that the family had no discernment and sold the Jin Dan Cultivator space ring as an ordinary ring. This space ring circulated among the world for a long time, and was finally obtained by a Changqi monk, who then sold it to a trading house. The trading house copied the jade slips inside and resold them several times. In addition to the exercises, the jade slips also contain the most important secret of Wutong Mountain. Information about the hidden cloud stepping order. The monks in the palm eye of the merchant bank don't know the importance of the cloud stepping order, and even most of the monks in the foundation building stage don't know. This kind of cave heaven thing is only spread among the monks in the late Jin Dan stage. The final result was that the news about the cloud stepping order, hidden in the cave where Wu Tongshan originally lived, was known to many monks who knew the truth. The former great elder Tai Yi was one of them, and Hong Ting, who was in the late Jin Dan period, was also one of them. Before Hong Ting came, he had also gathered information about Witching Mountain and knew that a great elder had forcibly attacked the cave and ultimately escaped without success. Later, he heard that the owner of the cave had moved away, and he had an idea. He came over and used some high-grade spiritual stones to rent the cave. Seeing how it was so easy to enter the cave that Elder Tai Yi had not been able to enter even with all his strength, Hong Ting wondered if the cloud stepping order had been taken away. according to the records in the jade slips. He came to the utility room. He did not have the ability of Li Shiming. He took out a formation-breaking talisman and activated it towards the wall. He did not dare to attack the formation like Great Elder Tai did. Even if it was the cave he rented. He could not break the rules of Wu Qingshan or the formation of the cave. He bought the formation-breaking talisman from a formation master. And with a token in his hand that could control the formation, he was able to break through the formation on the wall in one go. He quickly dug open the wall, revealing the passage leading to the secret room. After discovering that the formation in the utility room had not been destroyed, and considering how secret of the secret room was, he became confident that the cloud stepping order was still in its original place. He climbed into the secret room with an ugly posture along the passage, and saw the wooden box placed in the secret. He stepped forward and tapped the wooden box a few times before opening it. This is the opening method recorded in the jade slips. Otherwise, if Wu Tongshan's descendants came to open the wooden box, Wu Tongshan would have tricked his own family. The formation mechanism in the wooden box failed. And when opened, a fake cloud stepping order made by Li Shiming was revealed. Although it is a fake cloud stepping order, there are not many monks who have actually seen the cloud stepping order, so they can only rely on some rumors to prove it. Hong Ting looked at the cloud stepping token in his hand. With his eyes, he could not tell whether the cloud stepping token was genuine or not. He used the only method he knew to take out a flying sword magic weapon and slashed at the cloud stepping token. Superior. There was a ding sound, and the cloud stepping order did not suffer any damage. He couldn't help but feel happy. Although the flying sword magic weapon did not use much spiritual power, and this attack was not a very strong attack, the jade token that could withstand the blow of the flying sword magic weapon was the most important feature of the cloud stepping order. After he got the cloud stepping order, he had no intention of staying anymore. The rent was just a few high-grade spiritual stones, which was nothing compared to the cloud stepping order. Hong Ting flew out of the cave and flew towards the outside of Wuqing Mountain. A drone satellite was monitoring the situation in the cave at 10,000 meters in the air. It observed Hong Ting's entry and also noticed his departure. This drone satellite was released by Li Shiming. He is re-establishing the drone satellite system bit by bit. It is still in the production stage. Only a small number of drone satellites are available, and he prioritizes them near his head. It seems that it is really for the cloud stepping order, and the trouble should be diverted now. Li Shiming observed Hong Ting's movements through his natal magic weapon Z15, and said to himself with a smile, he had a backup plan after discovering the cloud stepping order. The cloud stepping order, preserved by the late Jindan monks in such a secret way, is certainly not ordinary. After learning the true purpose of the cloud stepping order, he was even more certain of the necessity of doing so. Then he saw that not long after Hong Ting left Wuqing Mountain, he was besieged by a group of monks. The scene was really chaotic. The drone satellite was too far away. When it finally dispersed, many monks died there. Master Li, do you know what was in that cave before? A few days later, Yuan asked somewhat mysteriously when he came to visit Li Shiming. Yuan is one of the very few golden elixir monks who could enter the first level. Due to his relationship with Patriarch Yu, Li Shiming also handed over some matters of refining third-grade elixirs to Yuan in order to save trouble. In addition, Yuan's Baodan Pavilion also needs the elixir refined by Li Shiming as a commodity. So Yuan will come here from time to time. Yuan is a businessman. Every time he comes to meet with Li Shiming, he will use various topics to keep the meeting quiet. Isn't my cave empty? Li Shiming asked knowingly. Master Li, you have missed a great opportunity. The former owner of your cave, Monk Wu Tongshan, hid a cloud-stepping token in the cave. Yuan said with a pity for Li Shiming. Cloud-stepping order is the secret key to unlocking the Greenfield Cave? Li Shiming's eyes widened, as if he had heard the news for the first time. It was a bit strange that Great Elder Tai attacked the cave. After you moved out, another monk rented the cave and obtained the cloud-stepping order. As a result, the news was not hidden, and he was besieged as soon as he left Wuqing Mountain. In the end, the monk was seriously injured and escaped. And now many Jindan monks are looking for him like crazy. Yuan continued. Did you find out this? Li Shiming thought that he seemed to have underestimated Wu Qingshan's intelligence capabilities. Zhu Cha is still used everywhere. It has been spread all over the place, Yuan said with a smile. Li Shiming also laughed. From Yuan's expression and the voice he listened to through, Hushing Tong. He found that Yuan did not suspect him, and no monks from the outside world suspected that he had obtained the
Cloud Stepping Order. Masterly, I thank you so much for your trouble. Please open up a furnace to make a few furnaces of the 3rd grade elixir.
Seeing that Li Shiming was in a good mood, Yuan quickly made his request.
Put the materials here and pick them up in a few days.
Li Shiming was indeed in a good mood and waved his hand. Yuanchu's eyes narrowed, and he placed a storage bag in front of Li Shiming. In addition to the alchemy materials, the storage bag also contained some high-grade spiritual stones as rewards for alchemy. After this period of cooperation, Li Shiming's reward for refining the 3rd grade spiritual elixir has been a fixed number of high-grade spiritual stones. However, because Li Shiming moved to the 1st floor, the other late-stage Jindan monks could not meet him and could only communicate with him through tokens. However, the matter of refining elixirs could not be done by sending messages through tokens. So Li Shiming's refining of 3rd grade elixirs was the reward is priceless. Yuan's seemingly fair deal actually made a lot of money. Li Shiming didn't care about this high-grade spirit stone. What he cared about most now was the cooperation with Yuaning ancestor. After sending Yuan away, he released Venerable Hui Jing, who controlled the 4th grade Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer to assist him in practicing the
Jade Pure Thunder Code.
After discovering that the resources for promotion to Nascent Soul were easily available in the Eastern Qi continent, he stepped up his practice of the
Jade Pure Thunder Code.
He still remembered what happened when he was promoted to the Golden Core stage, and he was worried that it would happen again when he was promoted to the Nascent Soul stage. He is still waiting these days. Ancestor Sangfeng, and you are still preparing more resources for promotion to Nascent Soul, and have not contacted other Nascent Soul ancestors for him. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Shiming never left the cave. During this period, he launched more than 10 drone satellites. The deployment of the drone satellite system was not smooth. According to the map of the Dongqi continent in his hand, he calculated the number of drone satellites needed. 50 drone satellites could cover the continent. The Eastern Qi continent is different from the Northern Shu continent. There are no large formations separating the various forces here. This situation would have been more conducive to the deployment of the drone satellite system. But when one of his drone satellites was within 1,000 miles of the B sect, it was pulled by a force and changed its flight direction. Fortunately, when he designed the drone satellite, he considered the possibility of being captured by the monks. The drone satellite would actively self-destruct when affected by external forces. The drone satellite lost contact after it exploded, which also made him wary. He might have underestimated the Dongqi continent. In the Beishu continent, even the ancestors of Yuaning had not discovered the drone satellites. Even the more advanced drone satellites upgraded by Li Shiming were still discovered by the monks. After Li Shiming's analysis, he found that as long as he did not enter the 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 B sect, nothing would happen to the drone satellite. But as long as it approaches the 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 B sect, the drone satellite will either be directly destroyed, or it will be pulled by some kind of force. Li Shiming couldn't help but be shocked. The direction the drone satellite chose to approach the 10,000 B sect was not the same direction. Every time it entered the range of 1,000 miles, it would be attacked. This meant that there was someone in the 10,000 B sect who could send out a powerful existence capable of attacking from thousands of miles away, not to mention attacking at a distance of thousands of miles. It is already extremely remarkable to be able to detect drone satellites at a distance of thousands of miles. Even if you have divine vision and can observe 3,000 miles away, this observation can still see invisible drone satellites. Besides, because the drone satellite is close to the 33rd heaven, it is affected by the 33rd heaven, making the drone satellite more difficult to detect. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of cultivation that powerful being from the 10,000 B sect had. Now he has learned to be smart. The deployment of the drone satellite system has staggered the range of the 10,000 B sect. In the future, when more drone satellites are deployed, they will also stagger the thousands of miles of the other 3 sects.
Business is coming!
Li Shiming suddenly smiled and said to himself. In the scene transmitted from the UAD satellite system, a figure that can affect the surrounding void and make the surrounding void appear blurry in the monitoring of the UAD satellite is approaching Wuqing Mountain. Ever since Elder Tai attacked the cave, Ancestor Yu has never left Wuqing Mountain. Having such a foundation that continuously earns profits is indeed a good thing. But it is also a constraint. Ancestor Yu did not have the same freedom as ordinary casual cultivators. He was tied up in Wuqing Mountain. The Yuaning ancestor who came to Wuqing Mountain, whether he was Sangfeng ancestor or not, most likely came to Li Shiming to make elixirs. While monitoring the approaching Yuanying ancestor, Li Shiming noticed a vague figure flying out from Wuching Mountain. This was Ancestor Yu, who went out to greet him. After the two blurry figures met, they stopped together for a moment, and then flew towards the top of the mountain. Li Shiming received a message that it was Patriarch Yu who came to visit. Li Shiming put away Venerable Hui Jing and his clone Li Yuanba, opened the formation and walked out of the cave.
Fellow Daoist Zhang, this is Master Li.
Ancestor Yu introduced Li Shiming to Ancestor Yuanying beside him, and then said to Li Shiming,
Master Li, let me introduce to you. This is Ancestor Zhang Kai. I've met Patriarch Zhang.
Li Shiming bowed and said,
Okay.
He also knew something about Ancestor Yu. And Ancestor Yu was particularly polite to Ancestor Zhang Kai, with a sense of awe in his politeness. Li Shiming is not an ignorant monk. He can tell that Patriarch Zhang Kai is also a monk in the early stage of nascent soul. The awe of Patriarch Yu probably does not come from Patriarch Zhang Kai himself, but most likely from the forces behind Patriarch Zhang Kai.
I didn't expect Master Li to be at such a level at such a young age. It seems that he is only one step away from being promoted to the nascent soul stage,
Ancestor Zhang Kai said, as he looked at Li Shiming with a look of surprise in his eyes.
This step is the chasm,
Li Shiming replied with a helpless smile.
Master Li, why don't you invite us in and sit down?
Patriarch Yu reminded him with a smile.
Two ancestors, please come in,
Li Shiming invited. Ancestor Zhang Kai walked into the cave. His bearing was extraordinary, and walking with Ancestor Yu made Ancestor Yu obviously humbler. Li Shiming knew that this kind of tolerance could only be developed by being aloof for a long time. It had nothing to do with cultivation, but a sense of superiority in mentality. He was more interested in the identity of Ancestor Zhang Kai. No matter what, he could not let the alchemy master suffer. In the end, he would be the one taking advantage. Chapter 487 Alchemy.
Master Li, don't be stingy. Treat fellow Daoist Zhang with the best things,
Ancestor Yu reminded him aloud after sitting down. Li Shiming smiled, took out the 4th grade spiritual spring water and the 4th grade spiritual tea, and then took out the 5 elements 9 rotary furnace and ignited the red sun spiritual fire inside. The 4th grade spiritual tea and 4th grade spiritual spring water are sent into the 5 elements 9 rotators, under the action of the red yang spiritual fire. The 4th grade spiritual tea is heated until it is fully stretched, exuding the best spirituality of the 4th grade spiritual tea and 4th grade spiritual spring water. This is a method he has recently mastered. Without frying the 4th grade spiritual tea, he uses the methods of an alchemy master to maximize the spirituality of the 4th grade spiritual tea and the 4th grade spiritual spring water.
Master Li, you shouldn't do this. I didn't get this kind of treatment before.
Ancestor Yu hadn't tasted the 4th grade spiritual tea yet, but he smelled the distinctive 4th grade spiritual tea, and couldn't help but pretend to be angry.
It's just a random thought when I have nothing to do recently. I just got this 4th grade spiritual spring water not long ago,
Li Shiming explained with a smile. He tapped his finger lightly on the alchemy furnace, and the 4th grade spiritual tea inside flew out, split into 3 parts, and fell into 3 3rd grade teacups. He delivered the 3 grade teacups to the 2 nascent soul ancestors respectively, and made a gesture of invitation.
Master Li is an elegant man. You have brought this spiritual tea to its fullest. I admire you.
Ancestor Zhang Kai didn't pay attention at first. After taking a sip of the 4th grade spiritual tea, he praised with a look of surprise on his face.
Thank you,
Li Shiming said with a smile and waved his hand.
Just by looking at this hand, you can see how good Master Li is in alchemy. The rumors are indeed true. It seems that I came to the right place this time,
Ancestor Zhang Kai continued. At this time, Li Shiming saw a look of helplessness on Patriarch Yu's face, as if Patriarch Yu didn't want Patriarch Zhang Kai to recognize him. His thoughts were changing, and it seemed that the power behind the Ancestor Zhang Kai was so great that even the Ancestor Yu in Wuching Mountain did not dare to offend him.
Looking at your extraordinary magnanimity, I am making a fool of myself with this little trick,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. When he said this, he was secretly asking about the identity of Ancestor Zhang Kai.
It seems that Master Li doesn't know much about the world of immortality. I'm from the 10,000 Beasts sect.
Ancestor Zhang Kai understood the meaning of Li Shiming's words, and revealed his identity with a smile. Li Shiming understood in his heart why Ancestor Yu was so polite and awe-inspiring. It turned out to be the Yuanying ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This is just like when the Golden Elixir monks of the Shushan sect met the casual Golden Elixir cultivators in the northern Shu continent. The status of the casual golden elixir cultivators was much lower than that of the golden elixir monks of the big sects, and they maintained considerable awe in their hearts.
I'm a senior from the 10,000 Bees sect, but I'm rude.
Li Shiming solemnly bowed and saluted again, this time as a sign of respect for the 10,000 Bees sect.
I also have something to ask for. I heard about Master Li's alchemy ability. This time, the sect's alchemy master was entangled in affairs. I was in urgent need of 4th grade elixirs, so I came to Master Li.
Ancestor Zhang Kai, he returned the gift to Li Shiming and said,
Ancestor, you must have said the rules. I wonder what Patriarch Zhang means.
Although Li Shiming had decided to make elixirs for Patriarch Zhang Kai, he still asked aloud, this is the rule of the alchemy master, and no one can break it.
I still had some doubts at first, but after seeing Master Li, I understood that a resource to promote yuanying is not a problem. As long as the master can refine the elixir for me, I will pay a resource to promote yuanying.
Ancestor Zhang Kai said with a smile. He took out a jade slip, a jade box, and a storage bag and placed them in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming opened the jade box. Inside was a 4th grade elixir, and in the storage bag were some 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs. He used his spiritual mind to enter the jade slip, and inside was a prescription for elixirs. No wonder I need it so urgently. This is a recipe for a 4th grade detoxifying elixir. The poison that can poison a monk in the nascent soul stage is naturally of the 4th grade. If you are poisoned by such a poison, in addition to relying on your cultivation to resist it, you have to take the corresponding 4th grade detoxification pill. This 4th grade detoxifying pill is not a panacea. It only targets the same type of 4th grade poison. Therefore, it is usually difficult to prepare them all. Although the 4th grade poison is extremely difficult to encounter, there are many varieties.
Pick it up in 10 days.
Li Shiming nodded and said. Ancestor Zhang Kai looked at Li Shiming's expression and finally nodded. He saw Li Shiming's confidence. Through the observation just now, from the 4th grade spiritual tea to the calmness, when checking the 4th grade elixir recipe, it showed that Li Shiming had absolute confidence. There was nothing he could do. With the background of a large sect like the 10,000 Bees sect, there was an alchemy master available to him. But recently, the sect received a batch of elixirs from other continents, and the 3 alchemy masters went into seclusion to study these elixirs. Even if he wanted to ask the 3 alchemy masters to take action, there was nothing he could do. Even if he is the ancestor of yuanying, the 3 masters who can refine the 4th grade elixir will not get out of the trap because of this. And it is even less likely that he will offend the 3 alchemy masters at the same time, after accidentally learning about Li Shiming's reputation. Especially when Patriarchy began to spread the rumors and hid himself from Li Shiming to take over the refining of the 4th grade elixir. Patriarch Zhang Kai saw the problem. Either Li Shiming is fake and has no actual alchemy ability, or Li Shiming's alchemy ability is very good, and Patriarchy wants to monopolize it for a period of time. So he came here. With his identity, Patriarchy would not object to the request no matter how unwilling he was.
I'll wait in Witching Mountain for 10 days.
Ancestor Zhang Kai said solemnly when leaving. Li Shiming put the 4th grade elixir into the computer room, and thought about it before making the elixir. He didn't want to let go of this good opportunity to contact the 10,000 Bees sect. If he can get the protection of 10,000 Bees sect, his safety will be greatly improved, and it will be easier to obtain the resources to be promoted to nascent soul. Therefore, when he was refining the elixir, he reduced several mistakes and improved the quality of the 4th grade detoxification elixir to the 4th grade intermediate elixir. In fact, on the 7th day, he successfully refined the 4th grade intermediate detoxification elixir and produced 6 4th grade intermediate detoxification elixirs. The value of the 4th grade intermediate detoxification elixir to him was too small, and refining this detoxification elixir would be a loss for him. When will he encounter this kind of 4th grade poison? It is precisely because it is rare to encounter this kind of 4th grade poison that the 10,000 Bees sect does not have a spare 4th grade antidote elixir. Not to mention that he suddenly had 4 4th grade intermediate detoxifying elixirs, and it was difficult to find a buyer even if he sold them. After waiting for another 3 days, he put 2 4th grade intermediate detoxifying pills into the jade bottle, held them in his hands, and walked out of the cave. Ancestor Zhang Kai was outside, and Ancestor Yu was by his side. When he saw the jade bottle in Li Shiming's hand, excitement flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the lack of time, he wouldn't have found Li Shiming to take the risk. Seeing Li Shiming holding the jade bottle, he knew that he had made the right bet.
Master Li, what's wrong?
Ancestor Zhang Kai asked aloud.
Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life.
Li Shiming said, as he handed over the jade bottle. When Patriarch Zhang Kai saw 2 4th-grade intermediate detoxification elixirs in the jade bottle, his eyes flashed. This was not only because he saw the hope of detoxification, but also because he had a deeper understanding of Li Shiming's alchemy level. For this 4th-grade detoxifying elixir, even if the 3 highest-level alchemy masters from the sect took action, it would only be of a 4th-grade intermediate quality at most. Although the sect's alchemy masters have very few opportunities to practice detoxifying elixirs, at least the sect's alchemy inheritance has the experience of their predecessors to refer to. But for Li Shiming, it is a completely unfamiliar elixir recipe.
Master Li, I will take the elixir first, and I will send you the reward later,
Ancestor Zhang Kai said with an apologetic look.
I know detoxification is important,
Li Shiming said with a smile. He didn't believe that the Yuanying ancestor of the 10,000 Bees sect would default on his debt. But it would just be a little later. Ancestor Zhang Kai nodded to Li Shiming, said something to Ancestor Yu, turned around and fled away. After he flew a certain distance, he took out a 4th-grade intermediate detoxifying elixir from the jade bottle and drank it. In fact, he was poisoned, but he used secret techniques to suppress the poison. I stayed in Wuching Mountain for 10 days and waited. But I just didn't want to move too much and let the poison attack early. A 4th-grade intermediate detoxifying elixir entered his abdomen, and a black air emitted from the surface of his skin. He sensed his body and nascent soul and found that the poison had been resolved. He breathed a long sigh of relief and headed towards the 10,000 Bees sect with his sights set on the right direction. After he returned to the 10,000 Bees sect, when he was redeeming a resource for promotion to the nascent soul through his connections, a magic spell attracted him.
Master Jiang Hong, you are out of seclusion.
Ancestor Zhang Kai sniffed the fragrance of the elixir and said, okay, to Jiang Hong, the alchemy master in the early stage of nascent soul in front of him. He had a good relationship with Master Jiang Hong. After being poisoned by the 4th-level poison, he immediately thought of Master Jiang Hong. However, after sending a message and receiving no reply, he decided to go find Li Shiming.
This research on the elixir has yielded some results. I didn't see the message you sent, but judging from your condition, your poison has been cured?
Master Jiang Hong said after looking at the condition of Ancestor Zhang Kai.
Thank you for your concern. I was lucky enough to find an alchemy master among casual cultivators to refine an antidote elixir for me,
Patriarch Zhang Kai replied, taking out the jade bottle.
In that case, you still dare to let Master Sanchio Dan take action. It seems that the master is good at it. Is there anything left in the jade bottle? Let me see.
Master Jiang Hong was a little curious and stretched out his hand and said, this is an important matter related to life. If the alchemy fails, and you try to find the 4th-grade elixir that can be used to refine the detoxification elixir, it will be too late even if you find it. In the eyes of Master Jiang Hong, all alchemy masters in casual cultivation are of very poor quality. Patriarch Zhang Kai sent the jade bottle to Master Jiang Hong. He was not sure about Li Shiming's alchemy level. He wondered if it was an accidental outbreak. But Master Jiang Hong happened to be an expert. Master Jiang Hong took out the 4th-grade intermediate detoxification elixir, and was still surprised when he saw the quality. It is not impossible that there are some casual cultivators who can refine the 4th-grade intermediate elixir. But this kind of life-saving elixir that only has one chance will be forged with the Ancestor Zhang Kai if he is not sure about it. Once the alchemy fails, he will be killed on the spot by the furious Ancestor Zhang Kai.
Hey!
Just when he was observing the 4th-grade intermediate detoxification elixir, he made another discovery.
Is there something wrong with this elixir?
Ancestor Zhang Kai asked in shock when he saw his expression. I have taken these 4th-grade intermediate detoxifying elixirs, and the effect is very good. The poison is cured after just 1 pill, leaving no further consequences. If it were a 4th-grade primary detoxifying elixir, it might still cause some trouble. Lurking trouble for his future practice.
This master is really good at it. But this elixir is too weird. The mistakes he made are all concentrated together, as if they were deliberately arranged to keep the quality of the elixir above the intermediate level.
Master Jiang Hong shook his head and said, he didn't believe that there was really an alchemy master with this level of ability who could control the quality of 4th-grade elixirs, let alone specify where mistakes were made. He himself is a very high-level master of alchemy. Other monks cannot see the problem with the elixir, but he can see it clearly.
You mean this master has hidden his abilities?
Ancestor Zhang Kai asked in disbelief. He thought of Li Shiming's age. At Li Shiming's age, it was extremely difficult to achieve either of them, whether it was becoming a master of alchemy or cultivating to the realm of a great elder. But Li Shiming had achieved all of them. Li Shiming was a genius in cultivation and alchemy. But it was unimaginable for him to say that Li Shiming had hidden his abilities when refining the 4th grade elixir.
Otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Master Jiang Hong was completely intrigued by the elixir in his hand.
The master also used a 3rd grade alchemy furnace to brew 4th grade spiritual tea. He brought the spirituality of the 4th grade spiritual spring water and 4th grade spiritual tea to the extreme in the alchemy furnace. The taste.
Zhang Kai thought of something and related what happened at that time. The matter was spoken out.
What? Use the alchemy furnace to brew 4th grade spiritual tea?
Master Jiang Hong asked with his eyes widened. Although the grade of the 4th grade spiritual tea is high, its texture is extremely fragile. You must be extra careful when using spiritual fire. One accident can destroy the spirituality of the spiritual tea leaves. Anyway, with his ability, he cannot guarantee success every time. This seems simple. But in fact, the control of spiritual fire requires an extremely terrifying accuracy. Without countless attempts, it is difficult to use an alchemy furnace to brew 4th grade spiritual tea. But which alchemy master would be so bored that he would waste a large amount of 4th grade spiritual tea leaves to practice this? The only possibility is that Li Shiming has extremely strong control over the spiritual fire, and is strong enough to have enough confidence to use the spiritual fire to brew a 4th grade spiritual tea at will. Only then can he achieve what Ancestor Zhang Kai said about maximizing his spirituality.
Where is this master?
Master Jiang Hong looked at Patriarch Zhang Kai and asked.
I'm staying in Wuqing Mountain temporarily.
Ancestor Zhang Kai replied without knowing why.
Take me to meet this alchemy master. I'm very curious as to how such a person could end up in a place like Wuqing Mountain.
Master Jiang Hong waved his hand.
I still owe this alchemy master a reward for the resources to promote the nascent soul. I will take you there when I find it.
Ancestor Zhang Kai said embarrassedly.
Go now. I will give you the reward.
Master Jiang Hong said grandly. Chapter 488 Invitation. Patriarchy was not surprised that Patriarch Zhang Kai visited Li Shiming again. But he knew that Patriarch Zhang Kai owed Li Shiming remuneration for alchemy. But he was still a little surprised when he saw the nascent soul cultivator who came with Patriarch Zhang Kai. You can't blame him for not knowing Master Jiang Hong, let alone a nascent soul cultivator like him. It is extremely difficult for even a nascent soul cultivator from a medium-sized sect to meet Master Jiang Hong. As one of the top 3 alchemy masters in the 10,000 Beasts sect, his status is extremely noble and cannot be seen by Yuanying ancestors outside the 4 major sects at will. Ancestor Yu thought that Master Jiang Hong also came to Li Shiming to make alchemy. Although he was a little reluctant, he thought he was trying to steal his business. He treated Li Shiming's introduction to alchemy as a business, and was ready to make good use of it to make Wuqishan famous. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money to give away the 4th grade fire phoenix Baoding? Ancestor Zhang Kai did not introduce Master Jiang Hong. If any monk knew that Master Jiang Hong came to visit Li Shiming, the impact would be quite big. Concealing Master Jiang Hong's identity would be the best choice. With the idea of out of sight and out of mind, Patriarch Yu led Patriarch Zhang Kai and Master Jiang Hong outside Li Shiming's cave and left. Of course, Patriarch Zhang Kai expressed his intention to meet Li Shiming alone. It is also very important.
Ancestor Zhang. And this ancestor. Please come in.
Li Shiming greeted Ancestor Zhang Kai enthusiastically when he saw him. Of course he was enthusiastic. This was to give him a resource to advance to the nascent soul. What he lacked was the resources to advance to the nascent soul.
Ha ha. I'm disturbing Master Li.
Ancestor Zhang Kai said with a smile. He made a gesture of invitation to Master Jiang Hong and asked Master Jiang Hong to go ahead. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the scene. Who is Patriarch Zhang Kai? He is the Yuanying Patriarch of 10,000 Beasts sect. Master Jiang Hong is obviously also a monk in the early stage of Yuanying, and is in the same realm as Ancestor Zhang Kai. Looking at the attitude of Ancestor Zhang Kai, Master Jiang Hong's identity must be very extraordinary. While thinking about it, he returned to the hall of the cave. Li Shiming and the 2 nascent soul ancestors sat down separately as host and guest.
Master Li, this is the reward for the last alchemy. I'm very sorry that it was delivered late.
Patriarch Zhang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it over and said. Li Shiming took the jade bottle with a smile, glanced inside, and found that it was a 4th grade elixir. This should be the Yuanying promotion resource prepared by the 10,000 Beasts sect for the Great Elder. The name of this 4th grade elixir is unknown, but its quality has reached the intermediate level. When he was in Beisha continent, he didn't realize that all the 4th grade elixirs he refined at that time were high grade. and he didn't have much sense of the quality of the fourth-grade elixirs. But after arriving in the Eastern Qi continent, and truly understanding the level of normal alchemy masters in refining fourth-grade elixirs, they discovered that it was already very difficult to refine fourth-grade elixirs to the intermediate level. That's why the last time he refined the fourth-grade antidote elixir for Patriarch Zhang Kai, he intentionally upgraded the quality to the intermediate level, just to increase his own value.
Please forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't know what the name of this elixir is. What is its effect?
Li Shiming didn't pretend to understand. He asked aloud.
This is the 8-direction sublimation pill. If you take it when you first ascend to the nascent soul, you can restrain your spiritual power to a greater extent.
The person who answered him was Master Jiang Hong, who refined this 8-direction sublimation pill. There was joy in Li Shiming's eyes. He had 5 golden pills. This
Bafang sublimation pill
could just make up for the problem of his other Yuan-ing promotion resources in condensing spiritual power in the early stage.
Masterly, you don't know about the Bafang sublimation pill, so you are not the master of alchemy in this continent.
Master Jiang Hong continued. Li Shiming was startled. But he was not worried about anything. After being in Dongqi continent for such a long time, he also knew that Dongqi continent was open to the outside world. The Eastern Qi continent also had to be opened up, because there were many cross-continental forces on the continent, and it was impossible to block the mainland.
Yes, I encountered some trouble, so I came here.
Li Shiming didn't explain much.
I have seen the elixir refined by Masterly. You deliberately suppressed your own elixir refining strength.
I wonder why. Master Jiang Hong asked further.
Ancestor, are you also a master of alchemy?
Li Shiming raised his head and looked at Master Jiang Hong. He found some traces and couldn't help asking. Although Master Jiang Hong's robe has its own cleaning function, and there is no trace of the smell of elixir left on his body, long-term alchemy still left some special features on him that only a master of alchemy can detect.
Jiang Hong, the alchemy master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, has met Master Li.
Master Jiang Hong smiled, bowed, and introduced himself again.
Li Shizhen, a casual cultivator, has met Master Jiang Hong.
Li Shiming also returned the salute solemnly and said, this was the first time he met the master of alchemy in the nascent soul stage. It is said that the alchemy masters in the early stage of nascent soul can already refine all fourth-grade elixirs. If such alchemy masters appear in the Beishu continent, it will almost be the ceiling for alchemy masters.
Masterly, I heard that you used the 3rd-grade alchemy furnace to brew the 4th-grade spiritual tea. I wonder if I would be honored to taste it.
Master Jiang Hong asked Li Shiming with a smile. Li Shiming also smiled. This was a test for him. And of course, he had to accept it. The reason why he refined the 4th-grade intermediate elixir was not to gain the attention of the 10,000 Beasts sect. In this world of immortality, without a strong background, once too many abilities are exposed, it will be a recipe for death. He is not in Beishu continent now. He has a large sect as his backer. Since he had no backer, he wanted to find one. This had been his plan for a long time. And he even planned to wait until after the nascent soul stage before finding a powerful force to join him and serve as a guest. Keqing is just a temporary solution. Although Keqing sounds good, he is not a member of the powerful family. The opportunity in front of him is very rare. If he can really join the 10,000 Beasts sect, he will save himself a lot of trouble.
Don't you dare disobey me.
Li Shiming responded with a smile. He took out the 3rd-grade 5-element 9-turn furnace, and the red yang spiritual fire inside lit up. He put the 4th-grade spiritual tea leaves and the 4th-grade spiritual spring water into the alchemy furnace, and mobilized the spiritual fire to heat the spiritual spring water and spiritual tea. Master Jiang Hong's eyes were fixed on the 5 elements 9-turn furnace. Although he did not use his own spirit to enter the alchemy furnace, he could still see a lot of things based on his experience in alchemy. He sighed in his heart about Li Shiming's control over the temperature. He could not know the details of the alchemy furnace, but he could see the temperature changes of the red yang spiritual fire based on the changes on the surface of the alchemy furnace. This kind of control over the temperature of the red yang spiritual fire made him feel amazing.
Please use it.
Li Shiming tapped the 5 elements 9 rotator, and the 4th-grade spiritual tea flew out and fell into 3 3rd-grade teacups. He was sent to Master Jiang Hong and Patriarch Zhang Kai, and he made a gesture said, this was not the first time for Ancestor Zhang Kai to drink this 4th-grade spiritual tea, but he still started to taste it with great joy. Master Jiang Hong held up the 3rd-grade teacup with all his energy. He did not want the temperature in his hands to affect the 4th-grade tea. When he took a sip of the fourth-grade spiritual tea, his eyes couldn't help but light up.
Good,
he praised. Li Shiming smiled reservedly. He had long been accustomed to compliments. He took a sip of spiritual tea and secretly lamented that the fourth-grade spiritual tea and fourth-grade spiritual spring water were being consumed too quickly. The fourth-grade spiritual tea in his hand could not withstand several receptions, and he needed to consider where to get more fourth-grade spiritual tea. He is drinking the fourth-grade spiritual tea now, which cannot improve his own strength. But the effect of the fourth-grade spiritual tea is invisible, and it is slowly improving from the spiritual level of his soul. He had a feeling that drinking the fourth-grade spiritual tea regularly would be good for him to advance to the nascent soul stage. In fact, it is not a secret in the Eastern Qi continent that regular drinking of fourth-grade spiritual tea is beneficial to advancing to the nascent soul stage. But what kind of golden elixir monks have such conditions? Fourth-grade spiritual tea can be drunk frequently.
Master Li, I wonder if you still have a sect.
Master Jiang Hong drank all the spiritual tea in the cup, put the cup down and looked at Li Shiming and asked. This question was so abrupt that Li Shiming didn't know how to answer it. You must know that it is extremely disrespectful to ask a monk about his origin, especially when you know that the monk has hidden his previous identity.
I didn't explore your past. I just wanted to know if you belonged to a certain sect.
Master Jiang Hong saw Li Shiming's misunderstanding and explained with a smile.
No more.
Li Shiming replied with a wry smile and shook his head. He thought of the Shushan sect. The Shushan sect wanted to capture him for the Dongtian inheritance. He and the Shushan sect had severed all ties with each other. As for the Shushan sect's training of him, he had repaid him in his own way. He believed that he belonged to the Shushan sect. After he left the Shushan sect, he had no intention of recognizing his status as a monk of the Shushan sect. The only person he felt sorry for was his master, Elder Su. I think Elder Su will understand his choice if he stays in Shushan sect, not to mention whether Shushan sect can protect him. Even the ancestor of Yuanying of Shushan sect will torture him to find out the Dongtian inheritance before deciding on him. Fate. Who knows that the benefits of his Dongtian inheritance are greater than the benefits he brings as an alchemy master. The world of cultivating immortals is a real world, and it cannot be said that the ancestor of Yuanying of the Shushan sect did something wrong. The Shushan sect has been inherited for more than 10,000 years, and has long formed a set of principles of dealing with the sect first. But when this principle of doing things met the individual Li Shiming did not want to sacrifice for the sake of the sect.
Master Li, this matter is very important. Are you sure that you no longer have a sect, and are a true casual cultivator?
Master Jiang Hong asked in a more serious tone.
Yes, I am a casual cultivator now.
Li Shiming nodded with certainty. At this time, all the monks present understood that Li Shiming was indeed an alchemy master of a certain sect before. But he left the sect and the original continent for some unknown reason, and came to the Eastern Qi continent.
Master Li, on behalf of the 10,000 Bees sect, I extend an invitation to you, inviting you to join the 10,000 Bees sect. I will be your recommender. What do you think?
Master Jiang Hong stood up and said in a deep voice. Ancestor Zhang Kai was surprised. He did not expect Master Jiang Hong to invite Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Bees sect. A sect like the 10,000 Bees sect would rarely accept monks who were not trained by themselves, especially Li Shiming, who had reached the level of a great elder. It is almost impossible for a great elder of Li Shiming's level to establish loyalty to the 10,000 Bees sect. The great elders all have strong independent opinions, and it is difficult to make changes. It is not that the 10,000 Bees sect has no enemies, whether they are enemies from this continent or enemies from other continents. The 10,000 Bees sect's principle is to be extremely cautious in recruiting disciples to prevent the infiltration of foreign spies.
Is there anything I need to pay attention to in joining the 10,000 Bees sect?
Li Shiming did not respond immediately. He needed to ask some things in advance.
When joining the 10,000 Bees sect, you just need to take the oath of admission.
Master Jiang Hong replied without thinking. When he wanted to invite Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Bees sect, he considered many things. Li Shiming was a little surprised that it was so simple. The oath taken to join the sect is two-way. In addition to the disciples being loyal to the sect must also protect the disciples. In the past, when Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba joined the Shushan sect and the Sanluo sect, they both swore an oath. But they were still able to betray the sect because the sect betrayed them first. The sect betrayed their oath, so the oath naturally could not restrain Li Shiming and Li Yuanba. Li Shiming joined the 10,000 Beasts sect. As long as the 10,000 Beasts sect did not betray him, He would not take the initiative to betray the 10,000 Bees sect.
Wu Qishan treats me well. If I join the 10,000 Bees sect, I need to give Wu Qishan some compensation.
Li Shiming thought for a while and said,
You don't need to consider the compensation for Wu Qishan. I will ask the sect to take more care of Wu Qishan.
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile on his face and waved his hand. From Li Shiming's words, he heard Li Shiming's intention to join the 10,000 Bees sect. In addition, Li Shiming's emphasis on feelings also made him feel gratified. This kind of emotion is probably only found in young monks of this kind.
Thank you,
Li Shiming said relieved. Wu Qishan gave him the opportunity and gave him a 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron to help him when he needed it most. He was the last person who wanted to owe a favor. With Master Jiang Hong, the favor could be repaid.
Masterly, one last thing. Masterly, please go all out and refine a furnace of elixir.
Master Jiang Hong looked at Li Shiming with a burning gaze and made his last request. As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and placed it in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts entered the storage bag. Inside were a 4th grade elixir, some 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs, and a prescription. This elixir recipe is the 4th grade cultivation auxiliary elixir.
Great Sun Iki pill,
which can be regarded as a medium difficulty elixir among the 4th grade elixirs.
Then please wait here for 7 days,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Since Master Jiang Hong made this request after the invitation, it means that regardless of Li Shiming's alchemy ability, the invitation is certain. However, the treatment after being invited to join depends on Li Shiming's alchemy level. Li Shiming didn't have any objection to this. Isn't the level of an alchemy master judged by alchemy? He has absolute confidence in this aspect. And the only thing that needs to be considered is how much alchemy level he has to show. Chapter 489 Leaving.
7 days. Masterly used to take 10 days to complete the refining.
After Li Shiming entered the alchemy room in the cave, Patriarch Zhang Kai was still a little confused and said to Master Jiang Hong,
This Masterly has encountered some troubles. It is normal that he does not dare to expose too much of his alchemy abilities.
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile and shook his head.
I don't understand why the master wants to invite him to join the sect. Even if you are a master, your quota is limited.
Ancestor Zhang Kai still has some doubts.
If I told you that his alchemy level might be better than mine in refining the 4th grade elixir of the early nascent soul, would you believe it?
Master Jiang Hong looked at him calmly and said. Ancestor Zhang Kai opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. Even when he heard Master Jiang Hong say that Li Shiming could not brew the 4th grade spiritual tea using spiritual fire, Master Jiang Hong could not do it. He did not think that Li Shiming's alchemy level could surpass Master Jiang Hong. Who is Master Jiang Hong? This is the top 3 alchemy masters in the 10,000 Bees sect. Even in the entire Eastern Qi continent, and even in the entire world of immortal cultivation, Master Jiang Hong's alchemy level is at the top. He finally understood why Master Jiang Hong was willing to pay for one of his quotas to join the sect for Li Shiming. This sect admission quota refers to the quota for abnormal sect admission. Normal sect admission requires passing the sect entrance test and joining the sect from an early age. The quota for joining the sect is a special case for some top geniuses. Not only does the person who joins the sect need to be a top genius, but it also needs to be guaranteed by someone with important status in the sect.
Master, do you think he is a spy from another sect?
Patriarch Zhang Kai asked again. As soon as he asked, he couldn't help but shook his head vigorously. He also saw Master Jiang Hong looking at him, as if he were a fool. Yes. Which force would be willing to use an alchemy master of this level as a spy? And which force wouldn't hold it carefully in the palm of their hand, for fear that something might happen to him? Ancestor Yu's eyelids have been twitching wildly these days, and he always feels that something is going to happen. With his control over his body, his eyelids were twitching, and he couldn't help but think too much. He thought of the 2 Yuanning ancestors of the 10,000 Bees sect who went to visit Li Shiming. They were still staying in the cave. Could it be that there was something wrong there?
Go and have a look.
He was afraid that something would happen to Li Shiming, because his alchemy still required Li Shiming. His cave was not far from Li Shiming's cave. When he was approaching Li Shiming's cave, he saw Li Shiming talking and laughing with the Yuanning ancestor he didn't know. And Zhang Kai, the ancestor, followed behind.
Ancestor Yu, I'm very sorry. I have to go to the 10,000 Bees sect. Thank you for taking care of me during this time.
After seeing Ancestor Yu, Li Shiming bowed and thanked him. Ancestor Yu was stunned when he heard this. He wanted to use his strength to keep Li Shiming. But after looking at the 2 Yuanning ancestors of the 10,000 Bees sect beside Li Shiming, He really couldn't afford to offend.
Master Li, we agreed at the beginning that if you join the big sect, Wu Shan will only be happy for you. How can you force you to stay?
He said with a forced smile.
Master Li told me that the 10,000 Beast sect here in Wu Shan will take more care of him, which can be regarded as compensation for Wu Shan.
Ancestor Zhang Kai said in a deep voice.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. And thank you, Master Li.
Patriarch Yu sighed in his heart, finally not losing all his money.
Ancestor Yu, I have returned the cave to Wu Shan. Please contact me if you need anything in the future.
Li Shiming handed a token to Ancestor Yu and said, this token is the control token of the Yuaning level cave. And he has already emptied the cave.
Master Li, aren't you slapping me in the face? I said that this cave belongs to you forever. Master, no matter you come to live here or not, this cave is yours.
Patriarch Yu regained his shrewdness at this time. And he said loudly. He was very sober at this time. If Li Shiming could join the 10,000 Beast sect, any thoughts he had before would no longer matter. Li Shiming's status will be more noble in the future. Which is not something he can offend. It's better to use the previous friendship to establish a long-term relationship. And maybe you can ask Li Shiming again in the future.
Okay, maybe I'll actually be useful.
Li Shiming smiled, put the token away and said. He thought about his clone Li Yuanba and venerable Hui Jing. Maybe they could use this cave in the future. In addition, it could also be regarded as a place for him to stay. As for whether Patriarch Yu can keep his word. Patriarch Yu said this in front of Patriarch Zhang Kai and Master Jiang Hong. Even if he dares to keep his word, the 10,000 Beast sect will not agree. Ancestor Zhang Kai took out a flying boat, let Li Shiming and Master Jiang Hong enter, and then left Wuqing Mountain in the flying boat. In the flying boat, Master Jiang Hong was a little absent-minded, and his mind was mostly on the jade bottle in his hand. There are 3
Great Sun Ike pills
in the jade bottle. The quality of these 3 4th-grade elixirs is just a little short of high grade. He could no longer see any problems with a 4th-grade elixir of such quality. But he always felt that it was too much of a coincidence. The 4th-grade intermediate detoxification elixir refined by Li Shiming before was just a little more than the elementary level to reach the quality of the intermediate elixir. Now it is just a little short of the advanced quality. It feels a bit weird no matter what. But no matter what, Li Shiming's level of alchemy now surpasses him. Of course, Master Jiang Hong's real alchemy strength is not comparable to that of Li Shiming. He can refine 4th-grade elixirs of all realms, while Li Shiming can only refine 4th-grade elixirs of the early Yuaning stage. This is determined by the realm, and is also an objective reality. Although many alchemy masters have a large number of spiritual elixirs, they are stuck in the late stage of the elixir all their lives, and cannot go any further. Promotion to the nascent soul stage can be achieved not only by relying on the resources of the nascent soul. There are many conditions for promotion, and it is almost impossible to be promoted. There are also great risks in the promotion process, making it extremely difficult to become a nascent soul. Master Jiang Hong thought of this, and glanced at Li Shiming. He couldn't help but smile. Li Shiming was more likely to be promoted to the nascent soul stage than any other great elder, because Li Shiming was too young. Being young means you have more time to try, which means you have excellent talent in cultivation. Li Shiming was in a very uneasy mood. Even after knowing that joining the 10,000 Beast sect, the stronger the level of alchemy he showed, the more attention he would receive. But he was a little scared. He didn't want to reveal that he was Li Shiming from the northern Shu continent, because that would also expose his inheritance of Dongtian. He has already been betrayed by the sect, and he doesn't want to be betrayed by the sect again. He doesn't even want to test the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect with profit. Human greed is the least able to withstand the test.
Master Li, after you join the 10,000 Beasts sect, you can choose a spiritual beast in the 10,000 Beasts cave. Spiritual beasts are our best friends,
Ancestor Zhang Kai said to Li Shiming with a smile.
What I am currently considering is to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. I will discuss other matters after I am promoted.
Li Shiming smiled and shook his head. He heard about the 10,000 Beasts cave heaven, and he had seen the magic of the cave heaven. The 10,000 Beasts sect actually had a cave heaven. And maybe there was more than just one cave heaven. He has spiritual beasts. Although he is very curious about the 10,000 Beasts cave, he is very aware of his current situation, and his greatest energy should be on promotion. Everything else must make way for his promotion to the nascent soul. After he is promoted to the nascent soul, he may go to the cave of 10,000 beasts.
Don't try to dissuade Master Li. I see that Master Li's whole body chi has reached the ultimate level of golden elixir. Master Li can't be distracted at the moment.
Master Jianghong interrupted at this time.
Indeed. Master Li will most likely not have many chances to fight in the future.
Ancestor Zhang Kai thought of Li Shiming's identity as an alchemy master and responded with a smile. It took Fei Zhou several hours to approach the 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 Beast sect. When entering the 1,000-mile range, Li Shiming felt as if his body had passed through a membrane. He can be 100% sure that this is definitely not the effect of the formation. As a formation master, he has this certainty.
Master Li feels it?
Master Jianghong glanced at Li Shiming and asked with a smile. Through Li Shiming's performance, Master Jianghong knew that Li Shiming could not be from a large sect. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised. This reassured him a lot. If Li Shiming really betrayed a certain major sect, he might still be in trouble in the future. The Shushan sect can be called a large sect in the northern Shu continent, but it cannot be considered a large sect in the eastern Qi continent, let alone a large sect. It is barely even among medium-sized sects. Therefore, Master Jianghong's guess was not wrong. Li Shiming was indeed not from a large sect. As long as Li Shiming was not from a large sect, Master Jianghong would not care about Li Shiming's previous background, let alone Li Shiming's previous sect coming to visit him.
It felt like I had worn something just now. What was that?
Li Shiming asked curiously. His drone satellite had an accident when it was close to 1,000 miles range. Now that he has made a new discovery himself, he is particularly curious about what happened.
This is an application of the cave sky. In a certain way, it drives the cave sky left by the powerful predecessors to form a space isolation within a certain range of the sect. Of course, there are also some other defense capabilities waiting for you to join the sect. Then you can have access to more information.
Master Jianghong explained with a smile. Li Shiming's eyes flashed. Dong Tian also had this application method. It seemed that his choice to join the 10,000 Beasts sect was right. He himself has cave heaven, and his understanding of cave heaven still comes from a small part of the knowledge of Tianwen sect. How can the Tianwen sect be compared with the 10,000 Beasts sect? At least the drone satellite did not encounter any trouble when it approached the mountain gate of the medium-sized sect.
Are there many caves?
Li Shiming seized the rare opportunity and asked again.
How can there be more? Unless the great powers fall, it is impossible for the caves to be opened. When the great powers fall, only a few choose to keep the caves. Many great powers are not willing to let the caves be destroyed with them. Stay.
Master Jianghong shook his head and replied. Li Shiming didn't ask more questions. He also discovered that Master Jianghong's answers were all reserved. Perhaps there is some limit to the knowledge about Dong Tian, and he will not be able to access it until he joins the sect. The speed of the flying boat slowed down, and Li Shiming saw the mountain gate of the 10,000 Beasts sect, with peaks suspended in the clouds and mist. It was true levitation, and Li Shiming could see the bottom of the mountain clearly.
Every rising mountain here represents a nascent soul monk. The caves of other monks can only be built on the mountain peaks on the ground.
Ancestor Zhang Kai introduced Li Shiming. How many nascent soul ancestors are there? Li Shiming glanced at it and calculated that there were 65 peaks suspended in the air. In other words, there are at least 65 Yuaning ancestors in the 10,000 Beast sect. And this number still surprised him. How many resources are needed to support 65 nascent soul ancestors?
The sect still has some nascent soul monks who don't live in the sect. They need to be stationed at some important resource points.
Just as he was thinking about it, Patriarch Zhang Kai continued.
If everything goes well with your treatment, you may be able to own a rising mountain in the Golden Core stage.
At this time, Master Jianghong said with a smile. Li Shiming didn't find it strange. Alchemy masters, who could refine 4th grade elixirs, had the treatment of the early stage of nascent soul among all the forces.
Master Li, come with me.
Master Jianghong waved to Li Shiming and said. He flew out of the flying boat. Li Shiming waved goodbye to Ancestor Zhang Kai and flew out of the flying boat. Li Shiming followed Master Jianghong and flew towards a suspended mountain peak. Master Jianghong cast a spell. When he flew to the suspended mountain peak, the mountain's formation automatically opened, allowing him and Li Shiming to enter. Li Shiming was in shock at this time. When he flew out of the flying boat, he discovered that the intensity of the spiritual energy was almost double that of the first level of Wuching Mountain's spiritual energy. When he flew into the suspended mountain peak, he found that the concentration of spiritual energy had increased again, and it was almost the same as the spiritual energy he had in the nascent soul level cave. This has not really entered the place where the spiritual energy is the richest. There is such spiritual energy on the outside of the mountain peak. The richness of the spiritual energy here is far beyond his imagination.
This is where the sect master's cave is located. The sect handles sect affairs here on weekdays.
Master Jiang Hong flew toward a palace-style building on the mountainside. He introduced it to Li Shiming as he flew. Li Shiming not only saw the palace on the mountainside, but also the buildings on the top of the mountain. According to the tradition of the immortal world, the top of the mountain is where the sect's cave is located.
Master Jiang, come in,
came a clear female voice. Master Jiang Hong descended to a rooftop on the upper level of the palace, and Li Shiming quickly followed. Master Jiang Hong walked through the rooftop in front. A door on the rooftop opened and he entered. Li Shiming felt slightly nervous. In his perception, the entire palace was a magic weapon. He had seen this technique before, and it was very similar to the mountain-type magic weapon he refined. But the refining method of this palace is to use a small amount of materials to refine it, and then use it in a special way to amplify it. Otherwise, with the 4th grade materials of this palace, I am afraid that no matter how rich the 10,000 Beasts sect is, they will not be able to come up with so many 4th grade materials to build a palace. But even so, this is extremely exaggerated. No matter how few 4th grade materials are used, building a small palace still requires a lot of 4th grade materials. Li Shiming has never seen this kind of craftsmanship. Chapter 490 Entering the Sect. Li Shiming followed Master Jiang Hong into the upper floor of the palace, which was a luxurious hall. The walls were decorated with various rare treasures, and mysterious patterns were drawn on the ceiling. The patterns emitted light and illuminated the hall. But no matter how luxurious the hall is, it can't stop the female nun sitting at the top. The female cultivator couldn't tell her age, so she could be said to be in her 20s or hundreds of years old. A woman in her 20s has the appearance of a female cultivator, while a woman who is hundreds of years old has the temperament of a female cultivator. The kind of temperament that has been accumulated over the years and holds power all year round cannot be possessed in a short time. This female nun cannot be said to be beautiful. She is like the strongest light in the hall, shining on everyone's heart, making people dare not ignore her in the slightest. Li Shiming sensed the realm of this female cultivator, and he carefully put away his spiritual powers and other minds, not daring to reveal them at all. The realm of female cultivators is the middle stage of yuanying. He has seen such existences in Beishu continent. Ancestor Jin Kai and Patriarch Luowei are both middle stage yuanying monks, but none of them could match the powerful oppression of the female cultivator in front of him. Not to mention that there was an unknown spiritual beast with a dragon aura and all black lying next to the female cultivator. The level of this dragon aura spirit beast has reached the 4th level. Judging from its aura, it is similar to the middle nascent soul stage of a human monk. Even if the female cultivator in front of her has the same combat power as Ancestor Jin Kai or Ancestor Luowei, with the dragon aura spirit beast beside her, her combat power is comparable to that of the 2 mid-nascent soul monks.
Master Li, come and see Sect Master Ji.
Master Jiang Hong reminded Li Shiming softly. Li Shiming was shocked. This nascent soul female cultivator turned out to be the master of the 10,000 Beast sect. A female cultivator could become the master of the 10,000 Beast sect. Who would believe it if she had no ability? Regardless of whether the world of immortality is based on cultivation or other aspects. In fact, there are some differences between male and female cultivators in the world of immortality. In most forces, some power can be reserved for female cultivators, but female cultivators can only occupy a small part of the power, and most of the power is still in the hands of male cultivators. Li Shiming has never seen any sect hand over the sect leader to a female cultivator. It's not that he looks down on female cultivators, but he is surprised that this is generally the case in the world of immortality.
Li Shizhen pays homage to sect leader Ji.
Li Shiming suppressed his thoughts, bowed and said,
Okay, Master Jiang, is this the alchemy master you recommend to get started?
Sect leader Ji glanced at Li Shiming lightly, then turned to Master Jiang Hong and asked.
Yes.
Master Jiang Hong bowed and replied.
Since it was your recommendation, let's go through the formalities for joining the sect. Don't you want to accept disciples? Why are you planning to accept them again?
Sect leader Ji waved his hand and asked, remembering some situations.
Master Ji is joking. Master Li's alchemy talent is higher than mine. How can I be his master? I don't want such an alchemy genius to be buried outside.
Master Jiang Hong shook his head with a smile. He also has a reputation for self-awareness. Li Shiming's alchemy ability, even if he conceals it, is still superior to him. He invited Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Beast sect, partly because Li Shiming's talent in alchemy was indeed ridiculously strong, and he was showing off his talent. On the other hand, if he didn't invite him, Li Shiming would soon fall into the eyes of other major sects. And then, he would be advantaged by other major sections. This was not what he wanted to see.
Master Li. Right. I'm rude.
Sect leader Ji's expression changed slightly after hearing Master Jiang Hong's explanation. She looked at Li Shiming again and bowed slightly. We can't blame her for being rude before. Now that she is in her current position, as the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, she represents the 10,000 Beasts sect anytime and anywhere. It was impossible for her to break up a corporal because of an alchemy master who was born as a casual cultivator. The alchemy master who was a casual cultivator was too wet. But it was different with Master Jiang Hong's evaluation. She knew Master Jiang Hong's character very well, and would not praise others casually. It is extremely difficult to catch Master Jiang Hong's eyes. Not to mention that Master Jiang Hong thinks he is not as good as Li Shiming's alchemy talent.
Don't dare!
Li Shiming replied quickly.
Master Li, welcome to join the 10,000 Beasts sect. No matter what troubles you have encountered in the past, the 10,000 Beasts sect will be your strong backing.
Sect leader Ji assured Li Shiming. She knew very well that such an alchemy genius must have encountered some kind of trouble when he was reduced to such a state. Master Jiang Hong agreed, indicating that the trouble was not big. So what if the trouble was bigger? The 10,000 Beasts sect was never afraid of trouble.
Sect Master Ji. This is the
Great Sun Hachi pill
that Master Li refined according to my request. Take a look first.
Master Jiang Hong took out the
Great Sun Hachi pill,
refined by Li Shiming, was handed to Sect leader Ji. Sect Master Ji took the jade bottle. When she saw the quality of the 3
Great Sun Hachi pills
in the jade bottle, her eyes towards Li Shiming became softer. The most numerous monks in the sect are the monks in the early stage of yuanying. And the consumption of 4th grade spiritual elixirs in the early stage of yuanying is also the largest. Regardless of the fact that the quality of the
Great Sun Hachi pill
in your hand is also intermediate. The sect has 3 alchemy masters who can refine the intermediate quality 4th grade elixir of the early yuanying period. However, it also depends on the probability. It does not happen every time. Can be refined. The
Sun Hachi pill
in his hand is just 1 step away from being of high quality. This shows that Li Shiming has a very high probability of refining a 4th grade intermediate elixir in the early stage of yuanying. Having such an alchemy master in the sect is a very beneficial thing for the entire sect. At the same time, she also understood that Master Jiang Hong's purpose in taking out the
Great Sun Iki pill
was to fight for Li Shiming's due treatment.
Master Li, you go through the formalities for joining the sect first, and I will discuss it with the deputy sect masters.
Sect Master Ji said to Li Shiming with a smile. The procedure for joining the 10,000 Beasts sect was very simple. Master Jiang Hong left after handing him over to a deacon. Master Jiang Hong was very busy. When it came to inviting Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Beasts sect, Master Jiang Hong was absolutely public spirit. Li Shiming was led by the deacon to the lower floor of the palace and swore an oath to a jade plate representing the 10,000 Beasts sect. After swearing the oath, he received an identity jade plate.
Junior Brother Li, with the identity jade plate, you can receive corresponding resources and own a cave.
The deacon is very enthusiastic about Li Shiming, which is mainly due to Master Jiang Hong's face. The deacon is a late-stage Jindan monk, and he senses that Li Shiming is also in the late-stage Jindan stage. However, he has been in the sect for a long time, so he is naturally a senior brother. He thinks he has no problem calling Li Shiming junior brother.
Excuse me, Deacon.
Li Shiming said thanks and followed the deacon to another room. This is the place where sect affairs are handled. Of course, the affairs handled here are the affairs of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages. And no matter how low the affairs are, they are handled by the outer sect. Li Shiming handed the jade plate of his identity to the monk opposite, and the monk placed the jade plate of his identity in the small formation in front of him.
Hey, is something wrong?
The monk couldn't help but wonder after a moment. He saw that the resources and caves belonging to Li Shiming were distributed according to the standards of early yuanying monks. But in front of him was a Jindan monk. After checking it repeatedly, he found that there were no mistakes. He looked up at Li Shiming with a strange light in his eyes.
You choose the mountain first. After you choose it, it will take a day to transform the mountain, and it will rise after a day. In addition, this is a mustard ring configured for you. It contains 3 years of resources. There will be resources every 3 years in the future. Someone will send it to your cave, or you can come here to pick it up.
The monk in charge of the affairs became respectful and carefully explained to Li Shiming. Li Shiming himself has a mustard seed ring. But this is a mustard seed ring with the mark of the 10,000 Bees sect. Not only is it safer than the mustard seed ring he got, but the space inside is also larger. He cast a divine thought and recognized the mustard seed ring as its owner. There were not many things inside. The robe, crown, and boots are all made of 4th grade materials. Although in his perception, this is the lowest grade 4th grade material. But after being made by the weapon refining master of the 10,000 Bees sect, it can still compare with ordinary 4th grade magic weapons. These appear to be 3 magic weapons, but they are actually a set of 4th grade magic weapons. Their main function is to provide the monks with the final defense, as well as some normal functions of the robes. Next to it is a 4th grade flying sword magic weapon. In the world of immortality, flying swords are the most common magic weapon with the most users. The standard 4th grade magic weapon in the 10,000 Bees sect is the flying sword magic weapon. The rest is a box of 30 pieces of 4th grade spiritual tea and 9 pieces of 4th grade spiritual fruit. It's a pity that so many things, that is, the 4th grade spiritual tea and 4th grade spiritual fruit, are useful to him. The full body magic robe magic weapon and the flying sword magic weapon are of high grade, so he cannot use them.
Look at these mountains. They are all optional.
The monk in charge activated another formation, and the illusory panorama of the 10,000 Bees sect appeared in front of Li Shiming. Mountain peaks are marked one after another. Without exception, these peaks are on the ground and are distributed throughout the sect. The natal magic weapon Z15 began to call up the portrait of Li Shiming when he entered the sect and analyze it. Although the 10,000 Bees sect's formation has not yet been studied, Z15 has analyzed some important nodes of the formation. Among the peaks marked in front of us, several peaks are located near these grand formation nodes. And there is one peak in particular that coincides with the grand formation nodes. Of course, the sect's formation was not placed on these mountain peaks, but formed a large and complex formation underground. Perhaps the mountain peak that coincides with the node of the formation, in the hands of other monks, is no different from an ordinary mountain peak. But for Li Shiming it is completely different.
Just this mountain peak,
Li Shiming said, pointing to the peak that coincides with the node of the formation.
Please wait for a moment,
the monk in charge said while starting to operate. After a while, he delivered Li Shiming's jade plate of identity to Li Shiming's hands.
You first go to the cave on the mountain and wait. Someone will be there to transform it in at most an hour,
he finally confessed. Li Shiming took back the jade plate of identity, thanked the deacon and the monk in charge, and then left. Because of his status as Jade Disc, he had the right to fly alone in the sect. He flew towards the chosen mountain that would be his home for a long time. It's just that this time, he didn't feel as excited as when he joined the Shushan sect. He retained some feelings and didn't want to pour too much emotion into the 10,000 Bees sect. He was afraid of betrayal. When we came to the mountain peak, the formation on the mountain peak was not activated at this time. The top and bottom of the mountain peak were still in a state of desolation. Only the top of the mountain had a sealed cave. He used the identity Jade Disc to activate the sealed cave, and the formation of the cave began to operate. He walked into the cave, and he didn't have high expectations for the cave. However, after he entered, he realized that the cave was not as desolate as he saw from the outside. In addition to the hall, training room, alchemy room, study room, meditation room, weapon refining room, spiritual pet room, cultivation room, storage room, etc. that a normal cave has. The cave actually also has a spiritual plant space and a 4th grade spiritual spring. The spiritual plant space has been sealed for a long time, but after being sealed, there has been almost no change in this spiritual plant space, and its quality is still 4th grade. Yes, this is a 4th grade spiritual plant space, built using special means. Although the spiritual plant space is only 60 square meters, it is enough to plant many 4th grade spiritual plants. As for how many spiritual plants can be planted, it depends on the variety of spiritual plants. Not to mention the 4th grade spiritual springs. You must know that the spring water of these 4th grade spiritual springs outside needs to be purchased with high grade spiritual stones. He didn't know whether there was this 4th grade spiritual spring in this cave or all caves. In fact, he was lucky enough. He chose the mountain peak at the node of the formation. The location of this cave is exactly at the center of the node of the formation. After long-term cultivation, this 4th grade spiritual spring was born. Because there was no 4th grade spiritual spring before it was sealed, and no monks checked the cave after that, he had the opportunity to obtain this cave and the 4th grade spiritual spring in it. The size of the cave doesn't matter. The entire mountain peak belongs to him. If there is any need in the future, he can expand it by himself. However, the spiritual planting space is different from the 4th grade spiritual spring. The spiritual planting space is a benefit for junior Yuanying monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect, while the 4th grade spiritual spring is an unexpected gain. These two places cannot be expanded by themselves. Currently, this mountain peak does not have spiritual veins, and the spiritual energy used is still the spiritual energy shared within the 10,000 Beasts sect's mountain gate. This made it impossible for Li Shiming to strengthen the formation of the cave. And he was not in a hurry. He believed that the sect would soon add nascent soul-level spiritual veins to the mountain. Not long after, a team led by an early Yuanying monk and a team of 30 Jindan monks came to the mountain peak. The early Yuanying monks waved their hands, and 30 Jindan monks began to arrange the spiritual objects one by one at the foot of the mountain. Their movements were extremely skillful, and it was obvious from a glance that they had done this frequently. The monks in the early stage of nascent soul took out a pulse-locking disc, released the nascent soul-level spiritual veins in it, and guided it into the mountain. Chapter 491 Settling Down. Li Shiming discovered the arrival of these monks in the cave. These monks had no intention of meeting him, and started working. Li Shiming thought about it, and did not bother him. After the nascent soul-level spiritual veins entered the mountain peak, the formations on the mountain peak seemed to have an energy supply, and began to operate one by one. However, since the construction team was still there, he did not allow the formation to be fully operational, but only activated all the formations in the cave. The natal magic weapon Z15, based on the situation in the cave, quickly designed a set of formation enhancement plans that fit the actual situation. The 8 4th grade formation flags and the 365 3rd grade formation flags worked again. They were released one by him, and the cave's defense continued to increase. After finishing the work in the cave, he sensed the work of the construction team through the formation. The spiritual objects placed by the construction team at the foot of the mountain are process components. The components are put together one by one to completely cover the foot of the mountain. This work took a full 10 hours, which made Li Shiming anxious. The main reason was that these Jindan monks often needed a lot of time to adjust the connection between the components. In his eyes, this work is extremely simple. If he knew the design drawings, he could arrange it by himself in less than an hour. After all the components were arranged, the early Yuanying monk waved his hand, and 30 golden core monks flew away from the mountain. The monks in the early stage of nascent soul cast spells one after another, and the spiritual objects composed of components turned into clouds and mist. The mountain peak suddenly shook and then separated from the ground at the foot of the mountain, rising upward supported by the clouds and mist. When the mountain peak rose to a certain height, it stopped. Seeing that their work was finished, Li Shiming flew out of the cave and came to the early Yuanying monks.
Li Shurjin. Thank you, ancestor.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked. When the monk in the early stage of nascent soul saw Li Shiming, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that the owner of this mountain peak was actually a golden elixir monk. However, he didn't mean to underestimate Li Shiming at all. It was not strange to have a suspended mountain peak in the early stage of Yuanying of the 10,000 Beasts sect. But it was different for a Jindan monk to enjoy the treatment in the early stage of Yuanying. If Li Shiming was not outstanding, if he did not have the same status as the early nascent soul, it would be impossible to own a suspended mountain.
Little friendly, you can call me Master Song. There is no need to call me ancestor in this sect.
Master Song said with a smile and waved his hand. He then asked curiously,
I wonder what Little Friendly is good at. Uncle Song, I have some talent in alchemy.
Li Shiming replied with a smile. When he joined the 10,000 Beasts sect, he always made elixirs for the early Yuanying monks, so that people would know about the orders as early as possible.
It turns out that I am a master of alchemy. I don't know when the alchemy furnace will be opened. I have some 4th grade elixirs that need to be refined into elixirs.
Uncle Song's eyes lit up, and he said, although there are several alchemy masters in the 10,000 Beasts sect who can refine the elixir of the early nascent soul, these alchemy masters are very busy, especially the high-level alchemy masters, in order to improve their own level, in addition to their usual alchemy in addition. It is the long-term research on spiritual materials. It takes a lot of energy for the alchemy master to make alchemy, so any alchemy master will open a furnace only after a period of time. In addition, the alchemy master still needs to conduct some research, which makes it take less time to open the furnace to make alchemy. Every alchemy master's order has been queued up for a long time, and anyone who wants to refine a 4th grade elixir has to wait. Uncle Song just can't wait. The most important thing is that the alchemy master who is favored by the sect and can enjoy the early treatment of Yuaning must not be bad. He planned to refine a furnace of 4th grade elixir first. If Li Shiming's alchemy level was satisfactory, he would continue to ask Li Shiming to refine the 4th grade elixir.
There are conditions for asking me to make alchemy. The reward I need is to upgrade the resources of nascent soul,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Uncle Song was not surprised but overjoyed. The higher Li Shiming asked for a higher reward, the more confident he was in his alchemy ability.
I do have a resource to promote nascent soul. If Master Li's ability does not match the reward, I will replace it with other equivalent rewards.
Master Song thought for a while and said, sure enough, it was the 10,000 Beasts sect, a large and wealthy sect, and any early Yuaning monk had the resources to advance to the Yuaning. Li Shiming was very happy. It seemed that joining the 10,000 Beasts sect was the right time.
This is natural, but it will take some time before I start the furnace to refine the elixir. I need to set up the cave first. I will officially start the furnace in a month.
Li Shiming nodded in agreement. Uncle Song didn't have any objections. He only had to wait for a month. Compared to other alchemy masters, who waited for several years, this was already a very short time. After seeing off Uncle Song's construction team, Li Shiming came to the foot of the mountain and observed the clouds and mist. In his mind, those were components with runes drawn on them one by one, connected in some way. It is impossible to analyze the principles just by relying on observation, since this knowledge appears here and is used daily. Then, the 10,000 Beasts sect must have a corresponding inheritance. Li Shiming studied the mountain's formation again, and found that this formation was very extraordinary, and was made by a powerful formation master, with the computing power of the natal magic weapon Z15. After a period of analysis, the formation has been restored into a formation diagram. In a short period of time, he did not have the corresponding formation materials in hand, and could no longer strengthen it. This formation is a 4th grade formation, and the materials required are all 4th grade, at least before he became a Yuaning monk. It was difficult for him to obtain so many 4th grade formation materials. Li Shiming sighed in his heart, as they were both large sects on the same continent. The difference between the former Shushan sect and the current 10,000 Beasts sect was really huge. In the past, the Shushan sect's large formation could not stop the attack of the Yuaning ancestor, and it could not even block it for a period of time. But in the 10,000 Beasts sect, not to mention the sect's great formation, even the formation on his mountain peak can block the nascent soul ancestor for a period of time. Li Shiming also discovered that the mountain peaks rising in the sky were not only a display of status, but the mountains in the sky became the first line of defense for the sect. And they also enjoyed the spiritual energy supply enhanced by the formation. In addition to its own nascent soul level spiritual veins, the mountain peak is also constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the surrounding void. When it is in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy is much richer than on the ground, making the spiritual energy environment in the mountain peak better. Li Shiming is now relieved to put Venerable Hui Jing and his clone Li Yuanba in his cave. It is absolutely safe here, and he will no longer worry about being intruded by anyone. He is in the 10,000 Beasts sect, and does not need Venerable Hui Jing to follow him around. Venerable Hui Jing's strength has been improving a bit slowly. Li Shiming hopes that he will improve his strength as soon as possible. He will not need to worry about the cultivation environment for a long time in the future. Venerable Hui Jing can practice in seclusion for a long time. The Phantom Dragon was also relocated to the spiritual pet room. During this period, the Phantom Dragon had been in a state of absorbing the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. It was moved from one cave to another by Li Shiming, and it could not settle down either. This time it was finally better, and I could finally have a safe cave. Li Shiming also has another idea. He has always been in a state of letting the Phantom Dragons go free, and hardly interferes with the cultivation of the Phantom Dragons. Now that he is in the 10,000 Beasts sect, he cannot enter the treasure mountain empty-handed. He plans to find a secret method for raising spiritual pets when he has time, so that the Phantom Dragon can grow up faster. He spent 3 days getting familiar with his cave and the mountain, and opened up an underground space deep in the cave where he could put large-scale machinery and equipment into it, and use his brain to control the silver corpse to carry out tasks he had not done before. Completed research and production. To his surprise, on the 3rd day, a magic formula came from outside the mountain, and a monk came to visit him. His spiritual mind connected with the magic formula, and he found that it was not the monk he was familiar with. In the 10,000 Beasts sect, he was familiar with not many monks. namely Patriarch Zhang Kai and Master Jiang Hong, as well as the newly acquainted Master Uncle Song. The person who sent the instructions was an early Yuaning monk named Hua Yin, who was waiting outside the mountain. Li Shiming hesitated for a moment, thinking that this was the sect of the 10,000 Beasts sect, so there would be no danger. He also wanted to expand his network of contacts, so he activated the formation.
Excuse me for disturbing you.
Ancestor Hua Yin was still very surprised when he saw Li Shiming. The news of Li Shiming joining the sect has not yet spread, and his identity as an alchemy master is only known to a few monks. Patriarch Hua Yin obviously didn't know, so he showed surprise when he saw Li Shiming.
I wonder what's wrong with Mr. Hua.
Li Shiming didn't know the purpose of his visit. He first asked Patriarch Hua Yin to sit down at the newly built pavilion outside the cave mansion, and then asked aloud,
I have 16 disciples who are all spiritual plant masters. I see that your mountain peak needs development. I wonder if you can hand over the spiritual field on the mountain peak to my disciples for planting.
Patriarch Hua Yin asked with a smile. Li Shiming was a little stunned. Are you here to take over business? Is this still the Yuaning ancestor he knows? Just come here in person for the spiritual field of a mountain peak. You can't blame him for this. When he was in Beishu continent, every Yuaning ancestor was a superior being, and all the resources of the sect were for the Yuaning ancestor. This was indeed the first time Li Shiming had seen Yuaning Patriarch Hua Yin, who came to pick up business. There is no need to be careful about the safety of the mountain when outsourcing the mountain spiritual field. The mountain formation can open the spiritual field area separately, and only designated spiritual planners can enter the formation.
I wonder what I need to pay.
Li Shiming thought about it, and it didn't matter. Although he also had the ability of a spiritual planter, he really didn't have time to manage the entire mountain.
1/10 of the mountain spiritual field.
Patriarch Hua Yin replied with a smile. This is really not much. Li Shiming doesn't need to spend any thought at all. As long as he goes out of the spiritual field on the mountain peak, he can get 9/10 of the harvest.
Don't worry. 60% of the suspended peaks in the 10,000 B sect are my clients. I, Hua Yin, have a reputation for integrity. If you want to take back the spiritual field, you only have to ask for it 1 year ago, and it will be returned to you the next year.
Ancestor Yin seemed to be afraid that he was worried about something, so he continued.
I want to know what will be planted in the spiritual field on the mountain peak.
Li Shiming finally asked.
3rd grade beast saliva fruit.
Patriarch Hua Yin replied without any concealment. Li Shiming checked the Z15 database and found no information about the 3rd grade beast saliva fruit.
This 3rd grade beast saliva fruit is the main material of the 3rd grade spirit beast Sun Yuan Dan. The sect consumes a lot of spirit beast Sun Yuan Dan, but the growth conditions of this 3rd grade beast saliva fruit are extremely harsh. There are only suspended ones in the sect. Only mountain peaks meet the requirements.
Ancestor Hua Yin explained again.
What is the value of this 3rd grade beast saliva fruit?
Li Shiming became less interested when he heard that it was a 3rd grade elixir. Even if the entire mountain spiritual field were planted with 3rd grade beast saliva fruit, how much value would it bring? Patriarch Hua Yin looked at Li Shiming again. If an ancestor of Yuaning asked this, he would not have any doubts. However, it is a bit strange that Li Shiming, a golden elixir monk, looks down on 3rd grade elixirs.
The 3rd grade spiritual beast Sun Yuan Dan is mainly used not for 3rd grade spiritual beasts, but for 4th grade spiritual beasts. This is the staple food of 4th grade spiritual beasts. Although its value is not as high as that of 4th grade spiritual plants, the quantity is enough to make up for the difference in value. There is a gap,
Ancestor Hua Yin explained patiently.
Then the spiritual field on the mountain peak will be handed over to Patriarch Hua, and the harvested 3rd grade beast saliva fruit that belongs to me. Just give it to me directly.
Li Shiming became interested, thought for a while, and said, he also has a spiritual pet and is a master of alchemy. He has prepared some food for the Phantom Dragon in advance, especially the food prepared by the 10,000 Beasts sect for the 4th grade spiritual beasts. I think the Phantom Dragon will like it. Patriarch Hua Yin hesitated for a moment. The profit he earned was not just 1/10. If the other 9/10 of the 3rd grade beast saliva fruits were handed over to him, he would ask an alchemist to refine them into 3rd grade spiritual beasts to increase their energy. Dan, he can also make a profit. However, he thought of Li Shiming's special feature, considering that the Golden Core monk had a suspended mountain as his cave, so he gave up at the slightest loss of profit.
Then it's settled. I'll sign a contract with you.
He took out the identity jade plate and sent a drafted contract to Li Shiming and said, after Li Shiming checked that the contract was correct, Both parties left spiritual marks on it. The contract would be registered with the sect through the Identity Jade Disc, and the sect would supervise the completion of the contract. As soon as Li Shiming signed the contract, Patriarch Huayan called two Lingji masters. Listening to the two Golden Elixir stage spiritual plant masters calling Patriarch Huayan master, it seems that Patriarch Huayan has indeed trained a group of spiritual plant masters. Li Shiming set the authority for the two Lingji masters, and he didn't have to worry about anything after that. The two Lingji masters would handle everything. Professionalism means speed. The two spiritual plant masters brought all the materials with them and repaired the spiritual fields on the mountain peaks that had been abandoned for an unknown period of time. They added various materials to rejuvenate these spiritual fields. After almost 10 days, the entire mountain peak was no longer the same as before. The entire area from the mountain peak to the top was opened up into a third-grade spiritual field. Seeds were sent into the spiritual field one by one, and then large clouds and rain fell. After the two spiritual plant masters were busy for more than 10 days, they stopped staying on the mountain peak. According to Li Shiming's observation, the two spiritual plant masters were also responsible for the spiritual plant work on two other peaks. Chapter 492 Faction. On the 20th day after Li Shiming settled down, his mountain peak calmed down normally, except for changing continents and sects. His life was no different from before. The life of cultivating immortals is boring. In the Golden Elixir period, especially for a Golden Elixir cultivator like him who practices a variety of exercises, almost every day is filled to the brim. This is still good. If you reach the nascent soul stage, it will take months or even years to practice at a time. Seemingly seeing him settling down, Master Jiang Hong came to his mountain peak. Li Shiming personally went out of the mountain to greet Master Jiang Hong. He was very grateful to Master Jiang Hong. Master Jiang Hong brought him into the 10,000 Beasts sect, which gave him the current stable cultivation environment. He welcomed Master Jiang Hong into the cave hall, where only monks who were very close to him were invited to enter.
Master Li, we moved to a new cave according to the custom of Dong Qi. Friends need to send congratulatory gifts,
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and handed it over.
Master Jiang, you are too polite.
Li Shiming did not expect that Master Jiang Hong would send a congratulatory gift, so he waved his hands repeatedly. Just bringing in the sect was a huge favor, and he felt like he couldn't bear it. Master Jiang Hong is also a master of alchemy, and he has almost nothing asked of him. This is purely to help himself, which he knows very well.
You don't have many friends in the sect. I can't let you quietly enter the cave like this,
Master Jiang Hong said as he stuffed the storage bag into Li Shiming's hand. Li Shiming was introduced to the sect by him, so he was naturally a monk in his lineage. Li Shiming is the best in both cultivation and alchemy talent, and his future achievements are immeasurable. The 10,000 Beasts sect has a great cause, and is not monolithic within the clan. It is also divided into several factions. Strengthening their own faction is what every monk in the faction wants to do. Master Jiang Hong's current emotional investment is all to win over Li Shiming. Of course, it is still early to say this. Those who have not reached the nascent soul stage in the sect cannot participate in the struggle for power.
Thank you, Master Jiang.
Li Shiming accepted the storage bag. His mind scanned the storage bag and found a 4th-grade tea tree inside, sealed by several talismans. He couldn't help but marvel at Master Jiang Hong's generosity. This made him think of Beishu continent again, where it was extremely difficult to taste a cup of 4th-grade spiritual tea. That was because he was the #1 alchemy master in Beishu continent. Under circumstances, Li Shiming used the 4th-grade spiritual spring water taken from the cave, and used the method of making tea in the alchemy furnace that he was good at to give Master Jiang Hong a cup of 4th-grade spiritual tea. He also took out 5 4th-grade spiritual fruits and placed them on the table. This is also the best entertainment thing he can offer. Master Jiang Hong looked at the 4th-grade spiritual fruit in front of him and nodded secretly. He knew that Li Shiming had received 3 years of early yuaning resources after joining the sect. There were only 9 4th-grade spiritual fruits in total, so he suddenly took out 5 pieces.
Yes, the quality of this 4th-grade spiritual spring water is higher than the previous one.
He did not go to get the 4th-grade spiritual fruit. The 4th-grade spiritual fruit was a precious thing for Li Shiming, but it was really nothing to him. What? It was the spiritual tea brewed by Li Shiming himself in the alchemy furnace. He was very interested in it.
This is water from the 4th-grade spiritual spring in the cave. The quality is indeed better than what I bought in Witching Mountain before.
Li Shiming also took a sip of the 4th-grade spiritual tea and nodded.
You said there is a 4th grade spiritual spring in your cave?
Master Jianghong's voice couldn't help but become louder, and he confirmed with some disbelief.
Yes. It existed when I opened the cave with the identity Jade Disc,
Li Shiming replied, sensing something unusual.
You are really lucky. The 4th grade spiritual spring is not easy to obtain. The sect only has 3 4th grade spiritual springs in total. They are all shared. None of the 4th grade spiritual springs are private property. Even if you want a 4th grade spiritual spring, you have to redeem it with sect contribution points.
Master Jianghong shook his head and sighed at Li Shiming's luck. He was just happy that Li Shiming had a 4th grade spiritual spring. But he was not jealous. This was related to his own wealth. As one of the top 3 alchemy masters in the 10,000 Beast sect, he really looked down upon his contribution in exchange for a 4th grade spiritual spring.
I thought every cave was equipped with a 4th grade spiritual spring,
Li Shiming said with a smile. He probably guessed the reason why the 4th grade spiritual spring appeared. The location where the 4th grade spiritual spring appeared happened to be the center of the sect's formation node. Since this cave has not been used for many years, and there is no interference from any spiritual energy, I don't know how many years it took to create this 4th grade spiritual spring.
You dare to think that the 4th grade spiritual spring I will use in the future will come to you,
Master Jianghong said with a smile.
I'll put a gourd on it for you and take it away later.
Li Shiming took out a spiritual gourd and said. He threw the spirit gourd and flew into the depths of the cave. His mind controlled the spirit gourd to fill a gourd full of 4th grade spiritual springs. Although there are many 4th grade spiritual springs, they are formed over time. In fact, this grade of spiritual spring water only produces 1 drop per day. That is to say, only if you have accumulated enough 4th grade spiritual springs, you can fill a gourd. Li Shiming didn't care about the missing half of the 4th grade spiritual spring. He handed the spiritual gourd to Master Jianghong. Master Jianghong also didn't care about the 4th grade spiritual spring of this spiritual gourd. What he cared about was Li Shiming's attitude. He accepted the 4th grade spiritual spring with a smile. This kind of going back and forth has greatly deepened the friendship between them. Of course, the current relationship between Li Shiming and Master Jianghong is still dominated by Master Jianghong. Unless Li Shiming can one day be promoted to the nascent soul stage, he will have an equal status.
Master Li, let me tell you about the internal situation of the 10,000 Beasts sect to facilitate your future communication.
Master Jianghong felt the heat, and he put down his teacup and said in a deep voice. Li Shiming also put down his teacup and prepared to listen to his words seriously. He also has a certain understanding of the internal affairs of the sect. When he was in the Shushan sect, he belonged to one of the branches of the Shushan sect. It's just that his status at that time was special, and no one in the sect would target him. But it was different when it came to the 10,000 Beasts sect. As far as he knew, there were several alchemy masters who could refine 4th grade elixirs in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Among them, the 3 with the highest level of alchemy were all nascent soul stage alchemy masters. If he doesn't want to expose his entire alchemy level, he needs to consider the influence of factions. Based on his own situation, he is naturally from the same faction as Master Jianghong.
The 10,000 Beasts sect has more than 10 factions, among which there are only 2 strongest factions. One is the Dragon faction, and the other is the Phoenix faction. The Dragon family is a faction named after Dragon Vein spiritual pets, and the Phoenix family is a faction named after Phoenix Vein spiritual pets. Master Jianghong continued to preach. Although Li Shiming didn't know much about spiritual pets, he also knew how important the bloodline of spiritual pets was to him. Like an ordinary spiritual pet, when it becomes a 3rd grade great demon, it will have 2 forms. One is the human form, and the other is the body form. The human form is for better cultivation, and the body form is for better fighting. But the spiritual pets with dragon bloodline are different. The training direction of spiritual pets with dragon bloodline is to continuously evolve into the dragon form. The closer they evolve to the dragon form, the more powerful they will be. He didn't know much about Phoenix bloodline, but he thought it was similar to dragon bloodline.
Then which faction are we?
Li Shiming couldn't help but ask when he saw Master Jianghong picking up the teacup and drinking tea slowly. Master Jianghong laughed. He was very happy that Li Shiming used the term.
We are Phoenix bloodline. If you are looking for spiritual pets in the future, enter the cave of 10,000 Beasts and try to find spiritual pets with Phoenix bloodline. Our lineage has more Phoenix bloodline spiritual pets. Relatively speaking, the growth of spiritual pets can faster,
he replied. When Li Shiming heard this answer, He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. His phantom dragon was of dragon blood, especially after obtaining the dragon vein source crystal. Although the phantom dragon was still sleeping, the dragon blood was constantly improving and integrating. Then if I get a spiritual pet with dragon blood, will it have any impact? Li Shiming thought for a while and asked. If you have a Phoenix bloodline spiritual pet, then you may be able to enter the core of the Phoenix system and get more attention and resources. But if you have a dragon bloodline spiritual pet, then you will have almost no chance of entering the core of the Phoenix system. Impossible. If you don't have any idea about power, it won't have much impact. But if you want to have power in the 10,000 Beast sect, you'd better pay attention when choosing a spiritual pet. Master Jiang Hong explained for him. Li Shiming was a little helpless. He didn't know the origin of the factions of the 10,000 Beast sect. But since there were factions, he had to be careful not to expose the Phantom Dragon. Although he has no idea about power, he has a great need for resources. You don't have to worry about these things now. You are already in the realm of Great Elder. The most important thing now is to prepare for promotion to the nascent soul stage. You'd better start completing the sex alchemy task when you are free. When the sex contribution reaches a certain level, in addition to being able to buy exchanging resources, some important classics will be open to you, which will be helpful for your promotion. Master Jiang Hong saw that Li Shiming had some ideas and persuaded with a smile. Li Shiming didn't pay attention to the sect mission. In his former Shushan sect, after he was able to refine the 4th grade elixir, he stopped doing sect missions, because the reward from the sect mission was far less than the reward for refining elixirs for the monks. There was no refining mission for the 4th grade elixir in the sect mission. By the way, this is the Phoenix family's alchemy inheritance. Although you don't need this alchemy inheritance to refine 4th grade elixirs, I still hope that this alchemy inheritance can be helpful to you. Master Jiang Hong took out again a jade slip said. He only took out this alchemy inheritance after confirming that Li Shiming recognized the identity of the Phoenix family. He is the alchemy master that the Feng family can produce now. And now there is Li Shiming. He only hopes that Li Shiming's alchemy level will be as high as possible. Li Shiming took the jade slip, and his spiritual thoughts entered the jade slip. This is an extremely comprehensive inheritance. In addition to a complete set of alchemy knowledge, it also contains the experiences of more than 100 alchemy masters. He was extremely horrified. The experiences of more than 100 alchemy masters made this alchemy inheritance extremely precious. As long as the experiences of more than 100 alchemy masters are thoroughly studied, their alchemy level will naturally far exceed that of alchemy masters who have no inheritance. No wonder the sect's alchemy masters look down on the casual alchemy masters. It's not without reason. The sect's alchemy masters have a solid foundation, while the casual alchemy masters rely solely on their own experience in alchemy refining. The gap between the two sides is huge. Although Li Shiming can achieve perfect alchemy through the 10 nanometer control of the computer room space and the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, with the knowledge and experience in this inheritance, he can make the alchemy more easily. The most important thing is that after accumulating solid knowledge, he can make alchemy perfectly outside the computer room space. This is the analysis conclusion made by natal magic weapon Z15 for Li Shiming after collecting all the contents in the jade slips. You must watch this alchemy inheritance in the sect. You will be given 3 months to understand it. The jade slips will be taken back after 3 months. Master Jiang Hong reminded Li Shiming. He thought for a while and explained. You have just joined the sect. Once you are promoted to the nascent soul stage, you can increase the authority of the sect. There is no need for this. I understand. Of course Li Shiming knew that this was a normal operation, and such important books could not leave the sect. After seeing off Master Jiang Hong, he first went to the 4th rank spiritual planting space to plant the 4th rank spiritual tea tree. After he removed several sealing talismans from the 4th grade Ling tea tree, the 4th grade Ling tea tree instantly regained its vitality. The environment of the 4th grade Ling plant space was just suitable for the growth of the 4th grade Ling tea tree. He took some more Sippenling spring water and poured it on the Sippenling tea tree, feeling that the vitality of the Sippenling tea tree had stabilized. The yield of a 4th grade Ling tea tree in 1 year is not large. That is, 20 tea leaves. But it is twice as much as the 4th grade Ling tea distributed by the sect. The sect gives 3 years to early Yuaning monks. Just 30 pieces of 4th grade Ling tea leaves. It can be seen that the congratulatory gift sent by Master Jiang Hong this time is not light. But when Li Shiming starts to officially refine elixirs, Li Shiming himself will soon become rich. A few days later, Uncle Song came over, and they met in the pavilion. Uncle Song was very careful,
and only brought a 4th grade elixir. Of course, he also brought the reward. He brought a piece of
10,000 years lightning strike with juice.
Li Shiming knew about the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice.
If his clone Li Yuanba hadn't been forced to leave the Sun Luo sect, he might have gotten a copy of the
10,000 years thunder strike with juice
from the Sun Luo sect. Unfortunately, Patriarch Jian left too early, causing Li Yuanba to lose his backer and the opportunity to obtain the resources to be promoted to nascent soul. He knows the effect of
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
using
10,000 years thunder strike with juice.
When going through thunder tribulation can reduce the damage of sky thunder, although a monk can only use one portion of the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
when he is going through the nascent soul thunder tribulation. If there is more, the effect of the
10,000 years thunder strike with juice
will not be exerted. But Li Shiming is not the only one. He also has his clone Li Yuanba who needs the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice,
and the Silver Corpse who needs to survive the 4th level lightning tribulation. No amount of
10,000 years thunder strike with juice
is too much for him. Chapter 493 Mission. Of course, the
10,000 years lightning strike with sap
that Uncle Song brought was not for refining 1 furnace of 4th grade elixir, but 3 furnaces of 4th grade elixir. He had already thought about it. If Li Shiming's alchemy ability was too poor, he would ask for this
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
back even at the expense of his face, and at most replace it with other spiritual objects. This is what was agreed upon. But if you really do this, you will be at odds with Li Shiming. An appointment was made for 7 days. But this time Li Shiming took only 6 days to refine the 4th grade elixir. The time saved in this period is that Li Shiming has obtained the Phoenix Alchemy inheritance and improved in alchemy. The improvement in alchemy is an improvement in his basic alchemy ability. The alchemy results seem to be the same. The difference in alchemy basic ability is unknown to outsiders. But the alchemy master himself can sense it. After finishing the alchemy in advance, he did not contact Uncle Song in the extra time. Instead, he took out the jade plate of identity and began to check the sect's mission. The identity jade disc in the world of immortality is used in conjunction with the sect formation. As long as you are within the range of the sect formation, you can use the identity jade disc as a terminal to connect to the sect formation to obtain information. This is very close to the information transmission in the previous life. Except that in the previous life, wireless signals were used. The terminal was a device such as a mobile phone, and the information was stored on the server. Li Shiming no longer has anything similar to mobile phones in this world. He was able to launch mobile phones on Tianhai Island before. That was because the cultivation methods of Tianhai Island were too low. The identity jade disc in his hand at this time has almost all the functions of a mobile phone. It may not be as complicated as a mobile phone in some aspects, but without what particularly attracts monks, there will be no market for mobile phones when they are launched. Besides, the power of the major sects here is extremely terrifying. And mobile phones, communication devices that can disseminate information in alternative ways, will definitely be controlled. While thinking about it, he used his spiritual mind to connect to the sect mission of the formation. The only tasks he could see were those that were below the level of the Great Elder. In addition, it was obvious that his identity as an alchemy master was included in the system. And he also saw the alchemy tasks. During the alchemy task, he not only saw the refining task of the 3rd grade elixir, but also the refining task of the 4th grade elixir. Think about it. It takes nearly 10 days to refine 1 batch of 4th grade elixir, plus the energy consumption. It would be good for a normal alchemy master in the late stage of the golden elixir to be able to refine 1 batch in a month. The alchemy master is also a monk and needs to practice. If he consumes too much energy, it will affect the alchemy master's own cultivation. Not all alchemy masters have 5 golden elixirs, but all have their own magic weapons E15. It takes on more than 99% of the calculation work, making Li Shiming's alchemy extremely easy. Even the brain he used when refining alchemy was made from AZ15 CPU. As a 191 brain, the cost of running an alchemy furnace was so low that it was simply outrageous. But other alchemy masters are different. During the nearly 10 days of alchemy, the alchemy master needs to control every change in the spiritual fire and elixir, and control all changes within a certain range. This does not include the consumption of spiritual power and spirit during the alchemy process. The energy alone can make the alchemy master exhausted. Li Shiming looked at the 4th grade elixir refining task of the sect mission for alchemy masters with inferior alchemy skills. This 4th grade elixir refining task could not be accepted at all. If you take it forcibly, you may lose money, and you will need to compensate if you fail to meet the requirements. The sect task of refining the 4th grade elixir requires the delivery of 2 4th grade elixirs, and then based on the quality of the 2 4th grade elixirs, matching contribution points will be given. If the Master of Alchemy is not good enough and cannot reach full elixir level, he will not be able to get the commission for the 4th grade elixir. This commission is the biggest reward of opening the alchemy furnace. If you are unable to refine 2 4th grade elixirs, it is still a good idea. At least you will not lose money. However, if you cannot refine even 2 4th grade elixirs, or even fail to refine the elixir directly, then the compensation will be much more. Even if the alchemy master is rich, he can't bear to do this several times. An alchemy master with a very high level of alchemy usually has his own fixed customer base and is very popular. He can take endless private alchemy orders. So how can he accept sect alchemy tasks with relatively small rewards? After seeing the sect's alchemy task, Li Shiming's eyes lit up. Isn't this an alchemy task tailor-made for him? He has the 110-point elixir formula, which means he can 100% distribute the same amount of elixirs. With his full elixir ability, he can definitely take on the sect's elixir refining task. What made him most happy was that since it was a sect alchemy task, many of the 4th grade elixirs produced by the sect were the same. He completed 1 4th grade alchemy task, which was equivalent to completing 3 4th grade alchemy tasks. The extra 2 4th grade elixir refining materials can be refined into a 4th grade high-level elixir for you and your clone to use in your future cultivation. He took over the task of refining the 4th grade 9 furnace elixir, which was also the maximum amount he could receive at one time with his authority. Any more would require him to increase his authority before he could accept it. This is already very good. Shortly after accepting the sect's alchemy task, a monk sent 9 copies of 4th grade alchemy materials. There is no need for the elixir recipe. There is a corresponding elixir recipe in the alchemy inheritance given by Master Jiang Hong.
Yes, we finally have an alchemy master who is willing to do the sect's alchemy task.
The master of the 10,000 Beasts sect took a look at the message and said to himself with a smile. Most of the sect's alchemy tasks were forcibly assigned by her. She had a lot of headaches because of this matter, which also made the assigned alchemy master complain and delay the alchemy task as much as possible. This also made the sect's elixir refining tasks more and more delayed. Some of the 4th grade elixirs produced by the sect were allocated to the sect's nascent soul monks, while the other part needed to be refined into 4th grade elixirs and became the sect's strategic reserves. The sect's strategic reserves are the main source of sect rewards. Many of the tasks issued by the sect are rewarded with 4th grade elixirs. These 4th grade elixirs are drawn from the strategic reserves. In addition, once the sect encounters a war at the nascent soul level, strategic reserves are the guarantee for the continuation of the war. Although sect leader Ji was born in the dragon family, when she reached the sect level, her vision no longer focused on the factions within the sect. Li Shiming dared to take on the sect's alchemy task, and Master Jiang Hong's evaluation made her focus on Li Shiming. One day later, Uncle Song came to Li Shiming as promised. Still in the pavilion, he took the jade bottle from Li Shiming. When he saw 2 4th grade intermediate elixirs in the jade bottle, and felt that the quality of the 2 4th grade intermediate elixirs was just a hair short of reaching the high-level elixirs, the smile on his face could not be restrained. It's really a good deal. Although a 4th grade,
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
is precious, it is only a resource used by Golden Core monks. It is indeed extremely precious to Golden Core monks. But for Golden Core monks, it is extremely valuable. For Yuanying monks, it is completely capable of obtaining it. In exchange for such a high-quality 4th grade elixir, Uncle Song looked at Li Shiming differently. This is a treasure. Although the reward required is too limited, and it is a bit troublesome to find it. Isn't it normal for an alchemy master with such a level of alchemy to have some special conditions? Uncle Song was so excited that he said 2 more 4th grade elixirs. He only regretted that he did not have enough resources to promote nascent soul and get more opportunities from Li Shiming. He planned to obtain as many resources as possible to promote nascent soul through exchange or purchase in the next time.
Uncle Song, after this alchemy is finished, I will not make alchemy for outsiders for 4 months.
Li Shiming said to Uncle Song after accepting 2 pieces of 4th grade alchemy materials.
What's the matter? If you can use me, just ask.
Uncle Song asked anxiously after hearing this. With his ability, he could obtain several resources for promotion to nascent soul in a short time. He also wanted to refine all the remaining 4th grade elixirs into 4th grade elixirs. But when Li Shiming said this, he became a little worried. He was worried that Li Shiming would no longer make alchemy. So where would he find an alchemy master of this level?
It's nothing. I took over the sect's alchemy task. After completing Master Song's 2 furnaces of elixirs, I will start the sect's alchemy task,
Li Shiming explained. Uncle Song was about to say that the sect's alchemy task was uneconomical. But he didn't say anything after he opened his mouth. Although many Yuanying monks know that the sect's alchemy task is not cost-effective. If they really want to say it out, it will be a big trouble if the sect finds out. But after waiting for a while, he just took this opportunity to look for more resources to advance to nascent soul. In the days that followed, Li Shiming seemed extremely busy to outsiders. But in fact, he was practicing normally, and did not disturb his practice at all because of alchemy. First, he completed 2 batches of 4th grade elixirs for Uncle Song, ensuring that their quality was 4th grade intermediate elixirs. After that, he started the sect's alchemy mission, and his mountain peak was closed for 4 months. The reason why it is 4 months is that it takes 7 days to complete 1 furnace of 4th grade elixir. It takes almost 2 months to complete 9 furnaces of 4th grade elixir, plus the rest time. 4 months is enough time for a master alchemist to make alchemy with all his strength. The limit time that can be reached. Li Shiming held a jade bottle containing 18 4th grade intermediate elixirs, and another jade bottle in his computer room. There were 35 4th grade high grade elixirs, and a 4th grade top elixir. It is not easy to produce a 4th grade top elixir. This requires continuous refining of the same 4th grade elixir in the Fire Phoenix Cauldron, and the accumulated medicinal essence reaches a certain level before one can be refined. The 4th grade top elixir. This is what allows him to continuously refine the same 4th grade elixir in sects such as the 10,000 Beasts sect. He has refined a lot of 4th grade elixirs in Beishu continent, but he has never had the opportunity to refine a 4th grade elixir. Top quality elixir. Li Shiming took the jade bottle containing 18 4th grade intermediate elixirs and left his cave for the first time after coming to the 10,000 Beasts sect. The task of delivering the 4th grade elixir needs to be delivered to the palace where the sect master is located. The main reason is that the quality of the 4th grade elixir needs to be explained clearly to the alchemy master in person to avoid unnecessary disputes later. He came to the palace and was explaining the situation to a deacon. He wanted to go to the place where the task was delivered to deliver the 4th grade elixir.
Masterly, come to my side.
Sect Master Ji's voice rang in Li Shiming's ears. The entire palace is Master Ji's magic weapon, and she can clearly perceive everything that happens in the palace. Because she paid special attention to Li Shiming, she discovered it when Li Shiming arrived. Li Shiming followed the order and came to the top floor, where he met Sect Leader Ji again. When he saw the dragon bloodline spiritual pet beside Sect Master Ji, he was a little worried that Sect Master Ji would make things difficult for him.
Masterly, I'll handle the task delivery for you. Just give me the 4th grade elixir and that's it.
Sect Leader Ji looked at the nervous Li Shiming and said with a smile. Li Shiming didn't dare to disobey, but he didn't think that Sect Master Ji would do anything about the task. Sect Leader Ji took the jade bottle and felt the 4th grade elixir in the jade bottle, with a smile on his face. There are 18 4th grade elixirs in the jade bottle, all of which are just a hair short of reaching the 4th grade advanced quality. Thinking about the time it took Li Shiming to complete the alchemy task, she could not be more satisfied with this efficiency and level of alchemy. Even the alchemy master with the highest level of alchemy in the sect cannot achieve such a stable level of alchemy. The 18 4th grade elixirs refined through 9 alchemy operations all reached the 4th grade intermediate quality. Take Master Jiang Hong as an example. When refining this kind of 4th grade elixir, sometimes it is possible to refine a 4th grade high level elixir. Such times are of course very rare. Most of the other chances are to refine it into a 4th grade elixir. It is an intermediate elixir, but there is still a chance that it can be refined into a 4th grade low level elixir. Sect Master Ji has never encountered such a stable alchemy master as Li Shiming.
Masterly, your reward for 9 alchemy missions is 2,000 contribution points. This will upgrade you to a level of authority. You have the right to freely read all the classics in the early stage of Yuanying. In addition, I heard that you are collecting resources to promote Yuanying. I personally reward you with a Taishang Tongxian pill. This is a reward for your active completion of the sect's alchemy task.
Sect Leader Ji said with a smile. She took out a jade bottle from her body, threw it to Li Shiming, and then operated it in front of her. Li Shiming took the jade bottle and felt his identity jade plate trembling slightly. With his spiritual perception, he found that the identity jade plate had received a notification of the arrival of 2,000 contribution points and an increase in authority. He calculated that based on the basic reward of a batch of 4th grade elixir being 100 contribution points, the 4th grade intermediate elixir, he refined more than doubled his total reward. Not to mention the privilege enhancement and the reward of a Tongxian Dan. He has received the inheritance of Phoenix Alchemy, and he still knows about the Tongxian Dan.
Taishang Tongxian Pill
is a 4th grade elixir used in conjunction with
Taishang Sensing Pill.
It allows the Great Elder to sense 2 important processes of nascent soul's breakthrough in advance, thereby increasing the probability of breakthrough. Chapter 494 Establishment. Li Shiming found the library belonging to the nascent soul stage based on the map in the identity jade disk. When he entered the library pavilion, the jade plate of his identity was scanned by a formation wave, and the formation guarding the library pavilion automatically opened, allowing him to enter it. Different from ordinary library pavilions, the library pavilion in the nascent soul stage is not one where contribution points can only be exchanged for certain secret techniques. In addition to some sect-inherited techniques, the rest of the classics here can be viewed at will as long as the authority is sufficient. The status of the nascent soul stage monks in the 10,000 Beasts sect is already high level, so there is no need to worry about their loyalty to the sect. In addition, nascent soul monks have a longer lifespan. According to the personal preferences of each nascent soul monk, they will learn various deputy positions. At the same time, they also need a large number of classics to broaden their horizons and better improve their abilities. Understanding in the nascent soul stage, Li Shiming was stunned as soon as he entered the Yuanying period library. He did not expect that the Yuanying period library would look like what he saw in front of him. The library is arranged in a spatial formation. The space inside is as big as 3 football fields, and the height is incalculable. The reason why it is impossible to estimate is that his authority can only see the early stage of Yuanying, and he cannot see the middle and late stages of Yuanying. But only the early stage of nascent soul is more than 30 meters high. The interior of the library is a round tower-like building with grids densely covered from bottom to top. There are labels on the grids that describe the types of books inside. These grids are densely packed and spread all over the 4 walls. Li Shiming stood on the ground and looked up at the honeycomb-like grid. There was a classic in each grid here. He couldn't even imagine how the 10,000 Beasts sect collected so many classics. Compared with the classics here, the book collections of Shushan sect and Senluo sect are like the contrast between a large library and a small bookstall. His eyes couldn't help but light up. This was his biggest gain from coming to the 10,000 Beasts sect. However, there are its own rules here, which do not allow the use of mental abilities. If you want to read a book, you can only watch it at close range, grid by grid. This is normal, except for a special Jindan monk like Li Shiming. The others who can come here are all nascent soul monks. With the ability of the Yuanying monk, it is not a problem to read many classics at the same time, which will greatly affect the reading of other monks. Reading one classic at a time will not have much impact on other monks, and the utilization rate of the classics here will be higher. When he came in, there were already 4 nascent soul early stage monks here. They all paid attention to him after they noticed that he had come in. If this was not a library, and it was inconvenient to disturb him, they would have come over to communicate with Li Shiming. Being able to enter here as a Golden Core monk must be a monk with special abilities, and receive special attention from the sect. The 4 early Yuanying monks had never seen Li Shiming before, so they were even more curious about Li Shiming. Li Shiming first observed the situation of classics in the library, and found that almost everything was included. From mining, weapon refining, sword refining, spirit slaughter, medicinal diet, planting, elixir refining, animal taming, spirit raising, soul refining, talisman refining, armor refining, spiritual inscriptions, spiritual mirrors, formations, attachments, etc. It can be said that as long as there are professions that have appeared in the world of immortality, there are corresponding books here. He first went to the formation area and took out a jade slip from the bottom grid. He placed the jade slip on his forehead and could only read the contents of the jade slip without letting out his spiritual thoughts. In one breath, the natal magic weapon Z15 copied the contents of the jade slip into the sea of formation starlight. Above his head, the formation starlight sea emerged, and a star lit up at the edge. This was the embodiment of the formation knowledge just obtained from the jade slips in the formation starlight sea.
So it's the formation master.
The early Yuanying monk who was paying attention to him withdrew his attention. Although the formation master is very important, the formation master at the golden elixir stage is not worthy of the attention of the Yuanying monks. Since the formation masters at the golden core stage cannot use the 4th grade formation materials to refine the 4th grade formation plates, it is better for the nascent soul monks to ask the formation masters at the nascent soul stage to take action. There are much more formation masters than alchemy masters, which is probably related to the rarity of spiritual fire. Formation masters can be cultivated after a long period of study, as long as they have formation qualifications. Even if an alchemy master has the qualifications, he still needs to be lucky enough to obtain the spiritual fire. Otherwise, even if he has the qualifications, he will not be able to become an alchemy master, let alone a master alchemy master. Li Shiming didn't know that his absorption of formation knowledge had caused misunderstandings among other early Yuanying monks. He put the jade slip back and picked up another jade slip. Since all the jade slips in this formation area were new knowledge to him, his formation Starlight Sea opened up another galaxy. His learning speed was very fast. But the Yuanying monks did not pay attention to him. But they did not notice the constant changes in his formation Starlight Sea. He absorbed the formation knowledge hungrily. The number of jade slips of formation knowledge alone, and the speed at which he could read one jade slip by counting breaths, would probably take more than a month to scan them all into the formation Starlight Sea. The main thing is that you can't use spiritual thoughts. If you can use spiritual thoughts, you can read the jade slips about formations in one day. He stayed in the library for 10 hours, before he finally woke up from his excitement. He felt that he couldn't do this. He had to use his time rationally, and absorbing knowledge was important. But the library was here, and he would have plenty of time in the future. From now on, he can come for a few hours when he has time. The most important thing for him now is not to absorb knowledge, but to refine elixirs, to obtain more resources for promotion to the nascent soul. Having more resources to advance to the nascent soul, and participating in the opening of the Greenfield Cave through the Cloud Stepping Order are the guarantees for his promotion to the nascent soul. He checked the purchasing power of the contribution points, and found that the 2,000 contribution points he got could only be exchanged for 2 resources to promote nascent soul. It seemed like a loss. Not as much as the reward from private alchemy. However, once he accepts the task of refining elixirs for the sect, he can obtain 4th grade high-level elixirs, and even have the opportunity to obtain 4th grade top elixirs, which is incomparable to refining elixirs for private individuals. In addition to being exchanged for resources, contribution points can also be exchanged for inherited skills, and are an important basis for increasing authority.
Uncle Song.
When Li Shiming returned to the cave, he saw Uncle Song waiting outside the mountain peak.
Master Li, I heard that you have completed the sect's mission, and I would like to ask you to refine a few more batches of elixir for me,
Uncle Song said politely. In order to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs, he collected 3 Yuanying promotion resources in the past 4 months, and exchanged 1 Yuanying promotion resource to open the furnace 3 times, which was enough to use all the 4th grade elixirs in his hand.
No problem. I just have some free time.
Li Shiming agreed with a smile when he heard that he would gain resources for being promoted to nascent soul. Uncle Song took out 3 resources for promotion to the nascent soul, 2 of which Li Shiming did not have, and the other was the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice.
Uncle Song looked at Li Shiming with some anxiety. He also knew that the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
resource for promoting the nascent soul could only be used once at a time. Any more would be useless. He just wanted to give it a try. Anyway, Li Shiming only mentioned the resources for promotion to nascent soul, and did not specify whether it could not be repeated.
According to the rules I set, the reward here can be used to open the furnace 9 times.
Li Shiming had no objection, and said, as he put away the 3 promotion resources for nascent soul,
"This is Geofit elixir. Please trouble Master Li."
Master Song heard this, and quickly took out the prepared elixir and said. Li Shiming sent Master Song away. He would no longer have to take on the task of refining elixirs in the next few months. To the outside world, it would take 4 months to refine the 4th grade 9 furnace elixir. His current reputation has not spread, and he knows too few monks in the sect. Ancestor Zhang Kai has gone somewhere recently, and has never come to him. Master Jiang Hong will not ask him to make elixirs. It can be said that Uncle Song is his only customer at present. But in the next few months, he didn't expect that his reputation would quickly develop. The reason was because of the 18 4th grade intermediate elixirs he refined for the sect. The sect took out 9 of the 4th grade intermediate elixirs to pay the nascent soul cultivator for his mission. One of the nascent soul monks named Bauda, after getting 3 4th grade intermediate elixirs, found that the quality of these 3 4th grade intermediate elixirs was surprisingly high. Just 1 point can reach the advanced elixir. The most important thing is that the quality of the 3 4th-grade intermediate elixirs is exactly the same. He curiously contacted the other 2 nascent soul cultivators who had been paid, and found that the mission reward in their hands was a 4th-grade elixir, which was also a 4th-grade intermediate elixir of the same quality. Through his connections, he quickly learned about the refiner of these 4th-grade intermediate elixirs, an alchemy master named Li Shizhen. It took Masterly 4 months to complete the sex elixir refining task of the 9-furnace 4th-grade spiritual pill, and the quality was even more stable and terrifying. This frequency of alchemy can also ensure the success rate and quality of alchemy, which is steadily better than other alchemy masters in the sect. At first, Baoda Ancestor alone knew about it, but later, in order to prove the quality of the 4th-grade intermediate elixir, the other 2 nascent soul ancestors, who had not noticed it at first, also knew about it. If someone knew about it, like Uncle Song, he would secretly keep the secret, at least to get enough benefits for himself before telling other monks. But if the 3 of them knew it, then the news would be uncontrollable. In just a few days, almost all the active early-stage nascent soul monks in the 10,000 Beasts sect knew about Master Li, who was extremely skilled in alchemy, because Li Shiming took over Master Song's alchemy business. His mountain peak was in a state of seclusion, so he was not disturbed by the Yuanying ancestors. Another 4 months passed. On this day, Uncle Song was standing outside the mountain peak. Beside him were 3 nascent soul monks, including Patriarch Baoda. Uncle Song asked Li Shiming to make elixirs. He didn't hide it at all. So the Yuanying monks found out that today was the day when Li Shiming delivered the 4th-grade elixir. That is to say, many nascent soul monks had things to do, so only 3 nascent soul monks came to guard outside the mountain. Li Shiming's mountain formation was activated, and he also discovered that there were 4 Yuanying monks outside. He sent an invitation to the 4 Yuanying monks, asking them to come in. He invited the 4 Yuanying monks to sit down in the pavilion, but he did not take out the 4th-grade spiritual tea. If a monk came to ask for elixirs, he would serve them with 4th-grade spiritual tea. He really couldn't afford to entertain them. Besides, they came here with a request and didn't care about hospitality. He looked at Master Song. He thought it was Master Song who introduced him, and he was somewhat grateful to Master Song in his heart. Just when he was thinking about how to increase customers, some customers came to his door.
Uncle Song, this is your 4th-grade elixir,
he said, as he handed the jade bottle to Uncle Song. Uncle Song carefully took the jade bottle. When he saw the 4th-grade elixir in the jade bottle, the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. Even though he had asked Li Shiming to refine 3 furnaces of 4th-grade elixir before and knew Li Shiming's alchemy ability, this time it was 9 furnaces of 4th-grade elixir, which he had accumulated in the past 10 years. Ancestor Baoda didn't even need to know the quality of the 4th-grade elixir in the jade bottle. He knew just by looking at Uncle Song's expression that the quality of the 4th-grade elixir was not bad.
Masterly, I don't know how to thank you. Having an alchemy master like you is a blessing for us. In the next few years, I will go out to take on tasks in exchange for 4th-grade alchemy materials. Excuse me.
Uncle Song put away the jade bottle and bowed. Although Li Shiming's remuneration is very expensive, it is indeed cost-effective.
Just remember to pay me.
Li Shiming smiled and nodded. He turned to the other 3 nascent soul monks and asked,
I wonder what the 3 uncles want from me. Masterly, I'm here to ask for elixir.
Ancestor Baoda spoke first. Li Shiming was not surprised at all. It would be a surprise if he came to ask for something else.
Do you know my rules?
Li Shiming glanced at Uncle Song, and then asked Patriarch Baoda.
Masterly only accepts the resources from being promoted to nascent soul as the reward for alchemy. He has already prepared it,
Patriarch Baoda said with a smile. The reason why he spoke first was because he wanted to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs first. He knew very well that once word spread about Li Shiming's alchemy ability, even if the reward proposed by Li Shiming was difficult to get, more and more Yuanying monks would come to Li Shiming to make alchemy. The 3 alchemy masters of the sect, who are the most confident in refining the 4th-grade elixir in the early stage of nascent soul, usually receive very few alchemy tasks. They all have higher pursuits and want to improve their alchemy level. Most of the time research work on alchemy is ongoing. They are more likely to make elixirs, and they are also refining the 4th-grade elixirs in the middle and late stages of Yuanying. It is a bit difficult for monks in the early stages of Yuanying to ask them to make elixirs. As for other alchemy masters, Patriarch Baoda doesn't want to try his luck. It's lucky to be able to fill up the elixir, let alone guarantee the quality of the 4th-grade elixir. Each of the 4th-grade elixirs and 4th-grade demon elixirs in his hands were hard-earned, and he did not want to waste any of them.
Masterly, These are 5 resources for promotion to the nascent soul. Please check if they are qualified.
Ancestor Bowda took out 5 jade boxes and placed them in front of Li Shiming and said. His actions made the other 2 nascent soul cultivators startled, and they all cast dissatisfied glances at him. Chapter 495 Spiritual Pet. Li Shiming became famous in the 10,000 Beasts sect. The most obvious thing he brought to the 10,000 Beasts sect, and even the Eastern Shi continent, was the increase in the price of resources for promotion to nascent soul. Many golden elixir monks, who had reached the realm of great elders, were preparing to purchase the resources for nascent soul promotion, but suddenly found that the resources for nascent soul promotion on the market had become extremely scarce, and the prices had doubled. While they were helpless, they also found out the reason. It turned out that an alchemy master from the 10,000 Beasts sect had reached the realm of the great elder and was preparing to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. For some unknown reason, this alchemy master was very unsure of his promotion, and set the reward for his alchemy as the resources for his promotion to the nascent soul. What's even more frightening is that this alchemy master's alchemy ability is extremely high. So many nascent soul monks are willing to find him to refine alchemy, which makes the resources that can be traded to promote nascent soul be acquired and flow into the hands of the alchemy master. Li Shiming was sitting in the cave. He had been in the 10,000 Beasts sect for 3 years. There were 35 resources for promotion to the nascent soul in front of him. This includes what he gained in the northern Shu continent, and when he came to the eastern Shi continent. Of course, most of them are the alchemy rewards he received from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Nowadays, the ancestor of the sect's Yuanying can no longer find the resources to promote Yuanying to him. The resources for promoting Yuanying can also be regarded as strategic resources. The resources for promoting Yuanying that are circulating on the market are accidentally discovered in the wild. The truly stable nascent soul promotion resources are actually in the hands of various forces. Some 4th grade resource points produce nascent soul promotion resources, but this part of the resources for promotion to nascent soul cannot be traded. These are resources prepared by the sect for outstanding Jindan monks. In order to obtain as many resources as possible for promotion to the nascent soul, Li Shiming gave up hiding and refined the 4th grade elixir at an average rate of 1 furnace every 7 days. Anyway, anyone who has met his nascent soul cultivator can tell that he is not only the great elder of Jindan, but also the great elder of body refining. His spiritual cultivation is also at the level of a great elder, and his recovery ability after refining the elixir is also stronger. Normal. After 3 years of almost crazy alchemy refining, he had so many resources in front of him to advance to the nascent soul. Even refining alchemy affected him to go to the library to absorb knowledge. Although the elixir refining was in the computer room, it had little impact on him. But he couldn't refining the elixir while reading in the library. That would be unreasonable. He shook his head, fearing that he would need to change the reward for alchemy later. With 35 resources for promotion to the nascent soul stage as a guarantee, even if he did not participate in the Greenfield Cave, he still had some confidence in his promotion to the nascent soul stage. But being promoted to the nascent soul stage does not mean that you can be promoted just by having a bunch of resources to promote the nascent soul. You also need to have opportunities for promotion. No one can tell how to obtain this promotion opportunity, and you need to understand it yourself. He has already thought about it. If he has an opportunity for promotion before the opening of the Greenfield Cave, he will directly try for promotion. The cloud stepping order will not be wasted. The clone Li Yuanba is still useful. When the time comes, let Li Yuanba enter the Greenfield Cave to find resources. Li Shiming was thinking when he suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the spiritual pet room. Then he stepped out and activated South close to the end, and he appeared in the spiritual pet room. For more than 3 years, the Phantom Dragon has been in a sleeping state integrating the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. And finally there is movement today. The Phantom Dragon was not in a state of invisibility at this time. It had appeared since it surrounded the Dragon Vein Source Crystal and fell into a deep sleep. Li Shiming came to the spiritual pet room and found that the Dragon Vein Source Crystal surrounded by the Phantom Dragon was missing. But the Phantom Dragon was rolling on the ground, seemingly in extreme pain. While contacting the contract, he activated Hushin Communication and gained spiritual contact with the Phantom Dragon in 2 ways. Sharing the pain of the Phantom Dragon, he felt pain from the Phantom Dragon, a kind of pain like peeling and cramping. That is to say, the pain he feels will be shared by 191 brains, so that he will not feel unbearable. As the owner of the Phantom Dragon, sharing the pain of the Phantom Dragon through spiritual connection can alleviate the pain suffered by the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon had been with him since it emerged from its SHL. He had watched it grow up and was extremely dependent on him. The phantom dragon can barely bear the pain. It keeps rolling based on instinct. This action allows it to vent the pain on its body. Li Shiming didn't stop him. He regretted not exchanging a copy of the Dragon Spirit Pet secret technique from the 10,000 Bees sect, which would have helped the phantom dragon to a greater extent. Now I can only share part of the pain of the phantom dragon, but I can't interfere with the rest. The phantom dragon was rolling. The scales on its body were peeling off, and the skin was constantly rubbing as it was rolling, as if it was breaking away from the body. In Li Shiming's perception, every time the phantom dragon peels off a scale, the dragon blood on its body will become heavier. The phantom dragon is in a state of metamorphosis. He didn't have the relevant knowledge, so he didn't dare to interfere with this transformation state easily. As the phantom dragon twisted, the skin on its head loosened, and its head emerged from the skin. There was a look of surprise on Li Shiming's face. The phantom dragon drilled out of the old skin's head surface, and there was a new skin with a layer of fine scales, which looked more advanced than the old skin. What surprised him the most was the appearance of two raised horn buds on the top of the head of the phantom dragon, which looked like they were about to grow double horns. With two horns, it can be called a dragon, not a dragon anymore. The head of the phantom dragon emerged from the old skin, as if it had found an exit. The whole body kept twisting and breaking away from the old skin bit by bit. This process was extremely painful, but it did not stop for a moment. The instinct of life makes it know that this transformation is extremely important, and it is transforming towards another peak of life. When the last bit of old skin separated from the body, the phantom dragon let out a dragon roar, and its body suddenly flew upwards. As it approached the top of the cave, the figure disappeared like a ghost. Li Shiming was startled. He took a step forward and activated South close to the end to make him appear on the top of the mountain. At this time, the phantom spirit dragon appeared on the top of the mountain. Its size had grown from 6 meters to 15 meters. It was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the void, and the terrifying dragon aura was spreading unscrupulously around. Li Shiming shook his head with a helpless smile. It seemed that his dragon pet could no longer be hidden. He is from the Phoenix lineage, but he has a spiritual pet with dragon bloodline. He will not be able to become a core member of the Phoenix lineage in the future, but he didn't want to interfere with the behavior of the phantom dragon. If his selfishness affected the transformation process of the phantom dragon, he would regret it to death. In a way, the phantom dragon is like his child. The movement here had already alarmed many monks from the 10,000 Bees sect. Nascent soul monks appeared around the mountain peak one after another, watching the transformation of the phantom dragon. Master Jiang Hong also came. He looked at the transformed phantom dragon with a strange look in his eyes. He thought about what Li Shiming had mentioned before, the issue of Phoenix monks having dragon blood spiritual pets. It turned out that Li Shiming had already owned a dragon blood spiritual pet. This is not a big problem. A monk can't only have one spiritual pet. He knows that many Phoenix family bosses have both Phoenix and dragon bloodline spiritual pets. He noticed Li Shiming's dragon bloodline spiritual pet. How could its bloodline be so pure? Just as he was thinking about it, a figure appeared next to him.
Sect Master!
He saluted, and the other monks also saluted.
This factional dispute prevents Master Li from even daring to say that he is a dragon bloodline spiritual pet. Otherwise, how could such trouble have happened?
Sect Leader Ji shook his head and said. Master Jiang Hong didn't answer, and neither did the other monks. Only Sect Leader Ji could say this. The remaining monks belonged to different factions. They enjoy the benefits of the faction and must safeguard the interests of the faction. Sect Master Ji also knew that factional affairs were unavoidable. She just didn't want the factional disputes to affect the development of the sect and reduce the losses within the sect. She took out a jade slip and a ball and threw them to Li Shiming.
Master Li, your dragon bloodline spiritual pet contract is too simple. This is the contract secret method for the dragon bloodline spiritual pet of the sect, and a dragon 3rd grade demon pill. You need to stabilize the spiritual pet now, she said to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was at a loss when he saw the jade slips and demon pills sent by Ji Zongfeng. He immediately took them and checked the jade slips with his spiritual mind. The jade slip contains the inherited secrets of the dragon lineage of the 10,000 Bees sect. Not only the contract secrets of the dragon bloodline spiritual pets, but also the secrets of several spiritual pet battles. In a matter of seconds, he mastered the secret method of contract through the natal magic weapon Z15. The demon pill in his hand is that of a 3rd grade dragon demon.
With the pride of spiritual beasts, it is impossible for a mature demon to be adopted as a spiritual pet by a human monk, let alone a demon with dragon blood. The dragons are more proud, and would rather die than be enslaved. The demon elixir of the great dragon demon was something special for being collected by Sect Master G. The blood of the dragon clan of this great dragon demon was extremely pure. The natal magic weapon Z15 analyzed the situation of the phantom dragon for him. If he strengthened the contract with the secret contract method recorded in the jade slip, he could help the phantom dragon more. In particular, there is a secret method in the jade slip. Through the demon elixir of the same level, the energy in the demon elixir can be used to supplement the needs of the phantom dragon. After seeing the jade slip, he realized that the phantom dragon was in a very dangerous state at this time, because the phantom dragon was forcibly fused with dragon vein source crystals that far exceeded his own bloodline. This was the dragon vein source that condensed most of the bloodline of the 4th grade 4-clawed dragon crystal. The most important thing about the phantom dragon is that its foundation is too shallow. It grew by swallowing Li Shiming's various elixirs. It does not have enough background, which makes the process of fusing the dragon vein source crystal even more dangerous. After Li Shiming knew what to do, he immediately flew to the head of the phantom dragon. He looked extremely small standing next to the 15-meter phantom dragon. Sect Master G is paying attention to Li Shiming's movements, and is ready to rescue him if the phantom dragon goes crazy and gets out of control. Li Shiming showed enough value, which is why she personally helped. How could he not be liked by Sect Master G? An alchemy master who worked hard and had extremely high level of alchemy? Li Shiming's alchemy capacity alone is comparable to that of 3 or 4 alchemy masters. And this does not include the high quality of the 4th grade elixir refined by Li Shiming. After Li Shiming came to the sect, he took the initiative to complete the sect's alchemy task, and made a lot of contributions to the sect. The sect leader G solved his troubles, as a reward for the sect. Li Shiming mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and at the same time inspired the streaming stars, which streaked across his fingers. There is no way. Other 3rd grade flying sword magic weapons are not easy to break through his skin. The skin on his fingers was cut open, and blood with a strong energy flow flowed out, and turned into lines of contract runes under the influence of his spiritual thoughts. His blood and spiritual power merged into one, becoming the ink for the contract runes, and his spiritual thoughts as the brush. The extremely complex contract runes are not too difficult at the Grand Elder level, not to mention that he has the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, so there is no possibility of making mistakes. Sect Master G's worries were unnecessary. Even if Li Shiming drew new contract runes and temporarily suspended the original contract in the Phantom Dragon's body, the Phantom Dragon showed no intention of resisting. The relationship that started with an egg and then the enhanced communication through Hushin Tong made Li Shiming and Phantom Jiao have an indelible relationship in addition to the contract. The contract runes landed on the Phantom Dragon's head and instantly merged into its head and entered its soul. In Li Shiming's perception, the connection between the Phantom Dragon and him was strengthened several times, and he could sense every part of the Phantom Dragon's body. He put the 3rd grade demon elixir in his hand into the mouth of the Phantom Dragon, and the Phantom Dragon swallowed the elixir in one gulp. His fingers quickly drew runes one by one in the air, and drove the runes into the body of the Phantom Dragon. This is the secret method in the jade slips to help spiritual pets quickly digest the energy in the body. It's just that the frequency of his performances was surprisingly fast, and the nascent soul monks watching on the sidelines were all surprised. In particular, many nascent soul monks who have practiced this secret method think that they cannot compare with the speed of Li Shiming. Li Shiming is a golden core monk, which makes them a little ashamed. Li Shiming still suppressed his speed. He used 5 brains to take turns to perform secret techniques. The great demon pill in the Phantom Dragon's body, with its body's digestion ability and Li Shiming's secret method. With dual efforts, the demon pill quickly converted into energy and flowed into its whole body. Above its head, 2 antlers like antlers protruded from the horn buds and grew rapidly. Its scales were also transformed into pale gold with the supplement of energy, and mysterious patterns were faintly visible on each scale. On its 4 legs, 4 claw fingers stretched out, and the sharp claws on the fingertips were extremely sharp. Li Shiming looked at the Phantom Dragon and seemed to see the 4-clawed dragon in the cave. The Phantom Dragon's current appearance, except for the 4 claws on its feet, was not much different from a real dragon. The 4-clawed golden dragon. It turned out to be a 4-clawed golden dragon. Sect leader G couldn't help but exclaimed. No one thought that Li Shiming's spiritual pet turned out to be a 4-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 496 Reminder. Although Li Shiming's spiritual pet is only light gold, it is only a third-grade Great Demon level spiritual pet. Judging from various obvious dragon characteristics, this is a four-clawed golden dragon. Even in the dragon-type content of the 10,000 Beast sect, there is not a single dragon-type spiritual pet whose bloodline can surpass that of Li Shiming's spiritual pet. Sect leader Ji looked at his dragon-type spiritual pet. Although his dragon-type spiritual pet had reached the mid-level 4th level, he felt a hint of fear when he sensed the aura emitted by Li Shiming's spiritual pet. Of course, if there is a real fight, Sect Master Ji's dragon-type spiritual pet can easily kill the Phantom Spirit Dragon. But the Dragon Clan attaches great importance to bloodline, and pure bloodline brings natural bloodline suppression to low-level bloodline. The Phantom Spirit Dragon feels its own power. Its overall strength has been greatly improved. The top dragon bloodline makes it far beyond ordinary third-grade spiritual pets in many aspects. It happily wrapped its body around Li Shiming and showed Li Shiming its new body. Li Shiming had a clearer judgment on its strength through the contract. At this time, the Phantom Jiao's body was extremely resistant to various energy attacks, which was the dragon's innate ability. In addition, the power of the Phantom Dragon is 5 times that of Li Shiming, which is an incredible power. You must know that the Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique, practiced by Li Shiming, is a top-level body training technique. He has practiced the Golden Elixir chapter of this technique to the extreme, reaching the level of a great elder in body training. His power is absolutely unparalleled among human monks in the Golden Core stage. The reason why the Phantom Dragon can have 5 times the power of Li Shiming is because of the power brought by its pure dragon blood. In addition to defense and strength, the Phantom Dragon also retains its own innate abilities, invisibility and poison. However, Li Shiming did not let the Phantom Dragon show its invisibility ability on the spot. The Phantom Dragon's invisibility ability was somewhat special, and could not even be detected by the mind. He didn't know if there were monks in the 10,000 Beasts sect who knew the Phantom Changeling Snake. The current Phantom Dragon had long lost any trace of the Phantom Changeling Snake, which also made it impossible for the monks in the 10,000 Beasts sect to know that the Phantom Dragon was still there. Has the ability to become invisible. This kind of invisibility ability is best kept secret forever to achieve the strongest effect.
Master Li, you were born to be a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect.
Master Ji saw that the Phantom Dragon had finished its transformation, stepped forward and said with a smile. Her words made many monks laugh. Although Li Shiming joined the 10,000 Beasts sect halfway, Li Shiming's alchemy ability has made many monks have a good impression of Li Shiming. Now that Li Shiming's spiritual pet has such a strong dragon bloodline, as Sect Master Ji said, he should be a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect.
Thank you, Master, for your help. I didn't expect that there would be such a big movement, which would affect all fellow Taoists and seniors.
Li Shiming looked at the monks attracted by the Phantom Dragon, bowed and apologized to Master Ji and the monks around him.
Master Li, you have made a contribution to the sect, and the sect will never forget it. However, the secret method and demon elixir given to you this time will deduct 5,000 contribution points.
Sect Master Ji said with a smile and waved his hand.
It should be.
Li Shiming didn't complain at all. He understood that Master Ji had given him great benefits. Otherwise, this kind of inherited secret method, let alone 5,000 contribution points, even if it was doubled, there would be no contribution points. The consent of the sect leader cannot be redeemed. The inherited secrets and techniques are the foundation of a sect, and only disciples recognized by the sect are eligible to learn them. Sect Master Ji did not stay long. Her figure turned into a streak of light and disappeared. The other monks also left one after another, seeing that the scene was not lively and interesting.
Master Jiang, is this Master Li whom you introduced to me?
Li Shiming saw an early Yuaning monk looking at him, but he asked Master Jiang Hong beside him.
Master Xie, Master Li was introduced to me by me.
Master Jiang Hong replied with a slight smile. He introduced to Li Shiming.
This is Master Xie Lang Master Li. Come and get to know him. Li Shizhen has met Master Xie.
Li Shiming had heard of the reputation of Master Xie Lang, who was one of the top 3 alchemy masters in the sect along with Master Jiang Hong. It has been 3 years since he came to the sect, and this is the first time he has met the rumored Master Xie Lang. If it weren't for the big commotion he made this time, I don't know when I would be able to meet this alchemy master.
Master Li, I have seen the 4th grade elixir you refined. I am ashamed of myself. I wonder if you are interested in participating in my research. I am currently studying the enhancement of spiritual fire, and have achieved some initial results.
Xie Lang the master speaks very directly, and his opening is an invitation. Li Shiming didn't know why. He didn't know what Master Xia Lang meant by inviting him to participate in the research. This type of research is usually very private. Even if it produces results, it will be regarded as his own unique ability by Master Xia Lang. Even if it is shared with other alchemy masters in the sect, he will still get enough benefits from other alchemy masters. Only then. It was a bit unusual for Master Xia Lang to invite him to join when he achieved certain results.
Master Xia, you are being a little unkind. Even if Master Li wants to participate in the research, he is still participating in my research.
Master Jiang Hong's face changed slightly, and he said solemnly,
Look at Master Li's spiritual pet. He was born a monk of the dragon lineage. You just took the opportunity to get to know Master Li. With Master Li's alchemy ability, you appeared within the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Beast sect. One day I will join the sect.
Master Xia Lang spoke very straightforwardly, and without any politeness, he erased the merit of Master Jiang Hong's introduction. Li Shiming finally understood. It turned out that Master Xia Lang was an alchemy master of the dragon lineage, and he was here to compete with Master Jiang Hong.
Thanks to Master Xia's love, I just want to be promoted to nascent soul and don't want to participate in research.
Li Shiming did not hesitate at all and immediately rejected Master Xia Lang's invitation. At this time, he cannot waver. If he really agrees to Master Xia Lang and joins the dragon lineage in this way, he will not receive much recognition. Instead, he will completely break with the Phoenix lineage and give his reputation to destroyed.
It doesn't matter. You are always welcome here,
Master Xia Lang said with a smile. He nodded to Master Jiang Hong, turned and left.
Master Li, I have something that I need to talk to you about in private.
Master Jiang Hong watched Master Xia Lang go away, and then said to Li Shiming. Li Shiming invited him to the hall of the cave, where he sat down with the guests of honor and brewed 4th-grade spiritual tea for him.
In the near future, you must not leave the sect,
Master Jiang Hong said seriously without touching the 4th-grade spiritual tea.
What is this for?
Li Shiming asked strangely. He has joined the 10,000 Beast sect. With the strength of the 10,000 Beast sect, if there are monks or forces that want to deal with him, the 10,000 Beast sect is completely intimidating. Especially since Master Jiang Hong knows about it. Doesn't the sect not care about this kind of thing? After all, he is also a master of alchemy, and has shown his own value.
The bloodline of your spiritual pet, the Dragon Clan, is too pure, and your realm is too low. I'm worried that some dragon cultivators will take your spiritual pet and extract its bloodline.
Master Jiang Hong said the reason. Li Shiming thought of Sect Master Ji's exclamation after seeing the phantom dragon transformed, and then thought about the horror of the 4-clawed dragon he witnessed in the cave sky at that time. Spiritual pets with pure dragon blood are definitely the strongest companions of monks. If his realm has reached the nascent soul stage, or if the phantom dragon has reached the 4th level, those monks may still have some concerns. He is now like a child walking in the busy city with a gold brick, and it is inevitable that he will be targeted by the monks. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling helpless. No matter where he went, as long as he performed too well, it would be a trouble. It was because he didn't pay attention to this aspect when he was in Beishu continent that he ended up traveling far away. When he came to the eastern Qi continent, he had been hiding his clumsiness, but he didn't expect that he would still be remembered.
Thank you, Master Jiang. I will be careful.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked him.
With this spiritual pet, you have no rivals in the golden elixir stage. Congratulations,
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile when he saw that Li Shiming had listened to the advice. Li Shiming also smiled when he heard this. There wasn't much turmoil in his heart. Even without the phantom dragon, he was completely invincible at the golden elixir stage. After chatting with Master Jiang Hong for a while, Master Jiang Hong got up and left after drinking the 4th grade of spiritual tea. Li Shiming sent him away from the mountain peak and returned to the cave. Only then did he have time to release the phantom dragon and examine its ability carefully. Due to the exchange of contracts, the connection between him and the phantom dragon has strengthened a lot. As soon as his mind moved slightly, the phantom spirit dragon understood what he meant, and the phantom spirit dragon's body instantly became invisible. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts swept around, but his spiritual thoughts could not find the existence of the phantom dragon. Not even a trace of breath. If it weren't for the contractual relationship, he really wouldn't have been able to discover that the phantom dragon was so close to him. He sensed the poison of the phantom dragon again. That is, he had a contractual relationship with the phantom dragon, so the poison did not cause harm to his spiritual thoughts. and he sensed the strong danger of the poison from his spiritual thoughts. The toxicity of this poison has been increased by more than 3 times. And even the Great Elder will die immediately if he is bitten. The power of the Phantom Dragon's claws has also been greatly improved. He tried to let the Phantom Dragon scratch his skin with its claws. But it broke through his body refining defense with just one click and scratched his skin. The natal magic weapon Z15 has re-evaluated the combat power of the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon can easily kill any Great Elder, including Li Shiming himself. Because of the Phantom Dragon's invisibility, it was unable to dodge its first attack. By the time it discovered it was being attacked, the attack had already hit. It depends on the luck of the person being attacked. If he is caught by the Phantom Dragon's claws, he may still have a chance to survive. If he is bitten by the poisonous fangs, then as long as he is not a nascent soul cultivator, he will die. After Li Shiming saw Z15's assessment of the Phantom Dragon's combat power, he had a deep crisis. Originally, he always thought that he was invincible in the Golden Elixir stage. He had 5 Golden Elixirs, all of which had reached the Great Elder level. His body refining had also reached the Great Elder level, and his spirit was also that of a Great Elder class. It can be said that he is a comprehensive Great Elder level monk without any weaknesses. But this is based on human monks. Spiritual beasts with dragon bloodlines such as the Phantom Spirit Dragon can have strength far exceeding that of human monks as long as their bloodline is rich enough. In the same realm, human monks cannot compare with dragon bloodline beasts. Not to mention, in addition to the dragon bloodline, there are also the phoenix bloodline and other spiritual beasts with powerful bloodlines. If he is unable to advance to the nascent soul stage in recent years, he will need to go into the Greenfield Cave to find opportunities. At that time, he will meet the Jin Dan monks from the eastern Qi continent. Perhaps among them, there are Jin Dan monks with dragon and phoenix bloodlines or powerful bloodline spiritual pets. Brother Dan,
It seems that we still need to improve our combat power.
Li Shiming shook his head and said, in fact, he has already had plans to improve his combat power. But his opponents have always been enemies far beyond his own level. Even if he strengthens his combat power, he cannot match them. Now that he placed his imaginary enemy on the strength of the Great Elder Jin Dan, he had a direction to improve his combat power. The next day, Li Shiming used his contribution points to exchange for a large amount of 3rd grade
Meteor Metal Stones. Meteor Metal Stone
is a rare metallic top material for refining flying sword magic weapons in the northern Shu continent. But in the exchange list of the 10,000 Beasts sect, there are a large number of
Meteor Metal Stone
that can be exchanged. Li Shiming now doesn't have much demand for Yuanying promotion resources. The main reason is that even if he wants them, they are difficult to obtain in a short time. He has already redeemed all the Yuanying promotion resources that can be redeemed by the sect. Contribution points had no effect on him during this period, and his contribution points came easily, as long as he was willing to take on the sect's alchemy task. The contribution points would be accumulated quickly. Meteorite is a 3rd grade weapon refining material, and even if it is precious, it is limited. He exchanged enough in one go to refine 181 flying swords, which almost emptied the 10,000 Beast sect's reserves. In the days that followed, his reward for opening the alchemy furnace changed. He accepted everything from 4th grade formation materials to 4th grade weapon refining materials, as well as various 4th grade resources. However, he reduced the frequency of elixir refining to only 1 furnace per month, and was no longer as crazy as before. In addition to alchemy, there is also a weapon refining in his computer room space. The
Meteor Metal Stone
was refined by him into the semi-finished
Lukewarm Meteor.
The reason why it is said to be the semi-finished
Lukewarm Meteor
is because although these semi-finished products are engraved with 360,000 6-Yao formations, each the 6-Yao formation consisted of solid runes, acceleration runes, sharp runes, free-size runes, spirit storage runes, and air-breaking runes. But he did not complete the last step. Another year passed, and since he had free time, he took a break from refining alchemy, which was between the cave and the nascent soul library. He listened to Master Jiang Hong's words and never left the sect. In his mustard ring, there are 190 semi-finished meteor stars stored, waiting for him to activate them. Activating Liuguang Xingyun must not be done within the 10,000 Beast sect, so he would have to leave the sect. Chapter 497 Thunder. Li Shiming left the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect without saying anything to any monks. He brought Venerable Huijing with him. Venerable Huijing's strength has improved rapidly in the past few years. mainly because he took a large number of 4th grade spiritual pills to assist his cultivation. Venerable Hui Jing may have never taken so many 4th grade elixirs in the past 4 years, or so in his previous hundreds of years of cultivation. He was practicing almost to the limit of his own qualifications by taking 4th grade spiritual pills, which completely restored his strength to before he was injured, and even became stronger. However, Li Shiming did not have much confidence in Venerable Huijing's combat power. He knew very well that Venerable Huijing's combat power was still not comparable to that of the nascent soul monks in the eastern Qi continent. If Venerable Huijing had been given another 30 or 40 years, he would have had the strength to compete with ordinary nascent souls in the early stages of the eastern Qi continent. But he still would not be able to catch up with the strength of the nascent soul monks from the major sects. Venerable Huijing was brought with him, so that when he was in the most dangerous situation, Venerable Huijing would be there to give him a chance to escape. Li Shiming turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out of the mountain gate. His whereabouts did not escape the attention of those who were interested. Not long after he left the mountain gate, the 3 great elders also walked out of the mountain gate. Li Shiming has clairvoyance within a distance of 3,000 miles. As long as there are no obstacles blocking him, he can see everything at this distance. He saw the 3 great elders chasing behind him. There was a distance of 600 miles between him and the 3 great elders. And this distance is still widening. He has not been wandering around in vain these past few years. He practiced the Jade Pure Thunder Code at the level of the Great Elder of Jintan, and combined with the foundation of the previous 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, his Jade Pure Thunder Code was also practiced to the level of a Great Elder, only 1 step away from reaching it. Great Elder level. To be able to practice at such a fast speed, the biggest help is the 4th grade Heavenly Thunder Hammer. There is probably no second golden elixir monk who can ask a nascent soul monk to continuously drive the 4th grade thunder magic weapon to create a thunder and lightning environment for the golden elixir monks, and assist the golden elixir monks in practicing thunder skills. Even a biological son would not be able to do this. Which nascent soul cultivator would waste years of his time just to increase the cultivation speed of a golden core cultivator? You must know that driving the 4th grade Skystrike Thunder Hammer requires consuming your own spiritual power. And in order to cooperate with practice, you also need to carefully control the power of the 4th grade Skystrike Thunder Hammer, and control the thunder and lightning stimulated by the 4th grade Skystrike Thunder Hammer to the maximum limit of Li Shiming. Improve the effect of practice. This is no longer as a biological son, but as a biological father. Although Li Shiming was within 1,000 miles of the sect and did not use his magical powers, he was still faster than the 3 elders behind him with the secret method of lightning escape in the Jade Clear Thunder Code. Lei Xiao is famous for his speed and attack power. Otherwise, how could he be one of the strongest professions together with Sword Xiao? Li Shiming was not interested in dealing with the 3 great elders. He knew very well that if he killed these 3 great elders now, the next person who would cause trouble for him would be the nascent soul monks. The only thing he was lucky about was that the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect underestimated his combat power and only sent 3 great elders to deal with him. What he didn't know was that the reason why the 3 great elders were able to be sent to deal with him was not because of his fighting power, but because of the phantom spirit dragon. One of the 3 great elders dealt with him, and the other 2 great elders dealt with the phantom dragon. This is not to underestimate Li Shiming. Normally, the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect cannot regard him as a single combat power, but as a double combat power. The 3 great elders all have their own spiritual pets, and the strength of the spiritual pets is no worse than themselves. Even with the blessing of secret techniques, the combat power of the spiritual pets will exceed that of their masters. In other words, the combat power of 3 great elders is equal to that of 6 great elders. It should be easy for them to deal with Li Shiming with such strength. After all, Li Shiming was still a casual cultivator. Even if he had the realm of a great elder, he could not compare with the great elder of the 10,000 Beast sect. Li Shiming didn't ask about this. After he left the sect's range of 1,000 miles, he felt the feeling of leaving another space. So he used south close to the end of the world and headed for the distance. He used close to the end of the world to cover the distance for 2 hours and had long thrown the 3 great elders away. Anyway, they could not be seen within a range of 3,000 miles. So he found a place without a trace. The main peak falls. He first launched the drone satellite, which was produced in recent years and is an upgraded version of the new generation, because he has read a lot of knowledge about the 10,000 Beasts sect's formations. The natal magic weapon Z15 has made breakthrough improvements in the formations. He has improved the formations of the drone satellites, making their energy utilization more efficient. Concealment, flight speed, and other aspects have been greatly enhanced. Previously, in the 10,000 beast sect, due to the restriction of a 1,000-mile range, it was impossible to fly the drone satellite. But now it is finally possible to fly it. Dozens of drone satellites took off and flew in all directions. One of the drone satellites flew 10,000 meters above his head and levitated, and he could observe the situation tens of thousands of miles away through his natal magic weapon Z-15. Li Shiming took out the third-grade formation flag and set up a formation to hide the mountain peaks. This formation actually has little effect. When the semi-finished product, Liu Guangxingyun, completes the last step and triggers the catastrophe, the formation can no longer hide the mountain peak. When everything was ready, he took out a semi-finished
Liu Guangxingyuan
and completed the last step. He looked at the
Liu Guangxingyuan
in his hand. Even though he already had a
Liu Guangxingyuan,
he was still distracted by the
Liu Guangxingyuan
in his hand.
Attracted by the meteors and stars.
On the small flying sword magic weapon, 360,000 6-ya formations are drawn with lines of 10 nanometers, and each 6-ya formation is composed of 6 enchanted runes with different effects. This is the embodiment of his strongest weapon refining ability. At the moment of his birth, he was too powerful and was not included in the third-grade magic weapon, and was rejected by the rules of heaven and earth. Above the mountain peaks, thunderclouds gathered. As if he hadn't seen it, he took out another half-finished Liu Guangxingyun and completed the last step. At this time, the first meteor thunder in the sky had fallen, and Li Shiming held the first meteor to face the thunder. The sky thunder struck
Liu Guangxingyuan,
and the terrifying sky thunder turned into a scorching white light and enveloped the sword body. At the same time, the sky thunder was transmitted towards his body through the sword body. Li Shiming did this intentionally. Otherwise he could have released Liu Guangxingyun, and with the spirituality of Liu Guangxingyun, it would automatically fly into the air to fight against the thunder, without endangering its owner. He did this for the sake of the
Jade Pure Thunder Code,
and his own Heavenly Thunder Sword intent. Both the Heavenly Thunder Sword intention and the
Jade Pure Thunder Code
require the influence of external forces, especially for the
Yuqing Thunder Code.
There is only a slight gap to reach the Great Elder level, but this slight gap cannot be broken through without tens of hundreds of years of slow grinding and continuous water grinding. This does not mean that there are no other ways. Strong thunder and lightning stimulation may also make the last trace of
Jade Clear Thunder Code
be completed in advance. However, when he was practicing, Venerable Hui Jing used the 4th-grade thunder hammer to inflict thunder and lightning. It was extremely difficult to find a stronger thunder and lightning stimulus in the outside world than the nascent soul monk and the 4th-grade thunder magic weapon. Even if he found it, the strong lightning stimulation might kill him. But the opportunity to use the meteor to measure the calamity is the best opportunity. The sword body of Liu Guangxingyun will withstand most of the power of the sky thunder, and only a small part of the power of the sky thunder will be transmitted into Li Shiming's body. With Li Shiming's strong defensive power from practicing the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
and the
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Art,
he can definitely withstand a small part of the power of the sky thunder. Even when he couldn't bear it, he would immediately use the divine foot power to escape. Besides, with the 3rd-grade top-level healing elixir he had refined, he would recover quickly as long as he didn't die on the spot. It was these conditions that gave him the confidence to fight against Tianlei, and gave him the idea of using Tianlei to practice. The sturdiness of Liu Guangxingyun has long been proven, and it cannot be destroyed by a 3rd-grade weapon Calamity Thunder. Part of the sky thunder entered Li Shiming's body. The sword intention first withstood the sky thunder. The lightning on the 5 golden elixirs in his body flashed. The sky thunder and lightning cultivated in the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
confronted each other. During the confrontation, the sky thunder and lightning of the
Yuqing Thunder Code
were also affecting each other, and a small amount of sky thunder merged into the thunder and lightning. This was the first thunder, and Li Shiming's hand was replaced by the second meteor. The thunderclouds formed in the sky gathered again before they dissipated, and another thunderstorm fell. The process of his body being struck by lightning did not affect Li Shiming's completion of the final step of the 3rd semi-finished product, Liu Guangxingyun. He squeezed the time just right. One breath after one thunder fell. The second thunder fell again. The thunder and lightning cultivated in the
Jade Purity Thunder Code
absorbs and fuses trace amounts of Sky Thunder in 5 golden elixirs. And his Sky Thunder sword intention is also constantly growing. Tianlei is the best mentor, guiding Tianlei's sword intent. The natal magic weapon Z15 also records the information of Tianlei. This information is quickly fed back to Li Shiming, which increases his understanding of Tianlei. This also has an impact on the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
and Tianlei's sword intent. The third Sky Thunder. The fourth Sky Thunder. One after another Sky Thunder continued to fall, turning the mountain into a peak of thunder and lightning. The movement here also alarmed the monks within thousands of miles. It was not without reason that Li Shiming chose this place to carry out the weapon robbery of Liuguang Xingyun. He obtained a detailed map in the sect, which was more accurate than the map of casual cultivators, and recorded the power distribution of almost all known cultivators. The area he chose was a place close to the mortal world. The strongest force in this place was just a small force led by the Jinden monks. Continuous thunder tribulations attracted 11 golden elixir monks. The strongest among them was only in the middle stage of the golden elixir. You can't blame them for their weak cultivation. If they were really strong, why would they hang out in a place close to the mortal world? They would have fought for better resources long ago. They flew very fast, but they didn't take action against each other. They didn't know what the opportunity was, but they still had to see the opportunity before considering fighting for it.
Finally, time has come. What kind of treasure is this that can trigger such a thunder?
A golden elixir monk's eyes were red. He thought as he flew. He has never heard of the treasures produced under the continuous thunder. If he had the knowledge of a large sect, he would definitely turn around and run away immediately. Because if there were to be treasures produced by the constant bombardment of thunder, those treasures would not be coveted by golden core cultivators. And even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to get close to them. Li Shiming saw the 11 golden elixir monks approaching through the drone satellite. He ignored these golden elixir monks and kept moving his hands. He felt that the thunder and lightning in his body was approaching the edge of transformation, and he was only a little short of allowing his
Jade Pure Thunder Code,
thunder and lightning to undergo a qualitative change. When the 34th thunderbolt fell, the thunder and lightning on the 5 golden elixirs in his body finally changed. The originally white lightning turned into gold at this time, and golden lightning surged out from the 5 golden elixirs and spread throughout his body. Thunder and lightning runes appeared on his body, which made his body more in tune with thunder and lightning.
Finally a breakthrough!
He laughed. And the result of the simulation with his natal magic weapon Z15 was the same. Through continuous weapon tribulations, his
Jade Pure Thunder Code
broke through to the Great Elder level. Despite this small transformation, it was a huge gain for him. The thunder and lightning runes in his body represented his future direction. He now has 5 elements attributes and thunder and lightning runes in his body, which will allow him to gain more talents when he is promoted to nascent soul. He still did not stop completing the last step of the semi-finished product, Liuguang Xingyun, and continuously caused the sky thunder to fall. It's a pity that the thunder that passed through Liuguang Xingyun flowed into his body, and its impact on him became smaller and smaller.
Jade Pure Thunder Code
has reached the Great Elder level, which means that his lightning ability exceeds the scope of the Golden Core stage. As for the thunder in the Golden Elixir stage, it can no longer affect him, and the benefit to the
Jade Pure Thunder Code
is extremely small. The reason why Li Shiming is still bearing the thunder is because of the Thunder Sword intention. After his body can fully withstand part of the power of the Thunder Sword, its strengthening speed is obviously faster. There is probably no monk in the world of immortality who can be as calm as him when facing the thunder. He has the most comprehensive realm of the great elders such as Golden Pill, body refining, and spirituality. But some of the power of the third grade Tianlei is somewhat beyond his capabilities. When Lei Xiu also reached the level of Great Elder, part of the power of the third grade Sky Thunder turned into drizzle, which only had a moisturizing effect on him, and had no harmful effect at all. When Li Shiming was sharpening the Sky Thunder sword intention with all his strength, an illusory long sword with electric light appeared on his body. This was the embodiment of his Sky Thunder sword intent. Every time a Sky Thunder falls, part of the Sky Thunder will be integrated into the electric illusory sword. This is what outsiders see, but in his perception, it is some kind of mysterious substance similar to regular runes in the Sky Thunder, which is merging with the Sky Thunder sword intention. Chapter 498 Beheading. The 11 golden elixir monks approached the Thunder Tribulation area with excitement. They were all thinking that when the Thunder Tribulation was over, no matter what spiritual beings were inside, they would be in the weakest state after experiencing the Thunder Tribulation. At that time, they can get the spiritual object and achieve the most critical opportunity in their lives. They looked at each other, and a sense of vigilance flashed in their eyes. When the thunder ended, it was the time to snatch between them.
Get out!
Li Shiming shouted in a deep voice. His heart communication is always on, and he can feel the greed of the 11 golden core monks outside. He had no intention of killing all of these weaklings. He activated the
Heaven Demon's Ear
and combined it with the sound wave power to issue this drink. That is to say, the 11 golden elixir monks were a little far away from him. Otherwise, the power of spiritual attacks such as
the Demon Ears
would be enough to make the 11 golden elixir monks fall on the spot. But even though they were still some distance away, the complexion of all the 11 golden core cultivators changed drastically due to this dual attack of spirit and sound waves, even if it was beyond the attack range. Poof! Most of the Jin Den monks vomited blood on the spot, and those who did not vomit blood also looked pale.
Run away!
The 11 Jin Den monks screamed in terror and fled the scene towards the distance. They no longer have any greed, but only fear and horror. One sound could cause all 11 of their golden core cultivators to be injured, which was far beyond their imagination. Li Shiming ignored the golden elixir monks who escaped. At this time, 160 thunders had fallen. It would take a while for all the Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapons to survive the thunder tribulation. The heavenly thunder sword intention he embodied was as dazzling as the sun. If you look through the dazzling electric light, you can still see countless mysterious runes wandering inside the shadow of the heavenly thunder sword intent. These mysterious runes were integrated into the heavenly thunder sword intent as the thunder fell again and again. In this way, the heavenly thunder sword intent was continuously increased.
Why did you still come here?
One of Li Shiming's brains has been paying attention to the 3 great elders who were chasing him. He thought that leaving the 3 great elders far away would allow him to complete at least 181 meteor stars, the calamity of the flying sword magic weapon. But the 3 great elders still came in his direction, and his speed was much faster than that of drone satellites. That is to say, when he came here, he released another drone satellite. Otherwise, the uncompleted drone satellite system would not be able to detect the 3 approaching elders. There must be some reason for the 3 great elders to be so far apart and plan to find his location and track him down. Li Shiming looked at his body. With his strength, if a monk placed a tracking mark on his body, he would definitely find it. At least, he would be able to detect the tracking mark placed by a monk in the early stage of nascent soul. He had previously discovered the positioning marks placed by monks in the mid-nascent soul stage on other monks. After that experience, the natal magic weapon Z15 increased the monitoring of such positioning marks.
It's the identity disc.
He just thought for a moment, and found the reason for his whereabouts being leaked. He had forgotten that the jade plate could locate the identity of the sect. He had encountered this situation before when he was in Beishu continent. A monk who can use formations to track the identity of the jade disc has a high status in the 10,000 Beasts sect. While he was bearing the thunder, a cold light appeared in his eyes. He originally had no intention of killing the 3 great elders, but he would not be lenient if the 3 great elders sought death themselves. After the 175th Sky Thunder fell, his Sky Thunder sword intent also reached a bottleneck. Even if multiple Sky Thunders fell later, it would not be able to improve the Sky Thunder sword intent at all. 190 thunders fell, and the last, Liuguang Xingyun, also experienced the thunder tribulation and was sublimated into a flying sword magic weapon that surpassed the power of the 3rd level. Recently, 181 meteors were refined. In addition to the 9 semi-finished meteors previously, there were exactly 190 meteors. Beside him, these 190 Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapons were suspended, spitting cold light into the void. He can clearly feel that every
Liuguang Xingyuan
is connected with his mind, and there is no need to add more sacrifices. These 181
Liuguang Xingyuan
are all refined by him, and they are naturally in the 100% sacrificial state.
What happened to the thunder that day?
A great elder asked with some confusion as he looked at the dissipating thunder clouds in the distance. That direction is exactly where Master Li is. To be honest, if it weren't for the strict orders from above, he wouldn't want to deal with an alchemy master. With Master Li's current reputation in the 10,000 Beasts sect, and being an enemy of Master Li, once the matter is revealed, even the person above him will not be able to protect him.
That aura is a golden elixir level thunder tribulation. Could it be that Master Li's spiritual pet is saving the tribulation?
Another great elder asked with a frown. From the intelligence, he knew that Master Li's phantom dragon pet was extremely powerful, and was the biggest trouble for their mission. If Master Li had another spiritual pet that was as powerful as the phantom dragon, then this mission would be difficult to complete.
So what if Master Li's other spiritual pet survives the Thunder Tribulation? It's just a spiritual pet that has just been promoted to the 3rd level. How powerful can it be?
The last great elder said with a smile. The 3 great elders came a little late, and did not see the spectacle of 190 thunders falling continuously. Otherwise they would not think so. They kept talking, but their speed did not slow down. Soon they saw Li Shiming. At this time, Li Shiming no longer had the 190 Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapon beside him, but was playing with his identity jade plate. Li Shiming also saw the 3 great elders, who stopped at a distance of 500 meters. They all summoned their spiritual pets, all of them with dragon blood. However, the dragon blood was a little weak, so their spiritual pets did not show much dragon appearance. However, these 3 dragon-type spiritual pets have been carefully cultivated. Their auras are the same as theirs, and they have all been cultivated to the level of great elders. It is estimated that if the realm of the master had not limited the realm of dragon-type spiritual pets, all 3 dragon-type spiritual pets might have been promoted to the 4th level.
Who asked you to come?
Li Shiming asked in a deep voice when the 3 great elders summoned their spiritual pets. He had no intention of asking the 3 great elders to answer. He had his own way of getting the answer. The
other mind communication
is opened. Although the 3 great elders are in the same realm as him, they are still much worse than him in spiritual level. As long as the realm does not exceed him, and the spirit is weaker than his, there is no way to block his
other mind communication. Other mind power
is magical power. Even in the 10,000 Beast sect, magical power is not something that can be obtained casually. He heard a name. Chen Zhou. He didn't know this Yuaning monk, but seeing that the 3 great elders were all dragon-type spiritual pets, he could tell that Chen Zhou should be of the dragon-type lineage. Important member.
Master Li, hand over your dragon spiritual pet and sign a contract, and we will let you go.
The great elder did not answer Li Shiming's question, but said calmly, the reason why they stopped was to set up a formation that would prevent Li Shiming from escaping. They thought they were doing it secretly, but they didn't know what kind of formation master they were facing. Li Shiming had discovered their little move a long time ago. When they stopped 500 meters away, a formation disc was thrown to the ground and activated at the same time. After the formation was activated, he found that it was a bit complicated, but he didn't have much to worry about. A day ago, he would have thought about how many methods the great elders of large sects like the 10,000 Beast sect would have, and how powerful their spiritual pets would be. But it's different now. He has absolute confidence to kill all beings of the same level, whether they are human monks or great demon spirit pets. If he hadn't been trying to find out who was going to deal with him, he wouldn't have taken action until now.
Is this the Dragnet Prohibition? This is only equipped by the Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Are you monks from the Law Enforcement Hall?
Li Shiming didn't seem to hear what the great elder said. He looked around and asked, although he couldn't see any movement after the formation was set up. Under his divine vision, he saw the flow of the formation's aura and recognized what the formation was. The Heaven and Earth Net Restriction. This is not an ordinary formation. Even in the nascent Soul Library, there are only some records, but no arrangement method, because this is a treasure of the Law Enforcement Hall of the 10,000 Beast sect, specially equipped for hunting down powerful monks.
How do you know?
The elder who just spoke had his face change in surprise when he heard Li Shiming's question. The Dragnet Prohibition is extremely concealed. This time it was borrowed from the Law Enforcement Hall in order to be foolproof. I didn't expect Li Shiming to recognize the Dragnet restriction at a glance. Could it be that Li Shiming knew their action in advance? With doubts in their hearts, the 3 great elders looked at each other, no longer hesitating and prepared to take action immediately. Li Shiming moved faster than them. With a wave of his hand, 191 Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapons appeared in the air. Every Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapon contains the Thunder Sword Intention. The Sky Thunder Sword Intention already has terrifying power. Plus the Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapon is almost equivalent to the power of the 4th grade magic weapon, whose power is enough to intimidate any great elder. This is still a
meteor of light.
When 191
meteors of meteor
come out together, the power is simply unimaginable. The 3 great elders also arranged the Dragnet restriction in a desperate attempt to block the area. Not to mention Li Shiming. Even if they want to leave this area, they need to close the dragnet restriction first. The eyes of the three great elders flashed with despair. They all had life-saving tools, but they were within the
Tianluo Earth Net restriction,
and the most effective life-saving tool, the 4th grade far-reaching talisman, could not be used. And given their level, even if they activate the 4th level defense talisman, they still cannot achieve the effect of a real 4th level defense spell.
Kill!
Li Shiming did not let the 191 meteor float for too long, and controlling the 191 meteor at the same time was still a bit expensive. It's not a mental drain. It's just a greater drain on spiritual energy. 191 Liu Guangxingyun. Each flying sword magic weapon is controlled by a separate divine thought, which is no different from the power of a monk controlling a flying sword magic weapon. He has 191 brains, and each brain has a great elder-level spirit. The divine thoughts generated by this spirit control the flying sword magic weapon, coupled with the blessing of the Sky Thunder Sword intention. It can be said that this is already golden. The Dan stage flying sword magic weapon can exert its maximum power. Following his cut, the three great elders sacrificed their 3rd grade high-level defensive magic weapons, and at the same time used all available defensive methods to defend against his attack. But all this was like a joke in front of the 191 Liu Guangxingyun. The defenses of the three great elders were broken even for a moment. In their frightened and desperate eyes, they were killed by Liu Guangxingyun without even calling out for mercy.
Why are you so weak?
Li Shiming said to himself with some dissatisfaction. He had refined a total of 191 Liu Guangxingyun, and was preparing to take advantage of the opportunity of the three great elders and three great elder-level dragon-type spiritual pets to fight and experiment with full combat power. Obviously, he used too much force. Not to mention 191
Liu Guangxingyuan.
The three great elders killed them with just one
Liu Guangxingyuan.
And the remaining
Liu Guangxingyuan.
It stayed in the air, completely useless. We really can't blame the three great elders for being weak. Although Li Shiming is not a real sword cultivator, his method of controlling the flying sword magic weapon is shared from the real sword cultivator's clone Li Yuanba's
sword intention climbing into the sky technique.
Li Shiming was unable to exert the full power of the
sword intent to the sky technique.
But the Liu Guangxingyun, which had survived the thunder tribulation, was comparable to a 4th grade magic weapon as a 3rd grade magic weapon. Not to mention that there is also the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent in it. His current Heavenly Thunder Sword intention is completely different from before. When the first Flower Star hit one of the great elders, his 3rd grade defensive magic weapon was first impacted by the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent, which greatly reduced his ability to control the 3rd grade defensive magic weapon, and his internal spiritual power was also confused. Stand up. Then, Liu Guang Starfall hit the 3rd grade defensive magic weapon. The 3rd grade defensive magic weapon that lost the blessing of the Great Elder was instantly shattered by Liu Guang Starfall. Not to mention other defenses, which are also as thin as paper. If there is an evaluation of the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent, Li Shiming's Heavenly Thunder Sword intent has experienced 190 thunder bombardments and has reached the ultimate level of the Golden Core stage. It can be evaluated as a Great Elder level. The Great Elder's Heavenly Thunder Sword intention is comparable to the 4th grade Liu Guangxingyun in power. Either one is sure to kill the Great Elder. There are 366,000 Yao formations on Liu Guangxingyun. Each 6 Yao formation has an acceleration rune, and its speed is even faster than the normal 4th grade flying sword magic weapon. Chapter 499 Return to the Clan. Li Shiming depressedly put away the 191 Liu Guangxingyun flying sword magic weapon. He felt as if he was hitting mosquitoes with a cannon. But if he encounters an enemy again in the future, he is still willing to use 191 Liu Guangxingyun to kill the enemy. He feels that this is what a swordsman should be like. Other sword cultivators refine a flying sword magic weapon to defeat all magic with one sword. But they cannot do what Li Shiming does, making every flying sword magic weapon have the same power as a flying sword magic weapon.
Tianluo D net restriction. Such a big name! Just come and see it!
Li Shiming's eyes flashed with light, and he observed the traces of formations around him with his spiritual eyes. He took a step forward and activated
South close to the end of the world.
He appeared at the location where he had previously observed the Great Elder putting down the array disc. That is to say, his divine vision can detect the extremely hidden movements of the Great Elder. Once the dragnet restriction is opened, the formation disc will naturally be hidden. But this had no effect on Li Shiming. He tapped his hand gently on the empty ground, and the surrounding restrictions disappeared, and a formation disc appeared on the ground. He picked up the array disc and immediately put it away without looking at it carefully. He also took off the mustard rings on the 3 corpses. He put the 3 corpses into space items, and then into the computer room space. 3 Great Elders died, and 3 dragon spiritual pets also died. The more advanced the contract's secret method is, the closer the relationship between the owner and the spiritual pet is, and the greater the backlash of death will be. The death of a spiritual pet will traumatize the owner's spirit, and when the owner's spiritual pet dies, the soul will be destroyed by the backlash of the contract. He could feel the phantom dragon's interest in the corpses of the 3 dragon pets. The phantom dragon turned into a hand and wrapped it around his arm. The phantom dragon did not participate in the battle. There was really no time to participate in the battle. The battle was really just a sword from the beginning to the end. He did not immediately hand over the corpses of the 3 dragon-type spiritual pets to the phantom spirit dragon. Instead, he mobilized the fire attribute golden elixir in his body and emitted a burst of flames, destroying all traces of the battle and the traces of the thunder disaster. Then he headed towards the distance. Go, he used,
south close to the end of the world,
to arrive thousands of miles away from the gate of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and switch to thunder escape flight.
Master Li, you're fine.
When Li Shiming came to the mountain peak where the cave was located, he saw Master Jiang Hong. Master Jiang Hong said happily when he saw that Li Shiming was fine.
Master Jiang, thank you for your trouble.
Li Shiming could feel Master Jiang Hong's care, and he bowed and said,
Did you encounter any trouble?
Master Jiang Hong did not ask Li Shiming why he left the sect. This was a monk's privacy. Instead, he asked about the experience of going out. The phone department's intelligence system has dedicated personnel to sort out and report everything that happens within the sect. The phone department takes Li Shiming seriously. Master Jiang Hong also said low in advance that what happened on Li Shiming's side would be communicated to him. When Li Shiming left the sect, 3 more great elders followed him. But one after another. As long as anyone in the sect pays attention, they will know that it is not simple. Although there are many great elders in the 10,000 Beast sect, it is unusual for a total of 4 great elders, including Li Shiming, to go out almost at the same time in a short period of time. Especially since the last 3 great elders are all powerful elders of the dragon lineage. It is not difficult to guess who this is aimed at. When Master Jiang Hong received the news, it was already several hours later. As an alchemy master, he was very busy. It was very rare to see the news after an hour. He was very anxious and was about to send someone out to search. But he found that Li Shiming had returned safely.
I haven't encountered any trouble. I have never seen a flying secret method that can exceed the speed of lightning escape at the same level,
Li Shiming said confidently.
That's good,
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile. Indeed, Lei Xiu's thunder escape can be ranked at the forefront among flying secrets. It seems that the 3 great elders did not catch up with Li Shiming. He did not think that Li Shiming could deal with 3 great elders by himself. He thought the same as other monks. Regardless of Li Shiming's previous background, judging from various signs, the power Li Shiming came from was definitely far inferior to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Li Shiming's alchemy ability was recognized by Master Jiang Hong. But his strength was another matter. There is also a distinction between the great elders in terms of combat power. The great elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect is superior to the great elders of the other 3 sects in terms of combat power. Not to mention the great elder Li Shiming, who comes from a humble background.
I have a reason to go out. I will try to go out as little as possible in the future.
Li Shiming thought for a while and explained.
Okay. You are a distinguished master of alchemy. Don't compete with other monks. We will wait until you advance to the nascent soul stage.
Master Jiang Hong nodded with satisfaction. Master Jiang Hong left, and Li Shiming returned to his cave. In another cave, with a suspended mountain peak, Ancestor Chen Zhou looked coldly at the 3 broken jade tablets in front of him. These were the 3 jade tablets of life. The life jade tablets of the 3 great elders he sent out. Not long ago, 3 jade tablets of life shattered at the same time. The 3 life jade tablets shattered at the same time, representing the death of the 3 great elders at the same time.
Is it Li Shizhen's method?
Patriarch Chen Zhou murmured to himself, and immediately shook his head to express disbelief. If the 3 great elders fell one by one, instead of falling at the same time instantly, It is possible that Li Shiming's combat power exceeded his expectations, and used his powerful combat power to kill the three great elders. But the three great elders died at the same time. At least Patriarch Qinzhou did not believe that in the eastern Qi continent there were Jin Den monks who could kill the three great elders of the dragon sect of the 10,000 beasts sect at the same time. The three great elders all have dragon-type spiritual pets, which is equivalent to 6 great elders. It is not easy to defeat them, let alone kill them all in an instant.
I wonder which nascent soul intervened.
Ancestor Qinzhou frowned slightly and muttered to himself. He believed that the only one who could kill the three great elders instantly was the nascent soul ancestor. During this period of time, no nascent soul cultivator left the sect. He was aware of the movements of the Phoenix nascent soul ancestors, and no Phoenix nascent soul ancestors were active in that area. It was Patriarch Qinzhou who used his power to inquire about the location of the jade disc of Li Shiming's identity. So he knew the general movements of the three great elders. Puzzled, he decided to investigate first which nascent soul monk was involved, and then find a way to obtain Li Shiming's dragon spiritual pet. Thinking of Li Shiming's dragon-type spiritual pet, his eyes burst out with extreme greed. The four-clawed golden dragon. If he could obtain the bloodline of the four-clawed golden dragon, his spiritual pet's bloodline would be greatly improved. With his spiritual pet feeding him back, he could even be promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul in a short time.
By the way, the Dragnet Prohibition Array.
He suddenly thought of the key thing, and couldn't help shouting. The Dragnet Forbidden Formation was borrowed by him from the Law Enforcement Hall through personal connections. This Dragnet Forbidden Formation was lost together with the three elders, making it impossible for him to return the Dragnet Forbidden Formation. This was an extremely troublesome matter. The three great elders that Patriarch Qinzhou was thinking about were in Li Shiming's computer room space. Li Shiming released the corpses of 3 dragon-type spiritual pets. Although the Phantom Dragon eagerly wanted the corpses of the 3 dragon-type spiritual pets, it still waited for Li Shiming's order.
They're dead?
Li Shiming said to the Phantom Jia with a smile. Since changing the contract, the connection between him and the Phantom Dragon has strengthened several times, and he can sense the needs of the Phantom Dragon more clearly. The Phantom Dragon is interested in the dragon blood remaining in the corpses of 3 dragon pets. The Phantom Dragon is born with the ability to devour and absorb, which is also a characteristic of snake creatures. The Phantom Dragon transformed from a small body into its true form of 15 meters, and opened its mouth to swallow the corpses of 3 dragon pets. The 3 corpses of dragon-type spiritual pets are not small. Each one is more than 4 meters long. Now its body has become bloated, and it has completely lost the grace of the 4-clawed golden dragon. However, this situation did not last long. As the body of the Phantom Dragon continued to become thinner, its digestion ability was too strong. Li Shiming shook his head. Although the Phantom Dragon was very interested in the corpses of the 3 dragon pets, after devouring them, there was little improvement in the dragon bloodline of the Phantom Dragon. Thinking about it, the dragon blood of the Phantom Dragon is much stronger than the 3 dragon pets. It is estimated that the Phantom Dragon's interest is more like a greedy mouth. Li Shiming shifted his attention from the Phantom Dragon to the Dragnet Restriction Array. He has seen a lot of 4th grade formations, but the Dragnet Restriction Formation in his hand is very different from the previous 4th grade formations. In addition to being made from 4th grade formation materials, the Tianluo Diwang Restriction Formation plate also has some special energy, which is the Taoist charm left by a powerful existence. With the Dragnet Prohibition Array in hand, Li Shiming almost restored the Dragnet Restriction Array through the natal magic weapon Z15. But he found that even if he had enough 4th level formation flags, he could not arrange the Dragnet Restriction Array, because the most critical part is missing, which is the Tao Yun in the Tianluo Earth Net Restriction Formation. This formation is just to bring out the role of Tao Yun. He wanted to study the Tao Yun in the Tianluo Diwang Forbidden Formation, but unfortunately his level was still too low. The Tao Yun was like a heavenly book, making it impossible for him to start. He then put the Dragnet Prohibition Array disk into the computer room space, and through the control of 10 nanometers in the computer room space, he conducted a comprehensive inspection of the Dragnet Prohibition Array disk. He found that there was a positioning mark in the Dragnet Prohibition disk. This should be a preparation to prevent the Dragnet Prohibition disk from being lost. The Tianluo Diwang Prohibition Array is not an ordinary array. Only the Law Enforcement Hall in the entire sect has it, which shows how precious it is. He smiled. No matter how precious this Dragnet Prohibition disk was, it now belonged to him. His mind moved slightly, and a trace of energy swept over the positioning mark, erasing it. Despite the simplicity of what he did, In fact, only in the computer room space, with his control power accurate to 10 nanometers, could he discover this positioning mark and erase it accurately. The effect of this Dragnet prohibition array is not small. It can be deployed hundreds of meters away to form a 2-kilometer wide restricted space. As long as the main body of the Dragnet restriction array is not destroyed, it will be impossible to escape from the Dragnet restriction in a short time. Li Shiming himself is within the restriction of the Dragnet, and he has a clear understanding of the ability of this Dragnet to restrict. This restriction rebuilt a space. Even if it attacked the surroundings with all its strength, it was just attacking the void. The first way to escape from the confinement of the heaven and earth net is to use absolute strength to break through the space established by the 4th grade Dao Yuan. Anyway, he is sure that Venerable Hui Jing cannot do it yet. The second is to find the position where the Dragnet prohibits the array, and start from the array. This is what Li Shiming did. But it is also not easy to find the Dragnet prohibition disk. The Dragnet prohibition disk is hidden in space, and cannot be discovered without special means. He left the Dragnet prohibition disk in the computer room. Even if he uses the Dragnet prohibition disk in the future, he must use it with caution. It is best not to leave any survivors alive. Li Shiming took out 3 more mustard rings. The owners of the 3 mustard rings had died, and the mustard rings lost their protection. He easily probed his spiritual thoughts into it. Each of the mustard seed rings of the 3 great elders had 3 resources for promoting the nascent soul, and they were also particularly important resources for promoting the nascent soul. This is not surprising. The 3 great elders have backgrounds in the sect, and the resources they have prepared for their promotion to the nascent soul will certainly not be lacking. Each of the 3 mustard rings also contains a piece of 4th grade dragon blood black gold, which is the material for refining 4th grade magic weapons. Apart from these, there was no other spiritual object that caught his eye. There were a lot of 3rd grade elixirs, but Li Shiming rarely took other 3rd grade elixirs except the 3rd grade elixirs he made. Even in the 10,000 Bees sect, there are still very few 4th grade resources that Jin Dan monks have access to.
Chen Zhou. Check his background when you have time.
Li Shiming put away the 3 mustard rings and said the name, Chen Zhou. Knowing who is going to deal with him, he naturally wants to fight back. Of course, the most important thing at the moment is to advance to the nascent soul stage. He will not consider counterattack until he reaches the nascent soul stage. He casually took out a 3rd grade top spiritual beast increasing pill and threw it to the phantom dragon whose body returned to normal. The phantom spirit dragon took the 3rd grade top spiritual beast's yuan increasing pill, then curled up and went to rest. It is estimated that in the entire 10,000 Beast sect, he is the only one who can feed a 3rd grade spiritual pet with a 3rd grade top spiritual beast's yuan enhancing pill. A large number of 3rd grade beast saliva fruits were planted on his mountain peak. 2 spiritual plant masters were responsible for it, and 90% of the harvest was his. He is able to get a large batch of 3rd grade beast saliva fruits every year, and he also refines the 3rd grade beast saliva fruits into 3rd grade spiritual beasts, increasing the yuan pill. Most of the 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pills he refined were sold to the sect, and the sect recycled the 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pills in unlimited quantities. The 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pills he sold were all 3rd grade high-level spiritual pills, but he kept a large number of the 3rd grade top spiritual beast increasing pills that he refined in large quantities. The consumption of 3rd grade spiritual beasts yuan enhancing pills in the 10,000 Beasts sect is huge. Every 4th grade spiritual beast feeds on the 3rd grade spiritual beasts yuan enhancing pills. Not only the 10,000 Beasts sect, but also those of 3rd grade spiritual beasts outside. Dan's needs were equally great. Chapter 500 Go.
Hey! It seems we still need to enter the Greenfield Cave.
Li Shiming let out a long sigh. He has been practicing hard over the years. He also felt that he was only a hair away from that step. But the barrier was unable to touch. If his thoughts were known to other monks, they would probably jump to their feet. He had only stayed in the Great Elder realm for more than 10 years. A normal Great Elder would not be able to advance to the nascent soul stage without more than 100 years of accumulation. But it's no wonder he's anxious. His current state has fully reached the level of a Great Elder. The 5 golden elixirs, Body Refining, Jade Pure Thunder Code, Tianlei Sword Intent, and Spirit have all reached the Great Elder level, and can no longer go any further. The only thing that is improving slowly is the offensive magical power, Nan Ming Lihua. The slow improvement of
Nan Ming Lihua
is not his fault. But this
Nan Ming Lihua
can only be cultivated by Yuanning stage monks. If he had not taken a trick, he would not have been able to practice.
Nan Ming Li Hua.
At the Golden Core stage,
Li Shiming took out the
Cloud Stepping Token
and originally planned to give the opportunity of the
Cloud Stepping Token
to his clone Li Yuanba. It was obvious that he underestimated the difficulty of advancing to the nascent soul stage and overestimated his own talent. 10 years after joining the 10,000 B sect, he has become the 4th-ranked alchemy master in the 10,000 B sect. In the 10,000 B sect, it is impossible to determine which of the top 3 nascent soul alchemy masters ranks first or second. The level of the 3 nascent soul alchemy masters is not much different, and each has its own strengths. But Li Shizhen, ranked 4th, did not have any objection from any monks. This is the fame he gained through refining pills again and again. The reason why the alchemy masters in the nascent soul stage are ranked in the top 3 is because they can refine the 4th grade elixirs in the middle and late nascent soul stage, which Li Shiming cannot refine. When it comes to the refining of the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the early stage of Yuanying, there is no longer any objection in the 10,000 B sect. Through his stable performance, almost all of the sect's refining work of the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the early stage of Yuanying has been completed. In his hands, who told him that the 4th grade elixir he refined had all reached intermediate quality, and was still only a little short of reaching high-level quality. He has not left the sect in these years. In addition to a lot of alchemy and cultivation, the biggest gain is that he has collected most of the jade slips in the nascent soul library, which also makes his knowledge reserve exceed that of many indigenous monks. I hope there will be no trouble when I go out this time,
Li Shiming murmured to himself. He had never left the sect, which prevented Ancestor Chen Zhou from making any new moves against him. But if he left the sect, it would be difficult to say. But he didn't care. He sent a message to Master Jiang Hong, and also sent a message to Sect Master Ji, both stating that he would leave the sect to look for opportunities after completing the alchemy task at hand. Master Jiang Hong sent a reply, asking him to be careful and send a message back at any time if he encounters trouble. Sect Master Ji's side was quite simple. He replied knowing that he was very busy. Li Shiming spent more than 10 days to finish refining the elixir in his hand, and handed over the 4th grade intermediate elixir. Alchemy refining brought him a lot of rewards, and his alchemy remuneration was 50% higher than the normal remuneration. But even so, the nascent soul monks were still willing to hand over the 4th grade elixir refining materials to him. He now not only has some 4th grade formation materials in his hand, but also as many as 15 4th grade corpse refining materials. These are important materials for the promotion of silver corpses to golden corpses. That is to say, in the 10,000 B sect he joined, not many monks chose to refine corpses. If he had joined a demon sect such as the Hidden Sun sect, it would be difficult to obtain so many 4th grade corpse refining materials. The monks of the 10,000 B sect have very little demand for 4th grade corpse refining materials, so the value is relatively low. It's a pity that even with so many 4th level corpse refining materials and a large number of golden corpse cores, he also has a lot of peak silver corpses. However, because his own realm has not reached the nascent soul stage, he cannot. The silver corpse was promoted to the golden corpse. When Li Shiming left, he took everything he could take away. He didn't know how long it would take to come back this time. The clones Li Yuanba and Venerable Hui Jing were taken into the computer room space. The Eastern Qi continent was more dangerous, so he had no idea of releasing Li Yuanba. With enough resources, the most important thing for Li Yuanba right now is to practice and reach the level of Great Elder as soon as possible. On this day, the light flashed on the Cloud Stepping Token. Li Shiming took out the Cloud Stepping Token and faintly saw a picture scroll appearing on the Cloud Stepping Token. It was a mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist. Among these mountains, a peak was specially marked. He understood that that was the location of the Greenfield Cave. Only monks holding the Cloud Stepping Order could know the latest location of the Greenfield Cave. He didn't need to check the drone satellite system. Although the name of the mountain was not indicated on the Cloud Stepping Token, he could sense the direction of the mountain while holding the Cloud Stepping Token. As long as you hold the Cloud Stepping Token, you will never find the location of the Greenfield Cave. Li Shiming had been waiting for a long time. He left the cave in a flash, and then turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the mountain gate. Naturally, the monks noticed his movements, and Patriarch Chen Zhou had been paying attention to him. Ancestor Chen Zhou immediately took out his identity jade disc and prepared to use his authority to track Li Shiming's movements. But when he took out the identity jade disc, he found that Li Shiming's identity jade disc could not be traced.
This guy is very cautious,
he said with a frown. The inability to sense Li Shiming's identity jade disk through the array is simply because Li Shiming blocked the identity jade disk signal in a special way. Under normal circumstances, the identity jade disk can be sensed by the formation even if it is placed in the mustard ring. But there are always some means that can block the identity jade disk signal, such as some special formations and special spiritual objects. Li Shiming suffered a loss once, and it was impossible for him to suffer a second time. After he left the sect, he put the identity jade disk into the computer room space. He took out a mask and covered his face. Now he is considered a celebrity in the East Chi continent. Although he only came in contact with the monks of the 10,000 Bees sect, and did not take over the alchemy affairs of the other sects because he came to the East Chi continent for too short a time. His reputation has long been spread. Go out. The fourth-ranked alchemy master of the 10,000 Bees sect. That is, the alchemy affairs of the 10,000 Bees sect have completely filled his schedule for the past 10 years. In addition, he has always stayed in the sect and has never gone out. Nor has he had any contact with other sections. Otherwise the Yuaning monks from the outer sect would come looking for him. He estimated that his face was known to many monks through portraits. But his seclusion meant that not many monks knew his aura. So as long as he hid his face, it would be difficult to be recognized. After leaving the sect thousands of miles away, he changed his flying method to so close to the end of the world. He originally thought that he would be the first to reach the mountains in the Greenfield Cave. But halfway through, he observed through the drone satellite system that 2 monks had already arrived at the mountains. This cloud-stepping order will not be activated in the hands of Yuaning monks. Even if Yuaning monks know the location of the cave through other means, they will not be able to enter the Greenfield Cave. This is not the first time that the Greenfield Cave has been open to the public. This is a permanently open cave, and the rules have long been open to the public. Everyone knows that the Greenfield Cave was open for the Golden Core cultivators and has no attraction for nascent soul monks. It has formed a default rule in the East Chi continent that Yuaning monks will not participate in the cloud-stepping order and the Greenfield Cave. Scramble. The reason for this is that many years ago, when the Greenfield Cave heaven was opened, the Yuaning ancestor of the Hidden Sun sect intervened and used the sect's influence to block the area where the Greenfield Cave heaven would appear. At that time, only a few Jindan monks from the Hidden Sun sect entered the Greenfield Cave, and they indeed got the opportunity. But since then, the Greenfield Cave has been opened several times, and even the monks with the cloud-stepping order dare not go there again, making it impossible for the large sects to occupy the Greenfield Cave again even if they want to. Finally, several major forces in the Eastern Chi continent jointly issued a statement not to allow nascent soul monks to interfere in the fight for the Greenfield Cave heaven, which finally brought the Greenfield Cave heaven back to normal. When Li Shiming approached the mountain peak marked by the cloud-stepping order, he switched to normal flying, and the aura of Elder Lei Xiao revealed on his body. Lai Yuan and Lai Li saw Li Shiming coming from a distance, looked at each other, and did not conflict with Li Shiming. It's not that they don't want to reduce one competitor first, but the aura of Elder Lei Xiao in Li Shiming makes them not want to take action. Lei Xiao is an existence that makes monks extremely sick. Possessing Thunder Escape allows Lei Xiao to have an advantage in speed. The difficulty of dodging and powerful attack power of thunder and lightning attacks make opponents a target. Once Lei Xiao decides to fly a kite, even a monk who is stronger than Lei Xiao will have a headache. Not to mention that this is an Elder Lei Xiao. It is not easy to take advantage of the Elder Lei Xiao. Lai Yuan of the Hidden Sun sect has met Taoist friend. But this is the first time we met Taoist friend of such strength. Don't you know your surname? Lai Yuan did not want to attack Li Shiming actively, nor did he want Li Shiming to take action against them. So he reported his family background. Li Er, a casual cultivator. Met fellow Taoist Lai. Li Shiming replied calmly. Lai Yuan didn't need to think too much to know that this was a fake name. He looked at the mask on Li Shiming's face, and knew that the monk really didn't want to reveal his identity. There were many reasons for hiding his identity, and he didn't know which reason Li Shiming had. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Li Er. I want to join forces with fellow Taoist Li Er. This Greenfield Cave only requires 12 cloud-stepping tokens to open. But each cloud-stepping token will cost more than 20 yuan. It's better to eliminate a batch outside, lest you go into the cave and rob me of the opportunity I've been waiting for. Lai Yuan suggested with a smile. Fellow Taoist Lai can do whatever he wants. I won't interfere. Li Shiming didn't want to get involved, so he replied calmly. Lai Yuan's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. Li Shiming's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and when he reappeared, He was sitting cross-legged on a large rock. Lai Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This speed made his scalp tingle. This was definitely the top inheritance of thunder skills. And it was much faster than the Lei Xiao he knew who used thunder escape. What shocked him the most was that the thunder seemed to contain the aura of thunder. He was already certain that this Lei cultivator was definitely not a casual cultivator, but must be a core disciple of some big force. Li Shiming didn't care what Lai Yuan was thinking. He kept his natal magic weapon Z15 paying attention to the situation tens of thousands of miles around. As long as no nascent soul monks approached here, he didn't worry about any trouble. The reason why he hid his identity was actually not other than that if he took action with all his strength, the power would be too great. He didn't want any monks to know that Li Shizhen had such methods. Even if he suppressed his alchemy level, it still gave him a reputation that exceeded his cultivation level. With his powerful combat power, he would be in even more trouble. Soon after, another monk arrived. When they saw Lai Yuan and Lai Li, they stayed away from the two. This is the recognition of the Hidden Sun sect Lai Yuan Lai Li. The Hidden Sun sect has a bad reputation, and the Demon sect has never had a good reputation. This is also the reason why Lai Yuan we invited Li Shiming to take action just now. The two of them have such a bad reputation that it is not easy to get close to other monks, let alone find opportunities to take action. If Li Shiming participated in the plan, with Lei Xiao's speed, it would be much easier to deal with these monks. Golden Elixir monks arrived one after another. Not only were they far away from Lai Yuan Lai Li, but they were also far enough apart from each other. These Jindan monks are on guard against each other to prevent any monks from suddenly attacking. Being able to obtain the Cloud Stepping Order is an opportunity. The Cloud Stepping Order will be scattered again every 400 years. The monks who can obtain the Cloud Stepping Order are all monks who have a chance. They all want to enter the Greenfield Cave through the Cloud Stepping Order, in order to get a chance to hit the Nascent Soul stage.
I finally found you. I didn't expect you to be here.
A newly arrived late-stage Jindan monk shouted loudly when he saw the late-stage Jindan monk standing on a big tree. Then a Jade Ruler magic weapon struck at the opponent. The Jindan monk, who was attacked, was always on alert and immediately retreated while also summoning his own magic weapon. With a boom, the big tree was shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The battle between the two late-stage Jindan monks did not attract the participation of other Jindan monks. Everyone just watched indifferently. At this time, there were already 21 Golden Elixir monks on site, most of whom were late-stage Golden Elixir monks. There were only 4 middle-stage Golden Elixir monks, and no early-stage Golden Elixir monks. There is an opportunity to be promoted to Nascent Soul in Li Cave, so it is of little significance for monks in the early stage of Golden Elixir to come here. Many early-stage Jindan monks don't know whether they can be promoted to the mid-stage, let alone the matter of promotion to Nascent Soul. In fact, even for middle-stage Jindan monks, entering the Greenfield Cave is risky, because after entering it, you can only hide around. Once you encounter other late-stage Jindan monks, you will have no way to protect yourself. The figures of the two fighting late-stage Golden Core monks kept flashing, and suddenly they appeared not far from the two mid-stage Golden Core monks. But the two magic weapons attacked the two mid-stage Golden Core monks. This kind of tacit understanding is impossible to appear between two enemies. On the contrary, such tacit understanding can only exist among comrades, who often fight together. Chapter 501 Take Action. There is an absolute difference in strength between the mid-stage Golden Core monks and the late-stage Golden Core monks. Only the elite middle-stage Golden Elixir monks trained by large sects, with stronger skills and more powerful magic weapons, can fight beyond the level, but that was just a battle against ordinary late-stage Golden Core monks. If they encountered late-stage Golden Core monks from the same large sect, they would still be unable to defeat them. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to fight beyond the level. There are very few monks like Li Shiming who can leapfrog battles very early. He was able to leapfrog battles only with the help of his natal magic weapon Z15. Therefore, when the two late-stage Golden Core monks who were fighting changed their attack targets at the same time and attacked the two mid-stage Golden Core monks, the defense of the middle-stage Golden Core monks, who had little defense, was instantly broken. After 2 screams, the two middle-stage Jindan monks were beheaded. The two late-stage Jindan monks smiled and stepped forward to collect the loot. They stopped taking action and stood side by side.
You two should get out of here. You'll die if you stay.
One of the late-stage Jindan monks said coldly to the remaining 2 mid-stage Jindan monks. The 2 middle-stage Jindan monks would not give up the opportunity to enter the Greenfield Cave just because of his words. They just distanced themselves from all the late-stage Jindan monks. for fear of falling into the same fate as the two middle-stage Jindan monks just now.
Give me a cloud-stepping order!
Li Shiming stood up at this time and said to the two late-stage Jindan monks who were collecting the trophies. After he saw two late-stage Jindan monks each finding a cloud-stepping token from the corpse, he thought of the idea that he might be able to give a cloud-stepping token to his clone Li Yuanba.
What?
The late Jindan cultivator was obviously stunned when he heard Li Shiming's words. He did not expect that two late-stage Golden Core monks on his side were obviously joining forces. And he had just killed two middle-stage Golden Core monks. And there were still monks who dared to make such a request. When he saw that it was Li Shiming who was speaking, the look on his face changed. If Li Shiming asked for a useless cloud-stepping order in a deserted place, he would definitely agree and take it out to Li Shiming immediately. But in front of so many monks, if Li Shiming handed over the cloud-stepping order with just one word, he would be humiliated.
Fellow Taoist, you want the cloud-stepping order. There are so many monks here. You can call anyone you want. Why do you have to ask me for it?
He and his companions winked and replied while being cautious.
Why are there so many nonsense?
Li Shiming could sense that the reaction of the cloud-stepping order was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that the Greenfield Cave would be open soon, he said in a deep voice. While he was speaking, a bolt of lightning from his hand flew toward the late-stage Jindan cultivator who was speaking. The late Jindan cultivator, who was well prepared, took out a defensive magic weapon and held it in front of him. Before he could say anything, the lightning struck the defensive magic weapon. All the golden elixir monks present heard the click sound, and all the golden elixir monks' eyes tightened. They saw that the defensive magic weapon of the late-stage Jindan cultivator was knocked away like a mortal object after being hit by the lightning strike, and the defensive magic weapon was shattered into pieces in the middle of the flight. After the lightning hit the defensive magic weapon, it separated a ray of lightning and shot towards the late-stage Golden Core monk. This time, the late-stage Golden Core monk had no defense and was hit directly. The body of the cultivator in the late stage of Jindan stiffened. He felt the thunder and lightning that destroyed everything circulate in his body, and his vitality was quickly being extinguished. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't.
This is thunder!
What he wanted to shout out was heard by Li Shiming's heart communication. It's a pity that except for Li Shiming, no monk knows what the late Jindan monks want to express. Li Shiming's body turned into lightning and appeared next to the late Jindan monk. He took off the space ring and grabbed the jade ruler magic weapon that had fallen to the ground. He found two cloud-stepping tokens from the space ring. Looking at the cloud-stepping tokens, he nodded with satisfaction. Except for his movements in the entire area, no monk dared to move, for fear of causing him to misunderstand. A late-stage Jindan monk, especially one who had shown impressive combat power just now, was killed by Li Shiming with a casual blow. This kind of impact is really too much for these late-stage Jindan monks. Li Shiming's figure flashed and returned to the big rock before. He took out several third-level formation flags and threw them beside him. Soon his figure was obscured by the formation, and the other Jindan monks could no longer see his figure. This kind of hidden formation that is arranged at will can be sensed by using spiritual thoughts. But what Li Shiming did just now, how could any monk dare to disturb him? This was what he wanted. He summoned his clone Li Yuanba and handed a cloud-stepping order into Li Yuanba's hands. Under the eyes of a group of Jindan monks, Li Shiming and Li Yuanba waited for the opening of the Greenfield Cave. The companion of the dead late-stage Jindan monk threw the extra cloud-stepping token on the ground and moved away from the cloud-stepping token. The rest of the Golden Core cultivators did not care about the cloud-stepping order on the ground. They all had their own cloud-stepping order and did not want to offend Li Shiming, the god of death, because of a useless cloud-stepping order. Looks like I'm late. A figure approached from far away, and the aura of the Great Elder could be sensed from a distance. He came closer and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere at the scene. He saw the corpse on the ground and the cloud-treading token that no one was approaching. Then he discovered the formation arranged by Li Shiming. It was not a profound formation, just a simple hidden formation.
Lie to liar. What happened here?
The Great Elder asked Lai Yuan and Lai Li. You can tell from the title that this Great Elder is an old acquaintance of Lai Yuan Lai Li.
Fellow Taoist Wei, that person over there is Elder Lai Xiao, who just grabbed a piece of cloud-stepping token.
Lai Yuan replied, pointing to Li Shiming's position. After seeing Elder Wei Long, his courage towards Li Shiming returned. Li Shiming is no longer the most powerful being here. Having Elder Wei Long who can fight against Li Shiming will at least make Li Shiming less careless.
Elder Lei Xiu. Which sect is the core disciple of?
Elder Wei Long distanced himself from Li Shiming, chose a place to sit, and said to himself. His voice was a little loud. He was talking to Li Shiming, and wanted to see Li Shiming's reaction. After hearing that Li Shiming was Elder Lei Xiu, Elder Wei Long lost the idea of fighting. If Elder Lei Xiu cannot be killed at once, it will be very troublesome. Seeing that Li Shiming didn't respond or come out of the formation, he looked into the distance. 2 more figures were approaching. When they saw the 2 figures clearly, they discovered that they were a great elder and a 3rd-grade blade mantis spiritual pet.
Fellow Taoist Gong Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. This time I have a chance to compete with you.
Elder Wei Long said low with a smile.
Fellow Taoist Wei Long, it's been a long time.
Elder Gong Yu nodded with a smile. After seeing Lai Yuan and Lai Li, the smile on his face subsided and said,
2 fierce men of the Lai family. I hope to meet you in the cave. The man named Gong. We met in the cave, and we don't know who killed whom.
Lai Yuan replied coldly, but his actions were honest. He and Lai Li moved a distance to the side, widening the distance between them and Elder Gong Yu.
All we need are the monks from Lianhua Temple. Our 3 families are complete. It seems that this time it is the 2 of us fighting for the opportunity.
Elder Gong Yu glanced around and said to Elder Wei Long with a smile. He didn't take the Lai family's twin evils to heart. As the great elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect, he was equal to the combat power of the 2 great elders. The only person he considered an opponent was Elder Wei Long, who was from the Taichu sect.
There is an Elder Lei Xiu over there, and he has a bad temper.
Lai Yuan pointed at Li Shiming's position and said,
Noisy!
Li Shiming's voice sounded. He didn't want to endure Lai Yuan anymore, who kept provoking him. When he reached the realm of the great elder, he read a lot about the experience of being promoted to the nascent soul stage. Although he was not actually promoted to the nascent soul stage, he still learned some useful information. When you reach the realm of the great elder, you need to be as willful as possible and release your emotions. Naturally, he did not have such conditions in the sect. He came out this time to find an opportunity to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. He encountered Lai Yuan's many provocations and wanted him to be at odds with other great elders. How could he endure it any longer? A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and Li Shiming prepared the lightning spell in advance before making a sound. With his spirit, he has reached the realm of the great elder, and the distance he can cast the thunder spell is far beyond the imagination of ordinary monks. The safe distance that Lai Yuan considers is still within the attack range of the thunder spell. When Lai Yuan sensed thunder falling above his head, the only thing he could do was to activate his life-saving means, and a 3rd-grade ghost appeared above his head. The 3rd-level ghost is his natal ghost for practicing martial arts. It has the ability to dodge most attacks instantly. Even spell attacks can dodge more than 70%. The remaining power can be left to the magic robe and his own spiritual shield. Blocked. He didn't want to use the 3rd-grade natal ghost, but Li Shiming's attack was too sudden. Thunder sounded in the air, but the real attack was faster than the sound, and there was really no other way to react.
Ah!
When the lightning struck the 3rd-grade natal ghost, Lai Yuan and the 3rd-grade natal ghost screamed at the same time. Li Shiming's thunder spell has the characteristics of sky thunder because he has personally experienced 190 thunders. For ghosts, sky thunder is a natural nemesis. Even though this 3rd-grade natal ghost has a special immunity ability due to Lai Yuan's skills and can immunity from most attacks, the characteristics of the sky thunder are such that it cannot be exempted or evaded. If the thunder can be evaded by means, then overcoming the tribulation will not be the most dangerous thing. The 3rd-grade natal ghost and Lai Yuan are one and the same. After the 3rd-grade natal ghost was hit by the sky lightning, it was scattered almost instantly, which also caused a great impact on Lai Yuan's soul. This was not over yet. The thunder had not dissipated, and the aftermath hit Lai Yuan's body. The light on Lai Yuan's body flashed, which was the activation of the autonomous defense talisman. As a monk from a large sect, he had some life-saving means. The autonomous defense talisman blocked the thunder, but it was broken through the defense without even holding on for half a breath. The last bolt of lightning fell on Lai Yuan. Since he lost most of his power, it did not make Lai Yuan die on the spot, but it also made Lai Yuan stiff and unable to move for a moment. Lai Yuan had not yet escaped from the shadow of death. He sensed another flash of light in the sky.
It's over,
he thought in his mind, but it was already too late. Another lightning spell fell from the sky. Lai Yuan was attacked, and Lai Li, who was not far away, was about to help. However, when he saw that it was a lightning attack with the aura of Sky Thunder, Lai Li stopped. As a demon cultivator, he has the means to fight against Lei Xiao, and is not too afraid of Lei Xiao's thunder method. But this does not include Sky Thunder, which is the nemesis of all evil. Perhaps not only evil, but all living creatures will instinctively fear Sky Thunder. Sky Thunder is a sanctioned method of the rules of heaven and earth. Among the thunders used by Li Shiming, the Sky Thunder is of the 3rd grade. It may not be useful to nascent soul monks, but it is still very threatening to Jindan monks. Lai Li only hesitated for a moment, and the 2 thunderbolts fell almost in succession, and Lai Yuan turned into charcoal and lost his life. There was a look of horror in Lai Li's eyes, and a talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman turned into dots of starlight and wrapped around his body. His body turned into a streak of rainbow light along with the starlight, and escaped into the distance at the speed of lightning. Li Shiming did not chase Lai Li. He wanted to kill Lai Li, who had used an escape-type life-saving talisman. He could only catch up with Lai Li by using his divine foot power. He did not want to expose his trump card in front of a group of monks just to kill an insignificant monk. His spiritual thought grabbed Lai Yuan's space ring on the ground. Although all the monks knew that as a monk of the Hidden Sun sect, Lai Yuan's space ring must contain a lot of good things. But no monk dared to snatch it. All the monks, including the 2 great elders Wei Long and Gong Yu, were shocked. Li Shiming had previously killed a late-stage Jindan cultivator with 1 blow, which shocked the monks. But compared with his instant kill of Lai Yuan, a late-stage Jindan cultivator from a large sect, it shocked them even more. Elder Gong Yu's eyes met those of Elder Wei Long, and they narrowed the distance between each other. If Li Shiming takes action again, they have decided to join forces to fight against Li Shiming. The main reason was that Li Shiming, the Lei Xiao's attack was too sharp. So sharp that it frightened the 2 elders. Although they are much stronger than Lai Yuan, they can't guarantee that they can withstand the terrifying thunder spell. The thunder spell containing Sky Thunder should not appear at all. Could it be that this Lei cultivator used heavenly thunder to practice? He actually allowed his own thunder and lightning to contain the power of thunder. How could he fight against such thunder and lightning? Chapter 502 Enter. Li Shiming was sitting in the formation, and his other minds were turned on. The Jindan monks all moved farther away from him after he killed Lai Yuan with a thunder spell. This made it impossible for him to listen to the voices of the Golden Elixir monks with his other mind. But with the perception of other's mind, he could still sense some of the emotional changes of these Golden Elixir monks. He took action continuously to frighten these Golden Core cultivators and prevent unnecessary trouble. The Golden Elixir monk was full of fear towards him. He nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. He suddenly realized that there were 2 late-stage Jindan monks standing together, and he could not sense the emotion of one of them. This is really strange. With his mental strength, the vague perception range of his mind is still very large, enough to detect emotional changes lower than those of his spiritual monk. What he sensed from the late-stage Jindan monk next to him was not much fear, but an urge to try. Through the formation, Li Shiming observed these 2 late-stage Jindan monks. Judging from the position and demeanor of the 2 late-stage Jindan monks, it can be seen that one of the 2 late-stage Jindan monks has a higher status. It is the young-looking late-stage Jindan monk who is eager to try. Behind this young-looking late-stage Jindan monk, standing with his hands tied, was the late-stage Jindan monk who Li Shiming could not sense emotions. The late-stage Jindan monk had an old face. Li Shiming used his spiritual eyes. At this distance, he could clearly see many details of this old Golden Elixir late-stage monk. After magnifying the skin surface of this old Jindan late-stage monk many times, he could observe the faint runes under the skin with micron precision. Damn it! This is Yuaning monk! Li Shiming immediately understood the true cultivation level of this old Jindan late-stage monk. Venerable Hui Jing lives in his computer room. It can be said that he is very knowledgeable about Yuaning monks. Perhaps other monks who have not practiced Chunai power cannot discover the secrets of the old Golden Elixir late-stage monks. But under the observation of Chunai power, regular runes appear under the skin. There are only 2 possibilities. One is the Great Elder. The second is the Yuaning monk. The rule runes under the Great Elder's skin are not so perfect. Besides, if he is really a Great Elder, he needs to be so hidden. Li Shiming did not expect that a Yuaning monk would appear here. No wonder the young-looking late-stage Jindan monk was eager to give it a try after seeing his battle. It seems that this young Golden Elixir monk is not afraid of his thunder spell, because he has nascent soul monk as his bodyguard. Li Shiming had a touch of coldness on his face. He didn't like such unruly monks. But here he couldn't fight against a nascent soul cultivator without using all his means. Besides, a nascent soul cultivator can protect a golden core cultivator at the risk of offending all major forces. His identity and background are definitely not simple. And he will not do anything in public.
I hope this nascent soul monk enters the Greenfield Cave. Then,
Li Shiming thought in his heart. There is no nascent soul stage breath in the Greenfield Cave. Once discovered by the cave, you will be kicked out of the cave. This Yuaning monk's secret method of concealment is very powerful. If he didn't have the perception of other minds, he might not have discovered the existence of this Yuaning monk until now. But no matter how powerful the nascent soul monk is, and he uses special secret methods to deceive the cave, he can only use the golden elixir stage methods in the cave. As long as the Yuaning monk cannot display the strength of the Yuaning stage, Li Shiming is sure to deal with him.
Master, it's best not to offend the monks in that formation.
Wu Xiao reminded Master Zhang Xian through sound transmission. Wu Xiao had experienced too much, and he could sense Master Zhang Xian's dissatisfaction with Li Shiming. Thinking about it, young Master Zhang Xian has followed the master since he was a child. Any monk he meets is in awe of the master's reputation and treats Master Zhang Xian with great courtesy, especially among the late Jindan monks of the same level. Master Zhang Xian has always been aloof. How could he watch a monk of the same level show off his power in front of him? But Wu Xiao also saw clearly that Li Shiming's strength was very strong. And even if he took action, he might not be able to easily defeat Li Shiming. Of course, this is when dealing with Li Shiming with the strength of the Golden Core stage. If he recovers his cultivation, he can crush Li Shiming to death with one hand. What he was most worried about was that Lei Xiu's attack speed was extremely fast. If there was a conflict, he could not guarantee the safety of Master Zhang Xian. He himself didn't care. Although he used special secret methods to forcefully suppress his realm to the late Jindan stage, his body was that of a nascent soul monk. Even if Li Shiming attacked with all his strength, the damage to him would be extremely minimal.
I don't like this guy. I originally wanted to deal with him when I met him in the cave. Since Uncle Wu said so, let's wait until we get out of the cave.
Although young Master Zhang Xian was a little reluctant, he still replied, "Road.
When I get out of the cave, I just need some time to recover. Killing him is very easy,"
Wu Xiao said with a smile when he saw that the young master had listened to his advice. Li Shiming, who was sitting in the formation, suddenly sensed stronger malice from the young golden elixir monk. At this moment, a light gate appeared in the void on the mountain peak. The
cloud stepping order,
held by Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba, simultaneously emitted a dazzling light, and the light enveloped their bodies. Li Shiming sensed strong spatial energy fluctuations, and he knew that this was the interaction between the
cloud stepping order
and the Greenfield Cave. During the fluctuation of space energy, he and his clone Li Yuanba felt a blur of flowers in front of their eyes at the same time. When they saw clearly again, he was already on a green grassland. Li Yuanba was not beside him. Through the sensing from both sides, Li Yuanba was in another part of the grassland, and the two sides were quite a distance away. His
spiritual eye connection
and
other mind connection
are completely released, and his spiritual thoughts are also radiated. The Greenfield Cave is not a mysterious cave. There are many records of the cave here, especially after he had the authority of the 10,000 Beasts Sekyuan period library. He discovered the jade slips left by his predecessors from the jade slips in the library. For the record of Greenfield Cave, the Greenfield Cave will be open for 10 days. The first 9 days are the time to look for opportunities in the Greenfield Cave. The Greenfield Cave has been closed for 400 years. After 400 years of recuperation, there is a new batch of resources in the cave. The biggest feature of the Greenfield Cave is that the resources in the cave are more or less related to the promotion to the nascent soul stage. In 9 days, all the monks will collect resources. And after 9 days, the most important opportunity will be in the Greenfield Cave. In the center of the cave, 3 altars will appear. All monks who enter will be teleported to the center to participate in the competition among the 3 altars. Of course, the monks do not need to compete for the altar. After being teleported to the central location, they can immediately move away from the central location. You must know that in the first 9 days, almost every monk who entered has collected a lot of resources. When 2 monks meet, they are most likely to compete for each other's resources. Li Shiming recalled the information about Li Cave, and he was also feeling the situation in Li Cave. As recorded, the rules in Lee Cave were somewhat different from those in the outside world. This is not surprising. The cave's sky was created by the powerful, and the internal rules were also established by the powerful. The changes in the rules of Greenfield Cave are not big, except that flying is prohibited, and there are not many other changes. Therefore, to collect resources in the first 9 days, monks need to walk on the ground with both feet. Li Shiming tried it, and he activated the magic foot power. As expected, the magic foot power was restricted, and the ability to move in space could not be used.
It's really troublesome.
Shinzutong, his most important means of attack and life-saving, was banned, which made him a little helpless. He thought about how to collect resources to the greatest extent. You must know that the resources here are not available outside. Why do the Golden Elixir monks who leave the Greenfield Cave have a greatly increased chance of being promoted to the nascent soul stage? In addition to the effects of the 3 altars, these are the only resources. He released 12 silver corpses, but Naming the silver corpse was not released. The silver corpse Naming was too rare, and he did not want to risk it. The 12 silver corpses were controlled by his 12 brains, and they were lined up as far apart as possible based on him. He allowed the phantom dragon to return to its normal size of 15 meters and stay next to him in an invisible state. After doing this, he began to search the grassland in a single line. The range he could search was many times that of other Golden Elixir monks. Not to mention that he also has his clone Li Yuanba searching for resources in another place. He wants to find the most resources. Who told him that he was obsessed with promoting the resources of Yuaning? The 5 golden elixirs in his body made his promotion process full of unknowns, and he had to prepare better. Li Shiming's silver corpse is now at the peak of silver corpse's strength. If judged by the realm of human monks, it would be at the Grand Elder level. It is not easy to enter the realm of silver corpse. It is not easy for him to enter the realm of silver corpse. He has invested a lot of corpse refining materials for this. The silver corpse on the far left emits the spiritual thoughts belonging to the silver corpse. The grass on the grassland is half a person tall. Without the ability to fly, it is difficult to find the spiritual objects hidden in the grass. I don't know what kind of grass these are. They look like ordinary grass, but they can affect the detection of spiritual thoughts. Only by using spiritual thoughts to continuously push away the grass can the situation in the grass be checked. Inji pushed aside the grass, and a ginseng plant with 7 leaves holding a flower on its head appeared in Inji's spiritual perception. The moment Inji sensed the ginseng, a 3rd-grade lizard sprang out from the grass and bit into Inji. The 3rd-grade lizard was hidden in the grass, and the silver corpse did not notice its existence. Under the cover of the grass, the 3rd-grade lizard was not even 1 meter away from the silver corpse. Under normal circumstances, the silver corpse would not be able to react to such a close attack from a 3rd-grade lizard. Although the silver corpse has combat skills, its reaction speed is mediocre. It relies on its strong defense, sharp claws and corpse poison to defend and attack. But this silver corpse is controlled by one of Li Shiming's brains, which is almost equal to his reaction speed. So when the 3rd-grade lizard bit him, silver corpse kicked out, hitting the lower jaw of the 3rd-grade lizard. The entire body of the 3rd-grade lizard was kicked up, and then hit very far. After falling into the grass, the 3rd-grade lizard merged with the grass and disappeared from the perception of the silver corpse. Li Shiming was surprised. Silver corpse's kick was so powerful that it was almost as powerful as the Great Elder of body refining. The 3rd-grade lizard was only in the middle of the 3rd-grade lizard. He thought that this kick could at least seriously injure the 3rd-grade lizard, but he felt something was wrong after kicking the 3rd-grade lizard. The defensive power of the 3rd-grade lizard is far beyond imagination. The full blow of the peak silver corpse did not cause much damage to the 3rd-grade lizard. Silver corpse looked around carefully and found no trace of the 3rd-grade lizard. But Li Shiming knew very well that the 3rd-grade lizard must be nearby. The 3rd-grade lizard should protect this ginseng. With its defensive power, it would be difficult for an ordinary late-stage golden elixir monk to kill it if it encounters it. It seems that it is not easy to collect resources in the Greenfield Cave. Silver corpse did not look for the 3rd-grade lizard again. It stretched out its sharp claws and dug into the ground along the edge of the ginseng. Just when the ground was dug up to reveal the main body of the ginseng, a 3rd-grade lizard appeared from behind the silver corpse and rushed toward the silver corpse. Silver corpse's other hand swept back, almost at the same time as the 3rd-grade lizard pounced. The 3rd-grade lizard was knocked away by this blow, but it still suffered no damage. The sharp claws of the silver corpse only scratched the outer skin of the 3rd-grade lizard. Even the silver corpse's corpse poison did not cause any poisoning reaction to the 3rd-grade lizard. and it disappeared again after landing. But this also gave Yingji enough time to dig out the ginseng. Li Shiming felt the ginseng in his hand through the silver corpse. The grade of this ginseng was only 3rd grade. But he could sense that there was a special energy inside the ginseng, which meant that the ginseng had energy that was helpful for ascension to the nascent soul. In the Greenfield Cave, as long as it is a 3rd grade resource, it carries this special energy, which is what all Jindan monks who enter the most hope to obtain. After taking the ginseng, Silver Corpse no longer cared about the 3rd grade lizard and left the place. Li Shiming didn't know that the major forces had their own solutions to exploring the Greenfield Cave. They didn't collect it by force like him, but through various means. In the Greenfield Cave, the isolation effect of the grass is the biggest trouble. Even though Silver Corpse was very easy to deal with that 3rd grade lizard. In fact, it was Li Shiming's reaction speed that was much faster than that of a normal elder. And he was able to do so easily. His spirit is extremely powerful. And with the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, he can achieve the ultimate reaction speed when controlling the Silver Corpse. Otherwise, a 3rd level spirit beast that can attack at close range at any time would make it difficult for Silver Corpse to defend itself, let alone fight back. But that's it. If you want to kill the 3rd grade lizard, you still can't kill it with the Silver Corpse alone. Chapter 503 Encounter. Just as the Silver Corpse was advancing with the ginseng, the 3rd grade lizard pounced again. It seemed that this 3rd grade lizard was determined to die. This time, the Silver Corpse turned around and kicked out, accurately hitting the flying body of the 3rd grade lizard, causing it to fly backwards. The 3rd grade lizard in the air was hit several times in succession due to its strong defense, but only suffered minor injuries. For a 3rd grade lizard, a spiritual beast with extremely strong vitality, this injury can only stimulate its ferocity, and even its actions will not be affected. But this time it was different. Just as the 3rd grade lizard was knocked into the air, a 4-fingered dragon claw appeared in the void and caught the 3rd grade lizard. The 3rd grade lizard's proud skin, which could withstand a full blow from the Silver Corpse, was split in half along with its body under this claw. The blood of the 3rd grade lizard spurted out, falling into the void and faintly emerging the silhouette of the phantom dragon. The blood did not stay on the phantom dragon's body for long. Its scales could not hold the blood. After the blood was bounced away, its body once again entered the invisible state. Silver Corpse sent the ginseng forward and was caught by the phantom dragon. Because the phantom dragon is invisible, the ginseng strangely seems to be floating towards Li Shiming. Fortunately, there were no other monks around, so they couldn't see what was happening here. The attack of the 3rd grade lizard is indeed sudden. It relies on the isolation effect of the grass to launch the sudden attack. But when it comes to sneak attacks, the phantom dragon is the real assassin. Li Shiming didn't know how Li Cave Heaven transformed this 3rd grade lizard. But no matter how he transformed it, it couldn't compare with the phantom dragon with strong dragon blood. He used the phantom dragon as a maneuver. As long as a Silver Corpse discovered the resource, the phantom dragon would go over to help. The phantom dragon is extremely fast, and due to its invisibility, it will not alert the spirit beasts guarding the elixir. It can kill everything and send the collected resources back to Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the 3rd grade ginseng brought back by the phantom dragon. This ginseng seemed to be extremely ordinary, not much different from the ginseng in the mortal world. But in the environment of the Greenfield Cave, this ginseng has grown to the 3rd level, and the special energy inside makes it even more precious. He took a jade box and put the 3rd grade ginseng into the jade box. The jade box was specially made for preserving elixirs. 3rd grade ginseng could last for a long time without losing any energy. This is a good start. And it also shows that there are not many resources in Li Cave. Keep searching, and you will find something every 2 or 3 hours. With the help of the phantom dragon, the collection work went very smoothly. On the first day, he collected 5 3rd grade elixirs, all of which contained special energy. The clone Li Yuanba's side, maybe because of bad luck, only collected 1 3rd grade elixir. In fact, this is normal. Li Shiming used 12 silver corpses, and with him acting together, the search range was many times greater than Li Yuanba's. It was not surprising that he could gain several times more. He didn't meet any other Jindan monks on the first day. It seemed that the space in the Greenfield Cave was still very huge. However, as the scope of the search becomes larger and larger, the opportunities for encounters also increase. The first monk to encounter was not Li Shiming and his silver corpse, but Li Yuanba, who acted alone. Li Yuanba also maintains spiritual vision and other mind communication. Although he is practiced,
Human reincarnation art.
His spirit is still at the forefront of the golden elixir monks in the northern Shu continent. But in the eastern Qi continent among the large sect monks, Jinxing cannot have many advantages. This makes his
other mind communication
not very effective. And the main function is spiritual communication. However, in the Greenfield Cave, there will be grass taller than a person from time to time, which greatly affects the performance of spiritual eyes. Li Yuanbao was very careful when moving. Just after passing through a relatively tall grass, his figure suddenly stepped back and shot out his sword at the same time. The Golden Core Cultivator on the other side was also surprised. He did not expect to meet another Golden Core Cultivator in the grass that was taller than a person. He also had the same reaction and stepped back. When he stepped back, he waved his hand forward, and a black mist flew towards Li Yuanbao. Xing Yijian met the black mist in the air, and the Jiyang sword intent shone like the sun, and the black mist was washed away in an instant.
Li!
Li Yuanbao saw clearly that the other party was Li, who was still alive in the Jiri sect. Li looked puzzled after seeing Li Yuanbao. After he was frightened away, he did not go far, but stood guard by the side. When the Greenfield Cave opened, he was also moved into the cave by the Greenfield Cave, precisely because he was the last one to enter. He had seen all the Jindan monks who entered the cave, and Li Yuanbao was definitely not among them. Li Yuanbao's face is so eye-catching that you will never forget it once you see it. This was not the time to think about this matter. Riley knew exactly what the consequences of meeting in such a place would be.
How could you meet a sword cultivator?
Li was still a little wary of Li Yuanbao's strength. Even the Great Elder would be poisoned if even a little bit of the poison he used just now was exposed to the poison. However, the opponent's sword intent seemed to be naturally capable of restraining the poison, and the poison was completely destroyed without even a chance to take effect. This kind of sword intention reminded him of Li Shiming's Heavenly Thunder. Although the sword intention was different from the spell, the effects were very similar, and they both had a strong restraint effect on demon cultivators. He didn't think there was any connection between Li Yuanbao and Li Shiming. One was Lei Xiao, and the other was sword cultivator. They were both professions that advocated attack, but the difference was huge. They were the extremes of two different directions. Although Li was wary, he didn't have much fear. Li Yuanbao's level was a bit low, and even a sword cultivator could only exert limited combat power. Li slapped his hand on his waist, and 3 black flying needle magic weapons flew out. And at the same time a swarm of flying ants flew out of another pocket. The flying ants submerged into the grass. The flying ant had independent attack consciousness. He only needed to issue a command, and then there was no need to worry about it. Therefore, it can allow flying ants to enter the grass, and use the isolation effect of the grass to make the attack more sudden. However, the 3 flying needle magic weapons cannot launch attacks under the cover of grass, because the isolation effect of the grass has a considerable impact on the control of the magic weapons. Since they were unable to fly, the two sides discovered each other at close range, which made the war extremely dangerous once it started. Li Yuanbao retreated into the grass as tall as a person. There was a long sword in his hand, which was the 3rd grade sword base. He dwarfed and released the Silver Corpse General at the same time, causing the Silver Corpse General to activate his sword intent. Although the Silver Corpse General's sword intention was not the same as his, it was enough to mislead Li in a short period of time. As soon as the Silver Corpse General appeared, he kept retreating, almost perfectly taking over Li Yuanbao's retreat. Li Yuanbao used the
hiding the sky
to completely hide his aura. Just a moment after he lowered his body and activated the
hidden sky hiding technique,
a swarm of flying ants flew along the gaps in the grass. Li Yuanbao did not move. Li's order to flying ant was to pursue the monk with sword intent. Although flying ant's sensitivity and perception found him different from the grass, he did not attack him first, but attacked the first one. Target. The first target considered by the flying ants to attack was naturally the Silver Corpse General. Li Yuanbao is also bold. Even if an ordinary monk encounters this situation, he would not dare to bet whether these flying ants will attack him. He is the Great Elder of body refining, and he is somewhat confident in his own defense. Coupled with a 3rd grade sword base in his hand, and relying on his close-up sword skills, he is confident that he will be able to counterattack when the flying ants attack. Xing Yijian did not follow him, but followed the Silver Corpse General, standing next to him and seemingly protecting him. Through his vague perception of flying ants, Li thought that Li Yuanbao had retreated some distance away. Spiritual insects like flying ants have very low intelligence, and they can only perceive very vague feedback information through secret methods. He has confidence in the flying ants, And maybe he cooperates more with the flying ants. After the flying ant flew through the tall grass, he also followed it through the tall grass. When he was about to walk through the tall grass, he saw a figure, and he almost collided with this figure. Li Yuanba's arrangement was to get close to Lai Li. Due to the restrictions of the Greenfield Cave, his strongest divine foot power cannot be used, and even the speed of sword escape has been greatly affected. This made it impossible for him to approach Lai Li easily, and he could only use some small means. Sure enough, Lai Li fell into the trap, and he and Lai Li met in the grass. Li Yuanba rushed over, the terrifying body-refining elder's energy and blood rising in his body, and the third-grade sword base in his hand was full of sword intent. The third-grade sword base blessed by Jiang's sword intent was like a lightsaber. Lai Li also reacted quickly, and a copper bell magic weapon enveloped his body, leaving no blind spots in his defense. He is also recruiting 3 flying needle magic weapons and flying ants to rescue him. Li Yuanba's eyes flashed with divine light, and under the gaze of his spiritual eye, he contacted the natal magic weapon Z-15, which was not too far away. When he launched the attack, he analyzed and determined the weakness of the copper bell magic weapon. Any magic weapon has weaknesses, which are the nodes of the spiritual power line. Attacking the nodes of the spiritual power line will cause the spiritual power of the magic weapon to be disordered. The disorder of the magic weapon's spiritual power will cause the magic weapon's defense to decrease or even lose control. The third-grade sword basically followed his body-refining ability and reached a quality beyond the ordinary upper-grade third-grade sword. Although it was not as good as a fourth-grade magic weapon, it was far more powerful than a third-grade magic weapon. Li Yuanba's skin was like white jade. This was the state where he was fully exerting the Scorching Sun Jade body technique. With the cooperation of the Great Elder of Body Refining and the third-grade sword base blessed with Jiang's sword intent, he struck with all his strength, which was the weak point of the attacking copper bell magic weapon. There was a loud ding sound, and the surface of the bronze bell magic weapon was cracked. When Lai Li's magic weapon was destroyed, his mind felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. A mouthful of blood almost spurted out. Although he suppressed it with force, blood still flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Lai Li's defensive magic weapon was destroyed with one sword. At this time, neither the flying needle magic weapon nor the flying ants were recruited back to join the battle. Li Yuanba's second sword came again. When Lai Li saw something was wrong, he immediately took out a talisman and activated it. This was a far-escape talisman. It was a pity that this life-saving talisman, which he had given hope to, was not successfully activated. The rules of the Greenfield Cave suppressed the activation of the talisman. At this time, he was ready to think of other ways, but the third-grade sword base had already been cut. A demon cultivator who is good at long-range attacks, and a sword cultivator who is good at melee combat. This sword cultivator is also a body-refining elder. The consequences are inevitable. Li Yuanba's second sword extinguished Lai Li's vitality. At this time, the flying needle magic weapon and the flying ant were 3 meters away from Li Yuanba. After Lai Li's vitality was wiped out, the flying needle magic weapon fell from the sky. The flying ants lost the control of their master and became crazy. The flying ants had no time to attack Li Yuanba. The flying ants lost their minds and attacked their companions beside them. Li Yuanba put away the flying needle magic weapon on the ground. The flying needle magic weapon was not bad. It was an upper-level third-grade magic weapon. It was considered a golden elixir-level magic weapon, and it was not a natal magic weapon. Of course, the flying needle magic weapon was of little significance to him and the main body. Li Shiming's strength had reached the Great Elder level and was preparing to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. The rest of his magic weapons are no longer used. 191. Liuguang Xingyun is enough to deal with all troubles. With a Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapon equivalent to the 4th grade, how could Li Shiming be interested in the 3rd grade flying needle magic weapon? Not to mention Li Yuanba. As a swordsman, he rarely uses other magic weapons except sword magic weapons. He put away the mustard ring on Lai Li's body and found that there was a spiritual pet bag on Lai Li's waist. So he took it too. At this time, the battle of flying ants has come to an end, and there are only about 10 flying ants left in the group. Li Yuanba waved his hand and swept a dozen flying ants with his sword with Jiang's sword intent, burning them to ashes. He checked the mustard seed ring, which contained 2 third-grade elixirs, both of which were collected from the Greenfield Cave. "You're lucky," he couldn't help but say when he saw 2 third-grade elixir plants, thinking that he only found one in a day. If this robbery were done on the 9th day, That would be the real big gain. But he also clearly realized his own shortcomings. This was the relatively weak Lily he encountered. If he met a great elder, it was hard to say whether he could defeat him. Even in the battle with Lily, he used some tricks. His sword cultivating strength has many advantages over ordinary monks. But he no longer has any advantage over monks from large sects. Although the sword intention Chong Xiaoju is strong. Most of the monks in the major sects have the same top-level skills. It may not be as powerful as the sword intent Chong Xiaoju, but Li Yuanba's realm is not that strong among the late Jindan monks. In particular, his greatest reliance on Shinzu Tong has been restricted, making it impossible for him to use many tactics in battle, greatly reducing his combat power. He went to take the Silver Corpse General back, but the Silver Corpse General was not injured, because his attack was too fast. Lai Li's flying needle magic weapon and flying ants did not attack the Silver Corpse General, and he was called back by Lai Li. Chapter 504 Meeting. On the second day in the Greenfield Cave, Li Shiming harvested 6 elixirs. On the third day 7 elixirs. And on the fourth day 5 elixirs. I don't know if it was luck, but he didn't meet any other Jindan monks in 4 days. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't encounter it at all. What he saw was the body of a middle-stage Jindan monk. He didn't know who killed him, and the space ring on his body was gone. Considering the danger level of the Greenfield Cave, the safety of monks in the late stage of Golden Core is higher. Unless monks in the middle stage of Golden Core have some powerful means, they will not even be able to deal with the spiritual beasts that guard the elixir here.
Why bother?
Li Shiming shook his head and did not collect the corpse of the middle stage Jindan monk. It was the 5th day, and the silver corpses were still lining up with him to search. Through the experience of these few days of searching, it was easier for him to control the silver corpses. A silver corpse was walking and suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead. The grass in the Greenfield Cave is too weird. Normally, the fluctuations in spiritual energy generated by the battles of Golden Core monks should be felt from a long distance. However, in this cave, there is the isolation of grass, which prevents the battle fluctuations from traveling very far. In addition, there are grasses as tall as a person from time to time, which blocks the line of sight. It is only when you are particularly close that you can discover the situation. This silver corpse had 3 heads and 6 arms. After hearing the sound of fighting, under the control of Li Shiming's brain, he moved in the direction of the fighting and notified the Phantom Dragon at the same time. The Phantom Dragon is a combat support, and the grass and its invisibility make this green field a perfect fit for it. A late-stage Golden Core cultivator was fighting a 3rd-grade lizard. It was said that the battle was not accurate. The Golden Core cultivator deliberately led the 3rd-grade lizard to retreat while fighting. Just when the 3rd-grade lizard came to a place, he activated the hidden formation disc, and the sudden formation trapped the 3rd-grade lizard. The late-stage Jindan monk smiled proudly. He was about to collect the elixir when he saw a silver corpse. Something unexpected happened to Li Shiming. After seeing the silver corpse, the late-stage Jindan monk stepped away without even the slightest hesitation, even leaving the formation disc behind. Li Shiming was a little confused. He didn't know why this late-stage Jindan monk was frightened away by a silver corpse. He still underestimated his silver corpse. His silver corpse had a level comparable to that of the Great Elder, and a silver corpse of this level could only be cultivated by the Great Elder. There were only 3 Great Elders who entered the Greenfield Cave this time, and none of them could be dealt with by this late-stage Jindan monk. One is Wei Long, the Great Elder of the Taichu sect. One is Gong Yu, the Great Elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and the other is the mysterious Li Shiming, the Great Elder of Lei Xiao. The late Jindan monks were very decisive. Since the silver corpse was here, the owner of the silver corpse, the Great Elder, must be nearby. Just 3 breaths after he retreated, the grass parted and the invisible Phantom Dragon arrived. Li Shiming controlled the silver corpse, first collected the 3rd-grade elixir, and then came to the formation disc to observe. This is a 3rd-grade array. The activated formation has the effect of interfering with space energy and trapping enemies. It seems that this formation is specially designed to deal with 3rd-grade spiritual beasts in the cave. The array activated by the formation disc cannot kill or injure a 3rd-grade lizard, but it is enough to trap a 3rd-grade lizard for a period of time. The most important thing is that the materials used in this 3rd-grade array disc are not precious, and can be used as disposable consumables. Li Shiming did not collect the formation disc. This formation lost its value after the principle was understood through the eyes of the silver corpse. He does not need to use formations to trap the 3rd-grade lizard. With the support of the Phantom Dragon, It is very easy to deal with the third-grade lizard. This was the first late-stage Jindan monk to see the Silver Corpse retreat. In the days that followed, he had many more opportunities to meet other Jindan monks. Sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. It seems that everyone should be searching towards a central point, which is why this situation occurs. Li Shiming did not encounter any chance of fighting the Golden Core monks. These Golden Core monks were extremely cautious and chose to run away whether they saw him or the Silver Corpse. He had no intention of pursuing him. And now was not the time to kill. When the last day comes, there will naturally be a chance to fight. And then, he will not hold back anymore. The clone Li Yuanba maintains the state of the Scorching Sun Jade body art. His skin is like jade. And combined with his handsome face, it makes people look breathtakingly beautiful. He didn't maintain the Scorching Sun Jade body technique just to look good. He had to do it. He must be prepared to face sneak attacks at any time. Not only from spiritual beasts, but also from golden elixir monks. Especially at the beginning of the 7th day, there were Jindan monks hiding in the grass to conduct sneak attacks. Sha. The grass in front parted, and a beam of sword slashed towards Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba reacted quickly, made a blocking movement, and a third-grade sword base appeared out of thin air in his hand, blocking the light of the sword. With a ding sound, he felt his body being invaded by a huge force, and he involuntarily stepped back. When he was repulsed, he drove a sword to attack the owner of the sword. Xing Yijian flew towards the enemy, who had just emerged from the grass with a Jiyang sword in tension, but was blocked by another long knife. Xing Yijian was shaken and flew outward. He finally understood the mood of those Jindan monks who fled when they saw Li Shiming. He recognized that the enemy who attacked him was the Blade Mantis of Grand Elder Gongyu, which was a spiritual beast at the Grand Elder level. Even the Great Elder of Body Refining cannot compete with the spirit beasts of the same realm. The physiques of the two sides are not at the same level at all. Of course, in a fair one-on-one fight, Li Yuanba is confident that he can kill the Blade Mantis with his close combat ability. But it will take a long time. But Blade Mantis is here. So Elder Gongyu will come over soon. And he doesn't want to fight with Elder Gongyu. Compared with the great elders of major sects, his strength is still somewhat lacking. Without any hesitation, he blocked Blade Mantis's blow with Xing Yijian, and then retreated to the right. Just as he got into the grass on the right, Elder Gongyu walked out of the grass behind him, glanced at the direction in which he disappeared, and did not pursue him. "That's cunning! Let you live a little longer," Elder Gongyu said with a smile and shook his head. Blade Mantis has the talent of perception. Although it is restricted in the grass, its perception is still much stronger than other monks. He arranged a pincer attack in front of and behind him. If Li Yuanba chose to retreat, he would meet him. He was not upset because of his mistake. Anyway, except for a few of the strongest, the Jindan cultivators who entered were helping them collect spiritual objects. He had calculated that among the 3 altars, one belonged to him, one belonged to Wei Long, and the other belonged to Li Shiming, the great elder of Lei Xiu. In this way, their 3 strongest elders don't have to fight each other for their lives. The number of elders who enter the Greenfield Cave this time is just right. So there is no need to compete to the death. Li Yuanba quickly left his previous position, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although Li Shiming joined the 10,000 Beasts sect, his relationship with the 10,000 Beasts sect was very weak. Besides, in order to get the resources to be promoted to Nascent Soul, it was impossible for them to give in to each other, let alone the same sect. Even the same master. "Master, put away the elixir." Wu Xiao handed a 3rd-grade elixir to Master Zhang Xian and said, there was a corpse of a 3rd-grade spirit beast lying beside it. The head of the 3rd-grade spirit beast seemed to have been shattered by something heavy. With the defense power of the spirit beasts in the cave, even the toughest head was shattered. Wu Xiao killed the 3rd-level spirit beast with just one blow. His secret method was to temporarily disperse the nascent soul throughout the body, making the body resemble the body of a similar fully refined body elder. But in fact, he is much stronger than the great elder of body refining. Although he does not have the help of Yuanying, his body and the spiritual power he controls are both at Yuanying level. It was precisely because of the lack of nascent soul that Li Cave Heaven did not identify him as a nascent soul cultivator. With his strength, he is an invincible existence in the Greenfield Cave, using his strength at the nascent soul stage to bully the golden elixir monks and 3rd-grade spiritual beasts is like an adult bullying a child. Young Master Zhang Xian took the elixir and put it into the jade box. "Uncle Wu, why didn't you meet many monks? I just collected 8 elixirs," he said. still a little dissatisfied with the harvest.
The Greenfield Cave has cut off the senses, so I can only search for elixirs as if by chance. Even I have no good way. But there is no need to worry. When the last day comes, those monks are carrying a lot of elixirs with them. The sex is all solved. It's enough for the young master to use.
Wu Xiao replied with a smile. He has strong confidence in killing the Golden Core Cultivator. But the problem is that he cannot expose his nascent soul stage. Once his realm is exposed, and the major forces know that he has broken the rules. Let alone him. Not even the master can save him. In fact, if he and Master Zhang Xian acted separately, he could still find more elixirs. But he would not do that. When he entered the Greenfield Cave, he was separated from Master Zhang Xian. It took him a long time to reunite with Master Zhang Xian. The 9 days were coming soon, and Li Shiming sat down to rest. He had now collected a total of 53 elixirs, taking the special energy in the 10 elixirs as one part. He had a full 5 parts of special energy, which was considered to have completed the initial mission. He adjusted the spiritual power in his body and used the
Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique
to the extreme. He had put away all the silver corpses, and even the phantom spirit dragon had turned into a bracelet and returned to his wrist. Not just him. Every living monk in the entire Greenfield Cave is making the same preparations. They need to be in the best condition to face possible dangers. Compared with the dangers in the previous 9 days, the last day is the most dangerous.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1.
The natal magic weapon Z15 is extremely accurate in calculating time. Just when the last number of the countdown ended, Li Shiming felt himself wrapped in space energy, and a familiar feeling appeared. He could see with his eyes again, and he saw that he was in a circular open space with a radius of about 3,000 meters. Beyond the radius of 3,000 meters was the grassland. A total of 15 Jindan monks were teleported, and they appeared at the same time. As soon as they appeared, Elder Wei Long and Elder Gong Yu used all their strength to attack the nearest Jindan monk. Li Yuanbao was a little far away from Li Shiming. His figure merged into the sword light of Xingyijian, and he used sword escape to fly towards Li Shiming. The aura of Elder Lei Xiao that had long erupted from Li Shiming's body caused the Jindan monks, who were approaching him, to dodge.
Ah!
Screams came out one after another. It was Elder Wei Long and Elder Gong Yu who were killing the Jindan monks near them. Elder Wei Long controls a weird magic weapon that looks like silk thread. The magic weapon can extend extremely long, wherever it passes. The body and the magic weapon of the late Golden Core monk are cut into 2 pieces. Elder Gong Yu controlled a flying knife magic weapon to kill the Golden Elixir monk. The blade mantis was faster than his attack speed. It flashed past like a phantom, and the Golden Elixir monk fell down. Li Shiming's eyes did not focus on the 2 great elders. He looked at Wu Xiaochu, who he suspected was a Yuanying monk. Wu Xiao's movement was not as big as the 2 great elders, but his killing speed was even faster than the 2 great elders. He caught up with a Golden Elixir cultivator, who was the fastest to escape, and killed him with one silent blow. He did not use any magic weapon during this period. He just killed the Golden Elixir cultivator with one blow with his bare hands. He rushed in another direction and beat another Golden Elixir monk to death who was escaping. The Golden Elixir monks present are divided into several categories. The first category is the elders Wei Long and Gong Yu. They have absolute confidence that they will clear out as many Golden Elixir monks as possible as soon as possible to obtain more souls. Medicine. The second category is some Golden Elixir monks who took chances. After they were teleported, they did not escape immediately, but chose to wait and see. They wanted to see if there was any chance to gain some benefits from the chaos. They must know that every Jindan monk here has 9 days of harvest in their hands. Even if there is no chance to get the opportunity to go to the altar, it would be great to get some elixirs. The third category is the Golden Elixir monks, who just want to keep their gains. As soon as they are teleported, they want to turn around and run away. As long as they escape to the grassland, they can rely on the isolation effect of the grass to prevent the enemy from finding them. Wu Xiao, young Master Zhang Xian, and Li Shiming are in a separate category. None of them should appear in the Greenfield Cave. Wu Xiao was a nascent soul cultivator, and Li Shiming was a monk because of his own combat power. The combat power exerted by both parties far exceeded the level of the Great Elder. Li Shiming stood still, and found that it was impossible for these Jindan monks, who wanted to escape without taking action. Li Yuanbao came to his side, and the two stood together. A total of 15 Golden Elixir monks were teleported over, including 6 hunters. None of the remaining 9 golden elixir monks were able to escape to the grassland. The distance of 3,000 meters became the death distance. The most terrifying thing is Wu Xiao. Due to his extremely powerful body, his speed is almost several times that of other monks. He pursues the Jindan monks at the longest distance, but none of them can escape. Chapter 505 Beheading. From the beginning of the battle to the time it calmed down, it only took a stick of incense. Elder Wei Long and Elder Gongyu stood together. They didn't want to stand together, but after seeing Wu Xiao's terrifying combat power, and the fact that young Master Zhang Xian was a fellow traveler with Wu Xiao, Elder Lei Xiu on the other side, Li Shiming, and swordsman Li Yuanbao were on the same journey. This made the two elders just look at each other and decide to form an alliance. It was originally planned that there would be 3 altars, and the 3 most powerful elders would allocate one to each of them. But now that the number of people has reached 6, it is obvious that a battle still needs to continue to determine the last 3 monks.
Jian Xiu, Lei Xiu, which sect are you disciples of? Don't hide your identity.
Elder Wei Long looked at Li Shiming and Li Yuanbao and asked in a deep voice. Sword Cultivator and Lei Xiu appeared at the same time and formed a team. Only some medium and large forces, or sects, could cultivate them. Even the weaker ones among medium-sized sects do not have enough resources to train the Great Elder Lei Xiu and the Sword Cultivator with the strength of the Great Elder of Body Refining. Especially the terrifying strength displayed by Elder Lei Xiu Li Shiming made Elder Wei Long very curious about the other party's identity. At the same time, he asked Wu Xiao to pay attention to Li Shiming. If Wu Xiao and Li Shiming fight, no matter who wins or loses, he and Elder Gongyu will both benefit.
I only occupy one of the 3 altars, and you will fight for the other 2.
Wu Xiao looked at Li Shiming deeply, and then said lightly, he is still a little afraid of Li Shiming, since he cannot use his nascent soul stage combat power. He is not 100% sure to defeat Li Shiming. Li Shiming, the Lei Cultivator, was able to mobilize the Sky Thunder. Although this Sky Thunder was only the powerful thunder of the Golden Core stage, he could see that Li Shiming had other abilities. As the ancestor of nascent soul, Wu Xiao was able to judge more of Li Shiming's hidden strengths, such as Li Shiming's surging body refining aura and strong spirit. He needed to borrow the hands of Elder Wei Long and Elder Gongyu to test Li Shiming's strength. If Li Shiming is indeed extremely strong, then there is nothing wrong with giving up 2 altars. After leaving the cave, he regained his strength and then went to trouble Li Shiming and snatched the harvest from the cave. Elder Wei Long and Elder Gongyu were moved. Li Shiming was indeed very powerful, but being in the Greenfield Cave, Lei Xiu's speed was affected and his combat power was suppressed a lot. And their 2 great elders, as well as Blade Mantis, have the fighting power of the 3 great elders. If they fight Li Shiming, the chance of winning is still not small. But the question is whether Wu Xiao's words are credible. When did so many strange monks appear in the Eastern Qi continent? It would be possible if a strange late-stage Golden Core cultivator appeared. But it would be extremely strange to find a strange first elder, and 2 powerful and outrageous first elders. In their opinion, Wu Xiao should be a body-refining elder. And he is also the kind of person whose combat power far exceeds that of ordinary body-refining elders. Whether it is Wu Xiao or Li Shiming, it is impossible to remain unknown anywhere. Although Li Shiming hid his face, if Lei Xiu's strength had really appeared in Dongqi continent, how could they not have heard of it? Elder Wei Long and Elder Gongyu did not take action. They were discussing something.
What is your concealment technique? You can actually enter the Greenfield Cave with the nascent soul realm. What a great trick!
Li Shiming looked at Wu Xiao and said suddenly. His words made the 2 great elders who were discussing look horrified. And they looked at Wu Xiao.
Lei Xiu, why are you looking for death? I originally planned to let you leave the cave alive. Now that you have told me the details, I can only let you all stay in the cave.
Wu Xiao looked faint at first, changed, then laughed loudly and said, after his identity was revealed, he no longer kept a low profile and showed the arrogance of a Yuaning monk.
Lei Xiu, let's join forces. He won't let us go.
Elder Wei Long shouted to Li Shiming. He actually resented Li Shiming a little in his heart. Even if he knew about this kind of thing, he shouldn't make it public. After this disclosure, the nascent soul cultivator will kill all the insiders for his own safety.
I'm curious, how long will it take for your stealth technique to restore the strength of the nascent soul monk?
Li Shiming didn't seem to care about Wu Xiao's arrogance. He asked with a smile.
Lei Xiu, what he used was the secret method of loose infant integration. This is the secret method of Feiyun Pavilion.
Elder Wei Long answered his question. Li Shiming had heard of Feiyun, This was not a local force in the eastern Qi continent, but a transcontinental force. Its strength was not weaker than the 4 major sects.
How long does it take for the secret method of loose infant fitting to restore the strength of a nascent soul cultivator?
Li Shiming asked again, as there was no mention of the
secret technique of loose infant fitting.
In the classics he had read. Elder Wei Long was a little puzzled by his repeated questions. What's the point of asking this question at this time? Is it possible to defeat Wu Xiao if you know the situation of this skill?
It is said that it takes at least an hour to regain strength.
Elder Wei Long still replied. Li Shiming now has a common enemy with him, an Elder Gongyu. And the enemy of his enemy is his friend.
Senior, I will not participate in this competition.
While Li Shiming was discussing with Elder Wei Long, no one expected that Elder Gongyu suddenly jumped on the back of Blade Mantis and shouted loudly. Blade Mantis carried Elder Gongyu on its back and flew toward the grassland. The distance of 3,000 meters could be reached in just a few breaths. However, Wu Xiao's figure moved, and a terrifying sound of breaking through the air was heard. His figure tore through the air and appeared behind Elder Gongyu. Elder Gongyu had expected it. He put strength on Blade Mantis's back and rushed forward. The Blade Mantis turned around and attacked Wu Xiao. The 2 blade limbs turned into countless afterimages, drowning Wu Xiao's figure. With a touch sound, a human-shaped hole appeared on the body of Blade Mantis. Through the human-shaped hole, you can see Wu Xiao's figure catching up with the Great Elder Gongyu. The Great Elder Gongyu uses the flying knife magic weapon to chop down at him. Wu Xiao didn't even pay attention to the flying knife magic weapon and let the flying knife magic weapon fall on him. None of the flying knife magic weapons could affect his speed, and they were bounced away when they hit him. He punched out, and this punch carried the principles of heaven and earth that only Yuaning monks can understand. There was only a 5-meter distance between the 2 sides, and this punch passed through the 5-meter distance and hit the vest of the Great Elder Gongyu. Wu Xiao's fist penetrated the vest of the Great Elder Gongyu and came out from the chest. This kind of injury was absolutely fatal, not to mention the terrifying energy contained in this punch, which wiped out Gongyu at the moment of impact. The vitality of the Great Elder. Wu Xiao shook Elder Gongyu's body from his fist, took off Elder Gongyu's mustard ring with some disgust, and returned to Master Zhang Xian's side in a flash. If Li Shiming hadn't exposed his identity, he would not have killed Elder Gongyu at the risk of Master Zhang Xian being attacked. When he saw that Elder Wei Long and Li Shiming did not attack young Master Zhang Xian, he thought that the display of combat power had intimidated them. It's a pity that it's too late. After Li Shiming revealed his identity, they all had to die. Elder Wei Long's eyes showed a look of despair. He had a lot of life-saving means, but in the Greenfield Cave, the escape talisman was unable to work. This made his life-saving means look like a joke in front of the Yuaning monks. He looked at Li Shiming with great reluctance. If Li Shiming hadn't revealed Wu Xiao's identity, he wouldn't have been in this situation.
Let's die together,
he shouted, and a silk thread flew out of his hand and flew towards Li Shiming. Just when the silk thread magic weapon extended halfway, the silk thread magic weapon in his hand no longer moved forward, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes that was stronger than before. Above Li Shiming's head, 191 flying sword magic weapons were suspended. 191 flying sword magic weapons. A number that even the Great Elder cannot control freely, regardless of the fact that in the world of immortality, monks often use a large number of magic weapons. That kind of magic weapon is actually a set of magic weapons, consisting of many magic weapons, with a main magic weapon as the core. As long as the monks control the main magic weapon, they can indirectly control other magic weapons through the main magic weapon. Even with this kind of control method, the highest record in the world of immortal cultivation in the Golden Core stage is that a Great Elder controlled a set of 72 magic weapons. But Li Shiming's 191 flying sword magic weapons are not a complete set of magic weapons. Each flying sword magic weapon is a separate magic weapon. This was Elder Wei Long's first feeling when he saw Li Shiming's 191 flying sword magic weapons. The attack in his hand stopped and he was shocked. But Wu Xiao was even more shocked than Elder Wei Long. What he saw was not the 191 flying sword magic weapons, but each flying sword magic weapon itself.
How did you obtain so many magical weapons?
Wu Xiao could be considered a Yuaning monk who had seen the world, but he still couldn't help asking. He didn't know if all the weapon calamity magic weapons in the entire Dongqi continent could be collected in such a large number. These were even considered to be 4th grade magic weapons. Among the 4th grade magic weapons refined by Yuaning monks, there were many in history. The supreme genius has come up with a magic weapon that has been used in tribulations. But he had never seen a third-grade calamity weapon. The weapon Calamity Magic Weapon is a magic weapon that is not allowed by the rules of heaven and earth. Its power far exceeds its own level. It will be baptized by thunder when it is born. The magic weapon that can survive the thunderstorm possesses extraordinary spirituality and power.
You don't need to know. You are dead anyway,
Li Shiming said lightly. Since he had shown his strongest strength, he had no intention of letting them survive.
You can't kill me. Do you know who the young master's father is?
Wu Xiao shouted loudly. He didn't think about Li Shiming's answer and said the answer himself.
Brother Zhang of Feiyan Pavilion. You really want to offend a great master. Monk?
Great monk. That is the ceiling of the Yuanying stage. The monks in the late stage of Yuanying are called great monks. Entering the late nascent soul stage, the strength of the great monks will undergo earth-shaking changes, and they will absolutely crush the mid-nascent soul monks in terms of combat power. If he met the son of a great monk outside the Greenfield Cave, Li Shiming would definitely run away immediately and not kill him, because it is difficult to judge the methods of the great monk. If he really wanted to kill the great monk's son, he would probably be hunted to death soon. But who is to say that we are now in the Greenfield Cave? The cave was built by great powers, and the great monks cannot detect what is happening in the cave. Not to mention that the Li Cave is a cave that nascent soul monks are not allowed to enter. After this time, the Greenfield Cave will be closed for 400 years. After 400 years, maybe Li Shiming himself will be a great monk. Even if Brother Zhang really has a way to enter the Greenfield Cave to investigate, there will be no threat to him. Master Zhang Xian knew that the situation was not good. He was about to make a promise. But before he could speak, the 191 flying sword magic weapon above Li Shiming's head moved. The meteor was divided into 2 batches, 10 of which flew towards Elder Wei Long, and the rest of the meteor flew towards Wu Xiao and young Master Zhang Xian. Elder Wei Long took out a huge shield magic weapon, and the body and the shield magic weapon were combined. This was his strongest defensive secret method. But Li Shiming really looked up to him and used 10 meteors to deal with him. You must know that the first time Li Shiming used 191 meteors against the enemy, it was against the 10,000 Beast sect. Of the 3 great elders, one of them was killed with just one, Liuguang Xingyun. The shield magic weapon, made of extremely solid materials, did not block the Liuguang Xingyun. Liuguang Xingyun easily penetrated the shield magic weapon and passed through the body of Elder Wei Long. The heavenly thunder sword intent erupted in his body, wiping out his vitality.
Master, be careful!
Wu Xiao saw 181 Liuguang Xingyu flying towards him, and he stood in front of Master Zhang Xian and said, the only thing he relies on now is his powerful body. The nascent soul is dispersed in the body, making his body even stronger and more defensive than the nascent soul stage. But the shortcomings are also obvious. Due to the secret method of Saning's body fit, he cannot use the 4th grade magic weapon. However, his body has surpassed the defensive power of an upper-level 3rd level magic weapon, and is infinitely close to the defensive power of a 4th level magic weapon. This makes him invincible as long as he does not encounter a nascent soul monk. Of course, this was the invincibility he thought before meeting Li Shiming. Who would have thought that Li Shiming could control so many magical weapons? Each, Liuguang Xingyun, is equivalent to a 4th grade flying sword magic weapon, which should not be a power that Jindan monks can control.
Cut!
Li Shiming used the secret attack method of
sword intention climbing into the sky.
With a wave of his hand, all the
Liuguang Xingyuan
as sky thunder sword intention shone, and the power of
Liuguang Xingyuan
was strengthened. The first
Liuguang Xingyuan
was slashed on Wu Xiao's body.
Liuguang Xingyuan
left a shallow wound on his body and was rebounded by the terrifying energy. The second, Liuguang Xingyun, accurately hit the wound. The wound was deepened a little, and blood was already seeping out. Chapter 506 Altar. Wu Xiao never expected that Lei Xiao and Li Shiming's strongest weapon was not the thunder method, but the terrifying weapon Tribulation flying sword magic weapon. Normally, it is difficult to see even one weapon Tribulation magic weapon, but Li Shiming has nearly 200 3rd grade weapon Tribulation magic weapons. Although Wu Xiao was in the Greenfield Cave, because he used the secret method of sanding fitting, his body was extremely strong, and the restrictions imposed by the Greenfield Cave were relatively small. But the speed of the flying sword magic weapon, Liuguang Xingyun, is too fast, and he can't dodge the attack of Liuguang Xingyun at his speed. Not to mention that his speed was still affected by the Greenfield Cave. Even if it was not affected, it would be difficult to dodge the meteor. Not to mention that he brought Master Zhang Xian with him, which affected him even more. It only took 5 attacks from the flying sword, Liu Guangxingyun, to cause a bone-deep wound on Wu Xiao's body. That is to say, as a nascent soul cultivator, he reacted quickly enough and blocked the wound with his arm, preventing the 6th, Liu Guangxingyun, flying sword magic weapon from attacking the wound again. But this was just a desperate struggle. The 6th flying sword magic weapon, Liu Guangxingyun, left a shallow wound on another part of Wu Xiao's body. After that, the Liu Guangxingyun, flying sword magic weapon deepened and aggravated the wound. When Wu Xiao was still controlling the injury, he once again blocked the wound with his other arm. He knew it was a poisonous act to quench his thirst, but he had no choice but to delay. This is 181.
Liu Guangxingyuan,
flying sword magic weapons. Even if this 181,
Liu Guangxingyun,
flying sword magic weapon attacks for 1 round. The 10,
Liu Guangxingyun,
flying sword magic weapons on the other side will be dealt with. After the battle, he also flew over and joined the 2nd round of flying sword attacks. Wu Xiao was quite strong. He and Master Zhang Xian lasted for as long as a cup of tea before the flying sword magic weapon, Liu Guangxingyun, took away his last vitality. When Wu Xiao fell, only Master Zhang Xian remained. Just after Wu Xiao died, 3 rays of light flashed out from the center of the field. This was because there were only 3 monks left in the field, and the conditions for the altar to finally appear were met. And the altar was emerging.
You deserve to die.
Master Zhang Xian looked at Li Shiming and Li Yuanbao with red eyes, and gritted his teeth. He took out a jade talisman in his hand, which was the strongest life-saving means given by his father. He has absolute confidence in this jade talisman. But this jade talisman is too precious, and he will not take it out and use it until the last moment. He crushed the jade talisman with force, and the jade talisman turned into a mysterious rune and appeared in the air, and an illusory shadow seemed to be taking shape. However, just as the illusory shadows were gathering, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the void, striking the illusory shadows heavily. The illusory shadow let out a shrill scream and turned into a piece of clear smoke and disappeared with the wind.
No!
Master Zhang Xian shouted in disbelief when he saw that his life-saving device failed. At the same time, in a training room of Feiyin Pavilion, Monk Zhang, who was practicing, suddenly felt his body shake, and then spit out a mouthful of blood.
Theater!
Brother Zhang explained before he had time to care about his own injury. He felt that the clone jade talisman he gave to Zhang Xian was activated, and then was instantly wiped out. The clone jade talisman was the last resort he left to Zhang Xian. This was because he separated a section of his spirit and sealed part of his strength in the jade talisman through secret methods. Once the jade talisman is activated, a clone of him appears for a short time. Although his clone is not as powerful as his main body, even if he encounters a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, he is at least capable of fighting. Not to mention that after the clone appears, based on his connection with the clone, he can also invest more energy remotely, make the clone more powerful. The most important thing is that in the Eastern Qi continent, no matter who the enemy Zhang Xian encounters is, as long as the clone appears and he gives the opponent a warning through the clone, any monk will give him face.
Li Cave. Theater used the jade talisman in the Li Cave.
Brother Zhang thought about Zhang Xian's trip this time, and understood why Zhang Xian failed to use the jade talisman. He ignored his injuries and left the cave in a flash, issuing orders one after another. Since the jade talisman was activated in the Greenfield Cave, he was unable to locate Zhang Xian's location. Although he is a great monk and belongs to the top group of monks in the Eastern Qi continent, the Greenfield Cave is a space created by great powers. There is a big gap between him and the great powers. He does not have the ability to detect the things in the cave. Condition: he wanted to trace the location of the Greenfield Cave this time, but he couldn't find it for a while. It's not that Feiyin Pavilion's intelligence capabilities are not good, but this time all the Golden Core cultivators who obtained the
Cloud Stepping Order
entered the Greenfield Cave. Normally, no Jindan monks participating in the competition for the Greenfield Cave will reveal that they have the
Cloud Stepping Order.
The
Cloud Stepping Order
is related to the opportunity to be promoted to the nascent soul. Once this opportunity is known to other monks, oneself, there is always danger. In addition, the
Cloud Stepping Order
will not inform the owner of the location of Li Cave until the last period of time. Monk Zhang has absolute confidence in Wu Xiao and has not asked about the location of Li Cave before. Li Shiming did not kill Master Zhang Xian himself, but first seriously injured Master Zhang Xian. And then the ghost controlled the Great Elder of Body Refining to kill Master Zhang Xian with a living dead blow. The more important a monk is, the more secret techniques he possesses, especially for second-generation cultivators. Their elders will leave a mark of revenge on them. If someone is killed outside, the elders can track the murderer based on the revenge mark. Li Shiming read a lot of classics and learned about the revenge mark set by the Yuanying monks in the Eastern Qi continent to protect future generations. So he chose to kill Master Zhang Xian with the living dead of the Great Elder of Body Refining. Sure enough, after the living dead Great Elder of Body Refining killed Master Zhang Xian, a black mark flew out from young Master Zhang Xian's body and landed on the living dead Great Elder of Body Refining. Li Shiming became interested in this mark of revenge. He took the Body Refining Elder living dead back to the computer room space and began to inspect the body of the Body Refining Elder living dead through 10 nanometers of control. But no matter how he checked, he could not find the whereabouts of the black mark. It seemed to have disappeared. He was 100% sure that the black mark had not disappeared. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. The gap in realm was really too big. He couldn't find the revenge mark set by the great monk. If it were so easy to find, how could it be called a mark of revenge? As for the mark of revenge on the Body Refining Elder's living dead, he didn't care at all. The living dead Great Elder of Body Refining was a dispensable existence to him. Among the 3 living dead, the Great Elder of Body Refining is the weakest. It has long been meaningless to him. So he put it in the computer room first to see if it has any use value later. He took off the mustard rings from Wu Xiao and Master Zhang Xian, and put the 2 mustard rings and the 2 corpses into the computer room. He didn't have time to check the mustard ring or look at Wu Xiao's body anymore. At this time, the 3 altars had been formed. Li Shiming had read the description of this altar from the classics of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The effect of the altar is somewhat similar to the Taishang Tong Xian pill and Taishang receptive pill, but the effect is many times stronger than the elixir. He stood on one altar, and Li Yuanba stood on another altar. Looking at the empty altar, he thought about it and sent the phantom dragon to the last altar. This is definitely the most extravagant behavior. Don't look at the fact that the people participating in Li Cave Heaven are only some golden elixir monks. And there are not many golden elixir monks from major sections. But you must know that Li Cave Heaven's cloud stepping order is scattered throughout the entire Dong Qi on the mainland. The monks either had a chance, or through other means, they got the cloud stepping order in 400 years before they had the opportunity to participate. It can be said that the opportunity in the Greenfield Cave is the fairest opportunity, and will not be affected by the power behind the Golden Core Cultivator. Every cloud stepping token is a priceless treasure in the Eastern Qi continent. This represents an opportunity, and it is a very big opportunity. An opportunity to be promoted to Nascent Soul. It was this time in the Greenfield Cave that all the Golden Core Cultivators died here, due to the unexpected involvement of Nascent Soul Cultivator Wu Xiao. Without Wu Xiao's participation, this time except for some Golden Elixir monks who wanted to take advantage and had a sense of luck. Those Golden Elixir monks who escaped immediately when they were teleported to the central location had a great chance of surviving. Returned with harvested resources. Every time the Greenfield Cave finally got the chance to stand on the altar. It was only the 3 strongest Golden Core Cultivators, and they all got the chance through hard work. The opportunity that countless Golden Elixir monks dreamed of was given to the spiritual pet by Li Shiming. Li Shiming, who was standing on the altar, noticed that outside the altar, there were light spots flying toward the altar from all over the cave. The shadows of illusory spiritual beasts were faintly visible in these light spots. And he realized clearly that every light spot was transformed by a spiritual beast in the cave. The light spots merged into the altar, and the shadows of the spirit beasts changed, turning into the shadows of the monks. They kept twisting and howling. Li Shiming has always maintained a state of divine vision, which allowed him to see the shadows of Wu Xiao, and Wei Long in the distorted howling shadows that he couldn't see clearly. On another altar, the clone Li Yuanba also used the Chennai power, and saw the shadow of Elder Gong Yu among the distorted and howling shadows. Among the twisted and howling shadows of the 2 altars, there were some familiar figures, all of whom were monks who had participated in the competition and were killed. Li Shiming was suddenly shocked. Perhaps every monk who fell in the Greenfield Cave had turned into a spiritual beast here. But think about it. Every monk who is willing to enter the Greenfield Cave comes with the idea of adventure. Life and death are all the monk's own choices. And it doesn't matter if their souls are captured by the cave after death. While he was thinking about it, the light spots on the altar rose up and turned into beams of light that enveloped him. His body became light, and he fell into the illusion. Of course, since he has 191 brains, this illusion only affected one of his brains, allowing him to remain able to think even though he was trapped in the illusion. In the illusion, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and a trace of realization rose in his heart. He practiced the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique, Jade Clear Thunder Code, Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique,
and
Human Reincarnation technique,
together with
Nan Ming Li Hua.
These techniques have gained a deeper understanding in his heart. He sensed an opportunity for promotion, and he began to move up the ranks. Just when he was preparing the golden elixir to give birth to the nascent soul, there was a serious lag in the illusion. If Li Shiming fell into the illusion, he might not have any special feelings about this lag, but he had a free brain to observe from the side. But he discovered the occurrence of this lag. He guessed that the lag was most likely due to the 5 golden elixirs he owned. Even though he had read a large number of classics of the 10,000 Beast sect, he had never found any monks who owned 5 golden elixirs. Some special techniques can make 1 real and 1 empty golden elixir appear in a monk's body, allowing the monk to have more spiritual power reserves than other monks. But this golden elixir, which is real and has a virtual elixir, is essentially just a golden elixir, and the other virtual elixir is just a fake elixir that stores spiritual power. A fake elixir cannot give birth to a nascent soul. Da Nung's ability is beyond Li Shiming's imagination. After the lag, the illusion continues. He found that the illusion was balancing his 5 golden elixirs, keeping the speed at which the 5 golden elixirs gave birth to the nascent soul a balanced state. As the pregnancy progressed, 5 small nascent souls appeared in the golden elixir. They each had different attributes of the 5 elements, and also had the attribute of thunder. They had the Tai Ching black turtle rune in their bodies, and the spirit contained in the nascent souls also extremely powerful. And in the body of the fire element nascent soul, there is still a small flame, which is the Nanming Lihua. This altar actually integrated all the skills that Li Shiming had practiced most deeply, and passed them on to nascent soul. You must know that under normal circumstances, when a monk forms the nascent soul, he can pass on the runes of his major skills to the nascent soul, so that the power of his major skills can become more powerful with the blessing of the nascent soul. This is also the reason why Yuanying monks have their own specialties. When each Yuanying monk condenses Yuanying, the skill runes formed in the Yuanying body will increase the power of the skill several times, and this skill will be used in the future. The exercises have greater potential. In the process of giving birth to the nascent soul was not only absorbing the spiritual power in the golden elixir, but also devouring his spirit and vitality. The 5 nascent souls absorbed and devoured him at the same time, making him feel like he was being sucked dry. Fortunately, in the illusion, his spiritual power, spirit and vitality seemed to be endless, and the promotion process was not affected by these factors. After a long time, the golden elixir cracked. 5 nascent souls jumped out of the golden elixir, and he also woke up from the illusion. When he woke up from the illusion, he found that the memory of the previous illusion was blurry. Fortunately, the natal magic weapon Z15 recorded everything that happened in the illusion, and he was not really forgotten. Of course, even if the memory is really blurry, after experiencing the illusion of the altar, the monk has a real understanding of the bottleneck of promotion, and it will not take long to find his own opportunity for promotion. Chapter 507 Leaving. The natal magic weapon Z15 not only recorded Li Shiming's illusions, but also recorded the illusions of his clone Li Yuanba and his spiritual pet phantom spirit Jiao through the connection between them. Originally, he just divided a brain each to maintain connection with his clone Li Yuanba and his spiritual pet phantom spirit Jiao. Once he encountered any special situation, he could help. Now that the brain is involved, the natural illusions are recorded. Li Yuanba and phantom spirit Jiao still need some time to accumulate, but Li Yuanba has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, and phantom spirit Jiao's path to promotion to the 4th level has been smooth. As long as the name of the Greenfield Cave is not in vain, then he can try to be promoted as long as he repeats the deduction in the illusion. Of course, with the deduction of the Greenfield Cave Heaven Altar, it does not mean that you can definitely be promoted to the nascent soul stage. It just gives you an opportunity to be promoted. And during the promotion process, the probability of being promoted to the nascent soul stage is increased through vague memories. Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, and the phantom spirit dragon received greater benefits than the monks who used the altar before. The participation of the natal magic weapon Z-15 allowed them to record the situation in the illusion. Li Shiming made his goals clear. And at the same time, he also felt that as long as he wanted to be promoted, he could reread his insights at any time and find his own opportunity for promotion. He laughed. And this time it was not in vain. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt that the energy in the space on the altar was becoming full. He was wrapped in space energy. And this was the Lui cave that wanted to send him out of the cave. On the other altar, Li Yuanba and Phantom Spirit Jiao also received the same treatment. At the last moment of being teleported, each of the cloud-stepping tokens among his space items turned into stars and disappeared. More than 20 cloud-stepping tokens were all on his body. He was the final winner and the only survivor. At this time, all cloud-stepping tokens disappeared. These cloud-stepping orders will be transmitted to various parts of the Eastern Qi continent and will once again be obtained by some monks who have the opportunity to re-enter the Greenfield Cave after 400 years. Some of these monks may succeed, while others may leave their souls behind and become spiritual beasts in the Greenfield Cave. None of this has anything to do with Li Shiming. He was teleported out of the Greenfield Cave. A scene appeared in front of him, and he was already outside the green field. He sensed that there was a distance of more than 1,000 miles between him and his clone Li Yuanba and the Phantom Dragon. His location is about 1,000 miles away from the entrance of Li Cave. It seems that Li Cave teleports the monks as far as possible in order to protect the monks who successfully passed through. Li Shiming took one step forward and activated South close to the end of the world. The distance of more than 1,000 miles was really not that far away for Shinzutong. The clone Li Yuanba and the spiritual pet Phantom Spirit Jiao also took the initiative to join him. And soon they were together. There was no trouble during this period. The main reason was that the time it took for them to meet was too short. Even if there were monks waiting outside, their speed would not be as fast as the magic foot. Li Shiming could be said to be returning home at this time. He was thinking about his promotion to Yuanying. He had a clear direction. He only needed to solve the troubles he might encounter in his promotion to Yuanying to make his promotion closer to success. In the past, he was not very sure about his promotion to the nascent soul stage. This was due to his greed when he was young. He casually created the 5 elements receiving Qi array and maintained the 5 elements receiving Qi array until the golden core stage. The 5 golden elixirs have indeed made him the strongest at the same level, and he can practice more secret techniques. Most of the secret techniques that monks can practice must be consistent with their own attributes. But Li Shiming possesses the golden 5-element golden elixir, plus the thunder attribute, which allows him to practice all the secret methods of the 5 elements and thunder attributes. The 5-element attribute secret methods alone account for more than half of the secret methods. It seemed that he had taken advantage of him. But after reaching the realm of the Great Elder and reading a large number of classics, he realized how much trouble his ignorance had caused him. Even if he had the opportunity to be promoted before, his promotion process was a big gamble. As long as an accident happened during his promotion process, all his previous efforts in promotion would be wasted. But things are different now. The illusion of the Greenfield Cave gave him a clear promotion plan. And it was also the most perfect promotion plan, which could integrate all the skills he had practiced into the nascent soul. Li Shiming put away Li Yuanba and the Phantom Spirit Dragon, activated South close to the end of the world, and headed towards the 10,000 Beast sect. Not long after he left, many monks came here. The opening of the cave still produced some special energy fluctuations, which attracted the attention of some monks. The opening of the Greenfield Cave caused a relatively small fluctuation in the opening space of the cave. It only attracted the attention of some nearby forces, and did not cause much movement. Because of the drone satellites in the sky, Li Shiming did not encounter any monks. And those monks did not notice his presence. These monks are looking around, trying to find out the cause of the space fluctuations. This may represent an important opportunity. Suddenly, an unparalleled aura shrouded the sky over this area. All monks, regardless of their realm, even an early nascent soul monk, were affected by this incomparable aura. In the void, a huge flying boat appeared. This flying boat alone would frighten any monk who saw it. This is a 4th grade flying boat, and the aura emanating from the inside of the flying boat is extremely terrifying. All the monks here are brought back for torture. A voice came from the flying boat. Majestic and majestic, like a god. This is none other than Brother Zhang. Feiyun Pavilion's intelligence capabilities are really very powerful. although the spatial fluctuations in this area were suppressed by various nearby small forces and did not spread. They were quickly discovered under Feiyan Pavilion's investigation. Monk Zhang came here in person, controlled the 4th grade flying boat, and brought the cultivators from Feiyan Pavilion to get here in the shortest possible time. He didn't know if this was the location where the Greenfield Cave was opened, but he knew that the time when the spatial fluctuations appeared here was most consistent with the emergence time of the Greenfield Cave. None of the monks in this area dared to resist. Even the early Yuaning monk was captured without a fight. It's not that they don't want to resist, but the aura of the great monk suppresses them from resisting. Brother Zhang sensed this area. He came to the place where the space door of Greenfield Cave was opened. The secret method was activated, and he felt the breath of every monk standing here. He frowned slightly when he sensed a Lei Xiao. The only remaining breath of Lei Xiao was the thunder and lightning breath left during the battle. And because thunder and lightning are extremely conductive, the remaining thunder and lightning breath at this time was extremely weak. If it weren't for him, even the great monk's powerful ability cannot detect the aura of thunder and lightning. What made him most helpless was that Lei Xiao didn't leave any aura of his own. If it weren't for the residual fighting aura, he wouldn't have been able to detect Lei Xiao's presence at the scene. This situation shows that this Lei Xiao is still a body-refining elder. Only the body-refining elder can prevent the breath in the body from leaking and completely control his own breath. He also found the aura of his son Zhang Xian and the aura of Wu Xiao, which showed that this was indeed the place where the Greenfield Cave was opened. Brother Zhang wrote down the auras one by one. He also understood that even with the influence of Feiyan Pavilion, it was not easy to find the monks corresponding to these auras. But no matter how difficult it is, he will not let go of any possibility. His son died in the Greenfield Cave, with a nascent soul monk following and protecting him. He must know who killed his son, and he will not let the murderer go. He has also sensed the revenge mark. The revenge mark still exists, but he cannot sense the location of the revenge mark. The revenge mark is like being in another world. Li Shiming was on his way, and he saw the huge spaceship later through the drone satellite. When he saw the monks disembarking from the huge airship through the drone satellite picture, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. When the monk appeared, the scene within a kilometer was blurred. Looking at the affected area, this was the strongest monk he had ever encountered. There had never been a monk who had a greater impact on the surrounding environment than this monk.
What a terrifying strength! Fortunately, I walked fast. Otherwise it would have been a big trouble.
Li Shiming sighed in his heart. The danger of the Dongqi continent is really too great. In this first expedition, I met the Yuaning monk who shouldn't be there at all, and almost met this terrifying existence.
My strength is still too weak.
He felt his own weakness again. Even if he was already at the peak of the Golden Core stage, even if he killed Wu Xiao, a nascent soul monk who had suppressed him to the Golden Core stage, all of this turned into awe of the unknown powerful existence. When he saw Monk Zhang appear, he sped up the speed of
south close to the end of the world,
and used 10 brains to activate
south close to the end of the world,
at the same time, causing his figure to disappear and reappear in the void. In order to hide his figure, the position he appears in every step is the most hidden place, either in a corner or a depression, or even if there is a cave within the range of perception, he will appear in a cave.
South close to the end of the world
is different from
step by step. South close to the end of the world
can ignore almost everything, even if there are obstacles, as long as there is no connection between him and the obstacles. He can use south close to the end of the world.
Past. In addition, the combination of the natal magic weapon Z15 and the
Chennai
can analyze and judge the action route in advance, allowing him to design the action route in advance no matter how fast he is. It wasn't until he was 1,000 miles away from the 10,000 Beasts sect that he ended
south close to the end of the world,
and switched to Lei Dun to rush on his way.
Of course, before entering the 1,000-mile range, he took out the Jade Disk of Identity from the computer room space. Chen Zhou continued to explore Li Shiming's Identity Jade Disk. When Li Shiming's Identity Jade Disk appeared, he was aware of it. However, when he saw the location of the Identity Jade Disk, he couldn't help but shook his head angrily. They are all within 1,000 miles of the 10,000 Beast sect and are still marching towards the sect. No matter how audacious Chen Zhou was, he would not dare to take action against the disciples of his own sect near the sect.
Looks like I need to find an opportunity to get in touch with Master Li,
he murmured to himself. This is not easy. Even though he and Li Shiming are from the same sect, he is still a nascent soul monk. But Li Shiming is an alchemy master of the Phoenix lineage. If the dragon lineage wants to find him to make alchemy, they have to entrust it through the sect. It is impossible to meet and exchange feelings. Even other monks from the Phoenix lineage would not allow Chinzhou to contact the alchemy masters of their lineage. The opposition between the dragon and Phoenix lines was very serious. After returning to his cave, Li Shiming brewed a cup of 4th grade spiritual tea for himself and took a sip to calm down his mood. He drank this 4th grade spiritual tea by himself. He would not entertain other monks with this 4th grade spiritual tea before he had the ability to protect himself. Because this Sip and Lingsha was roasted by him personally. His unique frying ability has made the quality of Sip and Lingsha reach a level that ordinary Sip and Lingsha cannot reach. His level of alchemy has attracted a lot of attention to him. And he has produced a 4th grade spiritual tea that is enough to make the Yuaning monk's heart beat. With his background, he cannot suppress the greed of the Yuaning monk. You must know that when he was in the Beishu continent, the 3rd grade spiritual tea he cooked made the Yuaning monks excited. Let alone the 4th grade spiritual tea. While sipping the spiritual tea, his mind entered the computer room space. Wu Xiao's body was placed alone in the computer room space, and was not put into the space bag specially used to store the body. Wu Xiao's corpse was very special. After his death, Li Shiming arranged a formation next to the corpse to prevent the energy in the corpse from losing too quickly. Because Li Shiming's strength improved too quickly, his corpse refining was of little help to him. And now it mostly became a helper in his research. It is somewhat inaccurate to say that he is studying the helper. It should be said that he is studying the puppet, because it is his brain that controls the silver corpse. But he just borrows the body of the silver corpse. But when he collected Wu Xiao's body, he felt powerful. An unimaginable power. He had also seen the corpse of the Yuaning monk. But Wu Xiao's corpse was more powerful than the corpse of the Yuaning monk. Thinking about it, Wu Xiao used the secret technique of loose infant fusion to integrate his own nascent soul into his body, lowering himself from the nascent soul stage to the golden core stage. The nascent soul was transformed to enhance the energy of the body. This state was temporary. But after Wu Xiao's death, his body also lost the possibility of restoring the nascent soul. The body fused by the nascent soul remained in a strengthened state. In order to prevent the energy in Wu Xiao's body from dissipating prematurely, Li Shiming took out a jade box. This is a space jade box designed to store relatively large spiritual objects, and can confine the energy in the spiritual objects for a long time. Li Shiming had a feeling that if Wu Xiao's corpse was refined into a refined corpse, it would be very likely to create a super powerful refined corpse. Of course, he doesn't know how to refine it at the moment. He has to wait until he reaches the nascent soul stage before he can hope to directly refine the golden corpse. By then, the golden corpse will become his strongest fighting method. He is also lucky. There are very few Yuaning monks who use the secret technique of loose infant fitting. Not only are there very few monks who can access the secret technique of loose infant fitting in Feiyun Pavilion, but also because the nascent soul cultivator is not an important reason. He will not. It would be too dangerous to lower one's own realm to the golden elixir. Chapter 508 Retreat. Li Shiming opened Wu Xiao's mustard ring. He had no intention of using the spiritual objects inside. Both Wu Xiao and Master Zhang Xian were related to a great monk. He was just a little curious and checked the mustard ring in the computer room space. Even if there were any spiritual objects with tracking and positioning marks, their location would not be tracked. Wu Xiao's net worth is not very rich, but he is definitely not poor. He has 3 4th grade magic weapons, a 4th grade flying magic weapon, a 4th grade bell-shaped defensive magic weapon, and a 4th grade bamboo hat magic weapon that has the effect of astringent breath. What caught Li Shiming's attention the most was the 4th grade bamboo hat magic weapon. The effect of the offensive and defensive magic weapon was very clear. When he used his spiritual thoughts to check this bamboo hat magic weapon, he found that the bamboo hat magic weapon could isolate spiritual thoughts. With this 4th grade aura condensing magic weapon, even the nascent soul cultivator cannot detect the monk hidden under the bamboo hat. Of course, the premise is that the 4th grade bamboo hat magic weapon can be used, which requires the nascent soul stage to be refined. In addition to 3 4th grade magic weapons, Li Shiming also found 2 secret techniques, which were recorded in 2 jade slips. One secret method is the secret method of loose infant fitting, and the other secret method is the secret method of guiding Yuan to sustain life. After checking the 2 secret methods, he guessed that this was given to Wu Xiao by the great monk in order to protect Master Zhang Xian. Usually this kind of secret method that is not spread by a force will not leave the scope of the sect, and it is almost impossible for outsiders to learn it. So when Elder Wei Long discovered that Wu Xiao was using the
Secret technique of loose infant fitting.
He identified him as a monk from Feiyin Pavilion. Needless to say,
Secret technique of loose infant fitting.
Wu Xiao has demonstrated the effect of this secret method, which allows Yuanying monks to suppress their realm to the golden elixir stage while retaining a powerful body. The strength of the body can even exceed that of Yuanying monks. Normal state. This secret method can deceive Li Cave Heaven, which shows how weird the
secret method of loose infant fitting
is. Another secret method, the
secret method of guiding Yuan to prolong life,
is to transfer the life force to the designated monk's body for the purpose of extending the life of that monk. This secret method should be because the great monk wanted Wu Xiao to use his own life force to save Master Zhang Xian's life when necessary. Li Shiming's eyes moved slightly when he saw the
secret method of guiding Yuan and sustaining life.
He thought of the biggest trouble in his promotion to the nascent soul stage. There are 5 golden elixirs in his body, which means that he needs more spiritual power, vitality and spirit than a normal great elder when he is promoted. He is not worried about spiritual power. The 5 golden elixirs themselves have accumulated spiritual power. If things fail, he still has elixirs that can replenish his spiritual power at any time. There is no need to worry about his spirit. His total amount of spirit is beyond the imagination of any monk. The spirit of a normal monk is the spirit that a brain can possess. The strongest spirit in the golden elixir stage is only the spirit of the great elder level. But Li Shiming is a bit special. His natal magic weapon Z15 gives him 190 more brains than a normal monk. And in the previous chance encounter, he replenished the energy of 190 brains to the level of great elder. In other words, he has the total spiritual energy of 191 great elder level monks specializing in spirituality. Therefore, let alone 5 golden elixirs giving birth to 5 nascent souls. Even if there are a few more, his spiritual energy is enough. The only thing he worries about is not having enough vitality. His vitality is the vitality of this body. Even if he has practiced the
Tai Chin Xian Turtle Ju
to the great elder level of the golden elixir stage, making his vitality reach the extreme of the golden elixir stage, he still wants to supply 5 golden elixirs. Conceiving a nascent soul is not enough. The
secret technique of guiding Yuan to sustain life
gave him a new direction. He had a 4th grade pearl that contained a large amount of vitality. Venerable Hui Jing could use the
secret technique of guiding Yuan to sustain life
to introduce the life force in the pearl into inside his body. If the life force in the pearl is not enough, Venerable Hui Jing can also sacrifice it and import his own life force into it.
What a harvest this time,
he murmured to himself. He almost wanted to advance to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. But he was not too anxious. He needed some time to adjust himself and adjust his condition to the best state. He knew very well that there was only one chance to advance to the nascent soul stage. If he failed, even if his body was not seriously damaged, the second time he would be promoted to the nascent soul after he had recovered would be twice as difficult. Li Shiming also checked Master Zhang Xian's mustard seed ring. In this mustard seed ring, he found a jade box with a Feiyin Pavilion mark, which contained 7 different 4th grade high-level elixirs.
This is Feiyin Pavilion's 7-star infant ascension pill.
The effect of extensive reading was reflected, and he recognized the 7 4th grade high-level elixirs in the jade box at a glance.
7-star ascension pills.
This is Feiyin Pavilion's unique resource for ascension to the nascent soul. There are 7 4th grade elixirs in a set, and they have the best effect when used together. Don't say that the
7-star Shenging Dan
in your hand is of high quality. Even if it is of the worst low quality, its value is extraordinary. A set of
7 stars ascension pill
can increase the chance of being promoted to nascent soul by 30%. A set of
7 stars ascension pills
alone is more effective than the total improvement effect of so many nascent soul ascension resources that Li Shiming has collected for so long. Needless to say, this is the benefit of having a great monk father. If Master Zhang Xian can successfully use the altar in the Greenfield Cave, then Master Zhang Xian's promotion to the nascent soul stage will be at least 50-50. Not to say certain. Although Li Shiming thought that he was not going to use the spiritual objects in the 2 mustard rings. This set of
7 stars ascension pills
was here, and would play a great role in his promotion to the nascent soul stage. How could he not use it? As the days passed, he was as usual. In addition to practicing alchemy every day, he would go to the library to read in his spare time. In this way, 10 years have passed, and he has not left the sect. He has completely established himself in the 10,000 Beasts sect. He used his alchemy ability to make friends with the Phoenix lineage of the sect, and the nascent soul monks from the faction that had good relations with the Phoenix lineage. And he was considered a small network in the sect. Of course, since he could only refine the 4th grade elixir of the early stage of Yuanying. The Yuanying monks he befriends are all early stage Yuanying monks, and their influence can only be considered ordinary. But even this is enough to protect him. A golden elixir monk. On this day, Li Shiming came to Zhongzhu Ji to ask for an audience. Zhongzhu Ji got the news and let him in.
I've met the sect leader.
Li Shiming walked into the hall and bowed.
Master Li, you have done a lot of sect alchemy tasks over the years, and have accumulated a lot of contribution points. Do you have any requirements this time?
Sect leader Ji smiled, and helped him up and asked. Li Shiming would not ask to see the sect master if he had nothing to do. Looking at Li Shiming's expression, you could tell that he had something to ask for. She had an excellent impression of Li Shiming. As a sect leader, how could she not like an alchemy master who worked hard to complete the sect's tasks? In the past 10 years, almost all the 4th grade elixir tasks in the early Yuanying period were completed by Li Shiming. Before this, no alchemy master was willing to take on such a task. So she, the sect leader, had to forcibly assign it. Not only did it offend the alchemy master, but the quality could not be guaranteed. Look at now. Each of the 4th grade elixirs refined by Li Shiming are of intermediate quality, and they are all the best among the intermediate ones. It is precisely with such a 4th grade spiritual elixir that the sect's early Yuanying monks become active, and each one is willing to complete other tasks of the sect in order to obtain the 4th grade spiritual elixir reward. The sect also seemed to be prosperous because of this, which made her, the sect leader, feel relaxed.
Sect master, I'm here to exchange for the use of the 4th level hermitage room.
Li Shiming took out his identity jade plate and said. The 4th grade retreat room he mentioned was the sect's most special resource and the most sought after resource. The 4th level retreat room is a retreat room specially prepared by the sect for monks who are about to be promoted. In addition to the spiritual energy that is many times richer than the normal nascent soul level spiritual veins, there are also various effects and blessings that can increase the chances of the monks being promoted. This 4th grade retreat room is not specially prepared for monks who are promoted to the nascent soul stage. A 4th grade retreat room will be needed when the nascent soul is promoted from the early stage to the middle stage, and from the middle stage to the late stage. The promotion of a nascent soul monk to a small realm may take decades for a single retreat, which makes the 4th level retreat room always very tense.
Have you accumulated enough? Are you sure about it?
Sect leader Ji asked repeatedly with surprise on his face. She has always been concerned about Li Shiming's promotion. Her concern is not only because of Li Shiming's importance to the sect, but also because she, the sect leader, also needs Li Shiming to be promoted as soon as possible. If Li Shiming can become a Yuanying monk, then he can refine the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the middle and late stages of Yuanying, with the alchemy ability shown by Li Shiming. He is afraid that he will immediately be ranked among the top alchemy masters in the sect. If he can really maintain his current alchemy ability, even ranking first is not impossible. Sect Master Ji is also willing to send her 4th grade alchemy materials to Li Shiming. As far as she knows, many middle-stage nascent soul monks in the sect are storing 4th grade alchemy materials, waiting for Li Shiming's promotion.
Thank you, Sect Master, for your concern. I feel the time is ripe.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
Okay, you have accumulated enough contribution points in recent years. I will redeem you for the right to use a 4th level retreat room. The specific time will depend on your actual use time. The extra contribution points will be exchanged for these 2 souls. Take the pill.
Chief Ji nodded and said, with a wave of her hand. 2 jade bottles and a jade token flew out and landed in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming didn't even need to open the jade bottle. He knew what the elixir in the jade bottle was by looking at the words on it.
Tai Shan Ying Dan.
And
Tai Shan Ying Dan.
These 2 4th grade elixirs are of intermediate quality, and their rarity is extremely rare even in the 10,000 Beasts sect. The so-called exchange of contribution points was entirely due to sect leader Ji taking care of him. These 2 4th grade elixirs could not be exchanged for contribution points. He had never seen them in the sect's exchange list. The jade plate has the word 5 written on it, which is the control token of the 4th grade retreat room. Due to the importance of the 4th grade hermitage room, the issuance of permissions to use the 4th grade hermitage room is personally under the control of sect leader Ji.
Go ahead and wish you good luck in becoming a baby,
said Zhongzong Master Ji, waving his hand. Li Shiming bowed, and then exited the hall. In the past 10 years, All the contribution points he had received from the sect's alchemy task had been almost wiped out. But he did not complain at all. He waited 10 years before preparing to advance to the nascent soul stage. Not just to adjust his body and mentality, but also to reduce trouble. Master Zhang Xian's death had a greater impact than he expected. In the first few years, Fei Yong mobilized almost all available capabilities and investigated every suspicious object. That is to say, Li Shiming used his identity as an alchemy master as a cover. But it did not arouse Fei Yong's suspicion. The main reason is that he did not use the phantom dragon at the entrance of the Greenfield Cave, and did not leave his phantom dragon aura. Although he is also a thunder cultivator, his most famous thing in the 10,000 Beast sect, besides refining alchemy, is that he has a spiritual pet with extremely strong dragon bloodline. No monk would believe that an alchemy master from the 10,000 Beasts sect could confront those powerful golden elixir monks without using his spiritual pets. Of course, the great elder Gongyu of the 10,000 Beasts sect was investigated. And Feiyun Pavilion and the 10,000 Beasts sect made quite a stir over this matter. This investigation showed that the aura of the great elder Gongyu was consistent with the aura of a monk at the scene. Unfortunately, there was no news about the great elder Gongyu before. Neither the 10,000 Beasts sect nor Feiyun Pavilion found him. Feiyun Pavilion's investigation is getting more and more unsatisfactory. After finally investigating a target, you will find that the target has disappeared long ago. Fei Yong's investigative enthusiasm also weakened as the investigation became stalemate. 5 years later, it had restrained a lot and seemed to give up the investigation. Li Shiming also received the news at that time. But he still waited for another 5 years. 10 years after the incident in the Greenfield Cave, before he decided to advance to the nascent soul stage. In 10 years, Fei Yong's attention can be minimized. He had heard that all the nascent soul monks, who were promoted 5 years after the Greenfield Cave incident, were being investigated by Feiyun Pavilion. He was able to get so much information thanks to the connections he had made over the years. In fact, 10 years is still a bit short. If it takes another 10 or 20 years, Fei Yong will really not pay attention to it. But Li Shiming really couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't suppress his own state. The spiritual power in the golden elixir and the spirit in the body were filled to the extreme. After years of continuous polishing, he felt that he was afraid of being. If you are not careful, you may enter promotion status at any time. His phenomenon is not surprising at all. His depth of accumulation is unique among the golden elixir monks. The 5 golden elixirs made his spiritual power 5 times that of a normal great elder. His spirit nearly 200 times that of a spiritual elder who specializes in spirituality. And his physical fitness reached the level of a great elder. Everything was perfect to the extreme. If he continues to suppress his promotion, he is afraid that it will have the opposite effect and cause unexpected trouble for his promotion. Li Shiming flew to a place in the 10,000 Beast sect, where the 4th level retreat room was located. When approaching the 4th level retreat room, he sensed multiple probing chi machines. Only when he found that he was holding a token in his hand did these probing chi machines retreat. Open. Chapter 509 Promotion. The foundation of 10,000 Beasts sect is beyond Li Shiming's imagination. In this 4th grade retreat room alone, there are 3 or 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks taking care of it. This was what he sensed from those probing chi machines. The early Yuaning monks would not give him such a strong reaction. The 4th level hermitage room is located in a valley, surrounded by several formations. He passed the formation with the token, and felt the rich spiritual energy as soon as he entered the valley. He was sure that there was one or even several high-quality spiritual veins at the nascent soul level in the valley. "Show me the token!" A voice came from the side. Li Shiming was shocked. If he hadn't made a sound, he wouldn't have known there was a monk over there. With his spirit, and the simultaneous activation of other mind communication, and divine eye communication, he didn't even notice the monk more than 10 meters away. This was extremely incredible for him. He turned his head and looked over, and found that the person speaking was an old monk. The monk was sitting cross-legged on a stone. His body and the stone were integrated with the surrounding environment, without the use of spiritual thoughts. He could, if you observe it with your eyes, you will think that this monk is part of the stone. He didn't know that this was some kind of secret method, or the effect of a certain realm. Anyway, it was not something he could understand. "Senior, please check." Li Shiming bowed and held the token and said. The old monk did not take the token. He felt a slight energy sweep through the token. "Number 5 retreat room. Now the sect has allowed the Jin Den monks to use number 5 retreat room. What a waste!" The old monk complained, then pointed in another direction and said,
Number 5 retreat room is there. If there is one, if you feel like you are overcoming the tribulation, just activate the teleportation formation and it will automatically send you to the place where you will be overcoming the tribulation. Do not go through the tribulation in the retreat room.
Otherwise, I will throw you out directly.
Yes, Senior, Li Shiming said honestly and obediently. He followed the direction pointed by the old monk and soon saw a cave marked with the word 5. Judging from the distance between Hermitage Room number 5 and Hermitage Room number 46, there are about 12 Hermitage Rooms in this valley. Judging from the old monk's words, this retreat room number 5 should rarely be used by Jin Den monks. It seems that this is the care of sect leader Ji. He used the token to open the formation of the cave and walked into the cave. The cave is very simple, with only a space of 30 square meters. No wonder it is called a retreat room. In the 30 square meter space, there is the outlet of the spiritual veins in the middle, and spiritual energy continuously spurts out. Judging from the depth of the spiritual energy inside the retreat room, the spiritual vein outlet in this space is usually closed, and will only be opened when it is used. Although the spiritual vein outlet has just been opened, this spiritual energy has filled the entire space in just 10 breaths, and is still increasing rapidly. There is a jade ball on the ground, which is also the only artifact in the entire retreat room. He sat on the Yuzapatuan, and a feeling of coolness came from his body and went straight to his brain, making his thoughts much clearer. On the surrounding walls, rays of light rose. This was a gain effect produced by various restrictions, formations or spiritual objects that was helpful for retreat practice, filling the entire space. No wonder it requires so many contribution points. The effect of practicing here for 1 day is probably the same as the effect of practicing for 10 days outside. Li Shiming is also experienced in the world, but after truly feeling the cultivation environment here, he couldn't help but sigh. This kind of retreat room is not so easy to create. In his perception, it is not only built with 4th grade materials, but also senses the aura of spiritual things beyond the 4th grade. To have such a cultivation effect, I am afraid that the spiritual objects beyond the 4th level are the core. He closed his eyes and began to practice. Although his body could no longer contain even a trace of spiritual power, each practice would polish the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs, making the spiritual power more pure. Another purpose of this training is to adjust oneself. Even though he has been adjusting for 10 years, he still needs to readjust his integration with the environment when he enters the 4th level retreat room. Promoting to the nascent soul stage is not a simple matter. Some monks only need a few days, but some monks need several years or 10 years. Li Shiming had been preparing for 10 years. He only needed to adjust himself and adapt to the environment in the 4th grade retreat room before he could try for promotion. The Yuji Pu Tuan under him is the center of a teleportation circle. When he needs to teleport, a thought can be teleported out. Most of the process of promotion to the nascent soul stage will be carried out in the retreat room. Teleportation will only be needed before the tribulation, which is the final stage of promotion. Li Shiming has practiced for 3 days, and his mind and body are in the best condition. In the computer room space, Venerable Hui Jing is holding a 4th grade pearl, ready at any time. He evoked the illusion in the green field cave. The natal magic weapon Z15 played the illusion in his field of vision, and at the same time, the feelings at that time were applied to his various perceptions. In his heart, an awareness of promotion arose. He found the key to promotion to the nascent soul stage and opened the door to the nascent soul stage. The insights of 5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique, Yu Qing Lei Code, Tai Qing Xian Turtle Technique, Human Way Reincarnation Technique, and Nan Ming Li Hua appeared clearly in his eyes as the natal magic weapon Z15 played the illusion. Heart. This is the best insight gained by Li Cave Sky after analyzing all the exercises practiced by Li Shiming. It is not difficult to analyze the insights of Li Shiming's Kung Fu from the Golden Elixir stage to the Nascent Soul stage using the Cave Heaven, a cave of resources created specifically for Jin Dan monks to advance to the Nascent Soul stage. Although his skills are considered to be top-notch, there are many skills in the world of immortality that are more advanced than what he is practicing. Probably the most difficult thing about Li Cave is the 5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique. It's not that analyzing the 5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique is too difficult, but the 5 golden elixirs in Li Shiming's body made Li Cave Heaven almost panic. Fortunately, he used his powerful ability to analyze the skills of the monks in the golden elixir stage.
and successfully analyzed the best plan to advance to the nascent soul stage by practicing the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
with 5 golden elixirs. In Li Shiming's body, the opportunity to be promoted to nascent soul appeared, and the 5 golden elixirs flashed with light. Without his control, Venerable Huijing, who was well prepared, sent the corresponding promotion nascent soul resources out of the computer room space and into his mouth. These resources for promoting the nascent soul are all to allow the golden elixir to better nurture the nascent soul. This process takes the longest and is also the most critical step. His different perceptions of the 5 elements in the
5 rhymes chi training technique
have entered into various golden elixirs with the same attributes. The insights of
Jade Clear Thunder Code, Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique,
and
Human Reincarnation Technique
act on all 5 golden elixirs. In addition, the magical power of Nanming Lihua is the most special. Its enlightenment only works with fire attribute golden elixirs. Originally, Li Shiming had not been able to practice the offensive magical power of
Nanming Lihua
to the extent that it could be used in the process of nurturing the nascent soul. But Li Cave Heaven gave him the most suitable understanding of
Nanming Lihua.
It was enough for him to use the Nanming Lihua perception on the fire attribute golden elixir. Within his body, lights of various colors flashed, and the golden elixir was undergoing slow changes. At the same time, the golden elixir began to continuously absorb his spirit and vitality. Integrating with the spiritual power in the golden elixir, Li Shiming immediately asked Venerable Huijing to activate the 4th grade pearl and use the
secret method of guiding Yuan to sustain life
from the computer room space to introduce life force into his body. You can also use the internal vitality directly by using the 4th grade pearl. But the vitality obtained in this way does not belong to him. During the process of the golden elixir giving birth to the nascent soul, the golden elixir will not recognize that kind of vitality. But after the transformation of the secret method of
guiding Yuan life-sustaining secret method,
after its vitality entered Li Shiming's body, it was transformed into his vitality. Feeling that the golden elixir recognized the vitality flowing into his body and swallowed it into the 5 golden elixirs, he breathed a sigh of relief. As analyzed by the natal magic weapon Z15, there were no surprises. The changes within the 5 golden elixirs require constant intervention of his spirit in order to be completely consistent with the illusion. This is also the important point of the opportunity of the Greenfield Cave. Even those monks whose memories are blurred will know how to deal with the changes in the golden elixir during the promotion process, making the changes in the golden elixir closer to the perfect gestation. Li Shiming benefited more from the opportunity of the Greenfield Cave. However, Z15 recorded the entire illusion process and played it back one step ahead of time, allowing him to perfectly copy the illusion process 100%. This is also very difficult. The golden elixir is constantly devouring the spirit. If you want to use your spirit to interfere with the changes within the golden elixir, you need to use more energy. If a normal monk does this during promotion, the most likely reason is lack of energy, and the promotion fails. Li Shiming's mental capacity allowed him to consume it at will. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the time was spent in silence. The spiritual energy in the 4th grade retreat room was continuously extracted by him into the body, and then transformed into the spiritual power in the golden elixir. The spiritual energy filled in the golden elixir is constantly being consumed during the gestation process. From time to time, he took the Yuanying resources that enhanced his spiritual power, and coupled with the exercises running in his body, he maintained the supply of spiritual power. On the 6th day, the process of nurturing the nascent soul in his body was not over yet, and the nascent soul was now vaguely taking shape. However, the cultivation of skill runes was extremely slow. He remembered that Jian ancestor completed the conception of nascent soul on the 6th day, but based on his progress, the 6th day was less than half of the progress. The resources he consumed to advance to the nascent soul were already 5 times more than those used by ordinary great elders to advance to the nascent soul. The consumption of a large amount of resources ensured the normal development of the golden elixir. The gestation process of the golden elixir is still going on, and time passes day by day. If a monk could record the time when Li Shiming's golden elixir gave birth to the nascent soul, he would probably have broken the record of any golden elixir monk in history. For a normal golden elixir cultivator, as long as the process of conceiving the nascent soul has not been completed for more than 10 days, the spirit and vitality of his body will be completely exhausted, leading to death on the spot. Li Shiming not only exceeded 10 days, but also continued day by day. His strong foundation and sufficient accumulation of resources allowed him to sustain himself. By the 18th day, within the 5 golden elixirs, 5 nascent souls had taken shape. The 5 nascent souls have the skill runes of
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique, Jade Pure Thunder Code, Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique,
and
Human Reincarnation Technique.
in the body of the fire element Yuanying, there are more the rune of
Nan Ming Li Hua
appeared. These are exactly the same as in the illusion of Li Cave. He perfectly reproduced the process of promotion to nascent soul in Li Cave. In fact, Li Cave Heaven's illusion of the monk's promotion to the nascent soul is a vision in the most perfect state. Not to mention the blur of memory. Even if there are monks who can recall the illusion in the Greenfield Cave and recreate the entire process, it will be difficult to achieve the most perfect reproduction. Because the Greenfield Cave's idea of promoting the nascent soul is based on not considering the in the case of spiritual power. Spirit and vitality. How could spiritual power, spirit and vitality not be taken into consideration when truly advancing? Any slight mistake would mean death or even serious injury. And the road would be difficult from now on. The one who was able to achieve such a perfect reproduction, like Li Shiming, was due to his accumulation of previous opportunities and his own specialness, which created this miracle. In 18 days, the resources for his promotion to the nascent soul were almost exhausted. And even the resources for his promotion to the nascent soul that he originally thought would be reserved for his clone Li Yuanba were also taken up by him. There is no way. Who knows that the promotion process of 5 golden elixirs requires too many resources? If he hadn't collected a large amount of resources for nascent soul promotion through his own alchemy ability, coupled with the competition in the northern Shu continent and the eastern Qi continent, and obtained a lot of resources for nascent soul promotion, he would have persisted until now. Red infant ginseng fruit, Taishang sensing pill, corpse lotus seeds, 7-leaf jade lotus, Taishang tongxian pill, Taishang dinjing pill, Taishang jiang pill, ice amaranth, millennium 100 hard grass, Bafang sublimation pill, 7-star shunging dan, and so on. Every resource that could drive the golden pill cultivator crazy was taken by him. In addition, I don't know how many top-level elixirs he has taken to replenish spiritual power. That is to say, the top-level elixirs he refined have never been leaked out. Coupled with his deliberate accumulation, he has a considerable amount. With a click sound, 5 golden elixirs split open at the same time. The aura on Li Shiming's body suddenly improved a lot, and the aura unique to the nascent soul cultivator burst out from his body. The formations in the 4th grade retreat room are very powerful. The formations are all made of 4th grade materials, and are the work of the top formation masters. They have been continuously strengthened for countless years, so that no matter how strong the aura is in the retreat room, it will not half a point will be leaked. After the 5 golden elixirs in his body shattered, 5 small nascent souls were born, and they scrambled to crawl towards the top of their heads. What's funny is that the 5 little nascent souls crowded each other and got stuck. That is to say, the body of the nascent soul can shrink freely. So Li Shiming did not have the embarrassing situation of 5 nascent souls getting stuck in his body during the final process of promotion. Chapter 510, Overcoming the Tribulation. Li Shiming felt very strange at this time. His consciousness was divided into 5 parts. Not in his own body, but in 5 small nascent souls. That is to say, he has long been accustomed to this kind of distraction from multiple perspectives. So he does not find it difficult to accept the fact that his consciousness is divided into 5 parts at the same time. The consciousness of his own brain was divided into 5 parts, instead of occupying 5 brains. The 5 consciousnesses are not simply divided into 5 parts. Each consciousness is independent and has its own thoughts. However, the 5 consciousnesses are essentially one and closely connected with each other. The 5 little nascent souls gave him different feelings. The core of the little Yuanying's body was a short sword, which was transformed by the sword intention of Tianlei. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. He is not a sword cultivator, and the sword intent should not be formed in Yuanying's body like a sword cultivator becoming a baby. The reason why Yuanying's sword cultivator is powerful is precisely because the sword intention in Yuanying's body is enhanced by Yuanying when the sword intention is used. It's just that because his natal magic weapon is not a flying sword magic weapon, Yuanying's sword intention is not blessed by spiritual objects, and can only exist in this form inside Yuanying. Although he does not have the natal flying sword magic weapon, he can already pretend to be a sword cultivator. The thunder sword intention in Yuanying's body is enough to allow him to exert most of the sword cultivator's power. The only gap is probably between the natal flying sword magic weapon and the ordinary flying sword magic weapon. He can make up for it by refining the flying sword magic weapon by himself. What the 5 nascent souls have in common is that they have the skill runes of
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique, Jade Clear Thunder Code, Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique,
and
Humanity Reincarnation Technique.
The difference is that each of the 5 nascent souls
5 Rhymes Chi Lian Ju
skill runes occupies one of the 5 elements. The 5 elements can still maintain the formation connection of the
5 elements receiving Chi array
between the 5 nascent souls. However, if a certain nascent soul leaves the body, the
5 elements receiving Chi formation
will lose its effect. Just like now, the 5 Yuanings rushed towards the Baihui point on his head. This is the world where the newborn Yuaning wants to contact the outside world. There was chaos due to crowding. But after Li Shiming became familiar with the body of the nascent soul, he controlled 5 nascent souls to rush out from above his head. After Yuaning got out of the body, he immediately felt the harsh environment of the outside world. The ubiquitous strong wind blew against Yuaning's body, making Yuaning feel a little uncomfortable. But soon, the
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique
skill runes in Yuaning's body emitted light. Behind the 5 Yuanyings, the shadow of Tai Ching Xian Turtle appeared faintly, and the tortoise SHL of Tai Ching Xian Turtle appeared on their bodies. After the appearance of the Tai Ching Xian Turtle's SHL, the 5 nascent souls could hardly feel the erosion of the outside wind. This was a treatment that only the body-refining nascent souls could enjoy.
Hey!
He was still feeling the condition of nascent soul, but he made a new discovery. It seems that the runes of the
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique
and
Jade Clear Thunder Code
have produced some changes in Yuaning's body. Even the deduction from Greenfield Cave is not 100% accurate. Just like the Earth-type nascent soul, the Earth-type spiritual power and the Thunder-type spiritual power in the body are glued together at this time, forming the spiritual power of the Earth Thunder attribute. The remaining nascent souls have Fire Thunder, Golden Thunder, and Wood-type spiritual powers respectively, spiritual power of Thunder, and Water Mine attributes. This has a stronger effect than the spiritual power cultivated by the original
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique,
or
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
It is more powerful and more violent than the
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique,
compared with the spiritual power cultivated in the
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
There are more changes. This change makes Yuaning's fighting method more flexible and changeable. Li Shiming accelerated his familiarity with the 5 nascent souls. He knew very well that he would soon face a catastrophe. Before the catastrophe, he needed to let the nascent souls have at least a certain amount of combat power. The natal magic weapon Z15 reminded him, and he took the 5 nascent souls back into his body. His mind moved slightly, and he activated the token. The space energy of the jade porridge beneath him fluctuated, and the space energy wrapped around his body. He was teleported out of the 4th level retreat room. Then he appeared on a mountaintop that was full of scorched black. This mountaintop was located on the edge of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and was separated by the sect's formation to prevent other monks from entering when they relied on their weapons. A monk who is prepared to survive the catastrophe. There is no need to worry about monks surviving the catastrophe at the same time. At least this has never happened to the 10,000 Beast sect. As soon as Li Shiming appeared on the top of the mountain, he immediately took out the
10,000 years lightning strike with juice
and smeared it all over his body. He also used all the other tribulation-saving spiritual objects. He also took out 8 4th-grade formation flags and a large number of 3rd-grade formation flags. In order to survive the thunder, he spent all his wealth. The
Jade Pure Thunder Code
was activated, which increased his resistance to sky thunder to the extreme. He did it to the best of his ability, and the rest depends on the test of heaven and earth. The good thing is that in the process of conceiving the nascent soul, his own consumption was not too great. In terms of spiritual power, since there are 5 spiritual powers in the body of the nascent soul that can be used, although the amount of spiritual power in each nascent soul is less, the total amount is still enough. In terms of spirit, he still has more than half of his 191 brains, which means that 5 golden elixirs gave birth to the nascent soul, which consumed the total energy of nearly 100 brains. That's him. If any great elder were in his situation, he would fail to be promoted due to mental exhaustion. In terms of vitality, the vitality in the 4th-grade pearls seems to be a lot, but giving birth to 5 nascent souls at one time still consumes almost all the vitality in the 4th-grade pearls. Although the consumption of the 4th-grade pearls is huge, it does not affect the vitality of his body. Therefore, he is currently in a state that is almost equivalent to being in full swing and will face the coming of the catastrophe, which gives him some confidence. Although he is currently in the nascent soul stage, in addition to being enhanced by the nascent soul, his various skills are still those of the golden core stage. However, with the blessing of the nascent soul, the effectiveness of the skills has increased many times.
After 70 years of cultivation, it depends on today.
He looked at the sky, waiting for the thunder to arrive, and murmured to himself. In the sky, a thundercloud appeared from nowhere and quickly gathered above his head. Throughout the 10,000 Beast sect, some idle monks looked towards the direction of Dujia Mountain.
Which monk is preparing to save the tribulation? I haven't heard of anyone surviving the calamity at this time.
If some well-established disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect really want to survive the calamity, they will inform their elders for support. The movement will be very loud, and all the factions who should know about it will know about it. Li Shiming did not notify the Phoenix system. Otherwise, he would also have enjoyed the protection and treatment of the experienced nascent soul monks. Although he was unintentional, it also facilitated his tribulation. There were too many unknowns in his tribulation. If the nascent soul cultivator was really there, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble.
Master Li is going through the tribulation. I didn't expect his accumulation to be so strong.
Sect leader Ji was sitting in her palace and looking in the direction of the Dujia Mountain. She was very sure that it was Li Shiming who was going through the tribulation. Li Shiming used the teleportation array to leave the 4th grade retreat room. She would know that using the teleportation array was because once the teleportation array was used, it meant that the monks in retreat were ready to survive the disaster. Since Li Shiming had not asked any monks to protect him before, now that he was going through a catastrophe, not even Sect Master Ji could disturb him. If it affects Li Shiming's calamity, it will be difficult to explain. Li Shiming's scalp was numb at this time, and the hair on his head stood up one by one. The power of thunder and lightning contained in the thunder clouds above his head was too strong. Although he had survived nearly 200 third-grade weapon tribulations before, he could not compare it with the thunder disaster we faced this time. It was really a world of difference. He took out a rarely used defensive magic weapon, which was the
Black Feather Spirit Umbrella
that was originally discovered in the ruins of the 5-Chi sect. He rarely uses defensive magic weapons in battle. His body defense is comparable to defensive magic weapons. Not to mention that with his speed and attack power, he can deal with the enemy's attacks before they fall on him. Killed the enemy. This
Black Feather Spiritual Umbrella
lost its spirituality when it was discovered. After so many years of cultivation, it has long since recovered its spirituality. The
Black Feather Spiritual Umbrella,
blessed by the 5 elements of thunder spiritual power, emitted colorful light and floated above his head. The formation of 8 4th-grade formation flags and a large number of 3rd-grade formation flags, together with the
Black Feather Spirit Umbrella,
formed his defense. Suddenly, a white light flashed between the sky and the earth. Under the gaze of Li Shiming's magic eye, he saw 5 thunder and lightning appearing in the thunder clouds. When the 5 thunderbolts fell, because his target was too small, they merged into one thunderbolt when they were still 20 meters above his head. This is not a 1 + 1 = 2 algorithm. After the 5 thunder and lightning merged into one thunder and lightning, its power increased at least 10 times. Lightning struck the formation shield, and he clearly heard a click sound in his ears. It was the sound of the 4th-grade formation flag and the 3rd-grade formation flag exploding at the same time. No matter how powerful the formation is, it will be violently destroyed under the influence of unparalleled external forces. That is to say, this formation was arranged by him, and only if it carries his aura will it be recognized by Tianlei. If you are not a master of the formation, you will not be recognized by Tianlei even if you use the formation. The thunder will pass through the formation and act directly on the monk. Although the formation did not completely withstand the sky thunder, the power of the sky thunder was indeed weakened a lot, and the remaining power hit the
Black Feather Spirit Umbrella.
There was a click sound again. This time it was the
Black Feather Spirit Umbrella
that was destroyed. A painful feeling came from one of Li Shiming's brains, which was the backlash caused by the destruction of his mental imprint. Fortunately, he had enough brains so that it did not have a substantial impact on him. After 2 blocks, less than 1 thunderbolt was scattered by him. His expression was extremely serious. Even though he had withstood the first thunder without any injury, this thunder exceeded his expectations and was too powerful. 8 4th-grade formation flags and nearly 400 3rd-grade formation flags were destroyed instantly. This was a power that even the early Yuaning monks could not achieve with all their strength. The most regrettable thing is the
Black Feather Spiritual Umbrella. Although the Black Feather Spiritual Umbrella
is a third-grade magic weapon, it is the exclusive defensive magic weapon of the 5-Chi sect, and can be enhanced by the 5 elements spiritual power. He didn't use it very much before, but this time it was destroyed. Before he could think too much, the thunder in the sky gathered again, and the second thunder was about to fall. This time he took out no less than 30 pieces of various third-grade magic weapons. These were all his trophies, and their level of refinement was extremely low. He planned to use these 30-odd third-grade magic weapons as cannon fodder. What truly resisted the second thunder was the 191 Meteor. Although the value of the third-grade magic weapon is not great, the more than 30 third-grade magic weapons that he has refined are all the best ones, and they are quite a fortune in the hands of any monk. But he was used as cannon fodder. For him, overcoming the tribulation was more important than anything else. Even if it was a tribulation magic weapon such as Liuguang Xingyan, he could discard it. Anyway, when he reaches the nascent soul stage, all his magic weapons need to be refined again, and the third-grade magic weapons will be eliminated sooner or later. While he was thinking about it, the thunder clouds in the sky changed again. 5 thunder clouds fell from 5 places in the thunder clouds and merged into one thunder cloud in midair. With a boom, more than 30 third-grade magic weapons were instantly wiped out without any resistance. It was annihilation rather than destruction. The more than 30 third-grade magic weapons did not even leave any residue behind. The sky thunder was not consumed much, and then fell on the Liuguang Xingyan. 191 meteors were arranged in a ladder. The sky thunder hit the first meteor first. The 366,000 line formation on Liuguang Xingyan was fully activated, and the power of Liuguang Xingyan was strengthened several times with the blessing of the thunder sword intent. It's a pity that Liuguang Xingyan faced the sky thunder like a worm shaking a tree. It was destroyed by the sky lightning as soon as it came into contact, turning into starry fragments and flying away. This flower star was a flying sword magic weapon that was completely refined by him. When one flower star was destroyed, the spiritual imprint in it was destroyed at the same time, and Li Shiming's spirit suffered a backlash. Just one meteor was destroyed, but he could still bear it. But then a handle of streaming star meteor was bombarded by sky thunder and turned into fragments and scattered. Li Shiming's face became paler and paler. The power of this second thunder was even greater than the first. The third-grade weapon tribulation magic weapon, Liuguang Xingyan, which is almost equivalent to the 4th-grade magic weapon, was continuously destroyed by thunder. Of course, the sky thunder is also being consumed. Every time a meteor is destroyed, the sky thunder will weaken a little. The sky thunder fell extremely fast, and a dazzling light flashed above his head. It was the last glory of the meteor. Li Shiming took out the 3rd-grade top elixir to restore his energy, and drank all the remaining elixirs in the jade bottle without looking at it to make up for the constant consumption of energy. Although the power of the sky thunder is constantly weakening, the speed of destroying meteor has not slowed down much. It wasn't until the 150th meteor that the sky thunder began to slow down a bit, and then every meteor was destroyed, and the sky thunder weakened a little, until the 186th meteor was destroyed. The remaining power of the sky thunder did not destroy the 187th meteor. Finally, the thunder was completely consumed and did not fall on him. Chapter 511 Nascent Soul. Compared with the first thunder, the second thunder did not cause Li Shiming physical damage, but his mental backlash was huge. Even if he takes a top-level 3rd-grade elixir to restore his energy, it will only be a drop in the bucket. What troubled him the most was the loss of 186 Liuguang Starfall, leaving only 5 Liuguang Starfall. Judging from the situation of the first 2 sky thunders, the power of the 3rd sky thunder will increase. But he doesn't have many options left, and it's hard to say whether he can survive the disaster. I hope the power of science can still be of some use, he murmured to himself. He waved his hand, and a strange metal round cage wrapped him up. The metal was synthesized from a variety of 3rd-grade metals. This is the result of his research over the years. In order to fight against sky thunder, he took into account the principle of electromagnetic shielding. This metal round cage is the product he made. The 3rd-grade synthetic metal is the metal with the best resistance to electric current and high temperature obtained through countless experiments. In addition to the shielding cage made using the principle of electromagnetic shielding, he also took out several lightning rods and installed them beside him. On his body, he wore a third-grade synthetic metal brushed shielding suit, which was his last protection.
Come on!
He looked at the sky and shouted with a look of madness in his eyes. In the thunder clouds, the 5 sky thunders were thicker than the previous 2 times. When they merged into one, the gravel and debris on the entire mountaintop floated as if they were weightless. The world seemed to be quiet, as if waiting for the most powerful blow to come. When the sky thunder falls, the effect of the lightning rod is very limited. The sky lightning passes through the middle, and only draws a small amount of sky lightning into the lightning rod, and is guided underground through the lightning rod. The sky thunder struck the metal circular cage. The sky thunder followed the metal wires, and instantly spread throughout the entire metal cage, with the use of terrifying power. The third-grade synthetic metal that could withstand high temperatures only lasted for 1 breath. Started to melt. The metal circular cage was destroyed, and the electromagnetic shielding effect was lost. The thunder that had consumed part of its power then struck Li Shiming. His shielding suit was also destroyed without even holding him for half a breath. The power of the thunder at this time was partially weakened, but it was still very powerful. Li Shiming shouted, and the
Tai Ching Xian turtle technique
on his body was fully activated. With the blessing of the
Tai Ching Xian turtle technique,
runes in the 5 nascent souls, the power of this body training technique was brought to its extreme. Behind him, the shadows of 5 Tai Ching mysterious turtles appeared, and 5 Tai Ching mysterious turtle LS were placed on his body. This Tai Ching Wind turtle L is very ugly, but its defensive power is absolutely top-notch. In his hands, he held a third-grade sword base that was blessed with the heavenly thunder sword intention, and slashed hard towards the heavenly thunder. The sky thunder and the third-grade sword base collided together. The sky thunder sword intention had no effect. The power of the sky thunder was too strong, and it swallowed up the sky thunder sword intention at once. The material of the third-grade sword base only lasted for a little more than a breath before it began to collapse. Due to the special nature of the third-grade sword base, there is no need to worry that it will disappear. After collapse, it will turn into energy form and return to his body. It will recover after a period of recovery. The third-grade sword base was destroyed, and the heavenly thunder sword intent was swallowed up. But the heavenly thunder sword intent still had an illusory appearance in Li Shiming's hand, and it did not completely disappear. The thunder fell on him, and the layers of Tai Ching Xian Gui LS were broken open. The powerful defense arranged by the 5 layers of Tai Ching Xian Gui LS only lasted 3 breaths longer. When the sky thunder fell on his body, the surface of his body was covered with the runes of the
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
It was through running the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
that his body gained the strongest lightning resistance. The
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju
was only broken by the outer layer of defense. The defense of the body training technique and the monk's body. The skin on the surface of Li Shiming's body was instantly carbonized, but his consciousness was still very clear. He kept slashing upward, still trying to resist the thunder. In the computer room space, Venerable Huijing introduced the remaining vitality in the 4th-grade pearl into the body of Li Shiming from the outside world through the
secret method of guiding Yuan to renew life.
Due to the special space of the computer room, it was not considered by the rules of heaven and earth that other monks had interfered with the process of saving the tribulation. The vitality was replenished, which slowed down the progress of his body being carbonized by the thunder. He didn't know whether it was an hour or a breath of time. He rarely lost his judgment on time. He only knew that the thunder on his body disappeared. Thunder tribulation has a time limit. After a period of time, the thunder will naturally disappear. Normally, this would not be the case. Under the devastating attack of the sky thunder, the attack time is very short. Either you can resist the attack of the sky thunder, or you will die. Very few monks can encounter the situation where the time of the heavenly tribulation ends, and the power of the thunder continues until the end. The main reason is that Li Shiming used technology and ruthless skills. The electromagnetic shielding and shielding suit both delayed Tianlei's time. Especially the electromagnetic shielding metal circular cage allowed Tianlei to slow down his attack speed, changing from impact attack to dispersion. Sexual assault. The thunder clouds dissipated, and he felt a strange energy coming out of his body. This energy was the reward from heaven and earth to the monks who had survived the thunder tribulation. This strange energy repaired his severely damaged body. During the repair process, it was also transforming his body. At the same time, his spirit was also rapidly recovering and improving under the influence of the strange energy. Li Shiming moved slowly, and he broke through the blackened carbonized SHL on his body. which was formed by his skin and part of his muscle tissue. What emerged from Jiao Lei's carbonized SH. I was his new body. This body was no longer the same as the body of the Great Elder. It was already the body of a complete nascent soul cultivator. Before the tribulation, his nascent soul aura could only be sensed at the nascent soul within his body. His body was still the body of a Great Elder. At this time, his body was already at the nascent soul stage. All the clothes on his body were destroyed. Under the thunder, the third grade clothes had no resistance. He took out the set of fourth-level robes issued by the sect from the mustard ring, put it on, and felt the changes in his body. Powerful. Extremely powerful. He felt that he could kill Venerable Hui Jing in the computer room with one punch. His body had greatly improved, and he could feel the runes of the Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju emerging in his body, which were projected onto his body from within the nascent soul. Since there are 5 nascent souls in his body, each nascent soul has the Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju skill runes, which makes his body's Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju skill runes enhanced by the 5 nascent souls at the same time. In other words, his body refining strength is 5 times that of other body refining nascent souls who also practice the Tai Ching Xian Turtle art. Of course, he has just completed his promotion and is not yet in a stable state, so the combat power he can exert is very limited. Li Shiming looked at the Coke SH.L on the ground. His promotion process was not smooth. Fortunately, there were no monks watching. Thinking back to the scene when his clone Li Yuanba observed the promotion of Jian Ancestor. Jian Ancestor's crazy method of overcoming calamities unique to sword cultivators, and the aura of Jian breaking the sky, made him feel a little ashamed. He used almost all means and consumed a lot of resources to promote nascent soul, and finally managed to survive the catastrophe. And the methods he used included using the computer room space to cheat, allowing Venerable Hui Jing to introduce vitality into him, allowing him to sustain himself under the thunder for a longer period of time. It also includes his use of technology and ruthless skills, using the power of technology to weaken the power of Tian Lei. Although his promotion process was not as unrestrained as that of Jian Patriarch, he survived the catastrophe and became a nascent soul monk. Ha ha ha! He laughed loudly, his laughter full of joy. 70 years of persistence finally paid off on this day. In this body, the rewards he received through the heavenly tribulation filled him with vitality. He could sense his lifespan, which was a full 1,000 years. From then on, he can also be called the ancestor by other monks. 1,000 years of life is not the end, but just the beginning. When he reaches the middle or late Yuaning stage, his lifespan will increase. For him who is not even 100 years old, 1,000 years of life is extremely long. He slowly flew up and flew towards the outside of the mountain. When he left Dujia Mountain, he saw Sect Master Ji and Master Jiang Hong, and they all looked at him with a smile. Congratulations on your promotion to the nascent soul stage, Sect Master Ji said with a smile. I read you right. It's easy for you to advance to the nascent soul stage. You've been successfully promoted in such a short time, Master Jiang Hong also said with a smile. Li Shiming smiled bitterly in his heart. Dujia Mountain was isolated by a large formation. The outside world did not know the process of Dujia, but he himself understood how risky this promotion was. Thank you for your concern. I'm lucky too, he replied. The sect has rewards for advancing to the nascent soul stage, but what you need now is a stable state, so we won't disturb you. Sect Master Ji understood what Li Shiming needed most now, and didn't say much. Li Shiming bowed and saluted to the two of them. He really needed to retreat for a period of time, not only to stabilize his realm, but also to master the strength of the nascent soul stage monks. He flew towards his cave, and Sect Leader Ji and Master Jiang Hong watched him leave. Sect Master Ji, I hope you can explain clearly to Qinzhou how important Li Shizhen is to the sect. If Qinzhou does anything else, we can't blame the Phoenix Department for launching a full-scale revenge. Master Jiang Hong looked at Ji's Sect Master, said in a deep voice. Although the Feng family knew about Qinzhou's little moves before, they couldn't interfere as long as nothing happened to Li Shiming. But now that Li Shiming has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, as long as he masters the refining ability of all fourth-grade elixirs, it will be extremely important to the 10,000 Beast sect. At the same time, within the Phoenix family, Li Shiming's status will also be improved a lot, enough to make the Phoenix element can conflict with the Dragon element for him. I will handle this matter. Qinzhou has indeed gone too far. Sect Master Ji frowned when he heard Qinzhou's name. Qinzhou himself is not terrible. His Yuan Ying's initial strength and combat power are average. But there is a great monk behind him. This is what gives sect leader Ji a headache. What Chen Zhou did before was not secretive. Every time Li Shiming left the sect, Chen Zhou would send monks to follow him. Anyone who was interested could find out the clues.
I hope so,
Master Jiang Hong said with a, okay, salute to sect Master Ji. And he left after saying that. Li Shiming hurriedly returned to his cave. He dismantled the 4th grade formation flag, which weakened his cave formation a lot. There is no need to worry about this. As long as he can stabilize his realm, he can refine the 4th grade formation flag by himself. Before he refined the 4th grade elixir for the nascent soul cultivator, the reward included the 4th grade formation materials. After he was able to use the infant fire at will, he used the infant fire to refine the 4th grade formation flag. Not only the 4th grade formation flag, but also the 4th grade magic weapon he needed to refine. At present, he is just an empty frame, and he looks down on the 4th grade magic weapons he obtained before. In his opinion, those 4th grade magic weapons are far inferior to the magic weapons he refined himself. Sitting cross-legged, it was only then that he really had time to slowly feel the difference in himself. The first is the change in his spiritual thoughts. When he releases his spirit becomes more solid than his spiritual thoughts. This is a stronger spiritual consciousness. And it is a spiritual release method that can only be mastered by nascent soul monks. After his spiritual consciousness was released, it reached 3,000 meters, which means that his current attack range is 3,000 meters, which is much larger than the golden elixir stage. The distance of 3,000 meters is all within his attack range, and his lightning can fall easily. This distance made him very happy. Not all monks in the early stage of Yuaning could reach an attack range of 3,000 meters. Like Venerable Hui Jing in his machine room space, his attack range is less than a kilometer. Through self-examination, he found out that the reason why the distance between his spiritual consciousness reached 3,000 meters was because all the runes of the reincarnation art of humanity in the 5 nascent souls were projected on his spirit, causing his spirit to have been greatly improved. Similarly, the distance of south close to the end has reached 3,000 meters, which further increases his movement speed. The improvement of close to the end of the world has also allowed his body refining ability to be brought into full play. With his body refining ability, combined with close to the end of the world, if he suddenly approaches the early stage monks of Yuaning and launches an attack, it may be possible to severely damage the Yuaning by surprise. A monk in the early stages of infancy, what he currently lacks most is the 4th grade magic weapon. He needs to refine the 4th grade magic weapon. The quality of the 4th grade weapon refining materials in his hand was not high enough to meet his requirements. The 4th grade weapon refining materials he had obtained before now seemed to be far from what he expected. This is also related to the fact that he has read a large number of classics of the 10,000 Beasts sect, among which the classics on weapon refining have greatly expanded his knowledge. He is no longer a novice who gets excited when he sees the 4th grade materials. If the quality of the 4th grade materials is not good enough, he might as well use the 3rd grade, Liu Guangxingyun, temporarily. In fact, the first thing to deal with is not these, but the improvement of the 3rd grade sword base. He is already at the nascent soul stage, and with the secret book of Sword Demon to strengthen the 3rd grade sword base, he can still continue to improve at the nascent soul stage. Although the secret code of the Sword Demon does not have corresponding techniques when it reaches the golden core stage, the strengthening of the 3rd grade sword foundation in the golden core stage can continue as the monk's physique improves. Chapter 512 Research. Li Shiming transferred the secret code of Sword Demon. When he wanted to operate the secret code of Sword Demon, he discovered a special situation. Although he had 5 golden elixirs in the past, since he only had 1 body during cultivation, it was the cultivation of 1 body that provided spiritual power to the 5 golden elixirs. If he hadn't had a large amount of 3rd grade elixirs to support his cultivation, and if he had some opportunities, perhaps the time it would take for him to reach the nascent soul stage would have been 5 times as long as that of other golden elixir cultivators. 5 times the time. It is estimated that all the longevity energy has been consumed, and he will not be able to reach the great elder level, let alone be promoted to the nascent soul stage. The situation now is different. There are 5 nascent souls in his body at this time, and when practicing the skills in the nascent soul stage, he uses the nascent soul to practice. The nascent soul of the nascent soul cultivator is equivalent to the nascent soul cultivator himself. The outer body is like a ship, carrying and protecting the nascent soul. Li Shiming practiced the
secret code of Sword Demon
through nascent soul. The problem is that he has 5 yuanings, and he doesn't know whether it is feasible for 5 yuanings to practice the
Sword Demon's secret book.
At the same time, in the massive books he had read, there was no such thing as his. He didn't even know what it meant to have 5 nascent souls, let alone ask other monks about it. He tried it. Since the
secret book of Sword Demons
does not have any of the 5 elements attributes, all 5 nascent souls can operate. The 5 nascent souls activated the
Sword Demon's secret book
at the same time, and he felt that the sword base converted into energy in his body was changing rapidly. The runes of the
Tai Chin Xian Turtle Ju
in his body continued to gather towards the sword base and merged into every tiny energy body of the sword base. He could clearly feel that the energy bodies of these sword bases were constantly strengthening, and soon broke through to the 4th level, and were still improving. Li Shiming didn't know that the creator of the
secret book of Sword Demons
had not reached the nascent soul stage. The creator only obtained a fragment of an ancient sword cultivator and extracted the still complete parts. It is estimated that even the creator of the
secret code of the Sword Demon
did not expect the changes in the
secret code of the Sword Demon.
After the nascent soul stage, the 5 nascent souls practiced the
Sword Demon's secret code.
At the same time, under the influence of the
Sword Demon's secret code,
GNG upgraded GNG to a level equal to his body refining strength. His body refining ability is probably as strong as the 5 early-stage Yuanying refining monks put together. Although it cannot reach the level of a mid-stage Yuanying refining monk, it is still much stronger than the early-stage Yuanying refining monks. The Sword Foundation at this time can no longer be called the 3rd grade Sword Foundation, but should be called the 4th grade Sword Foundation. The quality of the 4th grade initial level peak. To be honest, with Li Shiming's level and the ability to refine weapons, he can use some 4th grade weapon refining materials to refine a 4th grade magic weapon that exceeds the 4th grade sword base. But after going through the tribulation, he discovered the special characteristics of the 4th grade sword base. Even after experiencing the devastating blow of the Sky Thunder, it was not able to destroy the 4th grade sword base, but only restored it to its energy state. This feature can be life-saving in some special situations. When the 4th grade sword base was transformed, half a month had passed before you knew it. He opened his eyes, felt the time spent, and couldn't help but shook his head. The life of the nascent soul cultivator is indeed long, but the time consumed by each practice is far longer than before. Even if the
secret code of Sword Demon
is run, it only takes an hour to complete in the Golden Core stage, but it takes half a month in the nascent soul stage, just because of the difference in the energy being invoked. The energy in the nascent soul stage is far more complex than that in the golden elixir stage. Li Shiming stretched out his hand, and the 4th grade sword base appeared in his palm. The material of the 4th grade sword base has long since changed after being energized. It has almost nothing to do with the original material. It is completely another form of 4th grade metal that can be transformed between entity and energy. His heart moved slightly, and the 4th grade sword base in his hand disappeared, but appeared in the hand of the Golden Thunder Yuanying in his body. Jean Lei Yuanying held the 4th grade sword base and emerged from above his head to stand in the void. The Golden Thunder nascent soul invoked the Heavenly Thunder Sword intention in the body, and blasted on the 4th grade sword base, feeling the power of the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent. Although he entered the nascent soul stage, the time was too short, and he did not notice the changes in his body immediately. It was only at this time that he used the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent and discovered the difference in the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent. Before passing through the heavenly tribulation, the power of the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent contained in Yuanying's body was that of the Golden Core stage Heavenly Thunder. Due to the absorption of nearly 200 Heavenly Thunders from the weapon tribulation, the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent exceeded the power of ordinary Golden Elixir Thunder. But the power of the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent stimulated at this time has reached the power of the nascent soul stage Heavenly Thunder. Originally, it would take at least many years of practice and understanding for the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent to reach this level of power, and it would also require a chance to break through. You must know that the Golden Core Heavenly Thunder is aimed at Jinden monks. Even the Great Elder is afraid of the Golden Core Heavenly Thunder. Nascent Soul Stage Heavenly Thunder is aimed at Yuanying stage monks. At least early Yuanying stage monks will be extremely afraid of Nascent Soul Stage Heavenly Thunder. After thinking for a while, he thought of the reason for the change of the Sky Thunder Sword intent. This was because he absorbed part of the power of the Sky Thunder during his tribulation. The calamity he overcame was itself a Nascent Soul Stage Heavenly Thunder. Not to mention that due to his special nature, the power of the heavenly thunder was increased by more than 10 times. He survived such a thunder, which greatly promoted the growth of the thunder sword intent. With a 4th grade sword base and such a powerful heavenly thunder sword intention, plus the remaining 5 Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapons, he at least has some nascent soul stage combat power. What he needs most at the moment is training, practicing the 2 skills of
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
and
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
However, judging from the time he spent practicing
Sword Demon Secret Code,
once he enters the cultivation state, at least it will take several months. This is something he must get used to. And every time he practices in the future, it may take several years of retreat. However, his situation is somewhat special. Normal nascent soul cultivators must be extremely focused on their cultivation and dare not be distracted. But Li Shiming is different. He has the existence of the magic weapon Z15, which allows him to have 191 brains and can perform multi-threaded operations. Thinking of the natal magic weapon Z15, he put his mind into the bodies of the 5 Yuanings and found that the natal magic weapon Z15 was controlled by the 5 Yuanings at the same time. But Z15 is only the natal magic weapon of Wule nascent soul. There is a special connection between the 5 nascent souls. This connection has nothing to do with distance or space. The consciousness of the 5 nascent souls is split from the same brain. This kind of the existing relationship is extremely special. So the other 4 nascent souls can use Z15 at will. Li Shiming suddenly discovered that he could actually possess 4 natal magic weapons. This is the natal magic weapon. How important the natal magic weapon is to the monks. The reason why sword cultivators are sword cultivators is not only the focus of sword cultivation and the cultivation of sword intention, but also the fact that the natal magic weapon is the flying sword magic weapon. Even if the realm of sword cultivators is promoted, they rarely directly replace the natal magic weapon. Instead, they will choose to use higher quality materials to improve the quality of the natal magic weapon. He suddenly discovered that he actually had a variety of choices. He could be a sword cultivator, a thunder cultivator, or even choose other powerful professions. As long as he refines a powerful flying sword magic weapon and uses the golden thunder nascent soul to refine the flying sword magic weapon into a natal magic weapon. The sword intention already exists in the Yuaning's body, and he will be a standard sword cultivator. As for Lei Xiu, although he was considered a Lei Xiu before, a Lei Xiu whose natal magic weapon is not a lightning attribute magic weapon is an incomplete Lei Xiu. He can completely refine a thunder attribute magic weapon and refine it into the natal magic weapon of a certain nascent soul. After making this discovery, he thought a lot, and his future became filled with endless possibilities. Of course, all possibilities are inseparable from 4th grade resources. It seemed that he could not stop refining elixirs during his retreat period. Li Shiming's mind entered the computer room space, and he needed to find an agent. Just like when he used the silver corpse to receive alchemy seekers on his behalf in the Shushan sect. He would not worry about outsiders entering and exiting his cave. So he began to check his available agents. He gave up on the silver corpse first, mainly because his silver corpses, except for the silver corpse Nanming, were all special silver corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms, and they were too recognizable. The 10,000 Beasts sect is also an orthodox sect in the eastern Qi continent. His status in the sect is far inferior to that in the Shushan sect, and he can do whatever he wants. In the end, he chose the living dead. He did not choose either the body of the nascent soul or the body of the fake baby. These 2 living dead did not have the nascent soul in their bodies. So it was easy for other monks to find problems. When he thought that there was no Yuaning in the body of the nascent soul and the body of the false baby, he had a bold idea. He released the nascent soul body. Since the nascent soul body was taken into the computer room space, it did not sense the destruction of the nascent soul. Therefore, the nascent soul body did not die together, thus forming this state of the living dead. Only an extremely weird space, like the computer room space, can create such an equally weird living dead. Li Shiming tried to let his fire thunder nascent soul penetrate into the body of the nascent soul. He thought it would be very difficult. But for some reason, it went extremely smoothly. The body of this living dead person, with a nascent soul body, did not resist his fire and thunder nascent soul at all. How did he know that the 3 living dead had stayed in the computer room space for a long time? And the computer room space was filled with his aura. Over a long period of time, the 3 living dead were contaminated by his aura. This is a kind of assimilation. Every cell and every body tissue in the nascent soul body has the breath of Li Shiming. The fire and thunder nascent soul entered the body of the nascent soul, and Li Shiming felt like he was driving, which was completely different from his own body feeling. But as long as he gets familiar with it, with his learning ability and the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, he will soon be able to freely control the body of the nascent soul, even because the Huolei Yuanying has practiced the Nanming Lihuo magical power. This nascent soul body has also practiced the Nanming Lihuo magical power. He can completely control the nascent soul body and use Nanming Lihuo to fight at will. As for other fighting methods, it takes some time to get used to them. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. He had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage, and he found that there were many things he needed to do. He has not yet explored Jiji's powerful cave. He plans to wait for the 5 nascent souls in his body to accumulate enough spiritual power before doing this work. In addition, he also needs to strengthen the formation of the cave, because he needed to survive the catastrophe. He consumed all 8 4th grade formation flags and all 3rd grade formation flags. These formation flags were taken from the formation flags that had been used to strengthen the formation in the cave. Now his cave is in its original state, which makes him very insecure and afraid to do anything that needs to be kept secret. Even if he strengthened the formation, he did not intend to take out Jiji's powerful cave sky from the machine room space in the sect. The entire 1,000-mile range of the 10,000 Beast sect was under the protection of a certain cave sky. He did not want to cause any trouble. What trouble? He had experienced betrayal for the sake of Jiji's powerful cave heaven. Even if the 10,000 Beast sect itself had a cave heaven, he did not want to use his own cave heaven to test others. Li Shiming thought in his mind, recalling the fire and thunder Yuanying into his body, and the Yuanying's body returned to the state of the living dead. He took the living dead in the Yuanying's body into the computer room space. This time he summoned the living dead of the Great Elder of Body Refining, controlled by heavenly ghosts. He used the consciousness of nascent soul to carefully scan the living dead of the Great Elder of Body Refining, but did not find the existence of the heavenly ghost. The outer SHL of a heavenly ghost is that of a heavenly demon. When it comes to hiding oneself, the heavenly demon is definitely the strongest in the world of immortality.
You will be called Li Si from now on, and you will be my servant,
Li Shiming said to the living dead Great Elder of Body Refining. His control over the living dead of the Great Elder of Body Refining was to use a brain to contact the heavenly ghosts and control the body through the heavenly ghosts. Servants like monks are not considered disciples of the sect. Servants are recognized by the sect, but they can only move around the mountain of the monks. If they want to leave the mountain, they need to be taken by the monks. Or if a monk applies for certain permissions for his servants to move in areas where the sect is open to the public, the master will be responsible for all the servants' actions. If something goes wrong, it is also the master's responsibility.
Yes, master.
Li Si bowed and saluted. This was the response he made by manipulating Li Si. But because he was not very proficient in this kind of indirect control, Li Si's speech and movements felt a little stiff. Li Si walked out of the cave and sat at the pavilion. Li Si had the authority to protect the mountain formation and could go outside the mountain to meet the monks. Li Shiming also informed the sect about Li Si's servant, and Li Si would be his agent. After doing this, he stopped thinking about other things and began to practice in seclusion. He took a 4th grade top elixir, and the 5 nascent souls practiced the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
At the same time, feeling the power of the medicine, he couldn't help but frown, and took out 4 more 4th grade top elixirs and drank them. 1 4th grade elixir is only enough for 1 nascent soul to practice. If you want 5 nascent souls to be affected by the effects of the 4th grade elixir at the same time, you need to take 5 4th grade elixirs. He was shocked by his own consumption. Even if he had the ability to make alchemy, he could not guarantee such consumption of the 4th grade top elixir. It seems that his idea of using only the 4th grade top elixirs to practice is not feasible. After the 4th grade top elixirs are consumed, he still has to take out those 4th grade high-level elixirs. Chapter 513 Cultivation. If the early Yuanying monks of the 10,000 Beast sect knew what Li Shiming was thinking, they would probably beat him to death. The 4th grade high-level elixirs that he somewhat disliked were theoretically the highest quality 4th grade elixirs that alchemy masters could refine under normal circumstances. After taking 5 top-grade 4th grade elixirs, he only had 2 top-grade 4th grade elixirs left in his hand. No longer thinking about these things, the 5 nascent souls began to practice. The spiritual power flowed in the nascent soul body according to the skill line of the nascent soul chapter of
5 rhymes chi training technique.
The spiritual energy from the outside is absorbed into the body, and then enters the nascent soul through the body. The 5 nascent souls maintain the
5 elements chi receiving formation,
so that the spiritual powers of the 5 nascent souls are interconnected during the cultivation process. The most important thing is that after the spiritual power circulates in the
5 elements receiving chi formation
of the 5 nascent souls, it will be transformed into the spiritual power that can only be possessed by the peak of the early nascent souls. Perhaps in the past, this kind of spiritual power at the pinnacle of a small realm could only increase the monk's combat power, and had little impact on other things. However, during the nascent soul stage, the
5 elements chi receiving formation
showed extremely powerful effects. The nascent soul is composed of spiritual power, spirit and vitality. Cultivation is to enhance the spiritual power. The improvement of the spirit is relatively unimportant. When the spiritual power reaches the peak of the early nascent soul, then the realm of the nascent soul is equivalent. As long as all the current spiritual power in Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls are replaced by the
5 elements nascent chi array,
with the peak spiritual power of the early nascent soul, the realm of the 5 nascent souls will be forcibly raised to the peak of the early nascent soul. Of course, this peak state of the early stage of Yuanying is somewhat false, because the total amount of spiritual power in the body of Yuanying is still very small, and it will take a long time to accumulate to break through to the middle stage of Yuanying. But the benefits are obvious. First of all, he can exert the peak strength of the early Yuanying in a short period of time. Although the total amount of spiritual power is not enough, his power has reached the peak of the early Yuanying. Secondly, as long as he continues to accumulate, his spiritual power does not need to be compressed at all, which greatly reduces the difficulty of his cultivation. The main reason why the cultivation time of nascent soul monks is extremely long is that the spiritual power needs to be continuously compressed. The number of times this compression of spiritual power depends on the talent of each nascent soul monk and the level of the skills practiced. Only by compressing the spiritual power to a certain extent can we reach the conditions for the peak of the current small realm. In the case of the 5 nascent souls in Li Shiming's body, these were skipped directly, which greatly reduced the workload of cultivation. This was the reward he deserved. It was so difficult for him to overcome the calamity that it was almost impossible for other monks to survive. It was precisely because of the difficulty of overcoming the calamity that he showed the 5 golden elixirs, and the
5 elements receiving chi formation
is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Now is the time to reap the rewards. After so much hard work, the benefits he gets at this time are the results of his efforts. He did not know the cultivation situation of other early Yuanying monks. It took him 100 days to practice the
5 rhymes chi training technique
alone, and then he continued to practice the
Jade Pure Thunder Code,
which took another 100 days. As for the body training technique,
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju,
because it acts on the body, he can continue to maintain the operation of the body training technique,
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju,
while practicing.
Human Reincarnation Technique
is a spiritual cultivation method. He put 5 brains into 5 nascent souls and practiced through separate brains. In this way, all 4 techniques he practiced were practiced. His situation is extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, monks in the early stage of Yuanying will only choose to major in Kung Fu training after their promotion. Only after their major in Kung Fu reaches a certain level, they will consider practicing Kung Fu as well. Not to mention practicing physical exercises and mental exercises at the same time. If Li Shiming didn't have a lot of free brains, he wouldn't be able to do such exercises. He stayed in seclusion for 200 days. But his alchemy did not stop. What he announced to the public was that he had practiced a mind-distracting technique that allowed him to do 2 things at once. And he could still make elixirs while practicing. At first, those early Yuanying monks did not believe that he had this ability. None of the 3 Yuanying stage alchemy masters in the sect had such means. The distraction technique is not a particularly difficult technique to practice, and many monks can practice it. However, if the distraction technique can be practiced while refining elixirs at the same time, it is so difficult that it cannot be done just by thinking about it. Whether it is cultivation or alchemy, the monks need to be extremely focused. The consequence of being unable to concentrate on cultivation is to become possessed. And the consequence of being unable to concentrate on alchemy is failure in alchemy. Li Shiming's solution was simple. He took over the sect's alchemy task. The sect's deacon sent the alchemy materials to the outside of the mountain, and Li Si received the alchemy materials. When the first batch of the 4th grade intermediate elixirs in the early stage of Yuanying were handed over to the sect, he also gained the trust of the monks in the early stage of Yuanying. During the 200 days, Li Si perfectly performed the work that an agent should do. None of the nascent soul cultivators noticed anything special about Li Si. They just thought he was a servant Li Shiming had hired. They just wondered how a body-refining elder was willing to become Li Shiming's servant. Li Shiming finished his first training, and the spiritual power in his body was about 1% of the peak amount in the early stage of nascent soul. Don't underestimate this 1%. Due to the function of the
5 elements chi receiving formation,
he does not need to compress his spiritual power, which makes his 1% a pure 1%. Theoretically, when he accumulates spiritual power to 100%, he will reach the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. As for the time it will take for him to reach the peak of the early stage of yuanying, it is estimated based on the current speed of cultivation that he can reach the peak of the early stage of yuanying within 100 years and try to break through the early stage of yuanying. The reason why he couldn't make an accurate estimate was because this was his first time practicing. But he had taken many top-level 4th grade elixirs. The cultivation effect of the 4th grade top elixir is several times that of the 4th grade high grade elixir. Li Shiming stood up. He moved his body, and his body made a clicking sound. This was the sound made by muscle contraction due to his body being too strong. Although he has not moved his body for 200 days, he has practiced the
Tai Ching Xian Gu Ju,
which means that
Tai Ching Xian Gu Ju
is a technique that imitates the Tai Ching Xian Gui. The Tai Ching Xian Gui hardly moves. He only breathes in spiritual energy to strengthen himself, so that he can practice it together with other techniques. Otherwise, if it requires the coordination of body movements, it would be impossible to practice at the same time.
It seems we still have to consider body refining resources.
He couldn't help but mutter to himself after practicing them.
Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju
for 200 days, compared with the training speed of
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
and
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
The cultivation speed of
Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique
is still far behind. It only takes 100 years to reach the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. This speed of cultivation is based on the sufficient supply of a large number of 4th grade elixirs. It's not that he doesn't have body refining resources. It's just that the level of those body refining resources is so high that he doesn't dare to use them. He has a drop of powerful body refining blood, which he has already sensed. In his current state, if he really tries to refine the powerful body refining blood, he will probably explode immediately. Not only the body refining powerful blood, but also the ghost bracelet and the Azura puppet. Even if he has advanced to the nascent soul stage, he cannot control them either. Just like the ghost bracelet, he can already sacrifice it. But the ghost is a mid-level 4th grade ghost, which is still a bit weak at his current level. As for the Ashura puppets, they also need to be in the middle stage of nascent soul before they can be refined and used. This made him have much less expectations for Dantian. He was worried that it would be difficult to master all of Dantian in the early stage of nascent soul. Li Shiming felt the situation of the 5 yuanyings. Although the spiritual power in the 5 yuanyings was still very little, it was enough to fight. Until now, he can be regarded as a true yuanying early monk, and he can have the combat power that an early yuanying monk should have. He took out the 4th grade formation materials, which were the rewards for refining alchemy. Currently, he had the 4th grade formation materials needed to refine 12 4th grade formation flags. He still knows a lot about formation flags. He has refined many 3rd grade formation flags. The formation flag is also the least creative spiritual object. There are strict rules for the production of the formation flag. Even a slight change will affect the effect of the formation flag. The formation flag has been finalized during countless years of research and development of formations, and is compatible with all formations. Of course, the formation flag is not unchangeable. Li Shiming can completely redesign the formation flag according to a certain formation, or even change the formation flag into the form of some kind of artifact. However, this kind of formation flag has no compatibility at all, and can only be used in this formation. The arrangement of the law. Just like the layout of the Sex Grand Array, there are a large number of special array artifacts. However, the general formation flag normally used by the formation master needs to be compatible with all formations. Therefore, when Li Shiming refined the 4th grade formation flag, he did not put it into the machine room space for refining. The fire and thunder nascent soul flew out of its body, spitting out baby fire to change the form of the 4th grade formation materials, and engrave formation runes on its surface. The 12 4th grade formation flags were refined in only 3 days. The most troublesome thing was the inscription of the formation runes. But for him, it was the simplest and easiest. He used multiple brains to control his consciousness. With the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, he could easily inscribe without any error. This kind of complex work would become simple with the participation of Z15. 12 fourth-grade formation flags were arranged by him in his cave. After sensing the activation of the formation, he breathed a long sigh of relief and felt safe. It's not that the previous cave was unsafe, but he had too many secrets, and the initial formation was uniformly arranged by the 10,000 Bees sect, so he was naturally a little worried. It wasn't until 12 fourth-grade formation flags strengthened the cave's formation that he released his clones Li Yuanba and Venerable Hui Jing from the machine room space. Feeling the situation of Venerable Hui Jing, Li Shiming truly understood the gap between Yuanying monks. Although he had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage not long ago, he had just been promoted in less than a year. It usually took several years to develop a certain combat strength, but his combat power at this time completely surpassed Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing's original skill was too poor, although he recultivated the
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill.
In his opinion, the
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill
is not a particularly powerful skill, at least in terms of firepower, are not as good as his
5 Rhymes Chi training technique,
let alone the Nanming Lihua magical power. This cannot be blamed on Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing's state at this time is almost the middle stage of the early stage of Yuanying. Yuanying is a fire attribute. Since he has practiced the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill,
he can also be regarded as the early stage of Yuanying. It's normal among monks. This is compared with the intermediate monks in the early stage of nascent soul in the eastern Qi continent. It can be seen that the
Blaze Flame Sun Eclipse skill
has still improved the strength of Venerable Hui Jing. But Li Shiming's realm at this time can be regarded as the peak of the early stage of Yuanying. But the total amount of spiritual power is very small. This is only one aspect of Li Shiming's strength. In terms of his sword intention, the Thunder Sword intention is powerful enough to frighten the early Yuanying monks. In terms of body refining, he also possesses the strength of the body refining Yuanying. And he is still at the peak of the body refining strength in the early stage of body refining Yuanying. Not to mention that if they really want to fight, the 5 nascent souls coming out together are equivalent to 5 times the fighting power. This is not a force that Venerable Hui Jing can resist. Li Shiming looked at Venerable Hui Jing and shook his head helplessly. When he signed the reverse unequal servant contract with Venerable Hui Jing, he also believed that Venerable Hui Jing would become his powerful helper in the nascent soul stage. But now it seems that Venerable Hui Jing's combat power is of very little help to him.
Forget it. It's just a matter of sharing some resources,
Li Shiming muttered to himself. If Venerable Hui Jing needs to grow, he must consume the 4th grade elixir. However, in the eastern Qi continent, the 4th grade elixir is not important and is enough for him to use for Venerable Hui Jing. Although Venerable Hui Jing's combat power is not as good as expected, he is still a nascent soul cultivator and will always be of some use. As for the clone Li Yuanba, he is completely behind now. But Li Yuanba has great potential, and as he is a disciple of Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion, his future is no worse than that of Li Shiming. He left his clones Li Yuanba and Venerable Hui Jing in the cave, while he himself flew out of the mountain peak, turning into a bolt of lightning and flying towards the outside of the sect. The consumption of thunder escape is not high, and its speed is twice that of the golden core stage. This is not the fastest. The fastest is when the Yuanying leaves the body, and the Yuanying flies with the body. However, if the nascent soul leaves the body and does not use the nascent soul dharma, the nascent soul's defense is the weakest, not even as good as the body of a nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, the speed of Yuanying is fast enough, and it is difficult to be attacked after leaving the body. However, the danger still exists. Therefore, unless Yuanying monks are trying to escape or using the method of Yuanying, they will not attack other Yuanying monks. The one who made Yuanying leave his body in front of him. These are all things Li Shiming needs to pay attention to. When he used Thunder Escape, he was familiar with the strength of the nascent soul stage. Now, performing any secret technique is a brand new experience, and it will be recorded in the Natal Magic Weapon Z15 for data collection and research.
Master Li is out of seclusion,
Master Jiang Hong said, slightly surprised. He has been paying attention to Li Shiming. Under normal circumstances, monks who have just been promoted to nascent soul will be in seclusion for more than 3 years. But Li Shiming has been in seclusion for how long? Not even 1 year. Not only Master Jiang Hong was paying attention to Li Shiming, but Chen Zhou was also paying attention to Li Shiming's release from seclusion. Chapter 514 Inheritance. Li Shiming flew thousands of miles away from the sect, and flew upward without leaving far. The 33rd heaven. That was the place he had always longed for. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, He passed through an invisible barrier and entered the 33rd heaven. In the past, when he was in the golden elixir stage, he could enter the first few heavens of the 33rd heaven in a short time, but could not really go deep into the 33rd heaven. This time he finally felt what the real 33rd heaven was, and he flew all the way to the 20th heaven. The void is filled with terrifying winds. The winds here are so strong that even the golden elixir monks will be hurt by the winds when they come. Ganfeng is invisible and has no quality, and it does great harm to the soul. Li Shiming stood on the 20th level of the sky. His body was already the body of the nascent soul, and the wind could not penetrate his skin no matter what. He recalled in his mind the secret of how to display Yuanning's Dharma after the Yuanning came out of his body. He had previously controlled Venerable Huijing to use the Dharma. At that time, he only studied the theory and then indirectly practiced it through Venerable Huijing. This is completely different from using his own nascent soul to practice. If the nascent soul comes out of the body at the 20th level, if the nascent soul cannot be used, it will cause certain damage to the nascent soul itself. The nascent soul is fragile. Even if Li Shiming's nascent soul is blessed with the Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique, skill runes, and is much stronger than the ordinary nascent soul, it cannot be exposed for too long to the strong wind of the 33rd heaven. Time. The Yuanning monk condenses the Yuanning Dharma, which can only be displayed after summarizing his own skills to a certain extent. Normally, a newly promoted nascent soul monk would not be able to condense the nascent soul form without several years of practice. Li Shiming had studied the Yuanning Dharma in advance and practiced it on Venerable Huijing, which gave him the confidence to condense the Yuanning Dharma now. In order to condense the Yuanning Dharma, it is necessary to activate the skill runes in the Yuanning body and accommodate more spiritual power in a special arrangement, thus making the Yuanning grow many times larger. The fire and thunder nascent soul emerged from his head. At the moment it emerged, several types of skill runes flashed on the fire and thunder nascent soul's small body. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured into the body of the small fire and thunder nascent soul, and the body of the fire and thunder nascent soul was also growing continuously. In fact, there is also a way to quickly turn the fire and thunder nascent soul into the nascent soul Dharma appearance, but doing so requires consuming a lot of his own spiritual power. His spiritual power is limited, so he uses the method of absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world to condense the nascent ing Dharma appearance. This also slowed down the formation of the nascent soul's Dharma, which just allowed him to have more insights and feel the transformation process of the nascent soul's Dharma. Flames were rising from the body of fire and thunder nascent soul, and lightning flashed constantly in the flames. This is just the surface. Among the flames, what is covered by the flames is Nanming Lihuo. Nanming Lihuo is more dangerous when it is hidden in thunder and fire. The skin of the fire and thunder nascent soul is composed of a pattern of Tai Ching Xian Turtle Technique, skill runes, which greatly enhances the defense of the fire and thunder nascent soul. Inside the fire and thunder nascent soul, a short sword composed of the heavenly thunder sword intent is like the core of the nascent soul. Huolei Yuanning's body grew from a small form to 1 meter, then 2 to 3 meters, and finally stopped at a height of 10 meters. This is not the limit of the Yuanning Dharma. The height of the Yuanning Dharma can be adjusted according to the strength of the Yuanning monk or the needs of the battle. Li Shiming's current Yuanning is the most suitable, and the state with the least consumption is 10 meters. But even with the 10-meter nascent soul Dharma, he felt that his spiritual power continued to be consumed. In order to maintain the nascent soul's Dharma, it is not only spiritual power that is consumed, but also spirit. That is to say, if his total amount of spirit is sufficient, there is no need to consider the mental consumption. He felt that if he maintained the nascent soul form, all his spiritual power could only last for 100 breaths. This does not include the cost of fighting. If you take action, the nascent soul's Dharma will last even shorter. Even if he maintains the state of Yuanning Dharma, he can still feel the power of Yuanning Dharma when the nascent soul is in the monk's body. If the strength exerted by the nascent soul through the monk's body is 1, then when the nascent soul is in its Dharma form, looking at the form of the Yuanning's Dharma form can increase its own strength to several times its previous level. Just like Li Shiming's current Yuanning Dharma, he feels that any attack method he performs, as long as the attack runes of this attack method are engraved in Yuanning's body, he can get a 5-fold increase. If he increases the nascent soul Dharma to a more powerful level, then the higher the increase he can exert. This is also the best state of the nascent soul's Dharma. It is the nascent soul cultivator's own spiritual power and spirit that make up the Dharma's appearance in a balanced state in terms of attack power and defense. Li Shiming tried to cast a lightning strike. This ordinary lightning strike spell aroused the power of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying electric light in the void. He believed that if such a lightning strike was used on the ground and hit a mountain peak, the entire surface of a mountain peak would be bombarded into charcoal by lightning. The attack performed by the nascent soul Dharma also has a special nature. The energy it emits can remain for a very long time. This time is measured in hundreds of years. This makes it impossible for plants and creatures to survive in places attacked by the nascent soul. This is also the reason why nascent soul monks in the world of immortality try not to fight on the ground, but choose to fight in the 33rd heaven. After a lightning strike spell, Li Shiming immediately took back the Yuaning Dharma and let the fire and thunder Yuaning return to his body. The blow just now consumed 1/10 of the spiritual power in his body. He also discovered that the attack performed by Yuaning Dharma phase consumed many times more spiritual power than the attack performed using the body. The power of the lightning strike he performed was 5 times that of a normal lightning strike, but the spiritual power consumed was 10 times that of a normal lightning strike. This is the price of the nascent soul's fighting state, consuming more spiritual power and spirit in exchange for stronger attack power. But no matter what, the Yuaning Dharma is the strongest fighting method of the Yuaning monks. Several times the attack power makes the Yuaning monks truly superior to the Golden Core monks. Normally, there are almost no Golden Core monks who can leapfrog to fight with nascent soul monks. No matter how powerful the Golden Core monks are and how advanced their magic weapons are, as long as the nascent soul monks display the nascent soul Dharma, their strength will increase several times, which is enough for the Golden Core monks to fight. The monks' skills and magic weapons were overshadowed. Li Shiming did not experiment too much with the Yuaning Dharma. The experience of using the Yuaning Dharma this time allowed him to establish a simulated environment for the natal magic weapon Z15. In the future, he will use the simulated environment to practice the Yuaning Dharma. He took one step forward and covered the distance of 3,000 meters in one step. The magical power of
south close to the end of the world
only exerted its powerful effect in the nascent soul stage. Of course, this is related to his strong spirit. Look at the venerable Huiku of the northern Shu continent. But he cannot reach the distance of 3,000 meters in one step. His spirit is strengthened by 5 nascent souls, and all 5 nascent souls have the runes of the
reincarnation art of humanity
in their bodies. Even though he has only practiced the nascent soul chapter of
reincarnation art of humanity
for a short time, he still has his spirit surpass most of the early Yuaning monks. The standard for the early Yuaning monks here is that of the early Yuaning monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect, not the early Yuaning monks of the northern Shu continent. He took one step at a time, as if he were strolling in a garden, and soon returned to the ground and reached a mountain peak thousands of miles away. He looked at the mountain peak and casually activated a Liuguang Starfall. Liuguang Starfall flew into the mountain wall and dug out a temporary cave. After taking back Liuguang Xingyan, he arranged a simple formation and then entered the temporary cave. He sat down cross-legged with a solemn expression. Previously in the 10,000 Beasts sect, he did not dare to explore the inheritance of the Chief Master Zhaigu. At this time, he was outside the 10,000 Beasts sect, so he planned to try to get in touch with the inheritance of Zhaigu. The inheritance of Zhaigu was passed down by Zhai Ji's spiritual clone. It was in his soul. He didn't know if the inheritance would make much noise once it was activated, let alone whether the 10,000 Beasts sect had the means to sense it. To the inheritance of great power, it is always important to be careful in everything. After he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, he waited until he had gained a certain level of strength before leaving the sect to explore the inheritance of Zhaigu. His mind sensed the ball of light in his soul. In the past, he could not truly perceive the internal situation of this ball of light, just like looking at flowers in a fog. Now when he perceives it, the ball of light turns into an extremely huge book in his soul. On the cover of the huge book, 3 words,
"The art of heaven and man,"
were written in ancient regular script. Just seeing the 3 words, "heavenly art," on the cover of the huge book in his soul gave him a feeling of soul trembling. These 3 words seemed to contain some kind of power.
"Is this the inheritance of Zhai Ji's martial arts?"
he murmured to himself. He opened the cover of
"The art of heaven and man"
in his soul, revealing the first page of the book. Li Shiming didn't have much demand for the technique. He had seen the top technique,
sword intent climbing into the sky.
The reason why it is said that the
sword intention Cheng Xiaoju
is the top-level technique is because the sword cultivators of the Sword Intent Chengxiao Pavilion practice the
sword intent Cheng Xiaoju,
and this technique can directly lead to ascension. In the history of Jinni Chengxiao Pavilion, There have been sword cultivators who have ascended. It is precisely because of the top-level skills such as
sword intent climbing into the sky.
As a reference that his judgment on the skills can be considered to be based on some basis. Although his
5 rhymes chi training technique
and
Yu Qing Thunder Code
are not as good as the
sword intention Cheng Shao technique.
The difference is not huge, and they can be regarded as techniques that can directly reach the Mahayana stage. Moreover, the
5 rhymes chi training technique
and
Yu Qing Thunder Code
fit him so well that he has no intention of changing his major skills. Even if he wanted to change, his 5 nascent souls would not agree. How to maximize the abilities of the 5 elements nascent souls without practicing the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
So when he opened the
Art of Heaven and Man,
his mentality was indifferent. The first page of
The Art of Heaven and Man
was the nascent soul chapter. As he watched, his expression became more and more serious. The inheritance of
The Art of Heaven and Man
is rather the summary and reflections of Master Shigu on his own cultivation at the end of his life. In addition to the Art of
Heaven and Man,
there is also a discussion on how to advance to the nascent soul stage. Thoughts of the Mahayana period. Many of the theories he had never heard of opened his eyes. Shiji's greatest regret was that he failed to ascend during the Mahayana period. Therefore, he mentioned in the inheritance that it is necessary to lay a solid foundation in the nascent soul stage in order to be able to climb to a higher level in the Mahayana stage. The heavenly beings in
The Art of Heavenly Beings
are his imagination, and the heavenly beings are monks who have laid a solid foundation. Li Shiming looked at the solid foundation that needed to be laid, and then looked at the heavenly art. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Even if he wanted to change the technique, he couldn't. This
Heavenly Man technique
is definitely the most difficult skill to practice. The premise of
Heavenly Man technique
is that you need to gather all 5 elements, and all 5 elements need to have corresponding magical powers. The 5 magical powers of the 5 elements attributes are brought together into one body to create the conditions for practicing the
Art of Heaven and Man.
He was shocked. He had indeed gathered the 5 elements, but his 5 elements were divided into 5 nascent souls. He didn't know if this met the requirements. Even if he meets the requirements, he currently only has the fire attribute magical power of Nanming Lihua. Although he still has several magical powers, none of them are 5-element magical powers. After arriving in the Eastern Qi continent for a while, he also gained some understanding of magical powers. The cultivation environment of the Eastern Qi continent is indeed very good, far exceeding that of the Northern Shu continent. But the inheritance of magical powers in the Eastern Qi continent is not many, let alone the 5-element magical powers. In the world of cultivating immortals, not to mention collecting the 5-element magical powers, even any one of the 5-element magical powers can greatly increase the monk's strength and become a strong person at the same level. Just like Nanming Lihua. If Patriarch Wang Zhao hadn't been ambushed that day and was besieged by 6 nascent soul monks setting up a formation, he wouldn't have been seriously injured and escaped. If there was no formation, he could defeat the enemies one by one with
Nanming Lihua.
Even if they were 1 to 6. Li Shiming's current training time in Nanming Lihua is too short, and he has not been able to develop absolute combat power. Otherwise, the Nanming Lihua magical power alone can make him stand at the top of the same level. Obtaining the magical power of Nanming Lihua is entirely luck. This is not an auxiliary magical power. Attack-type magical powers are not so easy to obtain. The
Art of Heaven and Man
actually requires all 5 elements of magical power to be cultivated. What does Master Shigu want to do? Does the
Art of Heaven and Man
really intend to make monks into heavenly beings? However, the heavenly art was not completely useless. He saw the knowledge of puppet mechanism, which he could learn at present. This puppet mechanism technique is an inheritance of making puppets. This puppet mechanism technique has been inherited in many sects, just like the 10,000 Beasts sect also has related inheritance. However, the puppet mechanism technique in the inheritance of heavenly art can actually create 4th-grade puppets. A 4th-grade puppet. This is equivalent to the puppet of the Yuaning monk, just like the Azura puppet that he cannot yet sacrifice. If he hadn't seen the power of Azura's puppet, he wouldn't have believed that there really were 4th-level puppets in the world of immortality. Chapter 515 Heavenly Man. Li Shiming attaches more importance to the puppet mechanism technique in
Heaven and Man art
than the
Heaven and Man art
technique itself, at least at this stage. The heavenly art was too high in so high-end that he didn't even know if he would have the chance to meet the conditions for practicing heavenly art during his nascent soul stage. The main reason why he attaches great importance to puppet mechanics is his curiosity in this aspect. He tried to use the technology of his past life combined with the methods of the immortal world to create complex weapons to help him fight the enemy. During his Chi Chain stage and Foundation establishment stage, the combination of past life technology and immortal cultivation methods indeed created a lot of weapons, allowing him to survive danger after danger. For example, the
big-grade magic weapon Gatling
and the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
are his successful works. But after reaching the golden elixir stage, the weapons created by the combination of technology and immortality cultivation methods can no longer meet his needs. The technology of the past life that can be used now is drones and satellites. And long-range rocket attacks can only achieve results by taking them by surprise, without the intervention of nascent soul monks. In fact, in the middle and late stages of golden elixir, the power of technology had less and less influence on him. The puppet mechanism technique in
the art of heaven and man
gave him new hope, and he might be able to find inspiration from the puppet mechanism technique. The puppet mechanism technique can create fourth-grade puppets. So whether technology combined with the puppet mechanism technique can produce stronger sparks. He recorded the contents of the nascent soul chapter of
the art of heaven and man
in the natal magic weapon Z15. It's not that he doesn't want to record more content, but he can only see the nascent soul chapter of this inheritance at present. He didn't know if special fluctuations occurred when he checked Jai Ji's powerful inheritance. Anyway, he would not be noticed outside the 10,000 Beasts sect, unless he makes a big leap in his realm in the future. He will never check the inheritance in his soul again. Regarding the research on the puppet mechanism technique, he has asked his natal magic weapon Z15 to establish a new topic, and will start researching it after he returns. Li Shiming took out the crystal ball from the computer room space. This crystal ball was transformed by Jai Ji's cave. Jai Gu was able to use the method of reaching the sky to shrink the cave's sky into this small crystal ball. The crystal ball has a special connection with him, and he can open the cave anytime he wants. However, when he reaches the nascent soul stage, he does not need the same opening method as the golden core stage, and there will not be too much space fluctuation. When he got the crystal ball, he also got the way to get in and out of the cave. He played a magic formula on the crystal ball. This magic formula contained some spiritual power, which was the energy provided to Dantian. The crystal ball was supplemented with spiritual power through the magic formula, and emitted a burst of space energy, wrapping his body. His body disappeared instantly, and he appeared in the familiar hall. He also knew that the name of this hall was
the Way of Heaven and Humanity.
When he saw the palace made of fourth-grade white jade, he was so excited that he never thought that this place really belonged to him. He followed the fourth-grade white jade steps, and came to the white jade chair. The spiritual clone of Jai Gu was sitting on this white jade chair. This white jade chair was also the core of the entire cave. He sat on the white jade chair, and immediately the entire cave was felt by him. There are 6 spaces in this cave: Hell Realm,
Hungry Ghost Realm,
Animal Realm, Ashura Realm, Human Realm, and Heaven Realm. Apart from the Heaven Realm, where he is currently staying, there is only Hell Realm. Humanity can enter, because the human way and the heavenly way are the same. They are both spaces within the palace. Except for the human way and the heavenly way, he can only view the rest of the space. He cannot enter it yet, let alone use the internal resources. The reason is that he has not practiced the
Heavenly Man Art,
and all the resources in Dantian are prepared for practicing the
Heavenly Man Art.
Li Shiming sighed heavily. He was thinking about so many ghosts, spirit beasts, corpses and Azuras. Any one of them could become his most powerful combat power, as long as he summoned them. Even if these powerful creatures cannot be summoned, the spiritual creatures growing in various spaces are still a huge gain.
This is nothing like controlling the cave.
He shook his head and said. He knew that although he had obtained Dantian and the inheritance of Jai Ji's great power, as long as he did not practice the
Heaven and Man Art
for a day, he would not be truly recognized by Dantian. There must be a weapon spirit in this cave. Otherwise, how to deal with things in the cave? But without practicing the
Art of Heaven and Man,
you will not be recognized by the weapon spirit, and you will not be able to truly control the cave. However, Dantian is not useless. He can practice the exercises in the
Tao of Heaven
hall, which will be greatly enhanced. He can also practice spiritual exercises in the
Tao of Humanity,
which will also have a huge increase. Both of these halls have the effect of accelerating cultivation, which is one of the few benefits he can enjoy in the cave. He sat on the white jade chair, thinking about exiting the cave, and then he was sent out of the cave. At this time, the crystal ball had disappeared. He didn't need to check to know that the crystal ball appeared in his body, in the hands of Hule Yuanying. Entering the cave this time, he learned that the space fluctuations produced by the entrance and exit of the cave were extremely small, and as long as there was an isolation formation, he would not be discovered. He can safely enter and exit the cave of 10,000 Bees sect. In addition, the cave is also his means of escape. Of course, this method of escaping by entering the cave is best not to be used unless absolutely necessary. Once the existence of Dantian is discovered, it will bring him great trouble. Even though there are many controlled caves in Donchi continent, each of these caves are controlled by big forces. If some force discovers that a cave is controlled by a monk like Li Shiming, they will definitely snatch it from him at any cost. The importance of the cave sky, if used well, can be used as the inheritance place of a sect. Li Shiming put away the formation. If he had any secret things to do in the future, he no longer needed to leave the sect and could enter the cave. Even though Tian Rendo is a grand hall, the interior space of this hall is very large. Just looking at the white clouds lingering in the middle of the white jade pillars, you can tell how high it is. The main hall of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity is completely enough for him to display the nascent soul Dharma, and it is also enough for him to put his research factory in the main hall. And there is no need to move it around in the future. He didn't plan to stay outside any longer. Although he already had a certain amount of combat power, he was still far behind the veteran nascent soul cultivators. When he came out, he didn't go too far from the gate of 10,000 Bees sect, just because he wanted to be safer. He didn't want to finally become a nascent soul cultivator and then fall because of a little carelessness. As long as his own strength accumulates over time, he will be strong enough. This is completely foreseeable. He used south close to the end of the world to return to 1,000 miles away from the sect, and then use thunder escape to fly towards the sect. When Li Shiming returned to the cave, he immediately discovered a message passing tactic hovering in the cave. He waited to collect the message and discovered that it was sent by Master Jiang Hong. After learning that he was out of seclusion, he invited him to a party. He looked at the date of the party, which was just 4 days later. Master Jiang Hong had never invited him to any gathering before. It seemed that he was truly qualified to enter Master Jiang Hong's circle after he was promoted to the nascent soul stage. It was still early, so he first moved the factory into the Heavenly Way hall in Dantian. Although there is another world in the cave, due to his connection with the cave, the silver corpse in the cave can still be controlled by his brain for research. In addition, his clones Li Yuanba and Venerable Hui Jing were sent to practice in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall, where the training speed was faster. In the future, even he himself will enter the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall to practice. At this time, the analysis results of the natal magic weapon Z-15 on the puppet mechanism technique have been released, and he received the information from Z-15. The content of puppet mechanism is extremely complicated, which is also related to the different materials of puppet mechanism. The materials used in the puppet mechanism technique are divided into two types: spiritual objects and living beings. Materials refer to normal spiritual materials, and the different characteristics of various materials are used to create different parts of the puppet mechanism. Using living creatures as materials is another way to use the puppet mechanism technique. Just like the Ashura puppet, it is made of Ashura's body as raw material and refined through special means. The method of refining the puppet mechanism recorded in The Art of Heaven and Man is to use living creatures to refine it to preserve the ability of the living creatures to the greatest extent possible. This refining method is already considered a magic method. The convenience is that the materials are easier to obtain, but the method is extremely cruel. Li Shiming focused on the method of refining using normal materials. As his research deepened, he truly understood that the world of immortality was not as simple as he imagined. The world of immortality he had come into contact with before was just a drop in the bucket. This puppet mechanism technique alone is a separate category. It has been passed down in the world of immortality for tens of thousands of years. It was perfected by countless monks to create today's puppet mechanism technique. By learning the puppet mechanism technique, he had more ideas about combining technology with methods of cultivating immortals. It's just that he didn't have enough materials on hand. Otherwise he would have tried to refine a 4th grade puppet. As for the 2nd and 3rd grade puppets, He was too lazy to refine them. Even the third-grade puppets had no effect on him. For days passed in the blink of an eye. The nascent soul stage passed very quickly. He just learned some knowledge, and it was time for the party. The party was held on the peak of a female cultivator named Phonelaunchine. Her peak was one of the 66 suspended peaks. Li Shiming came to the outside of the mountain peak and cast a spell. And then the formation on the mountain peak opened a passage. He flew into the formation and saw 7 nascent soul monks sitting cross-legged under a huge spiritual tree. He was attracted by the huge spiritual tree with fruits hanging on it. Judging from the aura of the spiritual tree, it was a 4th-grade spiritual tree.
Masterly! Come here quickly!
Zhang Kai greeted with a smile. Zhang Kai was the nascent soul monk who introduced Master Jiang Hong to Li Shiming. Zhang Kai was responsible for Li Shiming joining the 10,000 Bees sect. Zhang Kai was also sighing in his heart. Master Jiang Hong surprised him by inviting Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Bees sect. Who would have known that Li Shiming would already be a nascent soul cultivator in just 1 year?
I've met senior brother Zhang.
Li Shiming landed under the spiritual tree and bowed to Zhang Kai.
Don't be so polite. This is a private gathering. It doesn't need to be so formal. Just relax.
Although Zhang Kai said this, he still returned the salute seriously. Li Shiming's current identity is no longer the master of alchemy in the early stage of Yuaning. Although Li Shiming has not yet shown the ability to refine the 4th-grade elixir of the middle and late stages of Yuaning, Li Shiming alone has the ability to refine the 4th-grade elixir of the early Yuaning, which made Li Shiming's status in the sect surpass Zhang Kai. Li Shiming saluted to the other 6 nascent soul cultivators, especially the 2 female cultivators. He knew that one of them was the host of this gathering.
There are a few more people arriving in a while. Masterly, sit down and rest first.
Zhang Kai took the first step and sat on the ground and said. Li Shiming saw that other Yuaning monks were sitting on the ground. So he did not do anything special and sat on the ground as well. There is a thick layer of grass on the ground. This grass is 2nd-grade spiritual grass. The dense 2nd-grade spiritual grass is like a layer of carpet, which is much better than ordinary carpets. He sat on the spiritual grass and could feel the freshness and softness of the spiritual grass, as if he was being held up on a cloud. There is a 4th-grade spiritual tree above his head. Even under the tree, he can feel the spiritual aura emanating from the 4th-grade spiritual tree, which makes him feel relaxed physically and mentally.
I'm late!
Master Jiang Hong also arrived at this time, and said with a smile after landing, there are 3 Yuaning monks behind him. All the Yuaning monks here are in the early stage of Yuaning. Li Shiming was about to stand up and salute, but Master Jiang Hong waved his hand to stop him.
Masterly, be casual. This is a small gathering of the Phoenix family,
Master Jiang Hong said as he sat next to Li Shiming. Li Shiming looked at the nascent soul cultivators present. There were 12 of them including him. This was still a small gathering. If 12 nascent soul cultivators gathered together in Beishu continent, something huge would definitely happen.
Hey!
Master Jiang Hong wanted to say something, but he sensed something was wrong with Li Shiming's aura, and let out a startled sigh without asking anything. Although he led Li Shiming to join the 10,000 Bees sect, he would not explore Li Shiming's secrets. What he discovered was naturally the aura of Li Shiming's peak in the early stage of Yuaning. But he also discovered that the aura of Li Shiming's peak in the early stage of Yuaning was a little weak. Other Yuaning monks also noticed something strange in Li Shiming's aura, but they just looked at it.
This time, Masterly is out of seclusion, and everyone is free during this time. So we made an appointment to get together. Welcome Masterly to our gathering for the first time.
Phonelaunchine stood up and said with a chuckle. All the Yuaning monks smiled and nodded at Li Shiming, welcoming Li Shiming to join them. Phonelaunchine raised her hand and waved to the 4th-grade spiritual tree above her head. 12 4th-grade spiritual fruits flew down and landed in front of each nascent soul cultivator.
There aren't many Jinshin spiritual fruits left. Don't call me stingy.
Phonelaunchine pointed at the 4th-grade spiritual tree above her head and spread her hands. All the nascent soul cultivators laughed. Li Shiming took a look and found that indeed, there were only a few spiritual fruits left on the 4th-grade spiritual tree. This gathering had almost emptied the spiritual fruits on the 4th-grade spiritual tree. Chapter 516 Party. The gathering was indeed very casual. All nascent soul monks were at similar levels. They mostly discussed problems encountered in cultivation, and the monks who had the answers would answer them. This was the first time that Li Shiming saw such a way of getting along among monks. Although there were gatherings of monks in Beishu continent, they were mostly for transactions, and even the exchange of experiences was not so direct. The nascent soul monks have a feeling of helping each other to improve together, rather than being conservative on their own. He also understands that the main reason for this situation is that there are many early Yuanying monks in the 10,000 B sect, and the competition in terms of resources is not very strong. The goal of the early Yuanying monks is to be promoted to Yuanying midterm. In addition, the early Yuanying monks here all belong to the Phoenix lineage, and this relationship is closer than that of the same sect. He sat aside and listened to the discussions of the early Yuanying monks, and he also gained a lot.
Masterly, are you able to refine the 4th grade elixir of the mid-stage nascent soul now?
When it was Master Jiang Hong's turn to speak, he asked Li Shiming.
Master Jiang, as you know, I don't have an order for the 4th grade elixir in the middle nascent soul stage, and I haven't practiced it yet.
Li Shiming spread his hands and said helplessly. He had only been promoted to the nascent soul stage not long ago, and was still refining the 4th grade elixir of the nascent soul stage. There are more than 1 4th grade elixirs in the 4th grade elixir formula for the mid-nascent soul period, which greatly increases the difficulty of refining.
The sect can provide you with 3 materials for the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the middle nascent soul for you to practice. The Phoenix department can also provide you with 1, even if all 4 materials for the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the mid-nascent soul fail. You don't have to go too far. Worry. After you accumulate enough contribution points in the future, you can continue to apply for materials from the sect to practice your hands.
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile. He actually knew that Li Shiming had not yet refined the 4th grade elixir of the middle nascent soul. No one would dare to hand over the materials to Li Shiming until Li Shiming showed the ability to refine the 4th grade elixir of the middle nascent soul.
Thank you, Master Jiang,
Li Shiming said with a look of surprise. He doesn't need to practice. Even if the difficulty of refining the 4th grade elixir in the middle nascent soul stage has increased a lot, he is confident that he will not fail. He has simulated refining the 4th grade elixir of the middle and late Yuanying through the natal magic weapon Z15. He has a strong grasp of the 4th grade elixir of the middle and late Yuanying, not to mention refining the elixir in the computer room space, and has the ultimate control power. It makes it impossible to make mistakes in the alchemy process. After being promoted to the nascent soul stage, the control in the computer room space has become stronger, reaching a precision of 5 nanometers. He also discovered that after reaching this level of control, it was already difficult to improve his control. Even an increase of 1 nanometer was a huge improvement. That is to say, he broke through the big realm and was able to upgrade from 10 nanometers to 5 nanometers, refining the 4th grade elixir with 5 nanometers of control. Any mistakes will be discovered in the bud and resolved in time. With 4 materials for the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying, he can show his alchemy ability to the sect, and thus be able to take orders for the 4th grade spiritual elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying. You must know that the remuneration for refining the 4th grade elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying is much higher than that of the 4th grade elixir in the early stage of Yuanying. If he can show guaranteed intermediate quality, then the reward will be higher than other alchemy masters. He currently lacks a lot of resources and needs to obtain them through alchemy rewards.
I also know that practicing with 4 materials is really rare. But we all came here like this. If it doesn't work, just borrow the materials from the sect and repay it with your alchemy ability. It's easy,
Master Jiang Hong said with a smile.
Masterly, if you can refine the 4th grade elixir of the mid to late nascent soul, you must not refuse our elixir. You can't be like Master Jiang, who just takes orders for the 4th grade elixir of the mid to late nascent soul.
Feng Lanqing added with a chuckle. Her words resonated with other Yuanying monks. Li Shiming's alchemy ability was so stable that it was most reassuring to get the materials into Li Shiming's hands. If Li Shiming does not accept the order for the 4th grade elixir in the early stage of Yuanying, it will affect their future cultivation. Why was Li Shiming invited to such a private gathering just after he was promoted to the nascent soul stage? Don't underestimate this kind of private gathering. This kind of small circle is very cohesive. The power formed by more than a dozen early Yuanying monks has a very powerful influence whether within the Phoenix lineage or in the sect. Right to speak. If there are some tasks that require multiple early Yuanying monks to complete together, the Yuanying monks in the small circle are even more reliable partners. If you want to join such a small circle, you usually need to go through a long examination and obtain the consent of all the members of the small circle before you can join. Li Shiming is special. His alchemy ability makes the early Yuanying monks in this small circle want to form a deeper friendship with him. The energy of the alchemy master is limited. It takes more than 10 days to refine the 4th grade elixir in the middle nascent soul stage. The energy consumed has increased several times. That is to say, the physique of the alchemy master in the nascent soul stage has been improved. Only by greatly improving can you persevere. The reward for refining the 4th grade elixir of the middle nascent soul is many times higher than the reward for the 4th grade elixir of the early nascent soul. After an alchemy master can refine the 4th grade elixir of the middle nascent soul, he will almost never think about refining it again. It is a 4th grade elixir in the early stage of nascent soul.
Regardless of whether I can refine the 4th grade elixir of the mid-stage nascent soul, I will still refine the 4th grade elixirs for everyone here,
Li Shiming promised with a smile. Hearing his assurance, all the nascent soul cultivators laughed. Master Jiang Hong wanted to say something, but he just shook his head slightly. Li Shiming had already said it. If he said anything else, he would offend the nascent soul monks here.
Master Jiang, what channels do you have over there? I want to buy a 4th grade alchemy furnace.
Li Shiming thought of something at this time and asked Master Jiang Hong.
When you mentioned this, I forgot. You can first choose a 4th grade elixir furnace from the sex warehouse. When you can refine the 4th grade elixir of the mid-nascent soul, this 4th grade elixir furnace will be the sex reward. Yours.
Master Jiang Hong patted his head, shook his head, and replied with a smile. Li Shiming's eyes lit up. Although he had a 4th grade alchemy furnace, the 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron was a public alchemy furnace. Since he could not identify its owner in depth, it could not be considered a real private alchemy furnace. An alchemy master at the nascent soul stage doesn't even have a private 4th grade alchemy furnace, which is somewhat unjustifiable both in terms of alchemy and in terms of face. Most importantly, as the magical power of
Nan Ming Li Hua
has reached the nascent soul stage, with the control of divine consciousness,
Nan Ming Li Hua
can completely replace spiritual fire in elixir refining. In this way, he can refine 2 furnaces of elixir at the same time, which greatly speeds up his elixir refining speed.
After the party is over, I will go with you and receive the 4 materials together,
Master Jiang Hong continued.
Master Li has another chance to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts. And this time, he has to subdue a phoenix bloodline spirit pet.
Feng Lanqing reminded at the side.
Yes, you can't be of the phoenix bloodline, and your spiritual pet must still be of the dragon bloodline. There must be someone of the phoenix bloodline,
Zhang Kai answered with a smile.
How can we accurately subdue the phoenix bloodline spiritual pets after entering the cave of 10,000 beasts?
Li Shiming couldn't help but ask. He knew that the sect had a cave of 10,000 beasts. After the monks of the sect were promoted to the nascent soul stage, they could enter the cave of 10,000 beasts and choose a spiritual beast as a spiritual pet. This is also the only chance to enter. If you want to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts for the second time, you need to make great contributions to the sect, or use astronomical numbers of contribution points to redeem opportunities. His need for spiritual pets is not strong. With the Phantom Spirit Dragon, he will wait for the Phantom Spirit Dragon to survive the 4th grade heavenly tribulation. The Phantom Spirit Dragon's talent is enough to become his most powerful helper. He thought that if he entered the cave of 10,000 beasts, if he could not subdue the spiritual pets of the Phoenix bloodline, it would be difficult to truly integrate into the Phoenix bloodline. You can't tell it at ordinary times. But when you really want to fight with all the Yuaning monks, all the other Yuaning monks summon the Phoenix bloodline spiritual pet. But he summoned the Dragon bloodline spiritual pet, which was uncomfortable to watch.
As long as you add an elixir to the 3rd grade spiritual beast Yuan enhancing pill, the 3rd grade spiritual beast Yuan enhancing pill can attract the Phoenix bloodline spirit beasts,
Master Jiang Hong replied with a smile. He took out a jade slip and threw it to Li Shiming. After Li Shiming took it, he found that it was indeed the case.
Master Li, you need to refine more 3rd grade spiritual beasts Yuan Zhangdan, and choose the best quality among them. The better the quality of the 3rd grade spiritual beasts Yuan Zhangdan, which will be able to attract more qualified spirit beasts.
Feng Lanqing then he said,
I have saved a lot of 3rd grade beast saliva fruits. I will refine a batch of 3rd grade spiritual beasts Yuan enhancing pills later,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Over the years, he handed over the mountain peak to the management of Master Lingji, and only refined a small amount of the 3rd grade beast saliva fruits harvested by him for use as food for the Phantom Dragon. A small gathering solved many problems for Li Shiming. After the party, Master Jiang Hong took him to collect 4 materials for the 4th grade elixir of the mid-nascent soul, and then went to see sect leader Ji, from whom he obtained permission to enter the sect's 4th grade elixir furnace warehouse. Li Shiming held a jade plate of his identity and stood in front of a high tower, where the sect's warehouse was located. Unlike what he imagined, the sect's warehouse was not hidden somewhere, but stood in the most eye-catching position of the sect in the form of a tower. This is related to the power of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The 10,000 Beasts sect has its own confidence. Even if there are monks who covet the treasures in the sect's warehouse, the sect has the ability to protect these treasures. Placing the sect's warehouse in a conspicuous location can further inspire the sect's disciples to be motivated and actively complete the sect's tasks in order to be rewarded with entering the sect's warehouse to select treasures. He placed the jade disc of identity on the stone platform in front of the tower, and a burst of space energy enveloped him. And then he was teleported into the tower.
You have the authority to choose a 4th grade alchemy furnace.
When his figure appeared inside the tower, an old voice came. He looked at the place where he was. It was a small room. There were standing cabinets in the room, and a 4th grade alchemy furnace was placed on each of the standing cabinets. In this room, there are 28 4th grade pill furnaces. He didn't know if this was the entire inventory of the sect. These 28 4th grade pill furnaces alone showed the foundation of the 10,000 Beast sect. His consciousness swept over the 4th grade alchemy furnaces. These 4th grade alchemy furnaces were ownerless things. As long as he refined them, they could become his private alchemy furnaces. When his spiritual consciousness scanned the first 4th grade alchemy furnace, he discovered that the quality of this 4th grade alchemy furnace far exceeded that of the 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron. Think about it. The 4th grade fire phoenix cauldron is just a pill furnace for casual cultivators. So how can it compare with the collection of the 10,000 Beast sect? Li Shiming felt a little picky. Every 4th grade alchemy furnace far exceeded his expectations, and they were all top quality products among the 4th grade alchemy furnaces. Of course, all the 4th grade alchemy furnaces here are similar in quality, and there is not much difference in which one you choose.
Hey!
When his consciousness was scanning the 28 4th grade pill furnaces, he suddenly made a discovery. He sensed a familiar aura on a red 4th grade pill furnace.
This is the breath of Nanming Lihua.
He was 100% sure of this. He himself has cultivated Nanming Lihua. So why doesn't he recognize the aura of Nanming Lihua? Although the Nanming Lihua aura on this 4th grade alchemy furnace is very weak, this aura is absolutely unmistakable. He checked again and had a guess. There is a great possibility that the previous owner of this 4th grade alchemy furnace had practiced Nanming Lihua. So the residual aura of Nanming Lihua would remain on the 4th grade alchemy furnace. Looking at this 4th grade alchemy furnace, it has traces of use, so it must be unmistakable. He was attracted by this 4th grade alchemy furnace. Since he couldn't sacrifice it, he couldn't have a deep understanding of all the 4th grade alchemy furnaces here. Instead of choosing randomly, it would be better to choose the former owner who cultivated Nanming Lihua 4th grade pill furnace. He picked up the 4th grade alchemy furnace and played a master recognition formula into the 4th grade alchemy furnace. Just after he completed the process of recognizing his master, he was sent out of the tower of the sect's warehouse by a burst of space energy. Li Shiming returned to the cave with a smile. After recognizing the owner, he obtained the detailed information of this 4th grade alchemy furnace from the 4th grade alchemy furnace. The name of this 4th grade alchemy furnace is
Lihua Alchemy Cauldron.
Just from this name, you can tell that it has some connection with Nanming Lihua. In fact, this is also the case. In addition to supporting normal spiritual fire, the
Lihua Alchemy Cauldron
has a special increase in Nanming Lihua, which can make it easier for monks to use Nanming Lihua to refine elixirs. It seems that the former owner of the
Lihua Alchemy Cauldron
had the same idea as Li Shiming of using Nanming Lihua to make elixirs. You must know that
Nanming Lihua
is a magical power of fire attribute. As long as it is controlled well,
Nanming Lihua
is more effective than ordinary spiritual fire. Li Shiming's Qiang spiritual fire is not of a high grade, although it has been strengthening with him. If it had not been strengthened by his practice of Nanming Lihua, it would still require a lot of resources to be invested in it to make Qiang spiritual fire. Yang Linghua has reached its current level. Alchemist is a profession that requires great investment, and the investment in spiritual fire is continuous and huge. It was just good luck that Li Shiming didn't invest much in the Qiang spiritual fire, so that the Qiang spiritual fire met the conditions for refining the 4th grade elixir. Chapter 517 Exposed. The time for Li Shiming to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts was set 3 months later, which gave him time to refine the 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pill. In fact, he didn't need it for so long. But Master Jiang Hong did it for his own good and asked him to refine as many 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pills as possible and select the highest quality ones. He accepted Master Jiang Hong's kindness and happened to have 2 4th-grade elixir furnaces. He planned to try to refine the 3rd-grade spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan and the 4th-grade spiritual elixir of the Mid-Yuan Ying at the same time. He exchanged the auxiliary materials for the 3rd-grade spiritual beast's Yuan increasing pill with the sect, especially the added elixir, which was the key to absorbing the Phoenix bloodline spiritual beasts. In the days that followed, he began to refine alchemy. In the computer room space, the Nanming Lihua in the 4th-grade Lihua elixir cauldron is burning. The first time he used Nanming Lihua to refine an elixir was to refine a 4th-grade elixir in the middle stage of nascent soul. This is not because he is arrogant, but after reaching the nascent soul stage, his ability to control Nanming Lihua has reached an extremely strong level. He has 100% confidence that he can use Nanming Lihua to replace Qiang's spiritual fire. The computer room itself was not big, so he put some things that needed to be cleaned into the mustard ring that was used as a warehouse. The 4th-grade Lihua Dan cauldron and the 4th-grade fire phoenix Baoding were placed side by side. Li Shiming separated a brain to control the 4th-grade fire phoenix Baoding to refine the 3rd-grade spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan. As for the 4th-grade Lihua alchemy cauldron, the fire thunder nascent soul entered the body of the nascent soul and the living dead, and controlled the nascent soul body to refine elixirs in the air in the machine room. The nascent soul living dead were originally specialized in the magical power of Nanming Lihua. Using the body of the nascent soul living dead to make elixirs makes it easier to control Nanming Lihua. It took 18 days to refine the 4th-grade elixir in the middle stage of nascent soul. He finally understood why the reward was so high. If his spirit hadn't been strong enough, just 18 days would have consumed his spirit. It was enough to give him a long break. On the other hand, the refining of the 3rd-grade spiritual beasts Yuanzhang Dan was very easy. He casually refined 100 furnaces and harvested 10 top-grade 3rd-grade spiritual beasts Yuanzhang Dan. As for those 3rd-grade high-level spirit beast increasing pills, he would not release them. The main reason is that the quality is too high. This kind of panacea that reaches the theoretical upper limit is too easy to cause trouble. This is the experience he gained in Beishu continent. He has restrained himself a lot now, and will not expose all his alchemy abilities. When he was nearly 3 months old, he put 6 middle-stage Yuaning 4th-grade elixirs into a jade vase. In fact, he only opened 1 pot of middle-stage Yuaning 4th-grade elixirs in the past 3 months. And then, he refined 6A 4th-grade intermediate spiritual elixir in the middle stage of nascent soul. This is because he intentionally limited the quality of the 4th-grade elixirs in the middle nascent soul. Otherwise, with his alchemy ability, he would directly refine the 4th-grade elixirs in the middle nascent soul into high-level elixirs. As for the other 3 materials for the 4th-grade spiritual elixir in the middle stage of nascent soul, he put them away. Master Jiang Hong attaches great importance to Li Shiming. He and Feng Lanqin are waiting for Li Shiming. Today is the time for Li Shiming to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts. After the last party, he learned that Feng Lanqin's identity was not simple. There is a reason why Feng Lanqin takes Feng as her surname. The Feng family is a core member of the Phoenix lineage of the 10,000 Beast sect, and is also a core member who will never fail. Feng Lanqin intended to win over Li Shiming, and Li Shiming could feel it.
Master Li, how is the refining of Feifeng Yuanyang pill going?
Master Jiang Hong asked with great concern. Feng Lanqin also looked at Li Shiming with concern. Li Shiming's alchemy ability would affect Li Shiming's status in the Phoenix lineage and the 10,000 Beast sect. It also determines how the Phoenix family will treat Li Shiming. There is no love and hate for no reason in the world of immortality. It is normal for those who have value to be valued.
The first batch of refining failed, but after summing up experience, the next 3 batches of Feifeng Yuanyang pill were successful.
Li Shiming took out a jade bottle and handed it over with a smile. He said this intentionally, if he really wanted to say that he succeeded in refining only 1 batch of
Flying Phoenix Yuanyang pill,
and he also used the
101-point pill technique
to produce double the amount of
Flying Phoenix Yuanyang pill.
Then, he will probably be pulled over by Master Jiang Hong to be sliced and studied. You can be 1 step ahead, but if you are 100 steps ahead, then you have the strength to protect yourself. Otherwise you will be waiting to be caught and tortured to reveal your secrets. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Master Jiang Hong's face. He thought that after he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, he began to refine the 4th-grade elixir of the middle nascent soul stage after stabilizing his level. It was also the sect that gave 3 materials for the 4th-grade elixir of the mid-nascent soul. and the Phoenix family gave one. But all the last 4 failed. It took him a full 15 years to master the ability to refine the 4th grade elixir of the mid-nascent soul. He stabilized his mood, tried hard not to let Li Shiming and Feng Lanqin see anything, and took the jade bottle from Li Shiming's hand. After seeing the
Flying Phoenix Yuanong pill
in the jade bottle, Master Jiang Hong could no longer maintain his expression. The expression on his face was a little shocked, a little jealous, and a little self-doubt.
Is there something wrong with the Flying Phoenix Yuanong pill refined by Master Li?
Feng Lanqin saw the difference in Master Jiang Hong's expression and asked involuntarily. Master Jiang Hong handed the jade bottle to Feng Lanqin. He didn't want to speak for fear that the tone of his words would be wrong. Feng Lanqin took the jade bottle. When she saw the 6
Bei Feng Yuanong pills
and the quality of the
Bei Feng Yuanong pill
in the jade bottle, she couldn't help but open her red lips with an expression of disbelief.
Master Li, can the quality of the Flying Phoenix Yuanong pill you refined be stabilized at mid-level?
She couldn't help but ask. This issue is also of concern to Master Jiang Hong. The 3 alchemy masters of the 10,000 Beast sect, who are able to refine 4th grade elixirs in the middle and late stages of nascent soul, can sometimes refine 4th grade elixirs of intermediate quality. But they can never achieve stable quality. Their alchemy abilities can probably guarantee a mid-level quality production rate of 20 to 30%. Moreover, looking at the 6
Flying Phoenix Yuanong pills
refined by Li Shiming, the quality of each one is slightly inferior to Haiyan, which is the same quality as the 4th grade spiritual elixir of the early Yuanying stage refined by Li Shiming. Master Jiang Hong strongly suspected that Li Shiming had some secret method that could improve the quality of the elixir. But these secrets are Li Shiming's secret, and no matter how good their friendship is, they cannot be revealed.
When I was refining alchemy, I always felt that I had reached a bottleneck. The highest quality of elixir refining can only reach the current level. If I want to improve it, I can't do it.
Li Shiming shook his head and said helplessly. Feng Lanqin didn't know what to say. She always felt that Li Shiming was showing off. Master Jiang Hong wanted to hit someone. But this was a 4th grade elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying. Li Shiming's alchemy ability was definitely the best in the sect in refining the 4th grade elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying. If Li Shiming can refine the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul of the same quality later, Li Shiming can be called the #1 alchemy master of the 10,000 Beasts sect.
Master Li, are you ready to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts?
Feng Lanqin handed the jade bottle back to Li Shiming and asked, changing the subject.
You're ready. Is there anything else you need to pay attention to?
Li Shiming nodded and asked.
You have the status of Jade Disc of the 10,000 Beasts sect. As long as you do not actively attack the spirit beasts in the 10,000 Beasts cave,
you will not be in danger. However, you must not try to contract an adult spirit beast, and do not kill any spirit beast. The spiritual beasts in the 10,000 Beasts cave are all important assets of the sect.
Feng Lanqin explained seriously. The most important thing about entering the 10,000 Beasts cave is opportunity. There are not many things she can explain. Everything depends on Li Shiming's opportunity after entering the cave.
Master Li will take junior sister Feng to the cave of 10,000 beasts. I want to report Master Li's matter, so I won't go with you.
Master Jiang Hong said goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left. Feng Lanqin looked at his background with thinking in her eyes. Li Shiming was a little helpless. He had cultivated
telepathy.
Although he could not listen to Master Jiang Hong's voice with his spirit, he could still sense the changes in Master Jiang Hong's emotions. For his own plan, he had to show a certain amount of alchemy ability. But after he really showed his alchemy ability, it aroused the jealousy of Master Jiang Hong, which he did not expect. He didn't want to be like this. Master Jiang Hong was kind to him.
Forget it. Let him go. Hope it doesn't lead to an enmity,
he thought in his mind.
Master Li, follow me,
Feng Lanqin said with a smile. Under the leadership of Feng Lanqin, Li Shiming came to a valley. After scanning through arrays, he finally entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he felt a powerful aura, which was the aura of the Great Monk. It is normal for such an important cave of 10,000 beasts to be cared for by a great monk.
Master Hu, Lon Xian is here with the newly promoted nascent soul cultivator Li Shizhen.
Feng Lanqin bowed towards the void and saluted. With Feng Lanqin's level, Master Hu, who was called the Master, was probably the tallest among all the monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect in terms of age and seniority. Li Shiming did not dare to offend in the slightest, so he also bowed and saluted together to express his respect.
Girl Lon Xian. You rarely bring people here. It seems that the Feng family has another genius.
Brother, whose voice was very calm, as if he was Feng Lanqing's elder.
Li Shizhen is the master of alchemy.
Feng Lanqing introduced. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed that it was not enough, and added,
the master of alchemy with the best alchemy ability.
It seemed that the added sentence had an effect. Li Shiming's eyes flashed, and a figure appeared in front of him. Brother, who is the oldest monk Li Shiming has ever seen. His face is full of wrinkles, and his hair and beard are all white. However, his eyes were as clear as a clear spring, completely different from his appearance.
Finally, another alchemy master has emerged who can refine the elixir of the mid to late stage nascent soul. When your alchemy ability stabilizes, I will ask you to help me refine the elixir.
Monk, who looked at Li Shiming with a tone of voice, said a little happily. In the course of his life, many alchemy masters appeared. However, there are not many alchemy masters who are talented in cultivation and can survive the catastrophe and be promoted to the nascent soul stage. Today's 3 alchemy masters who can refine the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul are not as good as he expected. None of the 3 alchemy masters can guarantee a full elixir, let alone the quality of the finished elixir. Brother, who wanted to go one step further, to reach the threshold of Mahayana, he needed a more capable alchemy master. He knew that Feng Lanqing would not talk nonsense in front of him. Since Feng Lanqing said this, Li Shizhen's alchemy ability must be extremely strong, even surpassing those 3 alchemy masters.
Master who? Master Li's refining of the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul can ensure that every batch reaches the intermediate quality. After he gets familiar with it for a while, he can try to refine the 4th grade elixir of the late nascent soul. The quality will not be bad.
How much? He has such alchemy ability just after being promoted to the nascent soul stage.
Feng Lanqing introduced proudly. Li Shiming is an alchemy master of the Phoenix lineage, and she has no competitive relationship with Li Shiming in alchemy. The higher Li Shiming's alchemy ability, the more valuable he is to the Phoenix lineage.
Let me see the elixir you refined.
Brother, who said to Li Shiming. As a great monk, he is already the top being of the 10,000 Beasts sect, and his way of speaking is very direct.
Master who? Please give me some advice.
Li Shiming took out the jade bottle again and handed it over. Brother, who did not take the jade bottle, but just scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and a smile appeared on his face. His smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum on his wrinkled face.
Master Li, when you are confident, come to me to get the materials. I have full confidence in you.
He nodded and said with a smile. It was only at this time that he called Li Shiming master, which shows that he recognized Li Shiming's alchemy ability.
Yes, Master who?
Li Shiming bowed and responded.
You want to enter the 10,000 Beasts sect. It will help you a little if you take this.
Brother, who thought for a while, took out a fragment from his body and handed it to Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming respectfully took the fragment, which was an L fragment. The L fragments carried a very special aura. He had sensed it on the Phoenix clan's spiritual pets. It was the aura of the Phoenix clan's bloodline, and this Phoenix clan's bloodline was extremely pure. I think this L fragment should be the L of a certain Phoenix clan's spiritual pet. Holding it in your hand should be able to better attract the Phoenix clan's spiritual pet.
Master who? You are very generous. These are the L fragments of the red gold phoenix.
Feng Lanqing said with envy. Then she turned to Li Shiming and said,
Master Li, please thank Master who quickly for having this piece of red gold.
With the Phoenix L fragments in hand, you will be able to attract more Phoenix clan spiritual pets. And you may even be able to contract a red gold phoenix.
Although she said that she could contract a red gold phoenix, she also understood that this was just an exaggeration. The number of red gold phoenixes in the cave of 10,000 beasts is very small. And the red gold phoenixes are immortal beings, and will only turn into red gold phoenix eggs when they are reincarnated. In the history of the sect, there have been less than 5 monks who were lucky enough to contract with the red gold phoenix. And 3 of these 5 monks have reached the realm of great monks. This is partly related to the fact that they contracted with the red gold phoenix.
Thank you, Master Hu.
Only then did Li Shiming understand the preciousness of the red gold phoenix L fragment in his hand. And he bowed and thanked him. Chapter 518 10,000 Beasts. Li Shiming walked into a building in the valley, and a space door in the building had been opened. He blessed himself with the Tai Qin Xian Turtle Ju, and the shadow of Tai Qin Xian Turtle faintly appeared on his body. Although there is no danger in the 10,000 Beast Cave of the 10,000 Beast sect, he has some shadows about the cave. Stepping into the space door, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on a plane. He only has 10 days. After 10 days, he will be automatically sent out of the cave of 10,000 beasts. During these 10 days, he needs to find a suitable spiritual pet. He looked around and saw that this space was a huge cave with no end in sight. But in his perception, the environment in Dantian was a bit weird. Just like the sky looks blue, but there is not a single cloud. To him, the sky seems fake. He stretched out his hand, and something seemed to be missing in the void. Now in the nascent soul stage, he could probably guess that what was missing was the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth here were not comprehensive. This is normal. The cave sky was created by the great powers of the Mahayana period. The great powers of the Mahayana phase added their understanding of the rules of heaven and earth to the cave sky. However, the great power in the Mahayana period is not omnipotent and cannot understand all the rules of heaven and earth. Although there are some other means to copy most of the rules of heaven and earth to Dantian, there are still many missing rules of heaven and earth, making the interior of Dantian less dynamic and lively than the outside world. Li Shiming tried to use Shinzu Tong's south close to the end of the world, and to his satisfaction, south close to the end of the world can be used. This allows him to move faster in the cave and even have the ability to escape when in danger. When he reached the nascent soul stage, his close to the end of the world was used, making him much faster than the nascent soul monks of the same level. He was even confident of escaping from the mid-nascent soul monks. He released his spiritual consciousness, and at the same time opened the spiritual eyes and other minds. Not far away from him, a big demonic lizard was gnawing at the remains of an unknown spiritual beast. Farther away, a large demon spirit deer was eating grass, looking up and around every time it took a few bites. Looking very wary, Li Shiming was secretly shocked. The range of his spiritual consciousness was 3,000 meters. Within a radius of 3,000 meters centered on him, there were two big demons. This density was too terrifying. He took a look at the grass on the ground and found that this grass was different from any spiritual grass he had ever seen. But the spiritual energy contained in it was very sufficient, even comparable to third-grade elixirs. But upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy contained in this spiritual grass does not have much spirituality, and is essentially different from the spiritual medicine. There was not much time, so he used south close to the end of the world to take a step forward, and the figure appeared 3,000 meters away. After his spiritual consciousness scanned and found nothing, he used south close to the end of the world again. It didn't take long for him to discover a fourth-grade spiritual beast, a golden lion. When he discovered the fourth-grade golden lion, the golden lion also discovered him. However, the golden lion just glanced at him, and then turned his head, paying no attention to the sudden appearance of the human monk. Li Shiming is not too afraid of this golden lion, although his spiritual power is not sufficient. With the combat power, he can burst out in a short period of time. It is not a problem to deal with such a lion in the early stage of the fourth grade. This confidence comes from his thunder method and thunder sword intention. Both attacks contain the power of thunder, and are the nemesis of any living creature. As long as the enemy is not too much stronger than him, he can solve the battle in a short time with the power of thunder. Since the golden lion ignored him, he didn't bother to go to the golden lion. Not to mention that this kind of adult spiritual beast cannot be contracted at all. Even if he can contract, he will not choose this kind of spiritual beast. His goal is very clear. That is, the Phoenix spiritual pet. For half a day, he kept using close to the end of the world to rush forward. What surprised him was that this cave was so big that he didn't even explore to the edge for half a day. In this half day, he discovered 3 young spiritual beasts. This shows that it is very easy to contract a spiritual beast in the cave of 10,000 beasts. The quality of the spirit beasts in the 10,000 beasts cave is very high. Every young spirit beast has at least a third-grade talent. And there are also many young spirit beasts with a fourth-grade talent. It doesn't mean that young spirit beasts with third-grade talents cannot be cultivated to fourth grade. But it just requires more resources and makes promotion more difficult. The 10,000 beast sect's research on spiritual pets is very in-depth. Even a spiritual pet with first-grade talent can be upgraded to the third-grade level, as long as it is willing to invest. Of course, almost no monks would do this. The innate abilities of first-grade innate spiritual pets are extremely weak.
and it is very uneconomical to cultivate them to high levels. The terrain ahead has changed from plains to mountains. This did not affect Li Shiming's speed. As long as he stopped, he would use his spiritual consciousness to sense the surroundings to see if there was any target spiritual beast. One day later, the mountains turned into the ocean, and there were more spiritual beasts in the sea. These spiritual beasts feed on seaweed in the sea. He found that except for the different growth environment and appearance of seaweed and spiritual grass on land, their inner qualities are almost identical. He couldn't help but shake his head. Dantian was too perfunctory. After such a long time, he also discovered some things about Dantian. The 10,000 Beast Cave exists entirely for the spiritual beasts. Apart from facilitating the growth of the spiritual beasts, it has almost no other functions. Regardless of the fact that there is sufficient spiritual energy in the 10,000 Beasts Cave, he has also checked that the soil in the cave cannot grow spiritual plants at all. And even first-grade spiritual plants cannot survive in the cave. The only thing that can grow is the spiritual grass. Whether it is on land or in the ocean, it is this spiritual grass. Herbivorous spiritual beasts feed on spiritual grass, while carnivorous spiritual beasts feed on herbivorous spiritual beasts. The spiritual grass is almost endless, so the number of herbivorous spiritual beasts is extremely large. The carnivorous spirit beasts ensure that the number of herbivorous spirit beasts will not become too overwhelming, but rather create a balance. In 2 days, Li Shiming did not encounter a satisfactory young spirit beast. He had a feeling that if he continued to search like this, he would not find anything even if 10 days passed. After thinking about it for a while, he took out the eggs, fragments of the red gold phoenix, and the 3rd grade top-level spiritual beast increasing pill that he had refined, put them in his hands, and let the aura of the 2 spiritual objects spread out. A few hours later, he looked up at the sky and saw a big bird flying towards him in the sky. He sensed it and found that it was a 3rd grade spiritual beast with the blood of the Phoenix clan. But its Phoenix clan bloodline was extremely thin. Although this 3rd grade spiritual beast did not meet the requirements, he saw hope. He first put away the eggs, fragments of the red gold phoenix, and the 3rd grade top spiritual beast's Yuanzing Dan. The 3rd grade spiritual beast could not sense the aura that attracted it and flew away. He traveled another distance and once again released the eggs, fragments of the red gold phoenix, and the 3rd grade top spiritual beast. This trick was indeed effective. In the next few days, Phoenix bloodline beasts would come to him at regular intervals. There were also some young Phoenix bloodline spirit beasts among them. If it were other nascent soul cultivators, they would have already chosen one among them. Li Shiming was a little unwilling. After finally coming in, he had to choose the best no matter what. He has already thought about it. If he can't find a suitable spiritual pet in the last 3 days, he will choose a cub of Phoenix bloodline that he likes as his spiritual pet. Judging from the current situation, 3 days is definitely enough. On the 6th day after he arrived at 10,000 Beasts Cave, Li Shiming was on his way when he sensed the aura of a dragon-type spiritual beast. At the same time, he saw the dragon spirit beast and a nascent soul cultivator standing on the dragon spirit beast. He couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect to meet the monk here. After seeing Li Shiming, the Yuanying monk's face showed joy.
Fellow Taoist, please stay,
the nascent soul monk said loudly. Li Shiming thought that he was from the same sect, so he stood there and waited for him. However, what the nascent soul monk said made him feel a little uncomfortable. Generally speaking,
friends,
please stay, is not a good thing.
What's the matter?
Li Shiming looked at the spiritual pet that had almost become a dragon. Not only was this spiritual pet extremely rich in dragon blood, but it had also reached the early stage of the 4th level. Thinking of the incompatibility between the phoenix and dragon types, he felt a little wary. Asked. Qin Zhou was very happy. After he heard that Li Shiming had entered the cave of 10,000 beasts, he also spent a lot of money to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts. His background was extraordinary, and with his years of accumulation and the help of his elders, he got the opportunity to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts. However, he thinks it is very cost-effective. If his dragon-type spiritual pet is fused with Li Shiming's phantom dragon bloodline, it is not impossible for his dragon-type spiritual beast to be immediately upgraded to a 4-clawed dragon clan, or even a 5-clawed dragon clan. As for Li Shiming's combat power, he didn't take it to heart at all. If he, a veteran monk in the early stage of Yuanying, can't even deal with a monk who has just entered the Yuanying stage, then he has really lived like a dog for so many years. He entered the 10,000 Beasts Cave and used Li Shiming's aura secretly obtained to track Li Shiming with a third-grade spirit-seeking mouse. But to his surprise, it was clear that the third-grade soul-seeking rat could track Li Shiming's aura. But no matter how he tracked it, he could not catch up with Li Shiming. After many days in a row, he was desperate. So he took out a life-saving talisman and fled in the direction of Li Shiming. This is a huge waste. If Li Shiming changes direction midway, the life-saving talisman he uses will be in vain. But Qinzhou spent so much to enter the cave of 10,000 beasts that he could no longer stop. In order to catch up with Li Shiming, he could only give it a try. He bet correctly. Li Shiming did not change direction. The life-saving talisman he used was an escape talisman made by the great monk using the 4th grade top grade spiritual jade, and it contained a trace of the rules mastered by the great monk. Since the production of this 4th grade top level spiritual jade escape talisman requires a lot of losses for the great monk himself, only a very small number of monks who are close to the great monk are eligible to possess it. This is also the most precious life-saving means, at least the strongest life-saving means in the early and middle stages of nascent soul, and only important monks from major sects and powerful forces can obtain it. When Qinzhou escaped from the escape method, he found that he had surpassed Li Shiming and was in front of Li Shiming. He waited for a while longer before Li Shiming appeared.
I have something to discuss with you. Why don't we sit down and talk?
Qinzhou approached Li Shiming and said with a smile,
Fellow Taoist, we don't know each other. I don't think we have anything to talk about.
Li Shiming shook his head and refused. His
other mind communication
cannot sense the other party's thoughts. Either the other party has some kind of treasure that isolates the mind, or the other party's spirit is extremely strong. No matter which one it is, it means that the other party is not simple. He did not dare to underestimate the Yuanying monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The environment for cultivating immortals in the eastern Qi continent was far superior to that of the northern Shu continent. The monks from the major sects here were generally stronger than the monks from the major sects in the northern Shu continent. He has seen the warehouse of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The nascent soul monks of the 10,000 Beasts sect can obtain very powerful magic weapons as long as they work hard. Although he has some strength, he has never fought against a Yuanying monk from a large sect. And he does not want to conflict with a Yuanying monk from a large sect when he has entered the Yuanying stage less than a year ago and his strength has not yet been completely stabilized.
I know where the red gold phoenix is. There has been a red gold phoenix that happened to be in a state of rebirth in the past few years,
Qinzhou said in a deep voice. He knew what Li Shiming's goal was in entering the cave of 10,000 beasts. Speaking of phoenix spiritual pets, the best one was naturally the red gold phoenix. He knew very well that Li Shiming must have some kind of escape method, and the speed of this escape method was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch up with Li Shiming forever. Therefore, he needs to get close to Li Shiming to a certain distance before he can hope to keep Li Shiming. He only has one chance. Once he misses, it will be difficult to find another chance in the future.
What do you want?
Li Shiming was really moved. He wanted to listen first, whether it was true or false. But he also understands that this kind of news will not be given to him for free, and the other party must have some requirements.
I want 10 drops of blood from your dragon spirit pet,
Qinzhou said as he approached Li Shiming. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed. He had been doubting the other party's purpose just now, after hearing the other party mention the dragon spiritual pet phantom spirit Jiao. He finally understood the other party's purpose. The other party wanted the dragon bloodline of the phantom dragon. Looking at the dragon spirit pet of the opponent, it was only a step behind the dragon bloodline of the phantom dragon. It was also of the highest grade among the dragon spirit pets. The reason why the phantom dragon has strong dragon blood is because it obtained a piece of dragon vein source crystal, which was made from most of the blood of a four-clawed dragon. 10 drops of blood essence is already a huge loss for the phantom dragon. Losing 10 drops of blood essence may affect its own potential. Even if the other party really wanted to trade, he would not trade the phantom dragon's future potential. His requirements for the phoenix spiritual pet are far less than the importance he attaches to the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon grew up with him, and has been with him for many years, and has a very deep relationship with him. Besides, he didn't believe that the other party only wanted 10 drops of blood. The other party had been trying to get closer, and he thought that the other party's purpose was not simple. Chapter 519 Encounter. Qinzhou had been calculating the distance. When he was still 4,000 meters away from Li Shiming, a proud smile appeared on his face. He patted the dragon spirit pet sitting under him. The dragon spirit pet understood what its master meant. The body of the dragon spirit pet glowed slightly, and then disappeared with him. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Li Shiming. His dragon-type spiritual pet can perform a short-distance space movement by consuming the space energy stored in the body. He has used the ability of his dragon spirit pet to successfully attack countless times, and he has very strong confidence in this tactic. It is precisely because the dragon-type spiritual pet has this kind of short-distance space movement that can be used once that he will spend a huge price to enter the Cave of Beasts. In his opinion, as long as he could meet Li Shiming and get close to Li Shiming at a certain distance, Li Shiming would almost certainly die. As for the consequences of killing an alchemy master, this is the Cave of 10,000 Beasts. The rules of heaven and earth here are lacking, and it is impossible to trace what happened in the cave. Besides, the 10,000 Beasts cave only prohibits the hunting of spiritual beasts, but does not explicitly prohibit fighting between fellow sects. When the dragon-type spiritual pet moved in space, Li Shiming sensed the space energy in the dragon-type spiritual pet. Li Shiming has practiced Shinzutong. Shinzutong is a true spatial magical power, compared with the halftone space ability of a dragon-type spiritual pet. Shinzutong is many times stronger. He reacted instantly, took one step forward and activated
South close to the end of the world,
and his figure disappeared from the spot. While he was using
close to the end of the world,
a formation disc was thrown out by him, and was activated instantly. This formation disc was the
Dragnet Restriction Formation.
Now that he had taken action, he had no intention of letting Qinzhou leave alive, because when he takes action with all his strength, he will expose many things, many secrets that he does not want other monks to know. Qinzhou never expected that the blow he thought would be 100% successful would actually miss. Of course, he also sensed Li Shiming's magical power. This magical power of space movement is extremely rare. Li Shiming actually mastered this magical power, which he did not expect. He also discovered the
Dragnet Forbidden Formation,
thrown by Li Shiming. How could he not recognize this?
Dragnet Forbidden Formation.
This
Drawing Net Restricting Formation Disc
was what he gave to the three great elders to use. For this
Drawing Net Restricting Formation Disc,
he spent a lot of effort to settle the troubles involved. The
Dragnet Restriction Array
is an array exclusively used by the Law Enforcement Hall, specifically used to capture sect traitors. If he hadn't had a strong background, this alone would have been enough for him to be punished by the sect. Now he is a little happy. Of course he knows the effect of
Dragnet Restriction Formation.
He plotted against Li Shiming, and Li Shiming had no intention of letting him go. The use of the
Drawing Net Restriction Formation
means that both sides will fight to the death. The prohibition of this
Drawing Net Restriction Formation
will take even nascent soul monks a long time to break through without being disturbed. Of course Qinzhou was happy. He was also afraid that Li Shiming would use his magical power to escape. If he really escaped, he would not be able to catch up with Li Shiming. Now that Li Shiming has used the
Drawing Net Restriction Array,
even if Li Shiming wants to escape, he cannot escape the scope of the
Drawing Net Restriction. You are looking for death,
Qinzhou said with a laugh. A huge Yuaning Dharma appeared on his body, and his body was protected in the center of the Yuaning Dharma. The dragon spirit pet next to him also grew in size instantly, and also activated its form, turning into a dragon body form that was 100 meters long.
You know me, but I don't know you yet. Tell me your name so that I know who you are going to kill,
Li Shiming said, as he was also mobilizing the nascent soul in his body. He knows his weaknesses, and he needs a little time to prepare.
Let me understand that my name is Qinzhou. I sent people to arrest you. Since the Tianluo Earth Net Forbidden Formation fell into your hands, I think those 3 people died in your hands.
At this time, Qinzhou also no more hiding.
You are Qinzhou. It seems you really deserve to die.
Li Shiming's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking these words, light flashed from his body, and a huge nascent soul Dharma appeared on his body. This is not over yet, for nascent soul forms appear beside him at the same time. The 5 nascent souls are the fire and thunder nascent soul, the golden and thunder nascent soul, the wooden and thunder nascent soul, the water and thunder nascent soul, and the earth and thunder nascent soul. In front of each nascent soul, there is a Liuguang Xingying, gathering momentum, ready to go.
Kill!
Li Shiming shouted, as if he was preparing to use the flying sword magic weapon to kill the enemy. When Qinzhou saw the 5 nascent souls, he was completely confused. The 5 nascent souls appearing at the same time made him feel particularly unreal. With his status, he had access to a lot of very secret information, but he had never heard of any monk in the world of immortality who could possess 5 nascent souls. not to mention 5 nascent souls. Even if you use a secret method to get 1 nascent soul and a fake baby, the power of the Sky Thunder will be doubled when you save the tribulation. If you don't have a strong background, you won't dare to practice that kind of secret skill. As for the 5 nascent souls, he could hardly imagine how they could survive the catastrophe. But the fact is before our eyes. Li Shiming does have 5 nascent souls. While he was thinking about it, Li Shiming had already launched an attack. Li Shiming shouted, slash. But the first thing he activated was not Streaming Starfall, but the Thunderbolt technique. 5 rays of thunder and lightning were sent out from the void, directly hitting Chen Zhou's nascent soul. There are advantages and disadvantages to the nascent soul Dharma. The advantage is that all the strength has been greatly improved, but the disadvantage is that the body is enlarged, so that the size of the attack also becomes larger. Moreover, if the nascent soul Dharma appearance does not have the runes of defensive skills in the body, the effect of defensive spells cast by it will not be enhanced by the nascent soul Dharma appearance. Chen Zhou's defense did not rely on defensive spells, but a 4th grade high-level shield magic weapon. It was his fighting habit to use the shield magic weapon, and his strongest weapon was the 4th grade flying sword he was about to activate in front of him. Thunder method is the fastest of all attacks, even faster than Sword Cultivator's attack. 5 thunderbolts fell at the same time, leaving Chen Zhou with no time to dodge. He could only give up the attack and use all his strength to activate the shield magic weapon to defend. When the thunder and lightning came into contact with the shield magic weapon, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt the power of the thunder and the lightning. If there was 1 lightning strike, maybe he wouldn't care, but 5 lightning strikes falling at the same time made his shield magic weapon somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, he has been refining the shield magic weapon for more than 400 years, so that the shield magic weapon's defensive power has almost reached the limit of this magic weapon. So it did not collapse immediately under the attack of 5 thunder and lightning, just when he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to counterattack. 5. Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapons flew towards him. Except that Li Shiming does not have his own flying sword magic weapon. He can be regarded as a true nascent soul sword cultivator. The attack speed of the sword cultivator's flying sword is second only to the attack speed of the thunder method. For each nascent soul method, he uses 2 different brains to control the thunder method and the flying sword respectively. Therefore, the attacks of Lei Fa and Feijian were triggered at the same time. But because Lei Fa's attack speed was the fastest, it hit Chen Zhou first. Liuguang Xingyun is really not a particularly powerful magic weapon among the magic weapons in the nascent soul stage. After all, it is a 3rd grade material. Although after the weapon tribulation, the power of Liuguang Xingyun has been greatly improved and reached the 4th grade level. It can only be regarded as ordinary at the 4th grade level. Under normal circumstances, if
Liuguang Xingyuan
hits Chen Zhou's shield magic weapon, even if the shield magic weapon is on the verge of collapse,
Liuguang Xingyuan
will not be able to break through the defense of the shield magic weapon with 1 blow. But Liuguang Xingyun has not only 1 handle, but 5 handles. What is even more terrifying is the sword intent contained in Liuguang Xingyun, compared with the thunder and lightning with the power of heavenly thunder cultivated by the
Yuqing Thunder Code.
The power of the Sky Thunder sword intent far exceeds the power of Li Shiming's current
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
The Heavenly Thunder Sword intention has absorbed the super powerful Heavenly Thunder power used by Li Shiming to save the nascent soul tribulation, making the power of the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent reach the ultimate level of the Yuanying stage sword intent. With a boom, Chen Zhou's magic shield shattered into pieces. This is not to say that the shield magic weapon really turned into pieces. The shield magic weapon was stimulated and turned into an energy shield, so that it could protect the huge nascent soul. This blow at this time shattered the energy shield formed by the shield magic weapon into pieces. Of course, the shield magic weapon also suffered considerable damage. Chen Zhou felt a pain in his head, which delayed his movements for a moment. It was this moment that became his most fatal mistake. After breaking through the defense of the shield magic weapon, the 5 streaming stars, containing the meaning of the thunder sword hit Chen Zhou's nascent soul. The 5 rays of thunder sword intent turned into 5 rays of lightning. And after entering the nascent soul Dharma, they began to wreak havoc crazily.
Ah!
Chen Zhou's nascent soul form let out a loud howl that shook the sky. The nascent soul's Dharma is not only spiritual energy, but also his spirit and soul. The invasion of the heavenly thunder sword intent destroys everything in front of him, including his spirit and soul. Chen Zhou's nascent soul Dharma was forced to be lifted. His nascent soul was about to escape. But the Fire and Thunder nascent soul's Dharma appeared next to his nascent soul using
close to the end of the world.
And the 4th grade sword base swept past the nascent soul. Qinzhou's nascent soul was very fast. If he hadn't met Li Shiming, who had mastered the divine foot power, even with the
Tianlu Earth Net restriction
function, he would have been chasing for a period of time in the restriction. However, the speed of Li Shiming's Fire and Thunder nascent soul,
south close to the end,
was much faster than Qinzhou's nascent soul. This move alone was enough to be fatal. The 4th grade sword base swept across the Yuanying. The Yuanying was not the Dharma form of the Yuanying. It was extremely fragile. After this sword sweep, it not only split the Yuanying into 2 parts, but also contained the heavenly essence within it. The Thunder Sword intent completely obliterated the spirituality in nascent soul. The battle between Li Shiming and Qinzhou, from the moment both parties summoned the nascent soul Dharma to the end, took less than a breath of time. But in this short period of time, life or death will be decided. From the beginning to the end, Qinzhou did not launch even an effective attack, and was completely suppressed by Li Shiming. The dozens of disasters Li Shiming experienced were not in vain. The combat power he displayed completely crushed Qinzhou. Although the battle seems very easy, the risks are still very high. After the battle, Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls had less than 1/5 of their spiritual power left, and it was difficult for him to even maintain the appearance of the nascent souls. A thunderbolt technique and a flying sword attack were all fired at the same time by 5 nascent soul spells, so they consumed a lot of energy. If Qinzhou had defended this round of attacks, the battle would have gone in another direction. Li Shiming withdrew the nascent soul Dharma, feeling the little spiritual power left in his body, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The battle that took less than a breath was the consumption of his full explosion. He looked at Qinzhou's dragon-type spiritual pet, and there was no need for him to attack the dragon-type spiritual pet. The 10,000 bees sex contract method for spiritual pets means that as long as the owner dies, the spiritual pet will inevitably die. This greatly limits the spirit pet's possibility of resistance. Even for its own survival, the spirit pet will do its best to protect its master. But this time, the fighting time was too short. It was so short that the dragon pet had no time to participate in the fighting. And the fighting was over. If the space energy in the body of the dragon-type spiritual pet had not been consumed, there might still be a chance to join the battle in time. But it consumed the space energy just before the battle. The dragon spirit pet's nascent soul form disappeared, and its body twisted. But it could not stop the disappearance of its vitality. Li Shiming released the phantom dragon. As soon as the phantom dragon appeared, it stared at the body of the dragon-type spiritual pet, which had little vitality left. The phantom dragon suddenly opened its mouth and bit into the dragon spirit pet. No, this was not a bite, but a swallow. The phantom dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dragon spirit pet, which was not much smaller than itself, into its belly in one bite. Although the body of a dragon-type spiritual pet is very large, considering that the original form of the phantom dragon is a snake, it can easily swallow food larger than itself, let alone objects that are about the same size as the body. Li Shiming felt the emotions of the phantom Jiao from the phantom Jiao, which was an extremely exciting emotion. Qinzhou wanted his dragon-type spiritual pet to devour the phantom dragon, but the phantom dragon didn't want to swallow the dragon-type spiritual pet. In the past, the phantom dragon had encountered spiritual beasts whose bloodline was far inferior to that of the dragon-type spiritual pets, and they could not help but devour them. Now, the dragon-type spiritual pets possessed the dragon bloodline, making the phantom dragon extremely excited. Middle. It knows very well how beneficial it is to swallow such blood. Li Shiming also put away Qinzhou's mustard ring and magic weapon, put the body into a storage bag, and put them all into the computer room. Since Qinzhou dared to attack and kill him in the cave of 10,000 beasts, it meant that the battle in the cave of 10,000 beasts would not be discovered. Otherwise monks would have come to intervene. He had already thought about it. He had never met Qinzhou. Anyway, he had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage. Even if he said that he had killed Qinzhou, no monk would believe it. As for where Qinzhou went, it would be up to the other monks to go to the 10,000 beasts cave to find it themselves. Chapter 520 Chicken. The phantom dragon was obviously overfed, and it looked like it would be unable to return to its small body in a short period of time. With its size of 15 meters, Li Shiming's computer room cannot accommodate it. Moreover, the phantom dragon is now absorbing the energy of the dragon spirit pet and cannot move for the time being, which leaves Li Shiming to guard it. Compared with signing a Phoenix spiritual pet contract, The improvement of the Phantom Dragon is more important. And Li Shiming does not want to affect the enhancement process of the Phantom Dragon's bloodline. He had thought about it. If the Phantom Dragon could not move in the next 4 days, he would stay here and wait to be sent out of the cave of 10,000 beasts. He sat next to the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon's body was constantly twisting, and the aura of dragon blood on it was constantly increasing. Unlike the previous upgrade, this upgrade of the Phantom Dragon does not have much pain. In 1 day and 2 days, the bloodline of the Phantom Dragon was raised to an extreme, until there was no change at all. Li Shiming didn't know what level the Phantom Dragon's dragon bloodline was. He planned to wait for the Phantom Dragon to wake up, and spend the last 2 days to find a Phoenix Spirit Beast to make a contract with, which could be regarded as giving an explanation to the Phoenix lineage. But something unexpected happened to him. The Phantom Dragon did not wake up. The aura on his body continued to improve, and soon exceeded the 3rd level peak. In 2 days, the Phantom Dragon had digested the Dragon-type spiritual pet, which was a 4th grade spiritual pet. Although Qinzhou's Dragon-type spiritual pet is at the early stage of the 4th level, Qinzhou invested a lot of resources in the Dragon-type spiritual pet, all in order to allow the Dragon-type spiritual pet to accumulate the energy for breakthrough. And when the Phantom Dragon swallowed the Dragon Spirit Pet, it not only swallowed the dragon blood of the Dragon Spirit Pet, but also swallowed all the energy of the Dragon Spirit Pet. The bloodline of Dragon-type spiritual pets is only slightly weaker than that of the Phantom Dragon. They and the Phantom Dragon both belong to the Dragon level. The energy in the Dragon-type spiritual pet hardly needs to be converted before it can be absorbed by the Phantom Dragon's innate devouring ability. Use: the 4th grade demon elixir of the Dragon-type spiritual pet, as well as the large amount of resources and energy accumulated in the body, have become the Phantom Spirit Dragon's resources. On the 3rd day, the Phantom Dragon suddenly opened its eyes and let out a dragon roar towards the sky. Amidst the roar of the dragon, its body flew towards the sky. As it twisted, the skin and scales on its body began to fall off, and its aura increased again.
Promoted to the 4th level?
Li Shiming looked at the changes in the Phantom Dragon and couldn't help but said to himself with his mouth wide open, the aura of the Phantom Dragon has reached the 4th level. In his perception, the demon elixir in the Phantom Dragon's body is sublimating. The demon elixir of a 4th grade spirit beast will not be transformed into the nascent soul, but its effect is not much different from that of the nascent soul. It is just different in form. It can also inspire the Dharma. Unlike human monks who rely on skills to complete the promotion from golden elixir to nascent soul, spirit beasts complete the leap from 3rd to 4th level through instinct based on the memory in their own bloodline. The promotion process of the Phantom Dragon was so smooth that Li Shiming could not believe it. He watched the Phantom Dragon be promoted to the 4th level, and waited for a while, but did not wait for the disaster to come.
Won't being promoted to the 4th level in the 10,000 Beasts cave cause a catastrophe?
He had some guesses, but no monk had told him this knowledge. But considering the incompleteness of the rules of heaven and earth in the 10,000 Beasts cave, it is not surprising that there is no catastrophe when the 3rd level is promoted to the 4th level. This can also explain why there are so many 4th level spiritual beasts in the 10,000 Beasts cave. Without a catastrophe, and with enough energy support, any spiritual beast with enough talent can be promoted to the 4th level step by step. In the outside world, there are a large number of spirit beasts, not to mention the 4th grade. Even if they want to be promoted to the 3rd grade, they have to go through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Only a small number of surviving spirit beasts can be promoted. What concerned Li Shiming the most was that when the Phantom Dragon shed its skin in the air, its 4 legs no longer had 4 claws, but 5 claws. Qinzhou's dream has always been realized, but he didn't expect it to come true in the Phantom Jiao. After devouring the dragon bloodline of Qinzhou's dragon-type spiritual pet, the dragon bloodline of the Phantom Dragon was completed, and finally reached the level of a 5-clawed dragon. 5-clawed dragons are the real dragons and the recognized dragons. Others with dragon blood below this standard can only be called dragon beasts. The Phantom Dragon released its own aura unscrupulously. The reason why its energy was promoted to the 4th level so quickly was because of the energy it devoured in its body. Without the energy swallowed in the body, it is impossible to be promoted to a 4th grade 5-clawed dragon even if it is promoted to the 4th grade after a period of time based on its accumulation. It feels its own power and nobility, and wants to express its emotions. A soft chirping sounded, which could be heard clearly even among the dragon's roar of the Phantom Dragon. There was a hint of dissatisfaction with the Phantom Spirit Dragon in its soft cry, and there was also a hint of provocation. Li Shiming couldn't help but be startled. His other minds and spiritual eyes were always on. And even his spiritual consciousness was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. They are just afraid that some spiritual beasts will come and affect the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon cannot be disturbed whether it is devouring or promoting. The promotion process of the phantom dragon has reached the final stage. Although it is extremely powerful at present, it is just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It has just been promoted to a 4th grade 5-clawed dragon and has not accumulated much energy in its body. If it really encounters the same 4th grade spiritual beast, all it can use are sharp claws and bites. Even the phantom dragon's poison cannot be produced due to insufficient energy. After the phantom dragon is promoted to the 4th level, its poison is also the 4th level. But to generate the 4th level poison, it cannot be produced without a long period of cultivation. Not to mention the phantom dragon's other energy attacks, none of which are currently available. This is the same as when Li Shiming was promoted to the nascent soul stage. Without energy accumulation, a state of his body would not be able to exert its combat effectiveness. The phantom dragon couldn't help but get angry after being provoked, and responded with a dragon roar in one direction. Although it was angry, it did not lose its mind and fought when it was at its weakest. Based on the discovery of the phantom dragon, Li Shiming found the spiritual beast that made a soft cry. The spiritual beast was in a volcano hundreds of miles away. The volcano constantly erupts magma, which reacts with extremely strong energy, covering up the spiritual beasts inside.
Stop screaming! Stay here!
Li Shiming ordered the phantom dragon. He activated
south close to the end of the world
himself, and his figure appeared at the mouth of the volcano in a flash. On a protruding rock inside the volcano, a red, chicken-like spiritual beast was raising its head proudly.
What a rich bloodline aura of the Phoenix clan!
Li Shiming's eyes lit up, and he felt the bloodline aura coming from the red chicken. That's how close you can feel the blood aura in the red chicken's body. Although the appearance of the chicken is a bit ugly, the strong aura of Phoenix blood represents the future potential of the red chicken. The chicken was still young, but it already had such a strong aura of Phoenix blood. Li Shiming had no more time to find other Phoenix spiritual beasts, so this red chicken became his target.
Chicken! Do you like this?
Li Shiming took out a 3rd grade top-level spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan and raised it in his hand. When the chicken heard Li Shiming call it a chicken, anger flashed in his eyes, as if he was greatly insulted. But after feeling the breath of the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Yuanzheng Dan, its anger was suppressed. In its infancy, its wisdom has not yet been fully developed, and it can judge its likes and dislikes instinctively. The aura coming from the Xingyuan Dan, a top-level 3rd grade spiritual beast, made it know that it was the most delicious food, more delicious than any food it had eaten before. Li Shiming saw the little chicken, looking hungry but melancholy. He smiled slightly and placed the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan Dan at the mountain pass, and stood 5 meters away. The little chicken didn't hesitate at this time. With a flap of its little wings, it came to the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan pill, opened its mouth, and swallowed the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan pill.
Would you like to follow me? If you follow me, you will have lots and lots of this to eat.
Li Shiming took out another 3rd grade top-level spiritual beast increasing Yuan pill and said, after tasting the taste of the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan Dan, the chicken's resistance became extremely low. Although the spiritual beast Xingyuan pill is only a 3rd grade pill, if you want to refine a top-level spiritual beast Xingyuan pill, the alchemy master may only be able to refine 1 or 2 in his lifetime. Only 1 monk in 1,000 who can enter the cave of 10,000 beasts with a 3rd grade top-level spiritual beast increasing pill is rare, and there are not as many as Li Shiming. But the chicken's pride still restrained its greed for the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan pill. It looked at the 3rd grade top spiritual beast Xingyuan pill in Li Shiming's hand with some reluctance, and turned around to return to the volcano. Li Shiming saw that this was not possible. If he let the little chicken go, he would leave the cave of 10,000 beasts in 1 day, and his entry into the cave of 10,000 beasts would be in vain. Thinking of this, he took out the egg, fragments of the red golden phoenix. When he took out the egg, fragments of the red golden phoenix, the chicken's attitude changed dramatically, and it jumped to Li Shiming's side. If Li Shiming hadn't reacted quickly and moved the red gold phoenix egg, fragments out of the way, the chicken might have pecked him away.
If you want this, sign a contract with me. Not only will you have this, but there will also be a lot of elixirs.
Li Shiming was like a bad uncle who abducted children. He held the red gold phoenix egg, fragments in one hand, and the red gold phoenix egg, fragment in the other. 5 third-grade top-level spiritual beast increasing pills. The chicken tilted its little head, seeming to be thinking. The special environment of the 10,000 Beasts cave means that all the spirit beasts inside will maintain a certain favorable impression of the monks who hold the jade disc of 10,000 Beasts sect, as long as they are not attacked. This is also the main reason why the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect can find a suitable spiritual pet in the 10,000 Beast cave in only 10 days. Otherwise, even if it is a young spiritual beast, it will be extremely difficult to make a contract. Under normal circumstances, as long as you bring out enough spiritual objects to impress the spirit beast, you can sign a contract with the spirit beast. If Li Shiming only took out the third-grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan, or only took out the egg, L fragments of the red golden phoenix, Xiaoji would not consider signing the contract. But the two huge temptations combined to make it hesitate. Li Shiming kept smiling. He had already tried it. But his mind could not affect the chick. But he could express his kindness to the chicken through hushing communication. And at the same time he inspired a contract pattern, just waiting for the chicken to respond proactively. If you want to contract a spirit beast, you must use the contract pattern to sign a contract unless the spirit beast is in the state of a spirit beast egg. Even if it is in the state of a spirit beast egg, some spirit beasts will have the will to resist. As for the young spirit beast, it is necessary to constantly weaken the will of the young spirit beast so that the young spirit beast can actively agree to the contract. Never think about coercion. Even a young spirit beast will resist the coercion extremely fiercely. Not only will it be impossible to make a contract, it will even cause the young spirit beast to commit suicide. However, young spirit beasts are very easy to be deceived. As long as you follow their fancy and find the right path, you can successfully make a contract. The most important thing is to do what they like. And to do what they like requires an extremely good understanding of spiritual beasts. Just like this time, the nascent soul cultivator of the Phoenix lineage asked Li Shiming to prepare the third-grade spiritual beast Xing Yuan pill with an added elixir, which was specially prepared for the young spirit beasts of the Phoenix lineage. The chicken hesitated for a moment, and finally could not resist the temptation and flew towards the contract pattern. Letting the contract pattern fly into its body, Li Shiming used the contract secret method exclusive to the Phoenix lineage, and he sensed the soul of the chicken. To his surprise, the chicken's soul was not as weak as he imagined. Instead, it had a sense of vastness, but most of its soul was in some kind of seal. Because the chick was too small, it was impossible to tell its race from its body. But Li Shiming knew that he was probably getting a big deal this time. Sure. After the chicken signed the contract, it immediately flew to his hand holding the red gold phoenix egg, L fragment, and kept screaming at the red gold phoenix egg, L fragment in his hand. Li Shiming understood its request through the contract, and he wanted to eat the red gold phoenix egg, L fragments. They have become his spiritual pets, and he will not be stingy. He brought the red gold phoenix egg, L fragment to the chick's mouth, and the chick pecked it down happily. Crack! Click! Click! The fragments of the red gold phoenix egg, L were as crisp as eating biscuits in the chick's mouth. After eating the red gold phoenix egg, L fragments, the chick's body became brighter. It can be seen that Xiaoji has gained a lot of benefits. At this moment, the phantom dragon came to Li Shiming's side. Its actual age was not very old. Although the phantom dragon is already at the 4th level, it has only been a few decades since it hatched. This period of time is only a very short period of time for spiritual beasts, such as the phantom dragon. Normally, it does not even pass through its infancy. The phantom Jiao was also greedy after seeing the third-grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan pill. Although the third-grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan pill has the aura of the Phoenix system, the third-grade top spiritual beast Xing Yuan pill is originally food made for 4th-grade spiritual beasts. All it has ever eaten before are 3rd-grade high-level spiritual beast increasing pills. At this time, when I saw the top-quality 3rd-grade spiritual beast Xing Yuan Dan, and there was another spiritual pet competing for his favor, it would naturally come to compete. Li Shiming couldn't help but laugh, and set a 3rd-grade top-level spiritual beast increasing pill into the mouth of the phantom dragon. When the chicken saw it, it immediately let out a chirp sound of dissatisfaction, and the phantom dragon also responded to the chicken.